Chapter 1. The Fall of the Begonia. A sudden thunderclap reverberated through the air as lightning struck down, illuminating the room and casting the silhouettes of two figures upon the wall in an elongated shadow. Third brother, let go of me. A young woman in a blue gown was desperately resisting. Her delicate complexion radiated a youthful glow. Her eyes sparkled like stars, shimmering with brilliance. Her lips, reminiscent of a red plum amid snow, were moist and alluring. In her moment of fright, her tear-streaked face was a picture of distress. Her attire was disheveled, revealing a graceful shoulder, and her hair was in disarray, with a red hairpin having fallen to the floor. The man above her wore a golden crown and a flowing azure robe, a folding fan tucked at his waist. With starry brows and bright eyes, he possessed the countenance of a handsome gentleman. Yet at this moment his face was twisted into a menacing grin, transforming his elegance into something grotesque. Shen Huaixu pinned the girl beneath him, his hands forcefully restraining her flailing arms, a smug smile playing on his lips. "My dear sister, did you not complain about the chill in your room? If you acquiesce to your brother's wishes today, I shall send the finest charcoal to your chamber tomorrow," he said with a mocking tone, leaning in to kiss her. The girl summoned her strength to break free from his grasp, swiftly delivering a sharp slap across his face. The sound echoed crisply in the room, causing Shen Huaixu's head to turn to one side, plunging the room into an abrupt silence. A rumble of thunder resounded once more, as the girl on the bed wept, her eyes red and puffy. She fumbled with her disheveled clothing, trembling as she attempted to cover her exposed skin. Struggling to retreat, she found herself unable to move beneath the weight of the man pressing down on her. She kicked at him, but her efforts yielded little effect. "How dare you strike me?" The man, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, clenched his teeth, the lewdness in his expression replaced by a menacing glare. "No!" The girl began to scream for mercy, but Shen Huaixu seized her throat with a grip so tight that her vision blurred. Third brother, struggling for breath, she pounded on his arm, but was met with only more brutal treatment. Shen Huaixu seemed to revel in the torment, his gaze fixed on the girl whose face was turning blue, her lips a shade of purple, as he licked his parched lips with a predatory hunger. "What are you doing?" Just as Liu Jintang appeared on the brink of unconsciousness, the door swung open that a woman clad in fine garments, strikingly beautiful, rushed forward to pull the enraged man away. "Have you lost your mind? You nearly choked her to death." The woman hurried to check on the girl, relieved to find that she still had a pulse, but her expression turned from shock to fear. "You know our circumstances if a death were to occur in this household, your elder brother." Her sentence trailed off, but Shen Huaixu was all too aware of her implication. He grasped her chin, leaning closer, and teasingly pressed a kiss to her lips. "What? Are you afraid of my elder brother?" The woman frowned, attempting to push him away, yet to no avail. Not daring to provoke him further, she resorted to placating him. "I do not fear him, but I worry for you. After all, the Shen family still relies on your elder brother's favor, and should a life be lost, it could expose the secrets between us and jeopardize your future prospects, Shen." Huaixu let out a cold laugh, knowing she was intentionally trying to placate him. Yet, the mere thought that this woman should have belonged to his elder brother and now had to grovel before him brought him a sense of pleasure. He placed his hand on the woman's chest and declared, "If I were truly afraid, I would not have entangled myself with this woman. And no matter how formidable he may be, what does it matter? His fiancée is sprawled on another's bed, inviting others to toy with her. He may be powerful, but in truth, he is a coward." The harshness of his words caused the woman's expression to darken. She scoffed inwardly, questioning whether she was truly worthy of comparison to the esteemed young Master Shen. "Do not overstep your bounds. My association with you, and my agreement to help you bind Miss Liu, is contingent upon your promise to keep that matter secret. Should you expose our affair to your elder brother and ruin my engagement with him, I shall not let you off lightly." A sinister glint flickered in the man's eyes as he indiscriminately roamed his hand over the woman's body, chuckling. "Are you still not at ease with me?" The woman glanced down at his hand, resting on her chest, frowning, and was about to caution him about their surroundings when a cough interrupted from the bed. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Jintang opened her eyes amidst her coughing, beholding the woman before her, unable to evade, as well as the large hand resting on her chest. A look of shock, confusion, and fear washed over Liu Jintang's face, which soon transformed into a dawning realization as her gaze shifted to Shen Huaixu beside her. Trembling, her lips quivered as disbelief settled in. Yin Zhao, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, had grown up alongside Liu Jintang's elder brother, their marriage having been arranged at an early age, making them the envy of the capital. Had it not been for Yin Zhao's mother passing away 2 years prior, delaying their union due to 3 years of mourning, Liu Jintang would have already been addressing her as sister-in-law. Yet Liu Jintang could scarcely fathom that. Yin Zhao was entangled in an affair with her third brother. Should her elder brother learn of this, Liu Jintang could not bear to imagine the hellish scene that would unfold. A visage of a cold, furrowed brow flashed in her mind, causing her teeth to clench in anxiety. She trembled at the mere glance from the other party. The thought of committing such a treacherous act would likely terrify her into submission. Clearly, she was afraid, but Yin Zhao was even more so. By the time Liu Jintang realized she had stumbled upon a grave secret, it was already too late. Shen Huaixu, with a fierce glint in his eyes, advanced and covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, rendering her struggles futile. Yin Zhao stood at the foot of the bed, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her brow. She was uncertain how much Liu Jintang had heard or seen, but regardless, she could not allow her to leave. Only the dead could keep silent. Ignoring Liu Jintang's pleading gaze, she addressed Shen Huaixu. This time, it was our negligence, but we cannot allow her to live. Shen Huaixu understood, feeling a twinge of regret. After all, Liu Jintang was undeniably delicate, but had she yielded to him earlier, they would not be entangled in such complications as events unfolded. One could only attribute her fate to her own misdeeds. In the dark of night, 3 shadowy figures emerged from the back door of the courtyard, making their way to the lakeside in the rear garden. This place is closest to her courtyard. She cannot swim if we push her in. Come morning, if she's found unharmed, no one will suspect foul play, believing instead that she simply slipped and drowned. Yin Zhao instructed as they reached the lakeside, choosing a low point in the railing. Shen Huaixu lowered his gaze, while Liu Jintang, with tear-stained eyes, stared at him in terror, shaking her head in silent plea due to her mouth and nose being covered. Though I am reluctant, you have witnessed what you should not have, Shen Huaixu remarked, stroking her cheek before his gaze turned icy. He then cast Liu Jintang into the lake. The frost-laden air was chilling, and although it was the south, the water remained excruciatingly cold. As Liu Jintang plunged into the lake, water rushed in her ears and nose, and she thrashed desperately, trying to cry for help. However, her inability to swim meant that each time she opened her mouth, she swallowed a mouthful of lake water, preventing her from uttering a single plea for rescue until her last breath. Yin Zhao watched Liu Jintang struggle in the water, her movements gradually ceasing. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as if she perceived something, but the darkness of the night obscured her view. As the body sank beneath the surface, she averted her gaze. A lifeless corpse was no longer of consequence. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Lightning cleaved the night sky. The struggling figure in the lake had fallen silent, and the person on the shore had vanished without a trace. The only sound left was the raindrops cascading onto the lake, creating ripples that soon faded into stillness. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward, plunging into the frigid waters. He retrieved Liu Jintang's lifeless form from the depths, tears mingling with water cascading down his crimson-rimmed eyes. Clutching her cold body tightly, he stepped into the night, enveloped in darkness. In the 18th year of Yongshao, during the frost of the season, the 5th miss of the Shen family met her untimely demise due to an accidental drowning. The Minister of Rights was subsequently investigated for corruption and collusion with external factions, leading to the execution of his entire family in the following year. The next month, Shen Huaixu, the 3rd son of the Shen family, went hunting. His horse spooked, throwing him off, and he was trampled by the terrified beast, leaving him incapacitated. The following year, the entire Yin family faced execution, with the enforcer being none other than Shen Huaixu, the scion of the Shen family, who had once been betrothed to the Yin family's daughter. Many had envied their union now. It only elicited sighs of regret. Such a talented pair, yet fate was unkind. In the winter of the 24th year of Yongshao, the powerful Chief Justice of the court, Shen Huaixu, passed away at the age of 30, causing a stir in the imperial court. Throughout his life, he had never taken a wife or concubine, arriving alone and departing with only a spirit tablet for company. The inscription on the tablet was simple, consisting of merely 7 gilded characters, "In memory of my beloved." Chapter 2. Fearless, she threw herself into his embrace as Liu Jintang awoke from her nightmare. The resounding voice of Li Sheng echoed in her ears. "Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the high hall." The clamor of gongs and drums, coupled with a piercing hum, assaulted her senses, causing her head to throb painfully as if it might explode. Hadn't she drowned in the backyard lake, conspired against by Shen Huaixu and outsiders? Was it possible she had not perished? Turning her head, she cast her gaze toward the center of the grand hall. There, her mother, adorned in delicate hues, radiated shyness as she knelt in front of a man clad in a vibrant red wedding robe, both bowing reverently to the elevated platform. Seated atop was a woman, her benevolent countenance exuding grace and nobility. To the side, 2 young maidens stood, their expressions sour as they observed the newlyweds kneeling in the hall. Beside the maidens, a gentleman in blue casually fanned himself, surveying the scene with keen interest. Upon seeing this person, a flood of haunting memories surged forth. Liu Jintang recalled being pushed onto the couch, her garments disheveled, her throat grasped as she struggled in vain to escape. Her complexion drained of color, she pressed her palm to her chest, gasping for breath. Yet the agonizing throb in her head, the cacophony of music, and the sharp buzzing rendered her breathless. "Miss Liu, are you all right?" The young lady beside her noticed her distress and inquired with concern. Liu Jintang forced a grim smile, intending to assure her that all was well, but in the next instant, the piercing shriek once again shattered her eardrums. Overwhelmed by the pain, Liu Jintang crouched down, a cry escaping her lips. What chaos unfolded over there? Her scream drew the attention of others, their gazes turning towards her, including those of the Shen family at the center of the hall. Feeling as though she were being watched with daggers, she longed to flee. With determination, she rose, shoving through the guests before her, rushing towards the exit. Her strength was formidable. The guest she jostled did not react, and she collided with another. The hall was filled with onlookers, all in close proximity, leading to a chaotic scene of collisions. The Shen family, startled by the commotion, turned their attention just in time to see a figure in blue darting towards the exit, weaving through the crowd. The bride, dressed in her wedding attire, frowned upon noticing the troublemaker, her lips curling downward. "Impudent girl." Gasping, Liu Jintang remained oblivious to the tumult behind her. Her sole desire was to escape and find solace in a quiet place. As she crossed the threshold, her vision momentarily darkened, and she collided with someone, falling into their embrace. The crisp scent of pine filled the air, leading Liu Jintang to recall the azure stones she had just seen. However, before she could discern the identity of her savior, a firm grip seized her shoulder, and she was effortlessly flung away. With a startled cry, she fell backward, the imagined heroics of a gallant rescue failing to materialize. The individual merely watched coldly as she hit the ground with a resounding thud. A wave of astonishment rippled through the room, yet no one stepped forward to offer assistance. Liu Jintang, already feeling weak and lightheaded, had just taken a hard fall, grimacing in pain and struggling to recover. Until, "Ji Yang, you must not be rude. Quickly apologize to your elder brother." The speaker, clad in a ceremonial robe, wore a frostbitten expression. She stood behind Liu Jintang, having only just entered the household, yet already positioned herself as the matriarch of the Shen family. Upon hearing those words, Liu Jintang's body trembled violently, and as she raised her gaze, her countenance drained of all color upon recognizing the person she had collided with. Outside the door stood a tall man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his black hair secured by a golden crown, possessing a visage that evoked envy in all who beheld him. Dressed in dark attire embroidered with fearsome mythical creatures, his brows were furrowed, revealing a pair of cold, detached eyes that radiated an air of foreboding. He was Shen Huaixu, courtesy named Yuanji, her stepbrother. His courtesy name had been bestowed by the late emperor, signifying great fortune, a testament to the emperor's favor towards him. However, his terror stemmed not merely from this royal affection, but from his formidable position in the court and his fearsome methods that left others trembling. In dreams, the totality of her exchanges with this elder brother scarcely exceeded 10 sentences. She would hastily avert her gaze whenever she caught sight of him, too timid to even approach him for a greeting, let alone collide directly into his embrace as she had today. At this moment, Liu Jintang felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, contemplating where she could conceal herself from those unfeeling eyes. She hastily knelt, bowing her head in submission, and murmured, "It was Ji Yang's folly to not watch where she was going and to bump into elder brother. I hope you will not hold it against me." Realizing mere words might lack sincerity, she gritted her teeth and retrieved a small object from her waist, offering it with both hands, her head bowed. "This is a token of my apology. I hope elder brother will graciously accept it." Shen Huaixu's phoenix-like gaze narrowed slightly, his long lashes casting a shadow over his eyes as he observed the warm, translucent jade pendant in her hands, a fine piece indeed. Yet, the exquisite jade paled in comparison to the girl's delicate, fair complexion. Shen Huaixu's gaze briefly lingered on the nape of her neck before shifting away. Feeling the weight of his scrutiny, Liu Jintang dared not breathe, fearing to provoke his displeasure. The ache in her back from the fall and the incessant buzzing in her head made her breathing labored, each moment stretching endlessly for her. Just as the beads of sweat threatened to cascade from her brow, the man's icy voice broke the silence. "It's of no consequence." Those two words sounded like a celestial melody, allowing Liu Jintang to exhale in relief. "Thank you, elder brother," she replied softly, her demeanor transformed from reckless to docile. A gentle smile graced her lips, reminding herself to present a cheerful visage. She shook her heavy head, attempting to rise. Only one leg could support her. As she exerted herself, her ankle succumbed to fatigue and twisted painfully. Instinctively, she reached out for something to hold on to, and surprisingly, she managed to grasp it. However, a chorus of gasps erupted behind her, and Liu Jintang sensed that something was amiss. When she raised her gaze, cold sweat trickled down her brow. Her eyes slowly ascended from the man's waist to his neck and finally to his face. The hand gripping the man's garment began to tremble uncontrollably. She was, shockingly, in such an undignified position, clutching the hem of his clothing while kneeling between his legs. Liu Jintang rolled her eyes back, her body softened, and she fainted, collapsing beside the man's legs. Within the room, all eyes turned to Liu Jintang with pity. For it was well known that the esteemed young Master Shen detested having women close to him. Over the years, only Yin Zhao, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rites and his childhood companion, had been able to walk alongside him. Today, Liu Jintang had not only offended him but had also sullied his dignity in such a manner. It seemed that she would soon be cast aside by the Shen family. Shen Huaixu regarded the woman between his legs with a detached expression, as frigid as the frost and snow of midwinter. He stepped back, allowing her to collapse helplessly to the ground. "Have her removed," he commanded. Gasps filled the air. The expression on young Master Shen's face was unmistakable, and it was clear that Miss Liu's days ahead would be far from pleasant. Chapter 3. The fifth miss is truly a marvel. When Liu Jintang awoke once more, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. She propped herself up and sat on the bed. The fragrant scent of osmanthus filled her nostrils, offering a soothing relief to her throbbing head. Yet, before she could fully regain her senses, a sharp slap abruptly turned her face aside. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the silent room. Liu Jintang felt her left cheek burn and ache. Her heart was as clear as a mirror, understanding the reason behind that strike. Yet she feigned innocence, pretending not to know. "Mother, why?" Liu Jintang's eyes shimmered with tears as she looked up at the beautiful woman by the bed with a naive and bewildered expression. Under the flickering candlelight, the woman was adorned with exquisite makeup, yet her face bore a sinister hue. The look she cast upon Liu Jintang was not that of a mother, but rather that of an adversary. She leaned closer to Liu Jintang, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "How could you do such a thing? Do you not know shame?" Liu Jintang covered her face, seemingly oblivious to the woman's words. Timidly, she called out, "Mother." However, this utterance, coupled with her innocent demeanor, only fueled the woman's fury. "Do not call me mother," she roared, thrusting Liu Jintang's shoulder with such force that she collided against the bed, pain shooting through her back. "You are just like your father, only capable of playing the victim, feigning innocence. Your father has tormented me for half a lifetime, and now you are here to ruin me for eternity. I tell you, Liu Jintang, I have shown you enough mercy by marrying you into the Shen family. If you dare to destroy my wealth and glory, I shall ruin you first. You shameless wretch." With that, the woman stormed out of the room, leaving Liu Jintang in stunned silence. As the door swung open, a gust of wind extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness, leaving Liu Jintang sitting motionless on the bed. After a while, she retrieved a handkerchief from beneath her pillow to wipe away her tears, then threw off the covers and let her slender legs dangle over the edge of the bed. Bending down, she picked up a golden peony hairpin from the floor. Though her cheeks still burned, a smile crept onto her lips, suggesting that the tears and fear she had just displayed were mere acts. It was not a total loss. A slap had rewarded her with a golden hairpin, a profit in her eyes. casually inserting the hairpin into her hair. Liu Jintang stepped barefoot from the bed and approached the window. Pushing it open, a cold breeze rushed in, clinging to her white dress and accentuating her delicate figure. She felt no chill as her gaze fell upon the brightly lit courtyard not far away, where the lively sounds of joyous opera filled the air. It seemed Shen Huaixu had not pursued her, but rather her mother blamed her for ruining the splendid festivities. Closing the window, Liu Jintang walked to the basin and peered down into the water, where her delicate and charming face was reflected. Her bright eyes, glistening from her tears, sparkled like jewels. Her red cheeks resembling those touched by rouge, evoking a sense of pity. She admired her beauty, feeling a sense of satisfaction. That was no dream, she knew. As the smile faded from Liu Jintang's lips, a cold glint emerged in her eyes. Upon awakening, she initially believed she had merely experienced a dreadful nightmare. However, the events of the day convinced her that she had indeed relived her life. Such a fantastical occurrence had befallen her. It seemed that fate had shown her mercy, and she resolved not to squander such benevolence. Since she had been granted a second chance, only a fool would tread the same path once more. Liu Jintang toyed with a peony gold hairpin, a cunning smile gracing her exquisite features. The following morning, before dawn broke, Liu Jintang rose from her slumber. She selected a subtly imperfect garment, one with slightly shortened sleeves, styled her hair, and applied a touch of pale powder to conceal the marks upon her cheeks. With the hairpin in hand, she ventured outside. The previous night had brought a gentle rain, washing the world in vibrant shades of green. The air still carried a hint of dampness, heralding a splendid day. Liu Jintang lifted her hair lightly and inhaled deeply, sensing that today would indeed be fruitful. Though the gold hairpin her mother had lost was lovely, it was not rightfully hers. Should her mother discover the absence of the pin, she would undoubtedly search fervently. And the accusation of theft was one that Liu Jintang could not bear. Fortuitously, the elderly matriarch of the Shen family harbored a disdain for her mother, the newly minted lady. Thus, Liu Jintang could seize the opportunity to claim the hairpin as her own through the old lady's hands. Naturally, one does not request favors without offering something in return. In the kitchen of the back courtyard, a cloud of steam enveloped the air. Liu Jintang gazed at the array of exquisite delicacies upon the stove, her mouth watering involuntarily. From yesterday until today, she had yet to partake of a proper meal. Upon the arrival of a beautiful stranger, the kitchen staff cast curious glances. The stewardess approached, inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Liu Jintang recognized her as Granny Yang, the overseer of the Shen household's kitchen, whose granddaughter currently served in the quarters of the 4th Mississippi. Though she possessed a somewhat discerning nature, her heart was not unkind. Establishing a rapport with her could prove beneficial in the future. Liu Jintang immediately smiled warmly and introduced herself, exuding humility and foregoing any airs of superiority. Granny Yang, adept at reading people, would not offend anyone before fully grasping the situation. "Ah, my apologies," she exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. "I failed to recognize that you are indeed the 5th Mississippi. What brings you here so early? Are you hungry? How fortunate! For I have just finished simmering a pot of old duck soup. Allow me to prepare a serving for you." Liu Jintang, feeling quite famished, accepted graciously, understanding that a hearty meal was essential for her to fulfill her tasks. With a nod, she replied, "I appreciate your kindness." The servants, accustomed to delivering meals to their respective masters' quarters, were taken aback to see a master come to the back courtyard for sustenance, all the while marveling at her beauty. Seated at a small table designated for the kitchen staff, Liu Jintang sipped the soup delicately, her demeanor elegant and unperturbed by her surroundings. Her calm composure caught Granny Yang's attention, prompting her to admire the young lady's extraordinary temperament. Once satiated, Liu Jintang rose and approached Granny Yang, discreetly placing a small purse into the elder's palm. With a beaming smile, she candidly remarked, "To be honest, when I first entered the Shen residence, I had little to my name and was somewhat clumsy with words, unable to charm others. The only skill I possessed that could truly shine was my culinary talent. Last night, it rained, and the chilly weather often leads to coughs. So I thought to prepare a soup for my grandmother here. This would not only express my filial piety, but also leave a favorable impression on her. I hope the steward will facilitate this." Old Madame Yang's eyes twinkled as she chuckled and bent slightly, saying, "The old servant will prepare a stove for the young lady right away." Liu Jintang intended to make a nourishing snow pear soup with silver fungus for the venerable matriarch. Although it required some time, it was precisely this thoughtful intention that mattered. After washing the silver fungus and pears, she placed them into the pot to simmer delicately. 2 hours later, the delectable snow pear soup with silver fungus was ready. Liu Jintang ladled it into a jade bowl, carefully wrapped it in cotton cloth, and shared the remaining broth with the kitchen maid. Finally, cradling the jade bowl in her arms, she expressed her gratitude to old Madame Yang and leisurely departed. As she watched Liu Jintang's retreating figure, old Madame Yang clicked her tongue in admiration. This fifth miss is truly remarkable. Chapter 4. The arrival of Shen Huaixu as Liu Jintang made her way to the old lady's courtyard. She traversed this path countless times in her previous life, making her quite familiar with it. Approaching the entrance of the courtyard, she tugged at her sleeves and gently caressed the soup pot nestled in her bosom before stepping forward with a smile. Upon seeing her, the gatekeeper, an elderly woman, scrutinized her from head to toe before curling her lip and inquiring about her purpose. However, Liu Jintang remained unperturbed by the woman's haughty demeanor. With a soft smile, she replied, "I have prepared some soup to pay my respects to my grandmother." Understanding the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, the gatekeeper instructed her to wait and then retreated to announce her arrival. Liu Jintang was well aware of the old lady's disposition. Though she bore a certain displeasure towards her granddaughter-in-law, she would never turn her away on the second day of her mother's arrival at the estate. Such esteemed families place immense importance on propriety. Before long, the announcing woman returned, beckoning Liu Jintang to enter the courtyard. The familiar courtyard and abode welcomed her as she took a seat on a small stool beside the couch, tightly clutching the soup pot in her arms. Lowering her head to gaze at her toes, her petite garment could not conceal her fair wrists and the soft, creamy skin of her neck. Beside her, Emily observed this scene, her expression shifting. The fifth young lady had entered the estate alongside her mother, yet her mother had tailored countless outfits, leaving the fifth young lady without even a suitable dress. It was no wonder she had refrained from visiting the old lady to pay her respects for the past 10 days. It seemed the young maiden was too shy to face ridicule over her ill-fitting garments. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the old lady emerged from behind the screen. Having prepared herself, Liu Jintang promptly rose, maintaining her decorum as she bowed her head, and said, "Granddaughter Liu Jintang pays her respects to grandmother." The old lady, Shen, possessed kind eyes and a gentle demeanor. Years of affluence and minimal toil had preserved her vitality, so despite her advanced age, she appeared remarkably well. Aside from the expected wrinkles, she did not exhibit signs of aging, and not a strand of white could be seen in her hair. She was clad in a simple yet elegant brocade robe, adorned with embroidered longevity patterns, though seemingly plain. Liu Jintang knew that the intricate embroidery had taken the seamstress over 5 days of relentless work. As the old lady settled down, a servant promptly offered her warm water. After sipping to moisten her throat, she finally directed her gaze towards Liu Jintang. Upon noticing the glimpse of her delicate wrist, the old lady furrowed her brow, poised to speak, when the announcing servant cheerfully entered the room. "Old lady, the eldest young master has arrived." Upon hearing Shen Huaixu's name, the old lady's expression brightened instantly. "Suer is here. Quickly, invite him in." Having said that, she bypassed Liu Jintang entirely and made her way to the entrance to greet him. Feeling overlooked, Liu Jintang did not feel disheartened by the apparent disparity in treatment. Instead, she found herself somewhat speechless as she gazed at the soup pot in her hands. It seemed that Shen Huaixu had chosen this precise moment to arrive, which posed a significant challenge. She still had no knowledge of the events that transpired after she fainted yesterday, nor had she had the opportunity to inquire about them. Surely, he could not be so petty as to disrupt her plans. After rising early to prepare the soup and meticulously planning throughout the night, she would feel utterly at a loss if Shen Huaixu's arrival thwarted her efforts, leaving her with nothing to show for her toil. Soon, footsteps echoed outside, and a waft of refreshing fragrance accompanied the newcomer into the room. The moment Liu Jintang caught a whiff of that scent, her body stiffened momentarily, and she instinctively took a step back. A clear voice resonated. "Grandson pays respects to his grandmother." Without needing to lift her gaze, Liu Jintang could envision the visitor's appearance. He must be as upright as a pine tree, distinguished and elegant, with an air of chilling aloofness. Ah, how curious. How could he arrive so early? "Have you had breakfast yet?" Lady Shen smiled, grasping Shen Huaixu's hand, inquiring with warmth. Shen Huaixu chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the young lady in the room before replying, "I have already eaten. Since you have dined, do accompany this old woman for a while. You're always so busy that I hardly see you. It's as if sharing a meal with you is an impossible dream." Lady Shen pulled Shen Huaixu back to sit before the couch, while servants promptly attended to them, pouring fragrant tea without a hint of negligence. The pair engaged in conversation. completely oblivious to Liu Jintang standing quietly to the side. Yet, Liu Jintang felt no urgency. In truth, she was already contemplating retreat, thinking perhaps today was not the day. After all, her humble intentions seemed trivial before Shen Huaixu, the esteemed minister of justice, akin to a mere child brandishing a sword before Guan Gong, a display of folly. However, what one fears often finds its way to them. Just as she silently wished to avoid attention, Lady Shen's gaze landed upon her. Soft yet tinged with seriousness, "What do you hold in your arms?" Liu Jintang felt a piercing stare accompanying Lady Shen's words. The inevitable had arrived. With a sigh in her heart, she swallowed hard, mustering her courage to step forward and present the contents of her embrace. Hearing that her grandmother often coughed, the granddaughter had taken the liberty to prepare a nourishing and soothing snow pear soup with silver shell, perfectly sweet and juicy, which might alleviate her grandmother's ailment. Lady Shen appeared somewhat taken aback, responding with a gentle tone, "You've put in much effort." Following this, the maidly approached and took the jade bowl from Liu Jintang's hands, feeling its warmth. At this time, she noticed the cotton cloth enveloping the jade bowl, perfectly sized to retain heat, with 2 handles on either side. Although it lacked refinement, it was remarkably practical. Seeing her curiosity regarding the insulating cloth, Liu Jintang smiled and explained, "It rained last night, and this morning the air is chilly. The kitchen is a bit of a distance from your courtyard, and I worried the soup might cool on the way, so I devised this method, and to my surprise, it indeed worked." Lady Shen noticed this as well, yet remained silent. Li placed the jade bowl aside without any intention of opening it. Liu Jintang was unconcerned whether the soup would reach Lady Shen's lips, for she understood that once a favor was asked, the gesture had been made, and whether it was received was entirely at the host's discretion. "It rained last night, and it's quite cool today. Why do I see you dressed so lightly?" Liu Jintang endeavored to conceal her excitement, as she had intentionally donned this particular garment to capture Lady Shen's attention. From her bosom, Liu Jintang retrieved a golden hairpin and stepped forward to place it delicately on the table beside Lady Shen. "Last night, my granddaughter stumbled upon this gold hairpin while wandering about. Fearing for the owner's distress, she spent a sleepless night in worry and rose early, intending to present her respects to her grandmother while bringing the hairpin along in hopes of reuniting it with its rightful owner." The gathering was composed of astute individuals. Although Liu Jintang did not articulate her thoughts explicitly, the underlying meaning of her words was readily grasped by all. Her concern led her to dress hastily in the morning, resulting in her wearing something rather insubstantial. Yet, why she chose this particular thin garment amidst her wardrobe was simply due to the fact that all her attire was of a similar delicate nature, making any choice comparable. Casting a glance at the peony gold hairpin, old Madame Shen withdrew her gaze, for she recognized its owner. After all, within the entire Shen residence, only one person could adorn such a hairpin, the newlywed Madame Shen. "You are truly honest," old Madame Shen remarked as she picked up the hairpin and leaned in to whisper a few words to Old Li. Receiving the hairpin, Old Li proceeded to the inner chambers and soon returned, carrying a brocade box. Upon opening it, there lay another peony gold hairpin. Though compared to the one Liu Jintang held, the petals of this one were far more plump and lush. Liu Jintang looked at old Madame Shen, puzzled. "Grandmother?" Old Li placed the brocade box beside Liu Jintang. Old Madame Shen replied, "You are a sincere child, as you are newly entered into the Shen family. Consider this hairpin as my gift to you upon our first meeting. I shall assist you in locating the owner of your hairpin. Now, you may return." Chapter 5. The unpredictable temper of the stepbrother. Truly frightening. Liu Jintang's face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. She reached out to grasp the brocade box, but suddenly recalled something, promptly turning to kneel before the old Lady Shen. "Grandmother, I thank you for this golden hairpin. I shall cherish it dearly." The little girl's exuberance was evident. Despite her efforts to conceal it, the excitement still shone through her eyes. From the side, Shen Huaixu took a teacup, brought it to his lips for a sip, then frowned as he set it down. Such a pity for this exquisite tea from the imperial court. His gaze fell upon the delicate hands of the girl holding the brocade box, wondering how her tea-making skills matched her dramatic performance. If her acting was so vivid, surely her tea would not disappoint. As Liu Jintang rose with a beaming smile, preparing to leave, her eyes suddenly caught sight of Shen Huaixu, who stood beside the old lady with a darkened expression. A flicker of light danced in her eyes as she offered him a respectful bow before exiting the room. Just as she stepped out, Shen Huaixu also rose. The hour was late, and he had matters to attend to at the palace. He urged his grandmother to rest. Seeing him ready to depart, the old lady Shen waved her hand in resignation. "Go on, Go on, but do return for dinner tonight. With the new mistress arriving yesterday. The family banquet is set for today, and all members of the Shen family are expected to attend. Shen Huaixu adjusted his sleeves. I have many matters to attend to recently. I shall not return for dinner today. With that, he clasped his fist in salute and left the room. Aunt Li furrowed her brow as she leaned closer to the old lady Shen. Madam, is today not a day of rest? Old lady Shen took a sip of tea. Her expression amiable. Do you know why I have such fondness for Su-er? Aunt Li chuckled. The eldest young master is exceptionally talented. Having become a significant minister at such a young age, it is only natural for you to admire him. Old lady Shen shook her head. You are mistaken. Her gaze fell upon the door. It is because Su-er understands my dislikes, shares in my joys, and detests what I detest. In front of the Xian courtyard, Liu Jintang stood on the steps, gazing at the plaque overhead, her bright eyes narrowing slightly as she tightened her grip on the brocade box. The golden hairpin felt hot in her hands. The old lady Shen was astute, unwilling to suffer any losses. She sought to gain from the old lady, who, in turn, would use her as a means to express her grievances. What grievances? Naturally, to establish rules for her mother through Liu Jintang's actions. Alas, her situation was quite challenging. Liu Jintang turned, intending to retrace her steps, but before she could take 2 strides, a chilling voice interrupted her. Quite bold, aren't you? The voice was magnetic, laced with a unique coldness, unmistakable. Liu Jintang's spine stiffened, and she forced a smile she deemed most charming as she turned around. Behind her stood Shen Huaixu. Clad in dark brocade robes embroidered with subtle golden patterns, the sash at his waist accentuating his strong physique. With a jade crown atop his head and a handsome visage, he stood leisurely with one hand resting behind him, regarding her with an air of calm scrutiny. The smile on Liu Jintang's lips faltered momentarily before she promptly bowed her head in deference, appearing as docile as a little lamb. Big brother. Shen Huaixu's gaze was sharp as he approached with measured steps. Liu Jintang felt the urge to retreat, yet she restrained herself. This was not within the confines of a room. Where could she escape to? Furthermore, they stood before the old lady's courtyard, and surely he would not press her too hard. Shen Huaixu observed the slight tremor of the young girl's body and found it amusing, though clearly terrified. She insisted on feigning calmness. You are indeed afraid of me, he stated emphatically, rather than as a question. Liu Jintang felt somewhat speechless, pondering how this man could be so oblivious. Was it not obvious that she feared him? Yet, she maintained a facade of utmost respect. I am not afraid of you, dear elder brother, but I hold you in high regard. The cold scoff that escaped Shen Huaixu nearly caused Liu Jintang's legs to buckle, almost leading her to believe her inner thoughts had been exposed. Why did he laugh like that? It was utterly terrifying. With a sharp gaze, Shen Huaixu cast a glance her way before stepping past her and departing. The moment he left, Liu Jintang felt a wave of weakness wash over her, hastily clutching a nearby tree trunk to prevent herself from collapsing. Remembering his dark eyes, she exhaled a heavy sigh. Her stepbrother was indeed formidable, reminiscent of her previous life, difficult to approach, with unpredictable moods and an aura of genuine fear. She had assumed Shen Huaixu called her over to address the events of the previous day, yet he had said nothing at all. It was utterly perplexing. Was she truly bold? Was she indeed sharp-tongued? Such praise hardly seemed fitting. Upon returning to the courtyard, Liu Jintang changed into another outfit. Although it was an improvement over her previous, truncated attire, it was still far from satisfactory. The garments and jewelry she had brought with her had been sold off at a pittance to cover her travel expenses, leaving her with nothing but a collection of old clothes and worthless trinkets. In contrast, her mother, who had accompanied her to Shengjing, arrived with 10 large boxes filled with jewelry and clothing. Once inside the Shen residence, her mother had not once thought of her, and after such a long separation, she had not even considered having clothes made for her. Reflecting on her past selflessness, Liu Jintang found it laughably foolish. If sincerity could not be exchanged for sincerity, then she would simply forego it. Pushing open the door, she found the courtyard littered with fallen branches and leaves, neglected and desolate. Saya Courtyard was the first place she had resided upon entering the Shen household, located in the front courtyard. It was conveniently close to the quarters of the various masters of the house. Yet, who would have believed that a young lady, residing in such a large courtyard, would be without a single attendant? In her previous life, she had even confronted her mother over this matter, only to be dismissed lightly. Her mother had insisted that she should understand her difficulties, claiming that a few servants were a trivial matter that could be overlooked for a few nights. Liu Jintang carried a stool outside and set a plate of snacks before her, leisurely seated while enjoying the rustling leaves in the breeze. She now found solace in the absence of servants, relishing the tranquility and solitude without anyone to disturb her. Once she had completed her tasks and exchanged a golden hairpin for money, she would retrieve Qianshuang, her devoted maid who had served her since childhood. During their journey to Shengjing, lacking sufficient funds, her mother had sold Qianshuang to a broker against her protests. The last correspondence received from Qianshuang was on the eve of her mother's wedding, wherein she expressed her distress over the prospect of being sold to Muqing. While Muqing lies not far from Shengjing, it is at least a fortnight's journey away from the place where Qianshuang had originally been sold. Thus, prior to her arrival in Muqing, Qianshuang must amass sufficient silver to secure her release. In the past, her timidity had allowed such events to transpire, but henceforth, no one shall dare to threaten those dear to her. After indulging in some pastries, Liu Jintang rose to fetch a broom and tidy the floor. Just as she was about to begin, a knock echoed from the courtyard gate. Puzzled, she wondered if her mother's associates had arrived, faster than she had anticipated. Upon opening the door, however, she was greeted not by her mother's people, but by Granny Li, a servant close to old Madame Shen. "Granny Li, what brings you here? Has my grandmother sent you with a message?" Liu Jintang inquired. Granny Li stood at the threshold, hands clasped, a smile gracing her face. "The old lady has specifically instructed me to measure the young lady for new garments." "New garments?" Liu Jintang paused, recalling her previous life when such an event had not occurred. Yet, she quickly realized that her gesture of sending the gold hairpin and paying her respects had altered the course of her fate. After all, such matters had not existed in her past life. "How considerate of my grandmother," Liu Jintang expressed her delight, stepping aside to invite Granny Li into the courtyard. She personally fetched a chair and poured tea before leading the seamstress into the house. Although Granny Li was a servant, her long service to old Madame Shen had elevated her status beyond that of an ordinary maid. Liu Jintang, a lady of high birth, served her with such grace that it was evident this act was not merely for show. It was a gesture that warmed the heart. Seated in the courtyard, Granny Li surveyed the overgrown weeds with a frown. She glanced around, her understanding deepening. Liu Jintang emerged from the house, smiling at Granny Li. "Thank you for your trouble today, Granny Li." Granny Li, hands tucked into her sleeves, rose gracefully. "It is my duty, young lady. You may rest. I shall not impose upon you further." Liu Jintang respectfully escorted her to the door, watching until she was out of sight before returning to the courtyard. Unbeknownst to her, her every action had not escaped Granny Li's keen observation. Chapter 6. The Lost Peony Hairpin. Upon returning to Xi'an Courtyard, Li Posey recounted everything she had observed in Liu Jintang's chamber. The old matriarch was unaware that when the old servant arrived, the fifth miss was sitting in the corridor, nibbling on a dry and hard pastry, with not a single servant in sight, clad in worn garments. Lady Shen was kneeling before the Buddha statue, her fingers gracefully entwined with a string of prayer beads, reciting scriptures. Amitabha, Lady Shen slowly opened her eyes. The benevolent visage of the Buddha before her prompted her to humbly bow her head. "Oh, compassionate Buddha, though I harbor no fondness for the Shen family. The child is utterly innocent. Please summon Steward Zhang. I have matters to discuss with him." Li Posey acknowledged her request and promptly departed. As evening descended upon Xi'an Courtyard, Liu Jintang observed Steward Zhang bustling about, directing the servants to transport items into her quarters. She delicately caressed the golden hairpin bestowed upon her by Lady Shen, clearly enamored with it. Steward Zhang, with a smile, remarked, "This hairpin is truly exquisite." Liu Jintang carefully secured the hairpin into her hair, affirming his statement, "I concur. It is a delightful gift from my grandmother." Steward Zhang nodded in understanding, pondering the implications. Although the fifth miss was not favored by the other members of the Shen family, it was evident that Lady Shen held her in high regard. With such generous gifts, it was prudent for him to exercise restraint. Before long, a servant arrived to report that all items had been moved. Steward Zhang nodded and turned to Liu Jintang with a smile. "Fifth miss, everything has been placed in your room. Here is the inventory. Would you like to check it?" Although the items were ostensibly gifts from Lady Shen, they remained Shen family possessions. The act of counting them held little significance, especially with Lady Shen's instructions. Even if Steward Zhang contemplated any mischief, he would have to weigh the consequences carefully. Thus, Liu Jintang smiled, dismissing the need for the inventory. "I trust your handling of matters, Steward Zhang." Steward Zhang, feeling a sense of pride, tucked the inventory back into his sleeve without further ceremony. However, before he could finish his thought, A commotion erupted at the courtyard entrance, interrupting his words. He cast an annoyed glance toward the source of the disturbance. What is happening? Who dares to make noise at the gate? Liu Jintang followed his gaze, and upon seeing the newcomers, a subtle smile graced her lips. They have arrived. Shen Huaixu entered the courtyard with her entourage, immediately commanding, "Search thoroughly, leave no corner unchecked." Steward Zhang, recognizing the intruders as members of the Shen household, dared not speak against them, given their aggressive entrance. Liu Jintang stepped forward, obstructing the servants who intended to search her quarters. Her voice was frosty. "This is my courtyard. What do you take this place for?" Her expression was dark, and though her frame was slender, her presence radiated strength, instilling a degree of apprehension in the servants, who hesitated and glanced uncertainly at Shen Huaixu. Having dealt with Liu Jintang before, Shen Huaixu was aware of her timid nature, which often led to her silence in the face of bullying, hence her bold intrusion today to demand a search. At present, witnessing Liu Jintang's formidable demeanor, Shen Huaixu felt a twinge of trepidation. However, upon reflection, she remembered that Liu was acting under the orders of the Shen family, which caused her to lift her head defiantly. In that moment, her eyes were drawn to the golden hairpin adorning Liu Jintang's head. Without a second thought, Shen Huaixu stepped forward and reached for the hairpin. Liu Jintang swiftly swatted her hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" She then removed the golden pin from her head and tucked it into her sleeve. To Shen Huaixu, this action appeared as a blatant attempt at concealment. A sinister smile spread across her face as she addressed the crowd, declaring, "I come on the lady's orders to search for her missing hairpin. Have any of you seen it?" The onlookers exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in response. One servant inquired, "What does the missing hairpin look like?" Shen Huaixu turned to Liu Jintang, saying, "It is a golden hairpin shaped like a peony. Miss Liu, have you seen it?" Zhang Guanshi's expression shifted as he cast a glance at the young lady, contemplating whether the situation was unfolding as he feared. Shen Huaixu had expected Liu Jintang to deny it, especially since she had just concealed the hairpin. To her surprise, Liu Jintang confidently admitted, "I have seen it." Meeting Shen Huaixu's gaze, Liu continued, "I found a golden hairpin yesterday, but I handed it over to the steward this morning. You may send someone to inquire." "Nonsense," Shen Huaixu retorted, waving her hand dismissively. "I clearly saw that hairpin on your head. You must think I am blind to not see it hidden in your sleeve. Your claim of handing it over to the steward is nothing but a ruse. You must have stolen it." Her words bore weight, transitioning from the notion of a mere loss to outright theft, a charge that, if substantiated, would tarnish Liu Jintang's reputation irreparably. After all, no one favors a person with unscrupulous hands. Liu Jintang's gaze turned icy as she turned to Zhang Guanshi, asking, "Did I not tell you who gave me the hairpin?" Initially, Zhang Guanshi intended to remain a silent observer, feigning ignorance. However, upon being called out by Liu Jintang, he appeared conflicted, ultimately conceding, "I did." Shen Huaixu's cold stare bore into him. "Who gave it to you?" she demanded. Zhang stammered, glancing at Liu Jintang and then at Shen Huaixu. "It was given by old Madame Shen." "Impossible!" Shen Huaixu exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Old Madame Shen has no regard for you. How could she bestow such a valuable item upon you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Guanshi recoiled, fearing that Shen Huaixu's foolishness might entangle him in the mess. In a place where no one could see, the shadows deepened in Liu Jintang's eyes. "It is not for you, a mere servant, to decide. I demand to see my mother." Shen Huaixu glared at her, her face etched with unwavering severity. "Hand over the hairpin, and I will take you to see the lady." Liu Jintang seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke, a smile slowly creeping across her face as she advanced towards Shen Huaixu. "You are merely a servant. Do not presume that my mother's backing grants you the liberty to act as you please. I am the fifth miss of the Shen family, and my mother is the esteemed matron of our household. It is only natural for me to seek an audience with her, and it is utterly inappropriate for a mere maid to obstruct me. Step aside." At that moment, Granny Qian had firmly resolved that Liu Jintang was the thief. Thus she felt no fear. She commanded the servants behind her in a stern voice, "Seize the fifth miss. You dare." Liu Jintang's imposing aura surged forth, instilling fear in all present, causing them to hesitate in their approach. Granny Qian, witnessing this, prepared to take matters into her own hands. However, as she advanced, Liu Jintang delivered a resounding slap across her face. Just then, Madame Shen arrived, accompanied by Master Shen and the rest of the Shen family. Chapter 7. Shen's training. The Tsaiha courtyard was already situated in the front yard, and on this night, with the Shen family banquet underway, the commotion was impossible to ignore. Upon spotting Shen, Old Lady Qian immediately covered her face and approached her. Miss Shen Huaixu and Miss Shen Xiqing stood behind Lord Shen, observing the disarray of the courtyard and the poorly dressed Liu Jintang with disdain. In contrast, Shen Sanzi, Shen Yuanzi, cast a gaze of mild admiration towards Liu Jintang. What was the meaning of this uproar? Lord Shen, who typically exuded an air of authority and dignity as a public official, wore a jade crown atop his head and a brocade robe, cinched at the waist with a golden belt, while his feet were adorned with black boots. He stood tall and imposing, his features remaining youthful despite having reached middle age, with a handsome countenance and a spirited demeanor. Notably, his eyes bore a striking resemblance to Shen Huaixu's, gleaming with a cold light that commanded respect and caution. Liu Jintang remained silent, while Old Lady Qian was the first to speak. Returning to the Lord, the old servant has come at the lady's behest to search for the missing hairpin. Lord Shen furrowed his brow. What missing hairpin? He turned to Shen. Zhuer, has your hairpin gone missing? Shen, whose birth name was Shenfu and courtesy name was Baozhu, was affectionately referred to as Zhuer by those close to her. She nodded. Yesterday, upon returning, I discovered that I had lost a peony gold hairpin. The very one Lord Shen gifted me when I first entered the household. Searching for a hairpin is one matter, but what is all this noise about? Old Lady Qian, bowing low before Lord Shen, cast her eyes towards Liu Jintang. The old servant has already found the lady's hairpin. Lord Shen inquired, where is it? Old Lady Qian pointed at Liu Jintang. It is in the 5th Mrs. sleeve. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Liu Jintang, each bearing different expressions. Some were intrigued, others scornful, and many filled with contempt. Shen looked at Liu Jintang in disbelief. Jitong, is Mother's hairpin truly with you? Liu Jintang responded non-committally, I did indeed find a hairpin. Upon hearing this, Shen Huaixu and Shen Xiqing gasped in unison. Shen Huaixu, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, since 5th sister has found the hairpin, why has she not returned it? Shen Xiqing chimed in. Could it be that 5th sister, upon seeing the gold hairpin, harbored improper thoughts and intends to keep it for herself? Listening to their remarks, Lord Shen's expression grew increasingly grim. He regarded Liu Jintang. His impression of this stepdaughter was faint, recalling only that she had been thin and small upon her arrival, hiding behind Shen and barely daring to show her face. Subsequently, he had been preoccupied with affairs of the court and the household, so he had not seen her again until now, making this their 3rd encounter. The 2nd time had been at his wedding banquet. He found it perplexing that someone so timid at first could now create such a disturbance at a banquet and refuse to return a hairpin. With an icy gaze, Lord Shen felt a growing dissatisfaction towards Liu Jintang. 5th Miss, since you have taken the hairpin, you must return it. It belongs to your mother. If you desire one for yourself, your father will gift you a new one. His words firmly indicated his belief that the item had indeed been taken by Liu Jintang. All of this was within Liu Jintang's expectations. She shook her head, her eyes sparkling with an astonishing brightness. I do not possess my mother's hairpin. I have already turned it in. You lie. Madame Qian interjected with a loud outburst. I clearly saw you wearing a peony gold hairpin atop your head, identical to that of the lady. I shall take you to task for it. And you even concealed the hairpin. If you are not afraid, why do you not reveal to whom you entrusted the hairpin? I entrusted it to me, came the robust voice of old Madame Shen from outside. The crowd turned, and upon seeing old Madame Shen, Madame Qian recoiled in fear, silenced. Shen Shi was also taken aback, not anticipating old Madame Shen's arrival. Shen Huaixu bowed slightly to her. Son pays respect to mother. The others followed suit. Grandson pays respects to grandmother. Granddaughter pays respects to grandmother. Liu Jintang joined the others in paying her respects as old Madame Shen entered the courtyard, surveying the multitude present with an air of displeasure. She let out a cold snort. Turning to Shen Shi, she spoke, I am already aware of the situation. Setting aside the matter of the hairpin, do you, as a mother, allow this insolent servant to humiliate your own daughter? Shen Shi, taken aback by old Madame Shen's sudden reprimand, instinctively glanced at Shen Huaixu for support. Unable to bear witnessing his beloved wife being scolded, Shen Huaixu intervened. Mother has misunderstood. Zhuer has said nothing. Old Madame Shen shot a glare at her son. If she, as a mother, does not discipline this insolent servant and permits her to spout nonsense, I would rather she speak up. Shen Shi, feeling unjustly scolded, felt a wave of grievance wash over her, leaning closer to Shen Huaixu, her expression one of wanting to speak but hesitating, prompting Shen Huaixu to feel a pang of sympathy. Old Madame Shen observed her display of feigned innocence with growing ire. You have entered the Shen household and assumed the role of the matriarch. Do not revert to that frivolous demeanor of the past, for our family cannot afford such disgrace. Immediately, Shen wiped away her tears. Now a new bride, she dared not confront old Madame Shen despite her resentment and could only endure. After casting a sharp glance at Shen, old Madame Shen turned her attention to Madame Qian, who was cowering in a corner, and snorted heavily. "You insolent servant! Do you not understand your crimes?" Madame Qian fell to her knees with a thud, attempting to defend herself. "Old Madam, spare me. I am wronged. I was merely acting under orders. I also witnessed Fifth Miss wearing the lady's gold hairpin. I am innocent." Old Madame Shen fixed her gaze upon Liu Jintang. "Fifth Miss. You tell us, is she innocent?" Liu Jintang stepped forward unhurriedly and produced the peony gold hairpin from her sleeve. The moment the hairpin was revealed, Shen eyes widened in shock. She recognized instantly that the hairpin was not hers, yet she distinctly remembered leaving it in this insufferable girl's room yesterday. Shengjing covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "You claim you turned in the hairpin, yet here lies a peony gold hairpin." Old Madame Shen, displeased by Shengjing's words, let out a cold hum, prompting Shengjing to hastily silence herself, though her eyes cast a defiant glare at Liu Jintang. Liu Jintang knelt obediently, holding a golden hairpin. "Indeed, I found a golden hairpin, yet the one in my hand is not the one I picked up." Lady Shen stepped forward, taking the hairpin from her grasp and presenting it to the crowd. "This hairpin is a welcoming gift I bestowed upon the fifth girl." At that moment, old Madame Li approached with a brocade box, opening it before all to reveal an identical peony-patterned golden hairpin. "Shen, do take a look. This hairpin rightfully belongs to you, does it not?" Shen took a symbolic step forward, glancing at the hairpin in the box before casting a look at old Master Shen, ultimately nodding. "Indeed." Old Granny Qian, trembling in fear, prostrated herself, shaking like a leaf on the ground. Old Madame Shen, with a piercing gaze, declared, "Earlier this morning, the fifth girl brought the hairpin to my courtyard, claiming she had found it and asking me to help locate its owner. When I noticed you were absent, I intended to return it to you during tonight's banquet, never anticipating such a scandal would arise." Her words bore no kindness for Shen, bluntly addressing her lack of propriety, stating that a new bride ought to present tea to her mother-in-law. "The farce surrounding the hairpin transpired entirely due to your failure to adhere to decorum. Should such an incident occur again, it will not merely result in verbal admonishment." Though Shen bore the reprimand with a forced composure, she could only respond, "This daughter-in-law understands." With the rules firmly established, old Madame Shen felt a weight lifted from her chest and waved her hand, ordering, "Take this troublesome servant away. If her master cannot discipline her, then I shall take it upon myself." Old Granny Qian was led away, still crying out for mercy. "Madam, save me. Madam, help." Shen watched with a forced smile as she was dragged off, her nails digging painfully into her palms, yet she refrained from interceding on her behalf. Her gaze settled on Liu Jintang, malice barely concealed in her eyes. "This wretched girl plays tricks. How amusing indeed." Chapter 8: A Misunderstanding. Well, since it is merely a misunderstanding, let us not dwell upon it. At this moment, Mr. Shen stepped forward to ease the tension. After all, Zhu had only recently entered the Shen residence, and many matters still required her to navigate. Given the ample kindness of her mother, it was prudent to show some leniency. Madame Shen, however, chose to ignore her and instead turned to assist Liu Jintang, who had fallen to the ground. Noticing Madame Shen's disregard, Mr. Shen's expression grew somewhat awkward. He quickly turned to grasp Shen hand, his face stern as he admonished, "You too. That woman is clearly a troublesome servant. Why did you not deal with her sooner? Now look what trouble has arisen. I understand you have been under strain these past few days, so I shall excuse you from paying your respects to your mother-in-law. However, starting tomorrow, you must adhere to the established protocols." Shen eyes were gentle as she glanced at Mr. Shen, her gaze imbued with both grievance and allure, nearly captivating his very soul. "I shall heed your words, my lord." Mr. Shen chuckled lightly before finally turning his attention to Liu Jintang. Although she was wronged in this matter, in Mr. Shen's eyes, she was still a source of unnecessary trouble, and thus his tone was somewhat stern and unyielding. "You have endured injustice today. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to deliver some treasures to you as compensation." Liu Jintang discerned the displeasure in Mr. Shen's voice and bowed respectfully, responding with utmost obedience, "Thank you, father. Enough of this. The family banquet is about to commence. Let us not linger here any longer. Please, take your seats." Mr. Shen took Shen hand and exited the courtyard, followed closely by Shen Xiyu and Shen Xijing, with Madame Shen being the last to depart. Before leaving, she meaningfully patted Liu Jintang's hand, saying, "Change your attire and return." "Very well." Liu Jintang curtsied and watched her depart the courtyard. Once everyone had left, Liu Jintang revealed a smile as she held the golden hairpin. The matter had finally come to a close. In due time, she planned to pawn the hairpin. And with the jewels sent by Mr. Shen, she would undoubtedly have enough to redeem Chen Shuang. With a gleeful demeanor, she entered the house, unaware of the fleeting shadow that passed overhead. In the tranquil rear courtyard of the Shen residence, the serene waters babbled softly beneath the cold, clear moonlight that cascaded upon the verdant pines and stones, adding to the elegance of the surroundings. Dongong, clad in black and adorned with a dark headband, stood at the entrance of the main house, cradling a long sword, resembling a guardian deity. Hearing a faint rustle above, he opened his eyes. His gaze is dark as ink, radiating an aura of menace. A figure descended gracefully from the rooftop, light as a swallow, making not a sound. Where is the master? Dongong tilted his head, his meaning clear. Inside. The newcomer approached and gently knocked on the door, preparing to enter. Dongong cautioned, the master is unwell. Are you certain you wish to enter at this moment? Bayan hesitated, then turned to Dongong. What of the physician? Dongong replied, he has already come and gone. After a moment's contemplation, Baiyun pushed open the door. I will go in and check on the master. Dongong did not object and made no effort to restrain him. The interior was shrouded in darkness, save for the faint moonlight seeping through the window, leaving no other source of illumination. In the incense burner shaped like a copper sparrow, tendrils of smoke coiled upward, suffusing the room with a potent aroma of medicinal herbs. Upon perceiving the heavy scent, Baiyun furrowed his brows. Taken aback by the intensity of the medicine, his gaze instinctively fell upon the bed not far away. The thick curtains concealed the situation within, yet Baiyun, possessing keen hearing, could discern the faint sounds of breath escaping through the fabric. His expression turned uneasy. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to exit the room. Just as he closed the door, Dongyang inquired, what news? Has the master shown any signs of improvement? Baiyun's countenance darkened. Given the circumstances, the outlook is grim. The master's affliction has recurred after merely 3 months, 2 months earlier than last time. What did the physician say? Dongyang's expression mirrored his own dismay. He said nothing substantial, only that he would send someone to summon the master once he recovers. As he spoke, Dongyang glanced back into the room, gritting his teeth. If it comes to that, I'll find the master 2 women. It's unbearable for him to suffer in silence each time. Baiyun shook his head, urging caution. Do not act rashly. This poison has manifested 5 times. Should it occur twice more, it may be entirely eradicated. If you seek to find women for the master now, all our previous efforts would be in vain. Dongyang struggled to comprehend. Although the poison is potent, it is merely an aphrodisiac. With beauties delivered to the master's bed, yet he discards them. How can he endure such torment? Should you wish to perish, feel free to speak louder, Baiyun replied, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, sword in hand. Let us wait. With the master's resolve, it will be no more than an hour. Dongyang smirked lewdly, glancing down at Baiyun, nudging his shoulder with the sword. Do you think the master is like you? An hour? You underestimate him. Baiyun could scarcely be bothered to respond. Even at my worst, I surpass certain individuals. Mainyang mentioned you seem rather lackluster. What is it? Have you aged and lost your vigor? Curse it. How could that woman malign me so? Dongyang seethed, ready to explode. A man could endure many shortcomings, but he could not falter in that regard. Mainyang was the star courtesan of Kwat Tower, pursued by countless dignitaries willing to spend lavishly for a single night. Could he truly be incapable? It was impossible for her to remember him so distinctly. Baiyun shot a glance downward, clicking his tongue in disapproval. The subtle jabs were most lethal, leaving Dongyang's face ashen. Damn it, he cursed. Wanting to confront Mainyang immediately, yet he was unable to leave and had to suppress his fury, dutifully standing guard. Achio. Far away in a resplendent pavilion in Shengjing, a stunning woman sneezed heavily. The beauty beside her giggled teasingly, Mainyang. It seems your attire is too scant for the chill. You ought to wear more layers. Mainyang, with her fox-like eyes and ruby-red fingertips, plucked a grape from the dish and promptly stuffed it into the woman's mouth. Watching her struggle, Mainyang laughed melodiously, her laughter sweeter than that of a lark. You talk too much. In our line of work, the less one wears, the better. Those wrapped in heavy coats are merely washerwomen by the river. She leaned forward, her allure undeniable, nearly causing the woman to choke on the grape. With a playful smile, Mainyang's words were both charming and infuriating. Let me tell you, my dear sister, it is you who dresses too extravagantly. Look at your admirers, and then gaze upon mine, rather than mock me. Perhaps you might learn a thing or two from my example. With that, Mainyang swayed her hips and departed with a flourish, leaving a table full of women exchanging wide-eyed glances. Yet, despite their irritation, they could not help but acknowledge Mainyang's prowess. Both were in the service industry, Yet she was favored by noble lords and charming young gentlemen, all while skillfully extracting a good deal of silver from their pockets. In contrast, they served a motley crew of less appealing suitors, and when a prominent figure did grace them with attention, he turned out to be a miserly Scrooge. Many of the sisters in the establishment envied Meng Yang, yet they were compelled to admire her cunning ways. Have you heard? Meng Yang has found a benefactor of considerable stature, someone even mother dares not offend. Who could it be? It is said to be a commander of the Jinui. Truly a source of envy. Chapter 9. Knowledge of the Tang in the dead of night. The tightly shut door finally creaked open. Shen Huaixu, clad in a dark red brocade robe, with a loose sash tied around his waist, appeared before us. The lightweight satin garment could not conceal his robust chest. His hair, unbound, cascaded gently over his shoulders, and his piercing phoenix eyes glimmered with an unquenched desire. His imposing figure exuded an alluring charm, a bewitching presence that captivated the soul. Dongyang and Beiyin hastily lowered their heads, too intimidated to gaze upon him further. Master, Shen Huaixu glanced at Beiyin before addressing Dongyang. Fetch some water. His voice, hoarse and heavy with lingering desire, sent a shiver down their spines. Dongyang clasped his fists and departed quickly. Shen Huaixu turned his cold gaze toward Beiyin, inquiring, "What is the status of the matter?" Beiyin respectfully nodded. "As you anticipated, Master." A shadow of darkness flickered in Shen Huaixu's cold eyes. "Inform that person to stoke the flames." Without hesitation, Beiyin replied, "As you command." The following morning, within the elegant confines of the Yuyun courtyard, Madame Shen attended to the elder Shen as he arose from his slumber. After dressing and washing, he departed for court, while she reclined on the couch, lost in thought. A nearby maid, with a soothing balm in hand, gently massaged her temples. Suddenly, a sharp pang caused Madame Shen to wince, her eyes flying open as she sat up and slapped the maid behind her. "Why so heavy-handed? You're making my skin ache." The maid scrambled off the couch, kneeling at Madame Shen's feet, repeatedly bowing her head in apology. With a swift kick, Madame Shen dismissed her. "Go away, leave me be, and don't vex me further." Aunt Yun, observing the scene, ushered the maid outside and returned to pour Madame Shen a cup of warm tea. "Madam, the maid is inexperienced. Allow me to teach her properly later. Do not let your temper flare. The doctor has advised that anger could affect your health, and you must be agitated." Madame Shen accepted the tea, her long, elegantly painted fingers pressing wearily against her brow. "Nothing brings me peace. Granny Qian, whom I relied upon most since entering the Shen household, has unexpectedly met her demise at the hands of that old matriarch. The more I think about it, the more infuriated I become." Aunt Yun, slightly bowing, responded with a smile, "It is but one servant. Why should you trouble yourself over her death? You are the matriarch of the Shen family. Surely there are capable individuals at your disposal." Granny Qian and Aunt Yun were both gifts from the elder Shen upon Madame Shen's arrival. Though Granny Qian lacked substantial skill, her flattery was endearing, and she often followed Madame Shen, showering her with compliments. Over time, Madame Shen had grown fond of her sycophantic ways. In contrast, Aunt Yun was astute yet reserved. Though Madame Shen typically preferred more talkative company, she valued Aunt Yun's discretion and intelligence, understanding the necessity of having both types of individuals by her side. Now that Granny Qian was gone, only Aunt Yun remained, and Madame Shen found herself drawing closer to her. With a sigh, she took a sip of her tea. "The entire Shen family, both internally and externally, eagerly anticipates my disgrace. At this moment, apart from you, I dare not trust anyone else." Aunt Yun lowered her posture slightly, displaying utmost humility. "I have something to say, but I am uncertain if it is appropriate." Lady Shen regarded her. "Speak." Aunt Yun's expression shifted, after a brief hesitation. She cautiously replied, "I believe, regarding yesterday's incident, you should visit the 5th Mrs. Courtyard and offer her some guidance." Lady Shen's painted eyes flickered. "What do you mean?" Aunt Yun explained, "Although the 5th Miss was wronged yesterday, the old madam genuinely supports her. You surely would not want your own daughter to ultimately side with outsiders. It is essential for her to understand who she can truly rely on." Lady Shen tightened her grip on the teacup momentarily. Aunt Yun's words struck a chord within her. The loss of the golden hairpin was indeed a deliberate act on her part. The intention was simple, to use the incident to expel Liu Jintang from the Shen household. After all, the presence of that girl constantly reminded her of those painful memories she wished to forget. Everything was proceeding smoothly until that insubordinate girl secretly met with the old madam, making the matter widely known. In the end, she returned empty-handed, not only facing reprimand but also losing a servant in the process. The mere thought of it ignited her fury. She rose to her feet, instructing Aunt Yun to assist her with her grooming. "You are right. I must pay a visit. It is time that girl understands who truly holds authority in the Shen family." In the main room of Tsaiha courtyard, Liu Jintang held a blue and white vase, huffing as she meticulously polished it. Although these items were not hers to keep, who wouldn't adore precious treasures? Each day she polished them, making them shine, which brought her joy. Just as she was humming a tune and preparing to switch to another item, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. Liu Jintang's eyes narrowed as she turned to face the entrance. A young maid hurriedly approached to open the door. Who is it? Before she could finish her sentence, the visitor struck her twice, sending her sprawling to the ground in utter disarray. What a clueless fool, blocking the way for the madam. As Liu Jintang stepped out of her room, she found the maid on the ground, clutching her face and sobbing. Her expression immediately changed, and she rushed forward to help the girl up. The young maid, startled, exclaimed, "Miss." Liu Jintang gave her a knowing look. "You may leave now. Your presence is no longer needed here." Understanding Liu Jintang was defending her, the maid gratefully wiped her tears and retreated. Liu Jintang cast a cold gaze towards Angyun, who had struck the maid. "You dare to assault someone in my courtyard. Do you think I am inconsequential? Even a dog must heed its master. Though I may not be favored, it does not imply that a servant can trample over me." Angyun remained silent, but the woman behind her spoke up. "What? Are you dissatisfied that my person struck yours?" The woman wore a light yellow cloud-patterned gown adorned with elegant orchids, complemented by a flowing dark red skirt embroidered with exquisite butterfly motifs. The crystalline, cascading earrings dangled gracefully, while atop her head rested a crimson-blue pearl-adorned hairpin. A delicate touch of powder accentuated her features, her brows arched like willows, and a subtle tint of scarlet graced her lips, exuding an enchanting charm. Yet, this allure was momentarily overshadowed by an inexplicable aura of hostility, sending a chill down one's spine. Mother Liu Jintang's expression softened. "That was not my intention." The other party offered no reply, instead choosing to bypass her and proceed towards the main house. Inside, various golden and jade artifacts cluttered the shelves, filling the once spacious room to the brim. Shen entered, her gaze fixated in silence on the jade ornaments that adorned the shelves. Liu Jintang lingered behind her, scrutinizing her silhouette, the light in her eyes flickering uncertainly. The two remained in a standoff, one before the other, for a considerable time. At last, Shen turned with a smile, addressing her, "Jintang." As the pear blossoms first embraced the night moon, and the begonia gently held the morning rain, Jintang was her given name. She was born on a moonlit night when the begonia flowers bloomed. Her father initially intended to name her after the pear, but upon realizing the phonetic similarity between pear and parting, which boded ill, he instead chose the name Jintang. Chapter 10. The deep bond of siblings. Suddenly, Mrs. Shen's demeanor softened as she grasped Liu Jintang's hand, her affectionate expression suggesting an extraordinary fondness for her. "I apologize for the grievances you endured yesterday." Her hand glided over Liu Jintang's knuckles, provoking an involuntary shiver from Liu, who could only suppress her discomfort. "I am fine, mother," Liu Jintang replied with a smile, her innocence and naivety reflecting an apparent disregard for the previous day's events. Observing her demeanor, Mrs. Shen's irritation deepened. Although she wore a smile, it failed to reach her eyes. "It is well that you are not troubled. I feared you might overthink the matter, which is why I came to see you." Releasing Liu Jintang's hand, she caressed a blue and white porcelain vase on the shelf, and in an instant, her previously cheerful countenance turned grave. "Jidao, do you realize that no one in the Shen family holds affection for either of us?" Liu Jintang bit her lip, lowering her gaze in silence. Mrs. Shen, her expression dark, continued to scrutinize her. "Do you think the old matriarch gifts you these things out of fondness? You are young and do not grasp many things. The old matriarch bestows these items upon you because I am now the mistress of the Shen family. By pleasing you, she seeks to curry favor with me. Do you understand?" Her words, coupled with the chill in her expression, clearly conveyed to Liu Jintang, "You believe these offerings are for your sake? What are you really? Without me, would anyone even notice your existence?" Liu Jintang remained silent, her head still bowed. In the next moment, a sharp pain coursed through her hand, a familiar tactic of her mother, pinching the flesh on the back of her hand. The skin, though thin, throbbed with intensity. "Mrs. Shen reiterated, "Do you understand?" In a tone that brooked no dissent. Liu Jintang nodded, "I understand." Satisfied with her response, Mrs. Shen continued, "You must remain discreet. No one can bully us now. When you come of age, I will find you the most outstanding suitor in Shengjing, and then you shall marry in splendid fashion." "The most outstanding suitor in Shengjing?" "One who has taken 18 concubines and fathered 15 children, portly and squat, indeed formidable. If you have no business, do not roam freely within the Shen residence. I have told the family that you are frail. Your presence may reveal too much and complicate matters for me." "Jidao, You are the most sensible. You understand the challenges I face, do you not? Challenges? Fearing her existence might provoke the displeasure of Master Shen? Yet, based on Liu Jintang's understanding of Master Shen, he was not a miserly man. Otherwise, he would not have married her mother. It was her mother who resented her presence. It is often said that a parent's love for their child is profound, and indeed, her mother had made long-term plans for her. She was belittled, confined to a small space, merely awaiting the day of her coming of age to be sold off, adding to her mother's wealth and status. Ah! How could such clumsy acting and selfish words only now reveal themselves to her in this second chance at life? Noticing Liu Jintang's dissatisfaction with her words, Mrs. Shen's eyes flashed with malice. Do you think that having gained the old matriarch's favor, you may act as you please? Liu Jintang, startled by her words, raised her gaze. Mother. Shen let out a disdainful huff, asserting her authority over the Shen family. I am the one in control now, regardless of your intentions. I advise you to keep them to yourself. Your limited cunning will only bring harm to both you and me. Rising to her feet, she scrutinized Liu Jintang from above. How many more years can the old matriarch endure? In the end, your only support will be me. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit lurking ominously behind one's back, sending shivers down the spine. Liu Jintang, gripped by fear, felt her hands tremble slightly. A sight that pleased Shen immensely. Reflect carefully on your mother's words, Shen stated, lifting her chin as she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Liu Jintang clenched her fists. It appeared she had underestimated the situation. Her mother had indeed provided a crucial warning today. She recalled her previous life, just before her demise, when the old matriarch had seemingly succumbed to a worsening cough and retreated to a country residence for recuperation. Prior to her departure, the matriarch had rarely concerned herself with family matters, engrossed instead in a life of asceticism and self-cultivation, leaving the management of the household entirely to her mother. In this world, the hustle and bustle is fueled by profit, and the strife among people is driven by self-interest. The old matriarch would never turn away from matters that benefited the Shen family. Thus, it became clear that she could not provide Liu Jintang with lasting protection. However, considering the current circumstances and the long-term future, Liu Jintang had no choice but to seek a formidable ally. Otherwise, when her mother inevitably pressured her into marriage, she would find herself without support and forced to comply. Furthermore, there was the looming threat posed by Shen Yuanxi and Yan Zhao. Without sufficient means of self-defense, how could she ensure that they would not harm her, as they had in her past life? Hence, she needed to identify a reliable protector. Someone no one would dare provoke. Within the Shen family, only 3 individuals held significant influence: Shen Leo, the old matriarch, and Shen Huaixu. With the old matriarch effectively out of the equation and Shen Leo ruled out, being an ally to her mother and equally flawed, the only viable candidate remaining was her elder brother, Shen Huaixu. In the 10th year of Yongzhou, Emperor Qianshun ascended the throne. The youthful emperor faced considerable opposition within the court, where bureaucrats conspired with external factions, attempting to undermine his authority. To safeguard himself, Emperor Qianshun conferred with his military strategist to devise a plan, resulting in the establishment of a special agency known as the Factory Guard. This agency operated independently and superseded the 3 judicial offices, reporting directly to the emperor, thus serving as his eyes and ears. The leader of the Factory Guard was the then 17-year-old Shen Huaixu, appointed by imperial decree. Despite this, court officials scoffed at him. However, just when they believed Shen Huaixu would be inconsequential, he unleashed a torrent of power that swept through Shengjing. Within mere days, those who opposed the emperor and harbored treasonous thoughts met gruesome fates. None survived. Families were annihilated, their heads severed and displayed between their arms. Corpses hung at the gates adorned with labels of betrayal. This horrifying spectacle persisted for a month, with each night witnessing the bloodbath of another official household, leaving behind the distinctive mark of the Factory Guard amidst the crimson stains. The ruthless and merciless tactics employed sent shivers down the spines of the court officials, instilling a profound sense of dread. Despite their private curses and indignation, none dared to openly oppose him. Shen Huaixu wielded his almost unyielding methods to intimidate both the court and the realm, ensuring that no one would dare to underestimate him. Subsequently, he earned the favor of Emperor Qianshun, not only being appointed as the Minister of Justice but also entrusted with the command of formidable forces such as the Imperial Guards and the Jinyue. In the present-day Shengjing, should Shen Huaixu desire someone to vanish, that individual would certainly not see the dawn of the following day, regardless of their rank, even if they were a second-grade official. Although Lord Shen was a highly respected minister within the court, He would not dare to assert his paternal authority in the presence of Shen Huaixu. Lord Shen had to be mindful of his demeanor, and the rest of the Shen family would not dare to provoke this formidable figure. No one would challenge him. She thought that to avoid being bullied, it would be wise to cling closely to his side, hoping to win his favor and perhaps, in the future, secure a good match through his influence. They were of similar age, differing by merely 8 years. As their bond deepened, how could he bear to see her wed to someone of such low caliber? With this thought in mind, Liu Jintang had already formed a resolution. Chapter 11. A heartfelt reunion with my elder brother. She cast her gaze down toward the jade pendant at her waist, then unfastened it. The day before, she had sought to atone by gifting this pendant to Shen Huaixu as a token of her apology, but he had declined to accept it. It seemed she would need to present it once more. Liu Jintang stepped out of the room, where servants were busily tidying the disheveled courtyard. Her keen eyes scanned the surroundings, and she beckoned to the young maid who had just been slapped. Come here. The maid, setting down her broom, hurried over. She was quite young, appearing even younger than Liu Jintang, with a frail figure that seemed as though a gust of wind could topple her. After receiving 2 slaps, her small face was now red and swollen. She hung her head low, too timid to meet Liu Jintang's gaze. Miss, what is your name? How old are you? Liu Jintang inquired casually. I am a Liu, just turned 13 last month, the maid replied. Hearing this, Liu Jintang smiled. Liu, I need your assistance with a matter. Are you willing? Without hesitation, Liu nodded, eager to help. I am at your service. She did not even ask what the task entailed. Liu Jintang observed her response and said gently, come with me inside. Once inside, Liu Jintang posed several more questions, primarily regarding when she had entered the Shen residence and which courtyard she had served in prior to her arrival at Liu Jintang's courtyard. Liu answered each inquiry in turn, and finally, Liu Jintang instructed, I need you to wait by the front gate. Once the eldest master returns, you are to inform me. Initially, Liu did not react to the first part of the request, but upon hearing the mention of eldest master, she suddenly became flustered. Liu Jintang noticed her discomfort. If you are frightened, you need not go. However, Liu lifted her head and responded firmly, I am not afraid. I shall go right away. Very well. Liu Jintang wrung out the handkerchief she held and placed it in Liu's hands. Wipe your face. Liu took the handkerchief, her hands trembling slightly, and her eyes inexplicably reddened. You are truly kind. Mississippi. Liu Jintang poured herself a cup of tea, drank it in one gulp, and turned to smile at her. Do not praise me just yet. If you fail to accomplish the task, there will be consequences. Liu was momentarily dazzled by Liu Jintang's smile, and upon realizing her lapse in decorum, she became flustered and lowered her head. I shall go at once, she stammered, hurrying out of the room. Liu Jintang sipped her tea, amused by the girl's anxious retreat. After all, she was still a child. The mention of punishment had clearly frightened her. It seemed prudent to avoid alarming her in the future. As the sun set, casting a rosy hue over the clouds, Liu Jintang sat at the door, perusing a book while chuckling to herself. When darkness fully enveloped the sky, Liu returned, breathless, speaking in hurried gasps. Miss. The master has returned. Liu Jintang straightened. Where did he go? To the back courtyard. Shen Huaixu's quarters were indeed located in the back. Liu Jintang immediately lifted her skirts in preparation to intercept him. As she reached the door, she suddenly glanced down at her attire. She quickly returned to the wardrobe and retrieved a light green, thin garment. She hastily changed and then returned to the bronze mirror to apply a touch of rouge to her face. After completing her task, she twirled in front of Green and asked, What do you think? Green gazed at the young girl before her, graceful and delicate, with a figure that was soft and slender, cheeks flushed like the dawn, and eyes sparkling like stars. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, adding to her enchanting allure. You are truly beautiful, miss, Green remarked, causing a broader smile to spread across Liu Jintang's lips. She was acutely aware of her own appearance, even before her rebirth. Shen Yuanxi had risked everything to abduct her, wishing to share a night of passion, which attested to her captivating beauty. Yet, when faced with Shen Huaixu, she felt an unsettling uncertainty. However, the arrow was already knocked, and there was no turning back. She steeled herself to proceed. As Liu Jintang led Green forward, a shadow leaped in through the window behind them. He picked up a book from the table, glanced through it, then disdainfully tucked it into his cloak before fleeing through the window. The moon was obscured, casting the surroundings into darkness. Behind a large tree in the backyard, 2 figures peered cautiously, watching the lantern light draw nearer. Liu Jintang swallowed hard. Had she possessed a second choice, She would never have dared to provoke Shen Huaixu. In her recollection, her elder brother had never smiled, his gaze perpetually cold. If she were to draw a comparison, he resembled the enchanting spirits in the story she had just read, beautiful yet perilous, capable of consuming one entirely upon approach. Should her choice prove to be a mistake, provoking his ire, would she be able to bear the consequences? As the figures drew nearer, her heart raced with mounting dread. Unaware of the tension, Agreen called out softly from behind a tree, "Miss, they're coming." "Shoo." Liu Jintang quickly gestured for silence, but alas, it was too late. Shen Huaixu was the first to halt, his penetrating gaze fixed directly upon Liu Jintang's position. Behind him, Dongyang and Beiyun wore grim expressions, their eyes fixed on the two girls, poised to strike should any unusual movement occur. Liu Jintang pressed her forehead in despair. There was no escape now. "Come out," Beiyun commanded sternly, stepping forward. The surroundings fell silent, save for the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. After a moment, just as Beiyun was about to lose patience and advance, a slender figure emerged from behind the tree, gradually revealing herself. As she approached, the moonlight, previously hidden behind clouds, began to break through, illuminating the girl before them and highlighting her exquisite beauty. The moonlight cascaded down, accentuating her fair complexion. Her lashes were as dark as raven feathers, her lips reminiscent of dew-kissed peaches, and the delicate green garment she wore accentuated her slender waist. Her starry eyes, when cast upon them, held a hint of shyness yet were undeniably alluring. Beiyun and Dongyang exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. The fifth miss, though merely on the cusp of adulthood, had blossomed into such a stunning beauty. One could only imagine how captivating she would become in the years to come. Liu Jintang took a graceful step forward, halting 3 meters from Shen Huaixu. She inclined her body slightly, her voice soft and gentle. "Jintang pays her respects to Big Brother." As Shen Huaixu heard this address, a glimmer of amusement flashed in his dark eyes. This little actress had called him Big Brother since their first encounter. Unlike the others from the Shen family who referred to him as Elder Brother, which was rather amusing. "Is there something you need?" His voice emerged, chillingly indifferent. The confidence that Liu Jintang had painstakingly gathered nearly plummeted to the depths once more. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she lifted her gaze. "Jintang inadvertently offended you the other day, and I have come specifically to apologize." She extended her hand, revealing a beautifully crafted auspicious lock pendant. This was her token of apology, and she hoped he would not hold a grudge against her. Shen Huaixu regarded the slender shoulders of the young girl before him. Her petite frame barely reached his waist, appearing so delicate that he could easily lift her with one hand. Though young, her audacity was not to be underestimated. The glimmer of amusement in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold glint. Just days prior, at the wedding banquet, she had fallen into his lap. He had attributed it to her youth and naivety, choosing not to pursue the matter. Later, she had brought soup to the Qian courtyard under the pretense of greeting, with the ulterior motive of acquiring a gold hairpin. Now, she had the audacity to intercept him midway, seeking to make amends. Her intentions were painfully transparent. Did she truly believe he would not punish her? I know." Just as Shen Huaixu was about to speak, Liu Jintang abruptly interrupted him. Her voice was unexpectedly loud, leaving Shen Huaixu momentarily stunned. She was indeed the first person bold enough to cut him off. Realizing her rudeness, Liu Jintang stepped back, then unexpectedly knelt before him. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and within moments, they brimmed with moisture. She understood that her big brother was a good person. Despite what others said about his ruthless and cold-hearted demeanor, she knew him to be truly kind. A cold smile crept across Shen Huaixu's lips. It was the first time he had heard someone call him a good person, which was quite refreshing. Dongyang and Beiyun had long since retreated, but their keen hearing caught Liu Jintang proclaiming their master as a good man, leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. This girl's audacity was indeed remarkable. Shen Huaixu remained silent, and Liu Jintang continued, speaking to herself. "You are astute and wise. I know that nothing escapes your keen eye. I have come today not only to apologize but also to seek your favor." Shen Huaixu chuckled lightly, his laughter laced with mockery. "Seek my favor? You claim to know me as ruthless and unfeeling. What makes you think I would extend my kindness to you? Or do you possess some unique quality that warrants my attention?" Liu Jintang ought to have felt fear, for Shen Huaixu's tone was chillingly detached, as if he might snap her neck at any moment. Yet, in this moment, she remained remarkably composed, for she understood that her opportunities were few. Should she miss this chance, it was unlikely she would have the opportunity to converse with Shen Huaixu in such a manner again. She bowed deeply before him, tears streaming down her cheeks like magic, her shoulders trembling slightly, her voice tinged with a soft sob. Upon entering the Shen residence, Liu Jintang had felt panic. Everything was new and intimidating. She straightened, her luminous eyes sparkling with myriad emotions as she looked up at Shen Huaixu. Her crimson lips parted, and she suddenly smiled. Only my elder brother is present, and we share a profound closeness. The heart is the sovereign of one's being. Thus, I shall naturally act in accordance with my heart's inclinations. Chapter 12. If there is a next time, kill her. Shen Huai's phoenix eyes were half squinted, their depths flickering with uncertain light. He fixated on the girl on the ground, his expression impervious, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, he withdrew his gaze from her and stepped over her. I shall consider that you have not come here tonight. If there is a next time, kill her. As his footsteps receded, Liu Jintang's taut spine finally gave way. She sank to the ground, her countenance dismal, the cold sweat on her back chilled further by the wind. The echo of Shen Huai's words lingered in her ears. If there is a next time, kill her. Aloof approached, having witnessed the entire scene. The eldest son remained as terrifying as ever, devoid of any tenderness. Miss, the ground is cold. Let me assist you to your feet. She offered her arm to help Liu Jintang rise. Liu Jintang managed a grim smile at Aloof. Let us return to the courtyard. Aloof nodded, and the two departed together. Dongong, observing the vanishing figure behind them, leaned closer to Baiyun and whispered, Do you think the fifth miss will dare to return? Baiyun stared ahead, hesitating before responding. I wager 30 taels she won tea. Dongong chuckled. Then I bet 50 taels she will. How can you be so certain? Baiyun's gaze swept over the tall man ahead, mimicking a gesture of slitting his throat. Kill her. He had seen the fifth Mrs. Pallor, as though she had been dead for 3 days. If she was frightened to such an extent, would she still dare to return? Dongong, however, dismissed his words, brandishing his sword with a grin of determination. Baiyun scrutinized the smile on his face, beginning to doubt himself. Could it be that the fifth miss truly would return? For what purpose? To court death? Upon returning to the courtyard, Liu Jintang poured herself a pot of tea, feeling her heart's unease subside somewhat. She had sought to negotiate with a tiger, only to be met with a roar that left her trembling. How utterly disgraceful. With a dejected expression, Liu Jintang approached the window and pushed it open. The branches of the phoenix tree outside were lush and verdant, standing silently beneath the moonlight, its tranquility impossible to overlook. This scene rendered Liu Jintang momentarily dazed. At that moment, Aloof entered with a basin of water. Miss, I took the liberty of preparing some warm water for you. Would you like to wash? Her voice snapped Liu Jintang back to reality. Turning to Aloof, Liu Jintang asked, Aloof, do you wish to stay by my side and serve me? Aloof's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly set down the basin and knelt before Liu Jintang. I wish to stay and serve the Mississippi. Liu Jintang regarded her intently. Aloof, I do not favor constant explanations, so I shall say this only once. Listen carefully. I have no support within the Shen family, thus I must seek protection. My goals are Shen Old Madam and Shen Huai. I aim to foster their goodwill and gain their favor. Therefore, if you can comprehend my actions, you may remain. If not, I will provide you with silver and send you back to Steward Zhang. I have no tolerance for the dull-witted, nor can I afford any missteps in my endeavors. Thud. With a determined resolve, Alv knelt before Liu Jintang, unhesitatingly prostrating herself on the ground and knocking her head 3 times with fervor. Yelvi was not a dim-witted individual. She willingly chose to follow her mistress, ready to serve her with unwavering loyalty until her last breath. Liu Jintang chuckled softly, bending down to assist her in rising. Since you are so devoted, I shall bestow upon you a name. From this day forth, you shall be my personal maidservant. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall not go hungry. Alv's tears transformed into a radiant smile. I have a maid named Qianshuang. How about you be called Chunwen? Spring signifies the revival of all living things, resonating beautifully with your name. And may our future days be as vibrant as spring. Chunwen, Yelvi murmured softly, her excitement evident as she nodded vigorously. I adore this name. Liu Jintang gazed upon Chunwen with a smile. To avoid confusion for the readers, henceforth she shall be referred to as Chunwen, and the name Yelvi will not be mentioned again. Seeing Chunwen's joy brought warmth to Liu Jintang's heart. In her past life, she may have been a timid and arrogant person. However, reborn, she had gained clarity and understood that for individuals like them, residing in opulent households, peace and prosperity required not only wisdom and courage, but also the support of trusted companions. In her previous incarnation, Chunwen had been merely a diligent maid in her courtyard, hardworking and reticent, yet she remained memorable for one particular act. Before Liu Jintang's misfortune, Chen had gifted her a talisman, one she had personally sought from a temple. At that time, Chen had uttered a phrase that Liu Jintang had not taken to heart, but now, in hindsight, it resonated deeply. I have acquired a safety talisman from the temple today, my lady. May it protect you from calamity and ensure your safety. Chen had always adhered to propriety, spending her days sweeping the courtyard and tending to the flowers without overstepping her bounds. Yet, she had boldly approached Liu Jintang before her misfortune, presenting her with the talisman and wishing her well. Liu Jintang looked at Chen, whose smile was pure and her eyes clear as crystal. She could hardly fathom how such an innocent child would feel upon learning of her third brother's sordid deeds. What thoughts had led her to subtly remind Liu Jintang to be cautious? Nevertheless, Liu Jintang was acutely aware that in her previous life, only Chen had genuinely wished for her safety. This time, she resolved to protect her in return. After washing her face, Liu Jintang felt a sense of calm wash over her. Regarding the notion of seeking support from Shen Huaixu, she did not waver. Rather, she felt emboldened. Was it not he who had threatened her, declaring that should she behave like today again, he would kill her? In the past, such words might have frightened her. But now, Liu Jintang's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination. She had little left to lose. Rather than resigning herself to a fate of marrying an old man or being cast into a lake to drown, she preferred to take a bold risk. If she were to perish at Shen Huaixu's hands, perhaps she could attain a notorious legacy. The thought of her stepbrother killing his stepsister was a spectacle in itself, and merely imagining the public's reaction thrilled her. As Chen busied herself with tidying up, Liu Jintang found herself with idle time, preparing to finish the novel she had not completed during the day. After searching fruitlessly, she found no trace of her script. Puzzled, she bent down, holding a candle to inspect the ground. Chen approached and inquired, "Miss, what are you looking for?" Liu Jintang rose and glanced around, asking, "Chen, have you seen my script?" "The one I have been reading." Chen scratched her head, indicating that she had not seen it. How strange, Liu Jintang mused as she touched the desk beside her, her small face etched with confusion. "I distinctly placed it here. How could it have vanished?" At that moment, Chen lit a candle as well and suggested, "Perhaps you inadvertently placed it somewhere else and forgot." Liu Jintang stood still, pondering the oddity. Could it be that she had carelessly set it down and misremembered? Chapter 13. Why can the young lady read it, but the maid cannot? Unbeknownst to Liu Jintang, the storybook she desperately sought lay at that very moment upon Shen Huaixu's desk. The vibrant illustrations on its cover clashed starkly with the pile of formal documents scattered across the tabletop. Before the desk stood a young man clad in black, his head bowed in quietude, seemingly awaiting instructions from the figure seated behind the desk. In that position sat Shen Huaixu, adorned in a flowing dark robe and a golden crown, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. His slender fingers delicately held a scroll of documents, which he scrutinized intently until he reached the final page, at which point he set it down and lifted his gaze. "What is this?" Shen Huaixu inquired, eyeing the storybook. He reached for it, and, upon opening its pages, his expression shifted dramatically. He closed the book and tossed it back into the arms of the young man in black. A chill seemed to envelop him. "She reads this regularly." The young man, not daring to withhold the truth, knelt and clasped his fists in response, replying to my master. It is only today that the fifth miss, perhaps feeling bored, inquired if there were any amusing materials available, and the servants from her courtyard provided her with this storybook. Shen Huaixu's brow furrowed in discontent. He could ascertain the indecency of the contents at a mere glance. The audacity of the servant to present such vile material to his master was unforgivable. With a disdainful snort, he commanded coldly, "Go. Find an excuse to replace all the servants in the Tsaya courtyard with more discerning ones. This residence shall not be a place of disgrace. She is, after all, a legitimate mistress. To indulge in such trivialities in the courtyard, should it come to the attention of others, would tarnish the reputation of the Shen family." The young man in black nodded in acquiescence, preparing to withdraw with the storybook. "Wait," Shen Huaixu called out to him. The young man, respectfully lowering his head, assumed that Shen Huaixu had forgotten to relay some additional instruction. Shen Huaixu glanced at the storybook in his arms, fingers lightly tapping the desk. "Put the storybook down." The young man hesitated for a moment before placing the book back upon the desk and then exiting the room. Once outside, he let out a quiet hiss of perplexity. Dongyong and Beiyun, stationed at the door, immediately inquired in hushed tones, "What is the matter?" The young man offered no reply, merely hissed again softly before turning to leave. Dongyong and Beiyun, left bewildered by his behavior, exchanged glances and resumed their vigil. Shen Huaixu remained fixated on the storybook for an extended period, long enough for the candle atop the bronze crane on the desk to dwindle to a mere stub. Finally, he reached for the book and casually placed it into the nearest wooden box. Meanwhile, Liu Jintang, who had spent the entire night fruitlessly searching for her storybook, lay tossing and turning on her couch, her mind consumed by thoughts of where she might have misplaced it. She had not yet finished the latter half, having just reached the thrilling moment when the female protagonist discovered the male protagonist's true identity as a demon and planned to sneak away, only to be caught by the male demon. It was undeniably the most riveting part of the entire tale. She had restrained herself from reading further, intending to secretly indulge in the remaining chapters under the covers during the night. Now, with the storybook lost, she was left in a state of anxious frustration, utterly powerless to resolve her plight. Only tomorrow can I inquire with the servant who borrows the storybook about its source. She is about to venture out to procure a golden hairpin and will conveniently return with a book. Thus, consumed by thoughts of the tales within that storybook, Liu Jintang found herself in an exceedingly restless slumber that night. Her dreams were filled with searching for the book, and when dawn broke, she awoke with dark circles around her eyes, appearing somewhat haggard. Shunan entered with water and was startled by Liu Jintang's appearance. "Miss, what has happened to you? You seem so listless." Liu Jintang sat at the table, pressing one hand against her eyes. "Don't mention it. I dreamed of searching for the storybook all night long, and I am utterly exhausted." Chunwen had never seen that book and therefore had no idea what it entailed. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what was so captivating about the book that it could invade Liu Jintang's dreams. "Miss, is that storybook truly so delightful? I too wish to see it." Liu Jintang moved her hand away and stood to stretch her limbs. "You are still young. You may read it when you are older." Chunin immediately retorted, "But miss, you and I are the same age. Why can you read it while I cannot?" Liu Jintang's heart sank momentarily as she realized she had forgotten that she was only 13 now. She had mistakenly thought herself to be of her previous life's age. Liu Jintang began to fabricate a whimsical explanation. "Because I am the young lady, I can read it while you cannot. If you were the young lady, then you could read it too, but you are not, hence you cannot." Her convoluted reasoning rendered Chunwen utterly bewildered. Chunwen's expression reflected a mix of confusion and a semblance of understanding, as if she sensed something amiss yet felt there was logic to it. Seizing the moment before Chunwen could ponder further, Liu Jintang hastily shifted the topic. "All right, it is getting late. We must attend to business. Help me get ready without delay." Chunwen, still dazed, replied with an "oh," and hurried to wring out a cloth, preparing to assist Liu Jintang with her morning routine. The morning air was thick with fog, the coolness of the night still lingering as it danced with the wind, casting a chill across the realm. In the courtyard, glimmers of cold light flashed as three figures moved gracefully through the mist, engaged in a fierce duel, the sounds of clashing swords resonating in the air. Shen Huaixu swept aside an incoming longsword with his own, fluidly turning to stand poised with his blade. His red hair ribbon billowed in the breeze. And he was bare-chested, wearing only dark martial arts trousers, a crimson sash adorning his waist, exuding an undeniable aura of strength and prowess. Liu Jintang, clutching a soup pot, stood at the entrance of the courtyard, her gaze piercing through the dense mist, fixating on Shen Huaixu. More precisely, her gaze rested on his chest, abdomen, and further down. Unconsciously, she swallowed hard, and when Shen Huaixu glanced her way, she averted her eyes just in time. A thin sheen of sweat broke on her forehead. That was close. She almost got caught stealing a glance. Baiyun, having sheathed his sword, turned and also spotted Liu Jintang at the entrance. His expression shifted slightly, and he exchanged a glance with Dong Ong, prompting both to swiftly don their garments. Shen Huaixu withdrew his gaze and strode into the room, harboring no intention of conversing with Liu Jintang. Dong Yong followed Shen Huaixu's departure, leaving Baiyun to approach alone. Liu Jintang, undeterred by Shen Huaixu's frosty demeanor, stepped forward with a radiant smile, cradling a bowl of nourishing soup, and performed a respectful curtsy. "Good morning, guard Baiyun," she greeted warmly. Baiyun was taken aback, not only by Liu Jintang's knowledge of his name, but also by her audacity to return. Such courage was indeed rare among ordinary folk. He clasped his fist in return. "Good morning, Fifth Mississippi." Glancing upwards at the still dim sky, he inquired, "What brings you here so early? Is there something you require?" With a cheerful expression, Liu Jintang presented the bowl of soup from her embrace. "This is chicken soup I prepared for my elder brother. I kindly ask guard Baiyun to deliver it to him." Chapter 14. The Perils of Beauty. Baiyun's expression was fraught with difficulty as he gazed at the concoction, hesitating to accept it. Having followed Shen Huaixu for quite some time, He recalled that just yesterday, Shen had expressly commanded him to eliminate Liu Jintang should she return. Although his master displayed no outward reaction today, it did not permit him to accept the potion from her. Liu Jintang's outstretched hand trembled slightly before she slowly retracted it, her once cheerful countenance now tinged with melancholy. "Have I caused trouble for you, Sir Baiyun?" Her delicate demeanor and striking beauty were accentuated by her soft, melodious voice. Even Baiyun, a cold-blooded assassin forged from the depths of a graveyard, found it hard to dismiss the sight of such a lovely maiden in despair. Covering her face with her jade-like hand, Liu Jintang pretended to weep. Baiyun, momentarily flustered, gritted his teeth and finally conceded, "Might I have the potion, Miss Wu?" Instantly, the clouds of her disappointment parted, revealing a radiant smile like a blossoming flower. She handed the potion to Baiyun and stepped back, bowing gracefully as she expressed her gratitude. "I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your trouble, Sir Baiyun." He clasped his fist in acknowledgement, while Liu Jintang, seemingly anxious he might change his mind, hurriedly led Chunwen out of the courtyard. As Baiyun held the potion in his hands, he felt an odd sense of self-sabotage. Truly, beauty can lead one astray. Upon reaching the door, Dongyang approached, sniffing the fragrant aroma. "What a delightful chicken soup. It seems to have simmered for quite some time." Baiyun remained silent as Dongyang continued. "Your master wouldn't consume it anyway. Why not give it to me? I haven't had breakfast yet." With that, Dongyang reached out to snatch the potion. Baiyun deftly evaded his grasp, asserting, "Even if my master declines, it is not for you to have." Dongyang raised an eyebrow, leaning on his sword, his posture defiant. "If you won't share the soup, then you must repay me the 30 taels you owe." The previous day, they had wagered on whether Liu Jintang would dare to return. Baiyun had bet 30 taels she would not, while Dongyang wagered 50 she would. With her return, Baiyun had lost and was obliged to pay Dongyang 30 taels. Glaring at him, Baiyun dramatically retrieved a pouch from his sleeve and tossed it to him. 40 taels. Consider the remaining 10 a gift. Remember to purchase some tonics." With that, he knocked on the door and entered the room. Dongyang, counting the silver coins in his hand, puzzled over what tonics he should buy. Looking up, he found Baiyun had already vanished. A sudden realization struck him, and he cursed under his breath. "Damn, I must deal with that woman for her reckless words." Inside, Shen Huaixu had donned a dark brocade robe and sat behind a writing desk, his brow furrowed in concentration as he penned something. Gaining courage, Baiyun stepped forward. "Master, the chicken soup from Miss Wu." Shen Huaixu did not look up, his voice icy as he inquired, "Where is she?" "She has already departed," Baiyun replied. Shen Huaixu paused, his brush halting momentarily. "Have you forgotten my words from yesterday?" His tone turned sharply cold as he lifted his gaze to Baiyun. "Do you require a reminder?" Feeling the weight of his master's scrutiny, Baiyun stiffened and promptly knelt, bowing his head respectfully. "This subordinate dares not." Shen Huaixu averted his gaze and commanded, "You may leave." Baiyun exited the room, gazing at the closed door, and let out a sigh. What on earth is happening? Liu Jintang had a dreadful night's sleep, and now, seated at the table, her heavy eyelids were barely holding up. Chunwen, standing nearby, gently advised, "Miss, perhaps you should take a short rest." Liu Jintang shook her head. "I have yet to pay my respects to grandmother. I shall rest upon my return." She set aside her needlework and rose, patting down her garment. Opening the window, she noticed the dawn breaking on the horizon. "Let us go to the kitchen." Chunwen, puzzled, replied, "Miss, did we not just visit the kitchen? We have already simmered chicken soup for 2 hours. Why go again?" Liu Jintang merely smiled, stepping out first. As Chunwen followed, carrying the soup bowl, it dawned on her that their lady had returned to the kitchen to prepare more soup for the elderly matriarch. Upon their arrival at the entrance of Qian Courtyard, the matron opening the door was taken aback to see Liu Jintang again. "What brings you back?" she inquired, quickly realizing her lack of decorum and adding, "It is still early. The old lady has yet to rise. The 5th miss may have to wait a while longer." Liu Jintang smiled, unfazed. "No matter, I can wait here. When grandmother awakens, please have the matron inform us." The matron gave her a glance before closing the courtyard door. It was not until the sun had fully risen that the door reopened, and the matron beckoned her inside. Madame Shen, sipping on her restorative medicine, observed the young lady seated upright on the stool and noted that she appeared far more composed today than the previous day. "Were the servants I sent to your courtyard yesterday of assistance?" she inquired, recalling that Steward Zhang had also delivered a group of servants to her. Chunwen had only joined Liu Jintang's courtyard yesterday. Liu Jintang obediently replied, "Grandmother, I truly appreciate them." Madame Shen nodded approvingly. Liu Jintang rose, placing the soup bowl on the table, then performed a respectful bow to Madame Shen. "Thank you, grandmother." Her gratitude was naturally directed towards the gifts bestowed upon her. Madame Shen took a sip of tea, a gentle smile gracing her visage. "You need not thank me. It is rightfully yours. Your mother was quite overwhelmed when she first entered the Shen residence, and you must be more understanding." Liu Jintang lowered her head, behaving so dutifully that it was hard to say more. "I shall heed grandmother's teachings." Madame Shen regarded her with affection. "You are a clever child. In the future, if you have no pressing matters, do visit me more often." Liu Jintang's face brightened with joy as she bowed in acquiescence. "You may leave now." Granddaughter takes her leave. As the curtain fell, Li Pozi retrieved the soup bowl, unveiling a thick concoction of silver pear soup. "Madam, shall we sample this soup today?" Madame Shen shook her head, and Li Pozi handed the bowl to a maid, instructing her to take it away. Returning to Madame Shen's side, Li Pozi knelt beside her, massaging her legs while commenting. "This fifth miss appears to be of a straightforward disposition." Madame Shen, turning her prayer beads, revealed a glimmer of light in her murky eyes. "She is an astute child." Liu Jintang was in high spirits. The fact that Madame Shen had invited her to visit more often was a positive sign, indicating that her soup had not been in vain, and that the incident regarding the gold hairpin had garnered her favorable attention. As she emerged from the Xian courtyard, her expression fell upon seeing her mother's confidant, Aunt Yun, standing at the gate. Aunt Yun stepped forward to convey her message. "The lady wishes to see the young miss." Liu Jintang's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer. She had deliberately avoided the household's inhabitants today, yet her mother was still aware of her whereabouts. It seemed she had been under scrutiny. Liu Jintang regarded the visitor with a smile, casually inquiring, "Might I ask what my mother desires of me?" The response was swift. The lady expressed that she misses you and wishes for you to join her for a while. Liu Jintang lowered her gaze, her lashes casting a shadow over her eyes, concealing the panic within. She fervently hoped that the events of the previous night remained unbeknownst to her mother. Otherwise, she would indeed have to engage in considerable discourse to extricate herself from the situation. Chapter 15. The future sister-in-law within the elegant confines of the Yayin courtyard. Liu Jintang accompanied Aunt Yun towards the main residence. The path was adorned with a tapestry of blooming flowers, their vibrant colors dancing with the gentle breeze, while dappled shadows fell upon the azure stone tiles, creating an ambience that was both serene and refined. Chunwen, having never beheld such a scene, could not help but steal glances along the way. Liu Jintang found it amusing yet felt a pang of sorrow. In her previous life, she had only spent a little over a month in the Caihe courtyard before being relegated to the back courtyard. Chunwen had toiled in her courtyard, never accompanying her elsewhere. The poor girl had never experienced a single day of joy. Upon arriving at the main house, 3 young maidservants stood at the entrance, their attire indicating they were not from the Shen residence. The air within was filled with the melodious strains of a guqin, its notes delicate and flowing. The matron guarding the door lifted the beaded curtain. Liu Jintang cast a glance inside, then turned to Chunwen, instructing her to wait outside. Chunwen nodded, watching Liu Jintang enter. As the curtain fell, Chunwen discreetly stepped aside. The maidservants waiting at the door, upon noticing Chunwen's attire, stifled their laughter and derision. Chunwen shot them a glare but chose to ignore their antics, standing silently to await Liu Jintang's return. Inside, the sound of the guqin lingered, mingling with the fragrant incense. Lady Shen, clad in a blue satin gown adorned with water patterns, wore a jeweled headdress that complemented her dark hair, seated gracefully upon a chaise longue. Her regal demeanor exuded the essence of the matriarch of the Shen family. With exquisitely painted brows and eyes, she held a blue glass teacup, smiling as she observed the young woman beside her playing the guqin. Even as Liu Jintang entered, her gaze remained fixed on the musician. Following Lady Shen's gaze, Liu Jintang turned to see the player. Upon recognizing her, a smile gradually graced her lips. No wonder the guqin's melody had struck a familiar chord. It was an old acquaintance. As the final notes faded, the young woman gently set down her jade-like fingers. Raising her head, her enchanting visage resembled a summer lotus, pristine and captivating. Her eyes sparkled like precious gems, radiating an air of scholarly elegance that suggested her noble upbringing. The young woman was of similar age to Liu Jintang, exuding a refined grace. Lady Shen promptly rose and took the young woman's delicate hand, guiding her to sit down. In contrast, Liu Jintang stood in the center of the room, lacking even a stool, making her appear like an outsider. Sensing the opportune moment, Liu Jintang stepped forward, bowing her head lightly, her voice calm and composed. "I have come to greet you, mother." Her demeanor was unruffled, devoid of any visible emotion, though she was clearly overlooked. Her tranquil appearance belied that of a tender young woman. The girl beside Lady Shen, with luminous eyes, discreetly appraised Liu Jintang from head to toe. Upon noticing Liu Jintang's exquisite features, her fingers instinctively tightened for a moment, but her gaze soon fell upon Liu Jintang's attire, which offered her some reassurance. It was as if Lady Shen had only just noticed Liu Jintang, lifting her eyelids to regard her. "You have arrived." A servant brought forth a chair for Liu Jintang. Just as she settled into her seat, Lady Shen's voice resonated once more. "Jintang, this is the legitimate daughter of Master Yin from the Ministry of Rites, your future sister-in-law." The young woman beside Shen rose gracefully, standing tall and dignified. A faint smile graced her lips as she inclined her body slightly towards Liu Jintang. Her subtle movement so delicate that one might easily overlook the gentle bend of her knee. "I am Yin Zhao," she introduced herself, upon first meeting Lu Mei. "I must say, you are indeed as radiant and charming as Madame Shen has described. Did your mother truly praise you for your beauty and grace?" Liu Jintang thought, finding it hard to believe that her mother would make such flattering remarks. Clearly, it was merely a courteous compliment from Yin Zhao. Liu Jintang shifted in her seat and rose to return the greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sister Yin." As she lifted her gaze, her eyes fell upon Yin Zhao's face, revealing an undeniable astonishment. Sister Yin must be quite troubled. "Troubled?" Yin Zhao replied, puzzled. "I do not understand what you mean." "Lu Mei, I do not feel troubled at all." Madame Shen, suspecting that Liu Jintang was about to stir up trouble, immediately ceased her laughter, her expression turning displeased. "Jintang, do not be impolite." Yet, Liu Jintang was not deterred by Madame Shen's cold reprimand. With a smile, she continued, "Sister Yin possesses such ethereal beauty and exceptional talent. Surely, suitors must be queuing up to pursue you. How could that not be troubling?" A compliment, indeed. Madame Shen sighed in relief but shot Liu Jintang an admonishing glance. Reprimanding her, "This is your future sister-in-law. You must show her more respect." A blush crept onto Yin Zhao's cheeks. After all, she was but a young maiden. And hearing Madame Shen refer to her future sister-in-law made her feel both shy and flustered. "Dear Lu Mei, you have misunderstood. I am already betrothed to your elder brother, and there is no one who dares to pursue me." A beauty, shy and fragrant as blooming flowers, with a charming smile and enchanting gaze. Liu Jintang's eyes flickered. Although Yin Zhao had caused her distress, she could not deny her extraordinary beauty. Among the three beauties of Shengjing, she rightfully claimed the top spot. Yet, with such celestial beauty and an esteemed lineage, coupled with her engagement to the noble Shen Huaixu, one could not help but wonder why she would associate with Shen Yuanci. In her dreams, it had been mentioned that Shen Yuanci had helped her conceal a certain matter, and it was this very issue that had compelled her to be with him. What could this matter be? What secret was she so determined to keep from her elder brother that she would rather attach herself to another? As Liu Jintang pondered this, she continued to respond to Madame Shen's words. Although Yin Zhao appeared to be enjoying a pleasant conversation with Madame Shen, her peripheral vision remained keenly observant of Liu Jintang. Recently, rumors had circulated among the noble families of Shengjing regarding the Shen family's adopted daughter kneeling at the feet of Shen Dapunzi. Having missed the Shen family's recent wedding banquet due to her role as a companion at court, Yin Zhao could hardly find rest upon hearing such rumors. While there had been other bold women in the past who had dared to throw themselves at him, they had all been cast aside or repelled. Yet, only Liu Jintang had not only thrown herself into Shen Huaixu's embrace, but had also fainted by his side. With so many women coveting Shen Huaixu, it was remarkable that no gossip had ever surfaced until now. Liu Jintang alone had broken the mold. Shen Huaixu, with his noble status and unparalleled beauty, was unmatched in all of Shengjing. Yin Zhao, bound by her engagement, is undeniably a figure of admiration and envy within the noble circles of Shengjing. She refuses to allow anyone to tarnish this honor. Initially, she believed that the daughter of the Shen family would pose a formidable challenge. Thus, she adorned herself in her most cherished attire, fearing she might not outshine her rival. However, upon encountering her, she felt reassured. While the girl possessed beauty, she exuded an air of poverty. Her words, though pleasing, were merely the musings of a self-proclaimed intellect. Furthermore, her demeanor suggested she was an unwelcome presence, clearly a product of a lesser locale, unworthy of the grand stage. Shengjing is replete with beautiful women, rendering her not a cause for concern. It seems that the events of that day were mere coincidence, especially with so many guests present, making it inappropriate for Shen Huaixu to react overtly. Such must be the case. Chapter 16. The last thread of affection severed the three conversed intermittently for a while before Yin Zhao stood to take her leave. Her purpose for visiting today was to meet Lady Shen, as she was engaged to Shen Huaixu and would soon be marrying into the Shen family, thus necessitating a cordial relationship with Lady Shen. Additionally, she wished to catch a glimpse of the adopted daughter of the Shen family whom everyone spoke of. With her business concluded, there was no reason for her to linger. Lady Shen expressed a desire to keep her entertained for a while longer, but Yin Zhao declined, citing her unfinished studies as an excuse. Before departing, Yin Zhao turned to Liu Jintang and said, "In a couple of days, I shall host a mid-autumn banquet at my residence. I hurriedly forgot to bring an invitation today, but I will send someone to deliver it upon my return. If you are free, dear Sister Liu, do come and join us." Liu Jintang nodded. "If Sister Yin extends an invitation, I shall certainly attend." Yin Zhao smiled and bid farewell to Lady Shen. As Liu Jintang watched Yin Zhao's retreating figure, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes. She was acutely aware of Yin Zhao's intentions for the visit, merely to assess the woman who had captivated Shen Huaixu's heart. Observing Yin Zhao's relaxed demeanor upon leaving, it seemed she was quite pleased with her performance today. Alas, Liu Jintang's hopes were destined to be dashed, for not long after, Lady Yin would pass away, and Liu Jintang would be bound to observe a 3-year mourning period. It appeared that her aspirations to wed Shen Huaixu would have to wait until after those 3 years. "Have you met Miss Yin?" As Liu Jintang's thoughts wandered, Lady Shen's icy voice interrupted. Turning her gaze towards Lady Shen, she saw her seated elegantly on the daybed, a teacup in hand, casting a penetrating look in her direction. Liu Jintang lowered her head and shook it gently. She had indeed never met Miss Yin, and her mother was well aware of this fact. Lady Shen scrutinized her, attempting to discern whether she was being deceitful, but soon relinquished her suspicion, for Liu Jintang's statement was accurate. With a sardonic smile, Lady Shen took a sip of tea and said, "You are correct. I am most informed about whether you have encountered Yin Zhao. Thus, you must elucidate why you visited the old matriarch of the Shen family today." Though framed as a question, her tone was laced with discontent. Liu Jintang obediently replied, "Grandmother sent a considerable number of items to my quarters yesterday, and I feared the Shen family might perceive me as lacking proper upbringing. Hence, I deemed it necessary to express my gratitude today." "How presumptuous!" Lady Shen slammed the teacup down. Yin Gunyang responded promptly, "I am here. Fetch my ruler." At once, upon hearing the mention of the ruler, a fleeting shadow crossed Liu Jintang's eyes. "Mother, what wrong have I committed?" Lady Shen scoffed. "Your error lies in disregarding my words. I have always heeded your instructions, Mother. There must be some misunderstanding," Liu Jintang implored, striving to justify herself. However, Lady Shen paid no heed to her explanations and ordered the servants to restrain Liu Jintang. Outnumbered, Liu Jintang was quickly subdued by 2 maids. "Mother, we are in the Shen household now. I have committed no grave offense. If you resort to such private punishment, Father will surely be enraged if he learns of it." Lady Shen glanced at Yin Gunyang, seemingly seeking confirmation of Liu Jintang's assertion. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Gunyang replied, "In principle, that is indeed the case." Then Aunt Yin approached Madame Shen, whispering something in her ear. Madame Shen narrowed her eyes and glared at Liu Jintang, who was on the ground. "As your mother, it is my duty to discipline you. A single strike from this ruler shall serve as a reminder. Regardless of what others may say, you cannot hold me accountable for my actions." With that, Madame Shen swung the ruler down with force. Liu Jintang, aware that she could not evade this punishment, braced herself, turning her neck and side to minimize the impact. However, in her attempt to avoid it, the ruler, which was meant to strike her face, ultimately landed on her neck and ear. As the ruler struck down, a buzzing sound filled her ears, rendering her momentarily deaf. As the surrounding sounds seemed to fade away, the sharp pain accompanied by a wave of dizziness caused her to stumble and fall to the ground in utter disgrace. Madame Shen showed no sign of sympathy, standing over Liu Jintang with the ruler in hand, looking down at her. "Do not mistake my words for mere chatter. This ruler is meant to remind you, while also punishing your insolence today. Fortunately, Miss Yin has chosen not to pursue the matter. Otherwise, you would have faced far worse. Should you have the audacity to wander about with that swollen face, I shall not hinder you." With that, Madame Shen returned to her seat on the noble concubine couch, instructing Aunt Yin, "Go tell Zhang Guanshi not to provide her with any medicine. If he does, he shall be opposing me. I shall go at once." As Liu Jintang emerged from the room, covering her face, Chen Wen, leaning against the wall and fidgeting, immediately sensed that Liu Jintang had been punished upon seeing her reddened eyes. Without further inquiry, she assisted Liu Jintang down the steps. Once they left the confines of Yuyun Courtyard, Liu Jintang found a rockery and, Using the reflection in the pond's clear water, examine the injuries on her neck. Miss, your neck. Chunwen exclaimed in alarm, her eyes reddening. How could Madam be so heartless? It's nothing, Liu Jintang reassured her. A mere scratch. I have my ways. As she spoke, a persistent buzzing echoed in her ears, prompting Liu Jintang to shake her head, finally feeling the noise diminish. Her mother had struck her with full force, seemingly intent on inflicting severe harm. Chunwen, with tear-filled eyes, grew increasingly distressed at the sight of the blood-tinged mark on Liu Jintang's neck. Madam knows how vital a woman's beauty is. Yet she chose to strike such a conspicuous area. It feels as though she wishes to ruin you. Liu Jintang remained unconcerned about the injury on her face. Rather, she felt fortunate that her mother was unaware of her visit to Shen Huaixu. Had she known of that encounter, the punishment would have been far more severe. Yet, this thought brought a look of confusion to Liu Jintang's eyes. Since the other party was tasked by her mother to monitor her, why did they only report her visit to the old madam's courtyard and not mention her meeting with Shen Huaixu? Unless, Chunwen, come here. I have something to instruct you. Chunwen leaned in, and the two whispered back and forth, Chunwen's expression shifting several times, revealing her surprise. Have you remembered? Liu Jintang asked. I have, Chunwen replied. Today, this measure has irrevocably severed the last emotional bond between Shen and her. Yin Zhao, in the presence of her mother, extended an invitation for her to attend the banquet, yet her mother callously struck her down, declaring that she would be too ashamed to face the world. Since her mother harbors no affection for her as a daughter, what need does she have to consider her feelings? If her mother finds her life too comfortable, she shall provide her with some tasks to occupy her time, lest she incessantly scrutinize her and create troubles where none exist. Liu Jintang cast her gaze toward Shen's courtyard and smiled faintly. Mother, I have no well wishes for you. Therefore, I shall wish you that the position of Madam Shen remains eternally secure. Chapter 17. Aligning with the support of Shen Huaixu upon returning to the courtyard. The seamstress presented the newly tailored garments. Chunwen unwrapped each piece, her exclamations of delight punctuating the air. Miss, these clothes are exquisite, fashioned from the finest materials. Liu Jintang sat before a basin of water, applying the frigid well water to her swollen neck. She did not even cast a glance at the garments. In her previous life, she had encountered far more beautiful attire, and she understood that even the most splendid clothing merely adorned the exterior. Compared to these garments, her current desire leaned more towards tangible wealth, although she had no immediate need for money. The lessons from her past life reminded her that only wealth could rescue her from perilous situations. She needed to reflect deeply on whether there were any opportunities or profitable ventures she could seize from her previous experiences. As she pondered, the voice of a young servant reached her ears. Miss, Manager Zhang has arrived and wishes to see you. Liu Jintang lifted her head from the cold water, taking a silk handkerchief to dab her face. Chunwen, please attend to Manager Zhang on my behalf. If he inquires, inform him that I am not in a position to receive visitors. Chunwen acknowledged with a slight nod and gracefully exited the room. Liu Jintang remained inside, listening to the exchange between the two outside. Is the fifth miss present? Manager Zhang inquired. My mistress is unwell today and cannot receive visitors. May I ask if there is something urgent that requires her attention? Chunwen responded. Is the fifth miss truly unwell? Has she fallen ill? Why not summon a physician from the manor? Manager Zhang pressed. Listening to their dialogue, Liu Jintang furrowed her brow and then opened the door. Outside, Manager Zhang was conversing with a group of servants. Upon seeing Liu Jintang, he instantly greeted her with a broad smile. However, as she drew closer, his smile faltered, and his gaze shifted uneasily, for the injuries on her neck and ears were indeed alarming. Inwardly, he mused, this lady is truly ruthless. How could a mother inflict such punishment upon her own child and withhold medicine? Once a woman's beauty is marred, her life is irrevocably altered. What could she possibly be thinking? As if sensing Manager Zhang's averted gaze, Liu Jintang instinctively covered her wounds. She remained uncertain of the purpose of his visit. Manager Zhang quickly gestured towards the group he had brought along. The servants sent to the fifth miss 2 days ago were rather coarse and rough in their duties. I was concerned they might damage her belongings, so I meticulously selected a few diligent workers to replace them. Liu Jintang descended the steps and scrutinized the new arrivals. 3 women and 3 men, a total of 6 individuals, stood before her, their demeanor and attire markedly different from those of the previous batch. Thank you for making this trip, Manager Zhang. The servants currently in my employ are quite satisfactory, so there is no need for a change, Liu Jintang replied. Signaling to Chunwen, who promptly stepped forward with a courteous gesture. "Manager Zhang, please allow me to see you out. Were it an ordinary matter." Manager Zhang might have taken his leave, but at that moment, Chuanwen's insistence seemed to leave him unsettled, revealing a hint of anxiety. He wore a charming smile, cleared his throat, and his gaze wandered, clearly deep in thought. Miss Five was perhaps unaware that these servants were not only efficient in their tasks but also literate. They were unlike ordinary servants and would prove to be immensely beneficial to her. Liu Jintang observed his expression closely, her heart already aware of the situation. And a faint smile graced her lips. Since Manager Zhang had stated it so, she decided to retain them. However, Liu Jintang looked at the servants tidying up not far away, feeling quite troubled. These were all sent by my grandmother, and replacing them hastily might incur her displeasure. Yet, Manager Zhang wore a beaming smile, waving his hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, Miss Five, I will handle it well and ensure you have no worries." Liu Jintang nodded. Accepting his words, Manager Zhang promptly dispatched someone to summon the original servants from the courtyard, then gave a few instructions to the newly brought servants before bowing to Liu Jintang and taking his leave. Just before he departed, Liu Jintang called out to him, "If it is convenient, please send someone to bring me some ointment to alleviate the swelling." It was not an unreasonable request. Yet Manager Zhang hesitated for a moment. Then, under Liu Jintang's watchful gaze, clasped his hands in respect. "I shall send someone to deliver the medicine shortly." Someone escorted him to the door. "Take care, Manager Zhang." Once he was out of sight, she closed the courtyard door and returned to Liu Jintang's side. Liu Jintang instructed her to arrange the new servants, and Chunwen, aware that this was Liu Jintang testing her capabilities, left with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Back in her room, Liu Jintang picked up the silk handkerchief on the table. The embroidered pine trees were nearly complete. She smiled and resumed her embroidery. When Chunwen returned, she found the window half open, warm sunlight streaming through the gap, casting a gentle glow on the young lady's shoulder. Liu Jintang's delicate neck was slightly bowed. The flickering shadows dancing with her blinking eyelashes, and her silky hair cascaded down her back, radiating tranquility and beauty. Chunwen gazed, momentarily lost in admiration, forgetting to react. Liu Jintang lifted her head and noticed Chunwen daydreaming at the doorway, tilting her head in curiosity. "Chunwen? What is the matter?" Chunwen slowly approached, squatting beside Liu Jintang's legs. Looking up at her, "Miss, you are truly the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Just now, I thought I was gazing at a fairy." No one dislikes hearing flattering words, and Liu Jintang was equally pleased. She threw Chunwen a flirtatious glance, her eyes sparkling. "Am I not even more beautiful now?" Chunwen's ears flushed slightly, genuinely complimenting. "Indeed, beautiful." Liu Jintang burst into laughter, amused by her. After their playful exchange, Chunwen retrieved the ointment sent by Manager Zhang, carefully applying it to Liu Jintang's wounds. She gently spread the ointment over the bruised areas, but even with the lightest touch, Liu Jintang winced in pain. Seeing the redness of the wound, Chunwen complained once more, "Madam is truly heartless." Liu Jintang remained noncommittal. Suddenly, Chunwen recalled something. "Did you not say that Madam forbade Manager Zhang from providing medicine? Why then did he suddenly bring us some? Is he not afraid of Madam's retribution?" Mentioning this, Liu Jintang chuckled unexpectedly. Chunwen was even more perplexed. "Zhang, the steward, is a figure of some significance. My mother warned him against delivering medicine to me, and indeed, he dared not defy her. Yet, Springwen observed the medicine in her hand, exclaiming, 'But he still sent it.'" Liu Jintang chuckled softly. "It is because he fears my elder brother more than my mother." Springwen gasped, "The eldest son?" Liu Jintang nodded. "Do you truly believe he acted out of benevolence, suddenly bringing me those people? Though the individuals in my courtyard previously were not as distinguished as those he sent today, they were still servants of the old matriarch, rightful retainers of the Shen family. All the masters of the various courtyards utilized these servants. Why then, would it suddenly no longer suffice?" Springwen playfully tucked a stray lock of hair behind Liu Jintang's ear. "Because someone is guiding him." Liu Jintang smiled brightly. "Indeed. I sensed something amiss during your conversation with Zhang in the courtyard. He was fully aware that my mother struck me, yet he still forbade him from sending medicine, while simultaneously inquiring if you thought I was ill and required a doctor. This was a veiled inquiry into whether I needed assistance. After I exited the room, he showed no surprise at the injuries on my face. Rather, he seemed astonished at their severity. Initially, I rejected his offer to change the attendants, intending to gauge who had sent him. His flustered demeanor revealed that the individual who dispatched him was not someone he dared to offend. Eventually, I made my request clear, asking him to send the medicine. He hesitated but did not refuse, indicating that I possessed something that instilled fear in him. Compelling him to defy my mother's wishes to assist me, Liu Jintang paused, lifting her gaze to spring on, and inquired, "Who do you think in the Shen family possesses the ability to persuade a sycophant like Zhang to assist me under the oppressive influence of the matriarch?" Without a moment's hesitation, Springen replied, "The eldest son." Liu Jintang's smile bloomed like a flower, radiant and captivating. "Indeed, Shen Huaixu. He instructed Zhang to deliver people to me, leading Zhang to believe my elder brother is looking out for me. Hence he dares not offend me. In essence, he is still wary of the trouble my elder brother might bring him. Moreover, he is not foolish, having made this decision. He must possess a means to contend with my mother." Springwen suddenly comprehended. Liu Jintang's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, though a cunning glimmer resided within their depths. Regardless of Shen Huaixu's motives for changing my attendance, the fact remains that he has taken notice of me, which is a positive development. Furthermore, this solidifies my conviction to align myself with Shen Huaixu and leverage his influence to alter my fate. Chapter 18. The Lost Jade Pendant as dusk descended. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a warm glow upon the branches, while the wind rustled through the leaves. Liu Jintang stood on the steps before her door, handing an object to Chunwen, leaning close to impart some instructions. Chunwen nodded in acknowledgement and then exited the courtyard with the item in her possession. Instead of leaving the estate, Chunwen lingered in the back garden of the Shen residence until darkness enveloped the surroundings. She then found a tree, squatted down, and dug a small hole to bury the object. Once she completed her task, she cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was watching before brushing the dust off her clothes and departing. Just as she left, a figure stealthily emerged from the shadows, making a beeline for the spot where Chunwen had buried the item, immediately beginning to dig. "Don't move." A dagger pressed against his back, accompanied by a cold, commanding voice that brooked no defiance. He halted his actions and slowly rose. "Chunwen, bind him," Liu Jintang instructed in a low tone. Without hesitation, Chunwen produced a length of rope, securely tying the man's hands and arms, then using a cloth to gag him. Together, the master and servant escorted the captive behind a rockery, where they lit a match to examine his features. To their astonishment, he was merely a youth, likely no older than 17, with a frail physique and gaunt features, save for his remarkably bright eyes. Despite being caught in the act, he displayed no fear. Instead, he fixed a defiant gaze upon Liu Jintang, as if challenging her to do her worst. Chunwen, not one to hold back, smacked him on the head and, with hands on her hips, feigned ferocity. "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll pluck out your eyeballs." Her voice was strong and commanding, and she glared at him with such determination that it was somewhat convincing. The youth subtly recoiled, a barely perceptible movement that Liu Jintang nonetheless noticed. A smirk crept across her lips. He was not as formidable as he appeared. She removed the cloth from his mouth and extinguished the match, wary of being seen. "So, it was you who informed my mother of my whereabouts?" The youth tilted his head, remaining silent. Chunwen kicked him lightly. "I'm asking you a question." He continued to remain mute. Liu Jintang, unfazed, smiled and crouched down to meet his gaze through the night. "You are quite clever, otherwise. You wouldn't have concealed your meeting with the older brother from me. You are well aware of whom one can offend and whom one cannot within the Shen residence. Therefore, you must understand why my mother entrusted this task to you." The youth's keen eyes discerned the radiant glow of the girl's star-like eyes and the faint blush adorning her delicate features, even in the dim light. He averted his gaze, attempting to hide the turmoil within his own eyes. "I acted that way merely to avoid trouble. It does not signify my betrayal of Madame Shen. Do you find yourself in need of money?" Liu Jintang inquired unexpectedly. The youth instinctively fell silent, and his silence conveyed the answer to Liu Jintang. After a brief moment of hesitation, she retrieved a jade lock pendant from her bosom. She placed the jade pendant into the youth's hand and promptly instructed Chunwen to untie him. Although Chunwen was exceedingly reluctant, she complied and released the bindings. The youth, grasping the jade pendant, was filled with astonishment. "What do you give this to me for? Do you believe this will win me over?" "I do not accept this as a gift. I merely borrow it." Liu Jintang rose to her feet. "I do not inquire about your reasons, nor do I compel you to act in any way. There is but one request. You must help me conceal my visit to my elder brother from my mother. The rest is yours to disclose as you wish." The youth scoffed lightly. "You trust me so readily? I could sell this pendant and inform Madame Shen of your deeds today." Liu Jintang responded with equal indifference. "Then let it be that I have misjudged you. Choose your path as you see fit. Let us go, Chunwen." Turning to depart, she paused after a few steps and glanced back at the youth. There is one more matter I require your assistance with. The youth was taken aback by Liu Jintang's unexpected trust in him. She first grasped him firmly and then handed him the jade pendant, as if she was convinced he would not betray her and was ready to enlist his help. What is it? He inquired, surprisingly devoid of harsh words. Liu Jintang smiled and remained silent, turning away. Tomorrow morning, await me here, and I shall inform you then. Stunned, the youth watched as Liu Jintang departed. After a moment, he rose from the ground and tossed the jade pendant into the air. This fifth miss is indeed intriguing. On their way back, Chunwen was filled with questions. Miss, do you truly trust him so? What if he takes the pendant and betrays you? The maid was perplexed, believing he should be dealt with severely to dissuade him from prying into the miss's affairs. Liu Jintang carefully navigated her steps in the dim light of the lantern. With a smile, she replied, striking him would only foster resentment. To subdue someone, one must attack the heart, and should he face repercussions, it would undoubtedly arouse my mother's suspicion. The next replacement may not be so easy to manage. How does the miss know he is in need of money? Chunwen inquired. Liu Jintang countered. Do you not need money? Chunwen fell silent, then shyly chuckled. I do need it as well. Indeed, who does not lack money? I may not know him well, but I understand human nature. His hesitation when money was mentioned indicates he is indeed in a predicament. I merely seek to sell him a favor by having him misreport my whereabouts. If he is clever enough, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Liu Jintang's eyes glimmered. Had the youth's prying not caused her distress, she would not have resorted to such a strategy. After all, she would frequently encounter Shen Huaixu in the future. And if he were to disclose her intentional closeness to Shen Huaixu to her mother, the consequences could be dire. The repercussions of her being reprimanded were trivial, however. If her mother, in a fit of anger, sent her away from Shengjing, that would be life-altering. Once at the distant villa, with the heavens high and the emperor far, who could predict her fate? Recalling the exquisite jade pendant, Liu Jintang could not help but sigh. She had intended to present it to Shen Huaixu on 2 occasions, but ultimately failed to do so. Now it was completely beyond her reach. Although she outwardly appeared composed, deep within, she felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of parting with the precious gift. Investing her sole possession in an uncertain venture was indeed a perilous gamble. Fortunately, it seemed that she had not lost after all. Yet, considering that it was a gift from her father, she realized that she must seek an opportunity to gauge the other party's intentions, with the aim of eventually repurchasing it in the future. Chapter 19. Lift your face. As Liu Jintang turned the corner of the corridor, she collided with an approaching figure. Their lantern was but a diminutive flicker, the candlelight feeble and dim. In stark contrast, the other's lantern was exquisite and radiant, illuminating the surroundings and rendering Liu Jintang's light even more somber. Upon seeing the visitor, she hurriedly lowered her head, flustered and fearful, retreating to make way. Jintang had encountered her elder brother. Shen Huaixu remained silent, observing the young girl's submissive demeanor before stepping closer. Lift your face, he commanded, his voice deep and melodious, yet laced with an undercurrent of coldness and authority that brooked no dissent. Liu Jintang bit her lip and slowly raised her gaze. As her delicate visage was unveiled to the light, the expressions of Dongyang and Beiyun shifted, the faint smiles on their faces evaporating. The girl's porcelain complexion made the crimson marks on her ears appear particularly alarming. Shen Huaixu's eyes narrowed as he beheld the swollen bruises on her neck, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. A ruler? Liu Jintang recognized his astuteness, yet she was taken aback by the sharpness of his insight. However, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising for one so young to hold the esteemed position of Minister of Justice, while concurrently overseeing the 2 formidable factions of the Imperial Guard and the Jinui. A lack of perception would indeed be absurd. Her eyes welled with tears, and in a flurry of anxiety, she cast her gaze downward to conceal the marks, then bowed slightly to Shen Huaixu. The hour grows late. Jintang must return swiftly. Please, take care, elder brother. With that, she hurried away, guiding Chunwen to shield her from view. Only after the girl's silhouette had vanished into the night did Shen Huaixu straighten his posture and emit a chilling laugh, one that sent shivers down the spine. A shadow leaped down from the eaves of the corridor, kneeling before him on one knee. My lord, your subordinate greets you. Shen Huaixu's dark eyes glinted with frost. Speak. The Shen family is incensed that the 5th miss disregarded her instructions and independently sought an audience with the matriarch, resulting in her being punished with a ruler's strike. A strange smile crept upon Shen Huaixu's lips. And? The figure in black continued. The Shen family has prohibited Zhang Guan from administering any medicine to her. But When Zhang Guan visited the 5th Miss's quarters, he was seemingly detected. The 5th Miss requested a balm for her swelling bruises. A cunning image of the girl asking Zhang Guan for the ointment flashed in Shen Huaixu's mind, and the smile on his lips broadened. Recalling her reddened eyes from earlier, he unconsciously brushed his fingers against the hilt of his sword. It was merely a performance for his benefit, an attempt to elicit his sympathy. Yet, what could he do? He found himself feeling a modicum of compassion for her. Such an intriguing person and circumstance were rare sights in his life. Baiyun, he called. Baiyun stepped forward. My lord? Inform that person, tomorrow at the temple fair. I wish to witness a splendid spectacle. Baiyun raised his eyes, a smile breaking forth. As you command. Having walked a fair distance, Liu Jintang suddenly halted and turned to glance behind her. Chunwen followed her gaze, and apart from the empty path and the eerie surroundings, there was naught else. Miss. Liu Jintang turned back with a light laugh. Chunwen, I have an inkling. What kind of inkling? A sense of impending good fortune lingered in the air. Within the elegant confines of the Yayin courtyard, Aunt Yin attended to Madame Shen's ablutions, subsequently selecting an exquisite attire for the upcoming temple fair. Madam, this smoke blue garment is exceptionally refined, making it perfectly suitable for tomorrow's occasion. Madame Shen sat before her vanity, gazing into the bronze mirror, playfully positioning a hairpin atop her head. Aunt Yun, placing the attire aside, stepped forward to insert the pin into her hair, offering her insight as she observed Madame Shen's reflection. While this pin is indeed beautiful, it is rather understated, given that your attire will also be simple. Pairing it with such a modest pin may come across as overly low-key, which is inappropriate. Madame Shen inquired, why is that inappropriate? Aunt Yin leaned in slightly, explaining. Tomorrow marks the first occasion that you will present yourself as Madame Shen since your marriage into the family. The temple fair will attract numerous noblewomen. If you appear too understated, it may lead others to perceive you as easily manipulated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Madame Shen's expressive eyes. Aunt Yun then retrieved a lotus flower white jade crown from the brocade box. This lotus crown, with its delicate white hue, harmonizes beautifully with gold and jade, striking the perfect balance between ostentation and simplicity. It complements the smoke blue attire splendidly, and the lotus symbolizes a sacred seed of the Bodhisattva, carrying profound significance. It would be most fitting for tomorrow's fair. As Aunt Yun concluded her words, Madame Shen smiled appreciatively. She accepted the jade crown from Aunt Yun's hands, trying it on. Clearly envisioning herself adorned with it the following day, her joy unmistakable. You are indeed correct. Madame Shen turned to Aunt Yun, her satisfaction evident. I knew you would prove more resourceful than Aunt Qian. Aunt Yun bowed respectfully, replying, it is my duty to serve. She carefully placed the jade crown back into the brocade box and then arranged Madame Shen's hair. May I inquire which young lady you intend to bring to the temple fair tomorrow? Madame Shen, fiddling with her elegantly manicured nails, replied casually, of course. It will be Shiyu and Shengjing. Aunt Yun seemingly asked without intent, what about the 5th young lady? Without a moment's hesitation, Madame Shen retorted. The fair will be filled with nobility. How could I possibly bring her along and risk offending them? Aunt Yun fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a considerable time. Noticing Aunt Yun's contemplative expression reflected in the mirror, Madame Shen prompted, if you have something to say, please do. After a moment of hesitation, Aunt Yun gathered her courage to express, I believe it would be better for you to bring the 5th young lady along. Madame Shen's countenance darkened with displeasure. And what is the reasoning behind that? Aunt Yun articulated her concerns. The entire capital is aware that you brought a stepdaughter into the Shen family. If you were to appear only with the 2nd and 4th young ladies, it might lead outsiders to believe that the Shen family does not favor the 5th young lady. Moreover, given the incident at your wedding banquet, where the 5th young lady caused quite a stir, everyone in Shengjing is eager to catch a glimpse of her. Oh? Madame Shen's interest piqued. Are the events from that banquet still circulating? Indeed, Aunt Yin replied in a hushed tone. Not only are they being discussed, but everyone is eagerly awaiting to see the 5th young lady, especially since she is the only one who has survived after provoking the eldest son. Madame Shen cast a fleeting glance towards the window, where a fallen leaf brushed against the sill before being whisked away by the wind. Her thoughts drifted along with that leaf, as she pondered quietly. That reckless girl, in her clumsiness, could indeed serve as an opportunity for her. With so many eyes upon her, should she find herself embroiled in scandal the following day, it would provide a perfect pretext to send the girl away from Shengjing. Out of sight and out of mind. Moreover, even if she chose not to take the girl with her, it was likely that the old matriarch would insist on bringing the reckless child along. Why then should she be the villain? With this line of reasoning, Madame Shen uttered a contemplative hum. Then you shall inform her first thing tomorrow morning. Aunt Yun replied, I understand, madam. Madam Shen glanced outside to gauge the time. What hour is it? It is 1/4 past the hour of the dog, madam, came the response. Has the master sent word? Aunt Yun shook her head. The master has yet to return home. He is likely occupied with pressing matters. Madam Shen absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her hair, then suddenly recalled something. Has there been any report regarding the affairs at Saya Courtyard? Aunt Yun nodded. It has been reported that all is well at Saya Courtyard. The 5th young miss has remained indoors since being scolded by you. Likely too ashamed to venture out due to her injuries. Madam Shen smirked in satisfaction. That ruler was sufficient to teach her a lesson. It will keep her from gallivanting about and pretending to be clever. When you go to see her tomorrow morning, be sure to bring her a veil. While I do not mind her facing the world with her injuries, it does reflect poorly on the Shen family. Let her wear the veil so she does not frighten anyone. Aunt Yun's eyes glimmered with understanding as she nodded in agreement. Chapter 20. The elder brother seemingly does not wish to meet me at the break of dawn. Liu Jintang arose from her slumber, preparing to brew a nourishing soup. While grooming herself, she noticed a silk handkerchief resting on the table. The intricate embroidery of pine trees, which had been left unfinished yesterday, was now complete. The handkerchief, a delicate moonlight white, featured the pine embroidery in the lower right corner, neither too large nor too small, yet vividly exquisite. She approached, picked up the handkerchief, and brought it close to her nose for a whiff. Raising her brows slightly, she noted the absence of fragrance. This simply would not do. Liu Jintang called for Chunwen. Chunwen, do you find my scent pleasant? Chunwen sniffed the air and nodded earnestly. Indeed, miss, your fragrance is subtle and refreshing, reminiscent of floral notes. Liu Jintang then retrieved a sachet from her waist, waving it before Chunwen's eyes. This aroma comes from the spices contained within this pouch. It's the scent of begonia blossoms. Begonia blossoms? Chunwen took the sachet, inhaling deeply, her eyes widening as if she had unearthed a treasure. This is truly the aroma. How delightful. Have you ever seen begonia blossoms? Are they beautiful? Liu Jintang reclaimed the sachet, securing it back at her waist, her smile radiating like the first light of dawn, illuminating all around her. Beautiful indeed. The begonias of Jiangning are the most splendid. In the chilly spring nights, amidst the misty rain, the vibrant begonias bloom, captivating all who behold them. Just from Liu Jintang's description, Chunwen felt the allure of the begonia blossoms. She gazed at Liu Jintang, filled with yearning. I too wish to see them. Liu Jintang playfully pinched her cheek. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you back to Jiangning to witness the begonia blossoms. Chunwen's face lit up with joy, her demeanor suggesting she was already on the way to Jiangning. Encouraged by Chunwen's affirmation, Liu Jintang decided to use her remaining spices to infuse the handkerchief with fragrance. The begonia spice was something she had brought from Jiangning. Each year, when the begonias bloomed, she would gather the most tender and largest buds, processing them into fragrant spices. Unfortunately, Shengjing lacked begonias, and her supply was dwindling. Were it not for the desire to leave a lasting impression on Shen Huaixu, she would have been reluctant to use her precious spices on a mere handkerchief. She longed for Shen Huaixu to associate the scent of begonia blossoms and the sight of these flowers with her image. She yearned to be his most unforgettable sister. At the second watch of the morning, Liu Jintang arrived punctually at the entrance of King Dengzhu. Through the courtyard gate, the sound of clashing swords reverberated incessantly. Chunwen murmured softly, Miss, the eldest son and his companions practice swordsmanship at such an early hour. They are truly diligent. Liu Jintang gazed at the courtyard gate, remaining silent. Her elder brother was not only immensely skilled but also remarkably disciplined. She recalled the stunning sight from that morning, their physique, the contours of his chest. How many young men in all of Shengjing could rival such a splendid form? As her thoughts lingered, the courtyard gate swung open. The clamor of swords intensified. Wen Run, standing behind the gate, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liu Jintang, but soon understood upon noticing the soup pot in her arms. The 5th miss arriving so early each day to deliver soup was indeed a rare gesture. Liu Jintang greeted him with a cheerful bow. I prepare soup for grandmother daily, and thought to bring a portion for my elder brother as well. It is but a small token. Wen Run's casual demeanor was evident. Qing Dengzhu and Ci and Yuan, one situated in the front and the other in the back, one to the south and the other to the north, could hardly be considered a convenient route. His words were laced with jest, and Liu Jintang merely feigned ignorance, smiling in response. As Wen Run stepped over the threshold, he accepted the medicinal soup from Liu Jintang's hands and gestured courteously. Miss, perhaps you would like to come in and take a seat? The young master is currently practicing his swordsmanship and may require some time. Liu Jintang lifted her gaze and noticed, not far beyond the verdant bamboo grove, 3 figures darting between the trees. Shen Huaixu was not practicing swordplay in front of the house today, yet the sounds of combat were even more intense than on that fog-laden day. Retracting her gaze, Liu Jintang took a step back. No, I believe my elder brother would prefer not to see me. Please trouble yourself with this soup, steward. When Run did not insist on her staying, and Liu Jintang, understanding the unspoken sentiment, promptly departed with Chunwen. Once when Run closed the courtyard door, the sounds of fighting had ceased. Upon turning around, he discovered that Dong Yang and Bei Yun, who had been practicing their swordplay in the bamboo grove, had somehow approached him from behind. Both were panting heavily, their bodies radiating heat, swords in hand, fixed on the medicinal soup he held. When Run was startled and tightened his grip on the soup, fearing they intended to snatch it from him. What are you doing? He inquired. Dong Yang remained silent, stepping aside, while Shen Huaixu approached with a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted with Dong Yang's labored breaths. Not only was his breathing steady, but his expression was also unperturbed, with only a hint of perspiration gracing his brow. When Run quickly bowed his head, "My lord." Shen Huaixu glanced at the soup in his arms, then at the firmly shut courtyard door. Where is she? The identity of the person in question was unmistakable. When Run replied, the 5th miss left after leaving the soup. Shen Huaixu's hair appeared to blaze like fire, accentuating his devilishly charming features. What did she say? He pressed. When Run pondered for a moment before reciting Liu Jintang's final words. No, I believe my elder brother would prefer not to see me. Please trouble yourself with this soup, steward. Shen Huaixu suddenly let out a cold laugh, his expression dark as a withered tree. He turned, his voice icy as he commanded, if she comes again to deliver soup, send her away. When Run wiped the cold sweat from his brow, increasingly perplexed by his master's behavior, Dong Yang chuckled as he took the soup, lifting the lid to inhale deeply. Today is a feast for the palate. He looked to Bei Yun. Since the master won't be partaking, shall we indulge ourselves? It would be a waste otherwise. Bei Yun sheathed his sword, casting a backward glance. If you wish to eat, do so yourself. I prefer to prolong my days. What did he mean by prolonging his days? Could it be that the soup was poisoned? Dong Yang quickly brought the soup closer, inhaling its aroma, which was undeniably delightful. Observing this, when Run cautioned, if you wish to avoid sweeping the horse pen again, heed my advice and do not touch that soup. With that, he brushed off his sleeves and departed. Dong Yang stood at the door, hesitating for a moment before tilting his head back to take a sip of the soup. After wiping his mouth, he remarked, delicious. Such a splendid treasure ought not to be squandered. You think to intimidate me? I, Dong Yang, am not easily frightened. If I could savor this broth simply by sweeping a horse pen, it would be worth the effort. With a cheerful demeanor, Dong Yang cradled the potion as he strolled to the backyard, sipping and smacking his lips in delight. A few days later, amidst the dreadful stench of muck he was cleaning, Dong Yang let out a howl towards the heavens. If fate could grant him another chance, he would never have succumbed to temptation and consumed that broth, nor uttered such foolish words. He had no desire to clean the pigsty. Chapter 21. Young Master Shao. Upon returning to the courtyard, Liu Jintang leisurely picked up a handkerchief to prepare for incense. Chunwen, standing beside her, inquired, Miss, did you not ask that person to wait at the rockery yesterday? Are you not going? She referred to the young man who had been observing her. Liu Jintang poured the incense into the bronze burner, gently crushing it in preparation for lighting. Her movements were delicate, and her tone gentle. What is the haste? If he cannot wait a mere moment, he is not to be trusted. She had only informed him of the morning without specifying a precise time, wishing to ascertain whether he was a reliable individual. If he left before the morning had passed, it would indicate his lack of interest in collaborating with her, thus she could not entrust him with the subsequent matter, as it would be too perilous. Chunwen nodded in understanding and stepped forward to assist Liu Jintang with the incense. After the handkerchief had been infused, it needed to air out. Liu Jintang glanced at the sky, preparing to brew soup for the matriarch. Just as she exited the room, there was a knock on the courtyard door. The servant opened it to reveal Aunt Yun. Upon seeing someone from the Shen family, Chunwen immediately became alert. But Liu Jintang patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. The visitor would not come so early seeking trouble. It must be that her mother had a matter to discuss. Aunt Yun entered the courtyard and, upon spotting Liu Jintang on the steps, approached and bowed respectfully. This servant greets the 5th Mississippi. Aunt Yun's early visit must pertain to something from my mother? Aunt Yun gestured for the maid behind her to present the items. Liu Jintang observed the veil on the maid's tray and suddenly recalled something. The next moment, Aunt Yun's words confirmed her suspicions. Today marked the monthly temple fair in Shengjing, and the matron had instructed this servant to bring the veil to the fifth miss, while also conveying that the matron wished to take the fifth miss to the fair, urging her to prepare herself accordingly. Chunin stepped forward to receive the tray, and Liu Jintang smiled at Aunt Yun, saying, "Thank you for making this trip, Aunt Yun. I shall prepare well." Aunt Yun's gaze inadvertently swept across the bruise on Liu Jintang's cheek, noting that while it was swollen, it did not seem to worsen. She concealed her suspicions and then exited the courtyard. Chunwen picked up the veil from the tray, inspecting it thoroughly before handing it to Liu Jintang. "Miss, do you think the matron feels guilty for having struck you? Is that why she sent the veil and wishes to take you to the fair?" Liu Jintang glanced at the veil in her hand, a sarcastic smile gracing her lips. "It is hardly guilt, more like ulterior motives. In her previous life, her mother had also taken her to the fair, and if her memories served her right, she had unexpectedly fallen into the water there. To call it an accident was not entirely accurate. While others perceived it as an unfortunate mishap, she had actually been pushed into the water. Shengjing had deliberately sought to trouble her at the fair and had taken advantage of a moment to push her in, with Shen Huaixu ultimately rescuing her from the depths. She vividly recalled the gazes of the crowd as she was pulled ashore, disheveled and having been touched by her brother, rendering her the laughingstock of all Shengjing from that day forth. It was also from that day that Shen Huaixu had begun to take an interest in her. Although certain events in this life have been altered due to her rebirth, the significant matters remain unchanged. Thus, at today's temple fair, the tragedy from the previous life shall once again unfold. Liu Jintang poured herself a cup of warm tea, observing the ripples in the cup, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. "Shengjing, I wonder if you will be more obedient this time." The temple fair was still some time away, and Liu Jintang was in no rush. She sauntered to the kitchen, prepared some soup, and leisurely delivered it to the Xian courtyard. When heading to the Xian courtyard, Liu Jintang wore a veil to conceal her injuries. Although the old Madame Shen found it strange, Liu Jintang explained it was due to a cold, fearing it might be contagious, and the old madam did not press further. After spending a moment in the Xian courtyard, Liu Jintang stepped outside and looked up at the sky. Noticing the time was nearly upon her, she turned and made her way to the rockery from the previous day. Upon reaching the rockery, Liu Jintang found no one there. Just as she suspected the other party was untrustworthy, a stone suddenly fell at her feet. She looked up to see a youth in black crouching atop the rockery, swinging her ruby lock pendant, gazing down at her with a dark expression. "Sorry to keep you waiting. There were many matters to attend to this morning," Liu Jintang explained with a smile. The youth leapt down from the rockery, unimpressed by her explanation, and spoke with a harsh tone. "Speak. What is it you wish to convey?" Chunwen, observing his attitude, felt displeased. However, before she could voice her discontent, Liu Jintang pulled her back, understanding the youth's temperament. If she had been kept waiting for so long, her anger would likely have surpassed his. Yet, his displeasure did not drive him away, indicating he still valued their collaboration, which was a good sign. This time, Liu Jintang did not hold back. Her expression turned serious as she looked him in the eye. "I require your assistance in disseminating a message, ideally. It should be known by all within 3 days." The youth's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he regarded Liu Jintang. "What message?" "The news of the Shen family's lady being with child." The youth was taken aback, and Chunwen behind Liu Jintang also appeared astonished. "But the lady is not pregnant. What purpose does spreading such news serve? A physician would easily discern the truth, and the rumors would fall apart without effort. It is meaningless." Liu Jintang recognized their confusion but did not elaborate. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the youth. "So, can you ensure this news spreads throughout Shengjing within 3 days?" The youth returned her gaze for a long moment before smirking. "Do you underestimate me? I can have the news spread across Shengjing in 2 days." Chunwen scoffed. "Anyone can boast." The youth shot her a cold glare. "Who are you calling a braggart?" Chunwen, unafraid, shot back. You street urchin." Liu Jintang's lips curled beneath her veil. Unlike Chunwen, she held no doubt about the youth's words. "Then I shall await your good news." The youth huffed in response, averting his gaze, unwilling to engage with Chunwen further. Chunwen made a face at him, nearly provoking another scowl from the youth. Liu Jintang chuckled softly, discreetly nudging Chunwen to indicate she should cease her antics. Chunwen finally reined in her emotions and retreated behind Liu Jintang, having concluded her matters. Liu Jintang was about to depart with Chunwen. As the hour was drawing near for her to attend the temple fair, she needed to return and prepare. After taking a few steps, she paused. Xiaoxia, she turned back. What? The youth repeated. My name is Xiaoxia. I have accepted your jade pendant, and I shall assist you in this matter. Subsequently, I will still report your affairs to Madame Shen. If I remain silent, she will grow suspicious. Liu Jintang understood he was not lying, for he had been instructed by the Shen family to observe her. If no news were relayed to the Shens, suspicion was inevitable. You may report my matters truthfully, but regarding my meeting with Shen Huaixu, Xiaoxia sensed her concern. Aside from this matter, I will report everything else honestly. That suffices. Liu Jintang smiled, then turned away. I shall trouble you then, young Master Xiao. She addressed him as young Master Xiao. Xiaoxia was taken aback. As he regained his composure, the figure of the young woman had already vanished. He raised an eyebrow, tucked the jade pendant into his pocket, and turned to head towards the back courtyard. Chapter 22. The Temple Fair. As the hour of Chen approached, Liu Jintang had already arrived at the entrance of the Shen residence. Today's Temple Fair drew a considerable crowd, with carriages and pedestrians bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen followed closely behind Liu Jintang, observing the animated streets with delight. Miss, the fair hasn't even begun yet it's already so vibrant. It must be even more bustling at the venue. Liu Jintang intended to agree, yet before she could speak, a sharp and scornful voice pierced through the air. What is that foul stench? It is truly unbearable. Turning around, she beheld Shen Huaixu and Shen Huaixu emerging, their garments resplendent and their beauty striking. Upon spotting Liu Jintang, Shen Huaixu took a step back, disdain evident in her expression. So the foul odor emanates from you. No wonder there is such a pungent scent of poverty. Shen Huaixu had always harbored a distaste for Liu Jintang, and it was no surprise that her words were laced with venom. Chen Wen's face turned pale with indignation. Yet she restrained herself, well aware that retaliating would not only endanger herself but also Liu Jintang. Shen Huaixu, on the other hand, refrained from displaying any contempt or uttering harsh words. However, instead of curbing Shen Huaixu's cruelty, she merely defended her. The fourth sister is young and has been spoiled by the family. Her words may be inappropriate, but do not take offense. Liu Jintang smiled. What was there to take offense at? In her previous life, she would have certainly exchanged barbs, but now she felt nothing at all. Shen Huaixu fancied herself the pampered fourth miss of the Shen family, yet in truth, she was merely the daughter of a concubine. In the entire Shen household, only Shen Huaixu held the legitimate status of a true heir. The late matriarch, being kind-hearted, treated Shen Huaixu and Shen Huaixu as her own, and over the years, these two sisters had become lost in their indulgence, forgetting their true identities. To speak candidly, their fates were ultimately the same. They would merely serve as stepping stones for the Shen family to arrange advantageous marriages. It is all right. The fourth sister's innocence and straightforwardness are far preferable to those who speak ill behind one's back. I shall not take it to heart. Shen Huaixu was taken aback by Liu Jintang's unexpected magnanimity. Shen Huaixu let out a derisive snort, her gaze toward Liu Jintang growing ever more contemptuous. To endure such humiliation with a facade of indifference was truly a mark of someone from a humble background, she thought. Ah, you've all arrived. I was just worrying about you two and contemplating sending someone to summon you. Lady Shen emerged from the residence, her gaze warm as she regarded Shen Huaixu and Shen Huaixu, with Shen Yuanci following closely behind, evidently having encountered them at the gate. The disdain on Shen Huaixu's face vanished immediately, as she joyfully rushed to Lady Shen, linking her arm with hers, displaying affection as if she were the lady's own daughter. Mother, you look particularly beautiful today, especially with that lotus crown atop your head. You resemble the goddess of mercy. Lady Shen beamed with happiness, touching the lotus crown atop her head. Really? Without hesitation, Shen Huaixu nodded. Indeed. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with my second sister. She would not deceive you. With a smile, Shen Huaixu stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to the matriarch of the Shen family before saying, Fourth sister did not deceive you. Indeed, she is as beautiful as the goddess of mercy. See, dear matriarch, now you believe me. Shen Huaixu pouted, exuding a petulant charm. The matriarch of the Shen family beamed with delight, caressing her cheek. I believe. Both of you know how to please me. The three shared a light-hearted laugh, while Liu Jintang stood aside, observing with a cool gaze. What a warm tableau of maternal affection and filial piety, it almost moved her. Since leaving the residence, Shen Yuanci had noticed the young lady not far away. Dressed in a fresh and elegant outfit of willow green, her silky hair cascaded like a waterfall, and a white veil concealed her visage, revealing only her starry eyes, which added an air of mystique to her beauty. His eyes lingered on her slender waist before he approached her. "Fifth sister, why are you standing here alone? Why not come forward and converse with our matriarch?" If Liu Jintang had known that merely standing there would attract Shen Yuanxi like a fly, she would have kept her distance. But now, with the metaphorical fly drawn closer, she found it difficult to retreat. "Greetings, third brother," she replied coolly, performing a formal greeting, her lowered eyelids indicating her desire for minimal interaction. However, Shen Yuanxi, having managed to approach her, was not inclined to leave so easily. "Why are you so distant with me, fifth sister? At the wedding banquet, you called our eldest brother big brother, yet today you refer to me as third brother. Such disparate treatment has left me quite saddened." Though he did not possess the striking allure of Shen Huaixu, he was certainly far from ordinary in appearance. In a previous life, Shen Yuanxi had similarly attempted to engage her in conversation, and at that time, Liu Jintang had been exceedingly timid, stammering and unable to articulate a single coherent sentence in the presence of his extraordinary charm. Now, facing a similar situation, all she felt was disdain. Yet she concealed her feelings, presenting a facade of composure. Noting her lowered head, Shen Yuanxi mistakenly interpreted her shyness as bashfulness, causing him to smile smugly as he intended to further their rapport. However, just as he took a step forward, Shengjing dashed in, placing herself between him and Liu Jintang. With her dainty features alight with mischief, she glared at Liu Jintang and then clung to Shen Yuanxi's arm, pouting, "Third brother, you promised me the other day that you would buy me a flower hairpin at the temple fair. You must not forget." Shengjing and Shen Yuanxi were biological siblings, both born of concubine show, which naturally fostered a closer bond between them compared to others. Shen Shiyu would never adopt such a tone with Shen Yuanxi. The latter adored his younger sister immensely, almost always acquiescing to her requests. Shengjing, wary of Liu Jintang encroaching upon her brother's affections, remained guarded against her. Yet, for Liu Jintang, Shengjing's arrival was akin to a lifeline. The moment she approached, Liu Jintang seized the opportunity to slip away. And by the time Shen Yuanxi looked down and then up again, she was already gone. Resigned, he could only temporarily suppress his thoughts and deal with the present company. "Rest assured, I shall buy it for you at the temple fair." Shengjing laughed merrily, her joy palpable. Suddenly, her gaze darted towards Liu Jintang, and she added, "That third brother can only purchase for me alone. Some people have a narrow perspective. If they see something appealing at the temple fair and cannot resist temptation, third brother, you must not carelessly spend your silver." Shen Yuanxi, noticing her gaze, also glanced in Liu Jintang's direction, fully aware of whom Shengjing was referring to. He nevertheless indulged her, saying, "Very well, I shall buy only for you." Their conversation was not particularly hushed, and Liu Jintang caught the gist of it. With a roll of her eyes, Liu Jintang thought to herself that Shen Yuanxi was hardly a treasure worth guarding so closely. He was merely a stone in a dung pit, cherished solely by Shengjing. As long as Shen Yuanxi did not approach her, she would be eternally grateful. Chapter 23, an additional pretext for meeting him, fourth sister. There are many people around. You must exercise discretion while engaging with third brother. Shen Shiyu stepped forward to remind Shengjing. Although the bond between the siblings was strong, the distinction between genders necessitated a degree of propriety in public settings to avoid gossip. Shengjing glanced at Shen Shi, seeing no displeasure on her face. She released Shen Yuanxi's arm. While Shen Shiyu's intentions were well-meaning, Shengjing perceived it as an unwarranted intrusion, especially since Shen Shi had remained silent. After letting go of Shen Yuanxi's arm, she muttered softly, "It's none of your business." Shen Shiyu's expression instantly soured, a mixture of anger, embarrassment, and discomfort crossing her features. Indeed, Shengjing's words, though blunt, held merit. She had overstepped, given that Shen Shi had not voiced any objections. "Enough of this. Let us board the carriage." Shen Shi interjected, thus alleviating Shen Shiyu's awkwardness. She addressed both Shen Shiyu and Shengjing. "You two will share a carriage with me." Shen Shiyu and Shengjing readily agreed, while Liu Jintang remained motionless, with no indication that Shen Shi intended to include her. Shengjing turned to Liu Jintang. "Seeking to stir trouble, I wonder how fifth sister plans to attend the temple fair? Today, our household lacks sufficient carriages. The remaining ones are reserved for grandmother and father. You might as well walk there." Liu Jintang raised her gaze towards the single carriage at the gate, alongside a magnificent steed. It was evident that the carriage was designated for Shen Shi, while the horse was meant for Shen Yuanxi. Currently, Shen Shi called upon Shen Shiyu and Shengjing but had ignored her, clearly a deliberate arrangement by her mother. Thus, there was no need for her to request a carriage. Her mother had undoubtedly made prior arrangements, ensuring that no one would dare provide her with one. Her mother intended to make it clear that the Shen family was now under her control, should Liu Jintang disobey. She would find herself without a carriage today and potentially deprived of other privileges in the future, given that my stepmother's carriage cannot accommodate so many. And with the carriages in the household insufficient, if fifth sister does not mind, shall we share a horse to the temple fair? Shen Huaixu proposed. Shengjing immediately rejected the idea. No, I certainly do not want to share a horse with third brother. Liu Jintang, too, had no desire to ride alongside Shen Huaixu. She preferred to distance herself as far as possible from him. Just as she contemplated seeking an alternative solution, a tall figure strode purposefully out from the residence. The moment he appeared, the usually spoiled Shengjing transformed into a model of compliance, while Shen Huaixu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the newcomer. Shen Huaixu displayed no reaction, yet the slight bow of his head suggested a measure of trepidation towards the figure. Shen Shi's expression shifted from maternal affection to gentle warmth, her face illuminated by a tender smile directed at the approaching individual. Shen Huaixu, clad in a dark brocade robe and cinched at the waist with a jade belt, possessed an elegant demeanor reminiscent of a pine tree under the moonlight, noble and aloof. He descended the steps with purposeful strides, making his way towards Shen Shi and the others. As he passed Liu Jintang, a refreshing scent of pine wafted through the air. Liu Jintang lowered her gaze, slightly bowing in a gesture of deference, fully embodying her submissiveness. Shen Huaixu gazed ahead as someone passed by her, then halted 3 steps in front of her. From the perspective of the Shen family, it appeared as though Shen Huaixu was shielding this person behind her, rendering them invisible to prying eyes. Having encountered her elder brother, Shen Xiu lowered her eyes, blushing with modesty, and offered her respectful greeting. Shengjing also obediently bowed towards him, retreating behind Shen Shi after her greeting. Shen Huaixu clasped his fists in greeting, initiating small talk. Elder brother, are you on leave today? Yet, Shen Huaixu did not spare him a glance, coldly saluting Shen Shi instead, which served as his acknowledgement. Shen Huaixu, feeling a sense of futility, turned his head away, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Though he held disdain for Shen Huaixu, he was acutely aware of his own inferiority, thus he could only suppress his ire. Before Shen Huaixu, Shen Shi dared not assume the role of an elder. Thus when she spoke, her tone was exceedingly gentle. Where is Yueng headed? Shen Huaixu glanced at the carriage path, responding, Grandmother is unable to attend the temple fair today. I shall go in her stead to offer some incense money. Shen Shi initially intended to suggest that they could go themselves, sparing Shen Huaixu the trouble of making a special trip. However, Shen Huaixu showed no inclination for further conversation, retracting her gaze from the carriage and stating, It is getting late, let us depart. His tone was firm, lacking the essence of consultation. Coupled with his grim countenance, Shen Shi dared not utter another word. The words caught in her throat were swiftly swallowed, and she hurriedly led Shen Xiu into the carriage. Shen Huaixu also mounted his horse. Once seated, he did not forget about Liu Jintang, extending his hand towards her. Fifth sister, have you made up your mind? Will you accompany me to the temple fair? Liu Jintang stood silently behind Shen Huaixu, rolling her eyes, utterly disinterested in responding. Why would she wish to accompany him? As she rolled her eyes, Shen Huaixu, perplexed, spoke up. Shen Huaixu promptly chuckled, clarifying, Today, there aren't enough carriages in the manor. My legitimate mother's carriage cannot accommodate everyone. So I thought to invite fifth sister to share my horse. He believed his explanation was sound. However, upon hearing it, Shen Huaixu let out a cold laugh. Since when did the young ladies of the Shen family need to ride out in a carriage, drawing attention in the streets? Once these words escaped him, Shen Huaixu instantly realized his mistake, hastily dismounting to clarify. Elder brother, you misunderstand. This matter indeed has its reasons, and I did not consider it thoroughly. At this moment, Shen Shi peeked out from the carriage, her expression troubled. Yueng, this is my oversight. It has nothing to do with your third brother. As she spoke, she gestured to Liu Jintang. Jitang, come here. My carriage can still accommodate a little more. Liu Jintang almost burst into laughter at Shen Shi's contradictory demeanor. Before Shen Huaixu's arrival, she had endured Shengjing's humiliation in silence, and when Shen Huaixu invited her to ride with him, she had remained silent. Yet, as soon as Shen Huaixu appeared, suddenly there was room in the cramped carriage, which was truly ironic. The Shen family was not lacking in carriages and did not require their legitimate mother to be put in such a position. Turning to Baiyun, Shen Huaixu instructed, Go. Arrange for another carriage. Baiyun complied, swiftly departing. Before long, the coachman arrived with a carriage. At this point, Shen Huaixu turned to Liu Jintang. You shall take this carriage. Liu Jintang looked up in gratitude, then bowed in thanks. Thank you, elder brother. The young girl exhibited an unusual submissiveness when her delicate brows and eyes lowered. One could discern the fine, downy hairs upon her pale eyelids. Shen Huaixu's hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, shifted slightly, accompanied by a barely audible murmur. Chunwen assisted Liu Jintang into the carriage, and it was only after the carriage curtain fell that the Shen family members retracted their gazes. Shen's teeth clenched in frustration. Today she had intended to assert her authority over that wretched girl, yet unexpectedly, Shen Huaixu had intervened. Although she held the esteemed position of matriarch of the Shen family, she could only concede in the presence of the stepson. Shen Huaixu mounted his horse and departed first, followed gradually by the rest of the Shen family. Inside the carriage, Liu Jintang peered through the swaying curtain at the figure upon the horse ahead. As her understanding deepened, she found herself increasingly perplexed by her older brother. During their interactions, she could clearly sense his disdain for her, yet he repeatedly came to her aid. If one were to consider the incident with Steward Zhang as an accident, a mere misunderstanding on his part, what then could be said of today's events? Chunwen? Liu Jintang called, her eyes reflecting her confusion. Why do you think my older brother chose to assist me? Chunwen exclaimed in realization, Miss. The eldest young master is likely concerned about your presence on horseback being too conspicuous, which could invite ridicule upon the Shen family, especially since you lack a proper carriage and still wish to ride. Indeed, Liu Jintang suddenly comprehended that Shen Huaixu had spoken of his motivations earlier. Thus, his assistance today was rooted in the reputation of the Shen family rather than any personal affection for her. Nevertheless, regardless of the reason, he had extricated her from a predicament, and she owed him a debt of gratitude. A smile crept upon Liu Jintang's lips as she gazed at Shen Huaixu's retreating figure, providing her with yet another reason to seek his company, which was quite delightful. Chapter 24. Is Shen Huaixu naturally disinclined to smile? Why on earth has my elder brother arranged a carriage for her? Inside the Shen family carriage, Shengjing murmured her dissatisfaction. Beside her, Shen Huaixu remained silent, seemingly indifferent, yet the way she tightly clutched her handkerchief revealed that her indifference was merely a facade. Ever since Shen Huaixu had assisted Liu Jintang with the carriage arrangements, the smile that had once adorned her face had vanished. She could not fathom why Shen Huaixu, who was typically aloof and indifferent to the affairs of the household, would today make such an unprecedented effort for Liu Jintang. Was it sheer coincidence, or was there a deeper reason? Shen Huaixu cast a discontented glance at Shengjing. Though she harbored a disdain for Liu Jintang, her own flesh and blood, it did not imply that she would permit others to speak ill of her. She had refrained from silencing Shengjing at the gate earlier, as the girl's remarks had aligned perfectly with her own sentiments. However, now that the moment had passed, she could no longer tolerate it. Indeed, your elder brother is not wrong. One cannot have a young lady of the Shen family gallivanting about on horseback. It was my oversight. Let us not speak of this matter again. Upon detecting the displeasure in Shen's tone, Shengjing promptly fell silent. The atmosphere within the carriage was thick with unspoken thoughts, each person lost in their own contemplations. As the carriage traversed the bustling streets, passers-by carried baskets filled with incense or offerings, all seemingly en route to the tranquil temple for the festival. Chunwen, brimming with excitement, lifted the curtain, eager to share every amusing sight with Liu Jintang. Liu Jintang gazed out alongside her, cautioning her to be mindful. Chunwen, while verbally acknowledging her friend's advice, leaned further out the window. The next moment, a carriage sped past them, startling Chunwen into retracting her neck with lightning speed, leaving Liu Jintang pale with fright. Chunwen touched her head, relieved. Thank goodness, I'm still here. That scared me to death. Liu Jintang, exasperated, tapped her on the head. You nearly scared me to death. The master and servant wiped the sweat from their brows, oblivious to the fact that another figure had joined them beside their carriage. Once Liu Jintang had recovered from her fright and reached for the curtain to catch her breath, she was greeted by the sight of Shen Huaixu. His expression as cold as ice, riding alongside their carriage. Liu Jintang. The curtain fell back into place with astonishing speed, concealing the startled eyes of the young woman within. Shen Huaixu, eyes fixed ahead, appeared unaware of the curtain's sudden rise and fall. Yet, as it dropped, a subtle smirk curled at the corners of his lips, his dark eyes glinting with mischief. Inside the carriage, Liu Jintang exchanged glances with Chunwen. Her beautiful eyes filled with questions. I did not see wrong, did I? Chunwen, Having also spotted Shen Huaixu outside, nodded vigorously. You did not see wrong. How could Shen Huaixu be beside their carriage? When had he arrived? Was he not supposed to be leading the way ahead? Miss, what shall we do? Chunwen glanced outside, the light filtering through the curtain revealing the tall silhouette beside them. What shall we do? This is a golden opportunity. We must seize the moment and draw near. Liu Jintang first adjusted the hairpin atop her head, then straightened her attire. After exhaling a sigh, she reached out once more to part the curtain. The sun shone brightly, and beside her stood a magnificent steed, complementing the gallant and striking figure atop it. Big brother. The young girl's voice was soft and delicate, drawing the attention of passers-by. Shen Huaixu turned his head to glance over, discovering the girl leaning on the carriage window ledge, her hands propping up her chin in a flowerbud pose. A veil concealed most of her delicate face, enhancing the brilliance of her crescent moon-like eyes. Shen Huaixu's gaze flickered momentarily before he averted his eyes, offering no response nor urging his horse onward. Undeterred by the cold shoulder, Liu Jintang continued her attempts at conversation. Big brother, how much longer until we reach the temple? This is my first time attending the temple fair in Shengjing. Will you take me around later? Shen Huaixu remained silent. Liu Jintang bit her lip, her radiant eyes glistening with unshed tears. When she looked back at Shen Huaixu, a hint of grievance shadowed her expression. Why won't you speak? Do you find me bothersome? This time, the figure on horseback finally reacted. Shen Huaixu lowered his head, absorbing the glimmer of tears in the girl's eyes. He caressed the reins thoughtfully, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his gaze. This little actress was beginning her performance once more. Indeed, it is bothersome, Shen Huaixu replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the tears in Liu Jintang's eyes coalesced, and she cast her gaze downward, appearing somewhat disheartened. Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow. Was she truly upset? In the next moment, the girl suddenly lifted her head, her enchanting gaze locking onto Shen Huaixu's. A playful smile graced her lips as the wind lifted her veil, revealing her luscious crimson lips and delicate chin. Then I shall speak less when I am with you. Big brother, so as not to be bothersome, she declared, her tone mischievous, her eyes devoid of fear. In the depths of those pure black orbs, Shen Huaixu saw his own reflection. He was reminded of her gentle words from that night. Upon entering the Shen residence, Jintang felt a mix of panic and novelty, yet found solace only in the presence of her elder brother. This little actress was not only skilled in performance, but also adept at reading hearts. The smile that had curled at the corners of Shen Huaixu's mouth gradually faded. He tugged on the reins, cracking the whip against the horse's rear. As he surged forward, he turned to Liu Jintang and cautioned, the temple fair will be crowded today, do not wander off. With that, he raced away like an arrow released from a bow. What? Liu Jintang did not catch the entirety of his words, only hearing about the crowded fair, and the latter part was lost to her. However, she had no time to inquire. As she leaned out, Shen Huaixu had already galloped far ahead. Furrowing her brow slightly, Liu Jintang withdrew into the carriage, removing her veil. She wiped away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, and then she smiled. The dialogue between Liu Jintang and Shen Huaixu had left Chunwen, who observed from the side, feeling anxious. To her, the young master was cold and taciturn, with Liu Jintang doing all the talking. When he departed without so much as a pleasant expression, she found it perplexing that her young mistress was smiling. Miss? Liu Jintang looked at her. Springwind. What is the lady laughing about? Liu Jintang pondered. Perhaps I am amused by the fact that today is a splendid day? Springwind was taken aback. Liu Jintang then touched her cheek. Springwind, how did I perform just now? Upon hearing this, Springwind gazed at Liu Jintang with admiration. Miss, your performance was exceptional. Facing such a formidable figure as the eldest son, you exhibited not a trace of fear. If I were in your position, I would likely have been terrified to death the moment he ignored me. Liu Jintang seemed to stumble upon an intriguing realization. I suddenly perceived that the elder brother is not as fearsome as I initially thought. Springwind's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. How could someone as intimidating as the eldest son be deemed not frightening? Merely standing there in silence, his formidable aura could easily petrify any servant. Springwind shivered. At least she did not consider the eldest son to be easy to interact with. Liu Jintang chuckled softly, recalling that in her previous life, she had been exceedingly fearful of Shen Huaixu upon her rebirth. However, through these encounters, she discovered that he did not seem as daunting as she once believed. Aside from his cold demeanor, his indifference towards others, and his rather harsh words, well, apart from these traits, he was not so bad after all. Everyone has their own temperament. Could it be possible that he is simply not inclined to smile? Chapter 25. Repaying kindness with kindness. The Jingqing Temple is situated on the outskirts of Shengjing, surrounded by water and nestled among fragrant mountains. To enter the temple, one must traverse a long stone bridge leading to the entrance. As the carriage came to a halt, the voice of the coachman resonated. "Miss Wu, we have arrived." Chunwen lifted the carriage curtain, alighting first before extending her hand to assist Liu Jintang. As Liu Jintang stepped down, she surveyed the enchanting landscape before her, momentarily entranced. It was reminiscent of a scene from her past life, with towering mountains and wisps of fragrant smoke, the sound of bells echoing incessantly. Gazing towards the stone bridge, she observed a bustling crowd flowing like a river. Nearby, a troupe of performers sang melodiously, while a lively street show entertained onlookers. Not far from where she once purchased a lotus lantern, a throng had gathered around the stall. Chunwen, drawn by curiosity, craned her neck to peer inside. "Miss, shall we purchase a lotus lantern? I have heard that the sacred spring before Jingqing Temple is exceptionally efficacious. Releasing lanterns there promises the fulfillment of wishes," she suggested. "Fulfillment of wishes, you say?" Liu Jintang's thoughts drifted back to her previous life. At that time, Chunwen was not by her side. Only a servant sent by her mother accompanied her. After disembarking the carriage, Shengjing had insisted on buying a lantern, despite Liu Jintang's reluctance due to her meager funds. The servant, however, had taken it upon herself to procure the lantern on Shengjing's behalf, leaving Liu Jintang deeply touched. It was only later that she learned the lantern was a means to an end, orchestrated by Shengjing, which ultimately led to her fateful plunge into the river. In this life, Liu Jintang's intervention had prompted the matriarch of the Shen family to send her servants ahead, meaning she had yet to encounter that particular servant, likely still toiling away in her mother's courtyard. Recollecting her thoughts, Liu Jintang turned to Chunwen with a smile. "Very well, let us buy one." Elated, Chunwen squeezed through the crowd, and as they reached the front of the stall, they selected a lovely lotus lantern. Just as they were about to pay, Shengjing's voice rang out, and she snatched the lantern from under their noses. "Shopkeeper, I shall take this lantern," she declared. The vendor glanced apologetically at Liu Jintang, explaining, "I'm afraid, miss, that this lantern was first chosen by this young lady." Shengjing cast a dismissive glance at Liu Jintang. "Has she paid for it?" The vendor hesitated. "Not yet." "Then it is settled." "She has not paid, so the first to settle the bill shall claim it." Shengjing smirked triumphantly at Liu Jintang. Despite the provocation, Liu Jintang maintained a gentle smile and selected another lantern. "Let us purchase this one." However, as they prepared to pay, Shengjing once again seized the lantern. "I shall take this one too." "You." Chunwen seethed, incensed by the blatant injustice. "Fear not," Liu Jintang reassured Chunwen, then turned to Shengjing with a playful smile. "Do you still desire a lantern, fourth sister?" Shengjing met her gaze defiantly. "What? Are you unhappy that I have purchased the lantern you selected? If you are displeased, you are free to buy from another vendor." Liu Jintang smiled lightly, whispering a few words to Chunwen, who glanced at Shengjing before approaching the stall owner. Chunwen discreetly whispered something to the street vendor, but Shengjing strained her ears in vain. The vendor nodded repeatedly, and once Chun had finished speaking, he beamed at Liu Jintang and said, "The lantern requested by the esteemed guest is ready to be wrapped up." Shengjing's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Liu Jintang would forego her choice and instead instruct the vendor to select one at random. Immediately, she declared, "I will take whichever lantern she desires." With that, she shot a smug glance at Liu Jintang, as if reveling in a significant victory. Liu Jintang's smile broadened as she addressed the vendor. "Since the fourth mission wishes for it, please grant her request. I shall not covet what others cherish." After bowing slightly to Shengjing, she departed with Chunwen. Shengjing scoffed. "What do you think you are, trying to compete with me?" With that, she tossed a few coins onto the stall and demanded the vendor present her with her lantern. The vendor scratched his head at the sight of the coins. "Esteemed guest, this amount is insufficient." "What?" Shengjing's maid, Xiangji, exclaimed in disbelief. "Such a few lanterns are worth hardly anything. This handful of coins is more than enough for 3. What are you saying? Did you not just claim the small lanterns here?" Shengjing was bewildered. The vendor turned to the onlookers and inquired, "Didn't everyone hear that the young lady wanted to buy the small lanterns? You yourself stated that as long as it was her desired lantern, you would take it all. You cannot renege on your word." "Who is reneging?" Shengjing retorted furiously. "Do you have any idea who I am?" She was taken aback by Liu Jintang's trickery, her anger boiling over. The vendor chuckled. "I know who you are. Esteemed guest, that young lady just mentioned you are the fourth miss of the Shen family." Shengjing, attempting to intimidate, was at a loss for words. If your funds are lacking, I can deliver these lanterns to the Shen residence. Seething, Shengjing found herself speechless, and as the crowd grew, she darkly instructed Xiangji. Pay him. Ultimately, Shengjing emptied her purse to extricate herself from the situation. Once outside, her anger intensified as she spotted Liu Jintang in the distance by the riverbank. And she stormed over, gritting her teeth. Miss. Xiangji, recognizing the impending trouble from Shengjing's furious demeanor, struggled to keep up with her as she charged ahead. Shen Huaixu, who had just purchased a wooden puppet nearby, looked up to see Shengjing advancing towards her. Fourth sister, look, she began, eager to share her excitement. But Shengjing shoved her aside without a moment's pause. Fourth sister? Confused, she grasped Xiangji. What is happening? Xiangji, unable to explain, hurriedly broke free and continued pursuing the irate Shengjing. Sensing something amiss, Shen Huaixu quickly lifted her skirts and followed suit. Liu Jintang and Chunin stood by the riverside, gazing into the water. The koi in the water thrived splendidly, as individuals on the shore tossed food into the depths, prompting them to swim eagerly towards the bank. Liu Jintang lowered her head, yet her peripheral vision caught sight of an approaching figure. Chunlin leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Miss, she is coming. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a furious shout erupted from Shengjing. Liu Jintang, go die. Startled, Liu Jintang turned to see Shengjing glaring fiercely, her hand thrusting menacingly towards her. Miss, be careful. Chunlin cried out, forcefully shoving Liu Jintang aside. Liu Jintang let out a cry as she fell heavily to the ground. Shengjing, propelled by her own rage, found her momentum too great. As Liu Jintang was pushed away, her outstretched hand met nothing but air. She lunged forward, crashing into the railing, followed by a piercing scream, which was soon drowned out by the sound of splashing water and the frantic cries of onlookers. Someone has fallen into the water. Help! Chapter 26, A False Accusation Sister. Miss. Shen Huaixu and Xiangji rushed to the shore almost simultaneously. Leaning over, they beheld Shengjing struggling in the water, her cries for help piercing the air. The crowd on the bank grew larger, yet not a single soul dared to plunge into the depths to save her. In a flurry, Chunin hurried to Liu Jintang's side, assisting her from the ground and examining her injuries. Miss, are you all right? Liu Jintang rose, extending her hand, revealing a palm marred by fresh wounds from her earlier fall. Chunlin gasped, Miss, your hand. Liu Jintang offered a gentle smile to reassure her. It's nothing, just a minor injury. At that moment, a figure surged from the crowd. Before anyone could discern their features, the individual cast aside their folding fan and plunged into the water with a splash. In the blink of an eye, they had rescued Shengjing from her watery plight. Shengjing, known for her meticulous appearance, adorned herself in striking attire for both gatherings and daily outings. However, her eye-catching garments were never cumbersome. She preferred light fabrics to accentuate her graceful silhouette. Today, she wore a white silk pomegranate skirt, draped with a matching shawl, and light pale trousers, with nothing else to shield her. Now, as she fell into the water, her clothes became drenched, clinging to her form, revealing nearly everything. The young man who rescued her draped his outer garment over her shoulders, attempting to shield her modesty, while the garment concealed her physical form. It could not stave off the prying eyes and whispers of the onlookers. As Shengjing listened to their murmurs, her face drained of color, and she dared not lift her head. Liu Jintang observed the scene with neither the delight of revenge nor the glee of schadenfreude. She remained calm. The suffering Shengjing endured today was a fate Liu Jintang had already experienced in her past life. In this moment, Shengjing still had a robe to cover her shame, whereas Liu Jintang had emerged from the water with nothing, forced to cling desperately to herself to avoid exposure. She wished to laugh off the grievances of her previous life, yet Shengjing's unrepentant nature made such forgiveness difficult. One reaps what one sows. Perhaps this incident would render her more humble. Shen Shi and Shen Yuanci had been wandering in the distance when a servant rushed to inform them of the calamity, prompting their hurried arrival. Shen Yuanci could hardly fathom that a mere trip to purchase a hairpin would lead to such a grave situation. Upon seeing Shengjing trembling on the shore, draped in a man's garment, Shen Shi's mind went blank, and she stumbled, seeking support from Aunt Yun. Aunt Yun quickly reminded her, Madam, this is not the time to panic. We must swiftly take the fourth miss to a secluded place. The more witnesses there are, the more irrevocable her reputation will be. Yes. Shen Shi rallied her spirit and instructed Aunt Yun. Quickly, go tell Shiyu to bring Shengjing to the carriage. Aunt Yun, concerned for Shen Shi's well-being, hesitated. Madam, can you manage alone? Shinshi's face darkened with urgency. Do not worry about me. Just go. I shall do so at once. Once everyone was settled in the carriage, Shenshi instructed the driver to take a shortcut into the quiet back courtyard of the temple. The young monk received them and arranged for their accommodations. Shengjing was assisted by the maids into the room to change her attire, while the others waited at the door. When Shengjing emerged in her new garments, Shinshi's expression turned stern as she began to interrogate her regarding the sequence of events. To Shinshi's dismay, her inquiry prompted Shengjing to collapse into her embrace, weeping uncontrollably. It was fifth sister. She pushed me. In an instant, all eyes in the courtyard turned towards the corner where Liu Jintang stood. Liu Jintang, examining her wound, became the target of everyone's scrutiny. Shenshi, patting Shengjing's shoulder to comfort her, cast a frigid gaze upon Liu Jintang. What have you done? Once again, Liu Jintang found herself at a loss for words. What could she possibly have done? Chunwen wished to defend Liu Jintang, but Liu Jintang pulled her behind her. She understood Shenshi and the Shen family all too well. They were like biting dogs, ready to lash out at anyone when angered, especially a mere maid like Chunwen. Liu Jintang remained still, her demeanor calm and composed. She did not answer Shinshi's question, but instead gazed humorously at the person in Shinshi's embrace. Does fourth sister not feel a pang of conscience when saying such things? It is evident that you intended to harm me. Yet, when you stumbled and fell into the water, you insist it was I who pushed you. Do you truly believe no one witnessed the truth? With tear-filled eyes, Shengjing looked up from Shinshi's embrace, sobbing as she addressed the surrounding individuals. You all say, did she push me, or as she claims, was it I who sought to harm her? Shenshi had witnessed the entire incident, yet chose to feign silence when confronted with Shengjing's question. Meanwhile, Xiangji, being Shengjing's maid, would naturally side with her. The rest of the onlookers were either absent during the incident or chose to remain oblivious, fearing they might attract trouble. For it was evident who held greater significance, the fourth Miss Shen or Liu Jintang, the stepdaughter. Not a single person present came forth to defend Liu Jintang, which was precisely what Shengjing had anticipated. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she cast a triumphant glance at Liu Jintang from the corner of her vision. Raising her head to look at Shenshi, she feigned sorrow. Mother, I truly do not blame fifth sister at all. Although she set a trap that caused me to spend over 10 taels on lanterns and informed the vendor of my identity, I genuinely hold no resentment against her. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her sobs resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking sympathy. She portrayed herself as the victim, her display of genuine emotion compelling those present to feel moved. With no one available to testify on Liu Jintang's behalf, and Shenshi perceiving Liu Jintang as a troublemaker, Shengjing's words led Shenshi to tacitly accept that Liu Jintang was indeed at fault. Thus, without even verifying the truth of Shengjing's claims, she immediately scolded Liu Jintang with a darkened expression. Why are you not kneeling? Kneel? Liu Jintang stood tall and unyielding. What reason is there for me to kneel when I have committed no wrong? You were the one who caused harm first, and yet you show no remorse. You act with such arrogance, as if you have ever regarded my mother with any respect. If previously Madame Shen had commanded Liu Jintang to kneel due to her wrongdoing, now her fury was ignited by Liu Jintang's insolent demeanor. As the matriarch of the Shen family, she would not tolerate any insubordination from Liu Jintang. Aunt Yun, she commanded. Her teeth clenched. Go. If she refuses to kneel, then make her do so. Aunt Yun raised her eyes and replied, this servant obeys. Springen immediately positioned herself in front of Liu Jintang, trembling yet resolute in her stance. Springen, step behind me, Liu Jintang urged, attempting to pull her aside. But Springen remained steadfast. No, this servant would rather perish than allow these people to bully the young lady. Upon hearing this, Liu Jintang smiled, a mix of gratitude and sorrow swelling within her. Indeed, she had altered the outcome of her previous life's misfortune. Yet she had forgotten that a dog that bites does not become obedient. In this moment, with no one to advocate for her, she realized that her mother would not believe her, no matter her words. Liu Jintang's gaze drifted backward, searching for a familiar figure, but found only emptiness. She tightened her grip on her sleeves and cast a cold, piercing glance at Aunt Yun. Chapter 27. Please, elder brother, be judicious. Aunt Yun's eyes were calm, but a sinister smile adorned her face, appearing exceedingly fearsome from Liu Jintang's perspective. With considerable strength, she stepped forward and forcefully seized Chunwen, delivering a resounding slap that rendered Chunwen unconscious on the ground. Liu Jintang, enraged, seized Aunt Yun's arm with an unexpected surge of strength, twisting it fiercely. As Aunt Yun winced in pain, Liu Jintang unleashed a precise kick to her abdomen, sending her staggering backward. Aunt Yin knelt on the ground, clutching her stomach and moaning in agony. Madame Shen's face darkened like a charred pot, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the armrest of her chair in fury. Liu Jintang's defiance had completely disregarded her maternal authority, and Madame Shen could not let this affront go unpunished. Just as she was about to summon others to restrain Liu Jintang, a waft of incense filled the air, announcing the arrival of Shen Huaixu, whose expression was cold and detached. Upon seeing him, even Madame Shen's towering fury diminished by half. She gently patted the shoulder of Shengjing, her daughter. Do not cry. Your elder brother has arrived. Elder brother? Shengjing immediately lifted her head from her mother's embrace, and upon spotting Shen Huaixu, she swiftly wiped her tears and stood obediently. Liu Jintang knelt beside Chunwen, observing her swollen cheek and the bloodshot eye, feeling a pang of sympathy while also resolving to return the favor. As Shen Huaixu entered the courtyard, he first glanced at the young girl on the ground before his gaze fell upon the man in purple who had remained silent throughout. He approached the man and clasped his fists in greeting. I pay my respects to the Prince of Xiang. Prince of Xiang. Just moments before, Madame Shen and the others had been preoccupied with interrogating Liu Jintang, neglecting to inquire about the identity of their savior. They had not anticipated that he was none other than the Prince of Xiang, the third prince of the current emperor. Madame Shen and others promptly rose to perform their salutations. This humble servant, Shen, greets the Prince of Xiang. Shen Shiyu and Shen Shijing hastily bowed in response. We, your humble servants, greet the Prince of Xiang. Liu Jintang did not fall behind. While paying her respects, she also recalled her previous life, where no Prince of Xiang had appeared during the incident at the Shengjing temple. How had he surfaced in this life? The Prince of Xiang was strikingly handsome, exuding a charismatic elegance, with features that resembled both mountains and rivers, remarkably refined. The late emperor had 5 sons, 3 of whom survived, the crown prince, now the reigning emperor Qianshun, and the second son, the Prince of Yi, who was frail and had gone to Jianghang for recuperation 3 years ago, yet had not returned to the capital. The third son was the Prince of Xiang, whose mother was the renowned and beautiful consort Shu. Tragically, she had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. The Prince of Xiang, both brilliant and charming, was deeply favored by the late emperor. During the crown prince's imprisonment, the late emperor had even contemplated passing the throne to him. However, the Prince of Xiang harbored no ambition. Before the assembled officials, he declined the late emperor's decree, declaring the crown prince innocent and vowing to vindicate him. Though their bond was not of blood, the friendship between the Prince of Xiang and the crown prince was more profound than that of true brothers. Thus, even with the crown prince now ascended to the throne, the Prince of Xiang continued to live freely and gracefully within the capital. Furthermore, he was the only prince with military authority, signifying the late emperor's closeness and trust in him. In her previous life, until her demise, Liu Jintang had scarcely encountered the Xiang Wang. It appears that her intervention has altered the course of events in this lifetime. The prince had presumed that Yuan Ji had no intention of making an appearance. With a smile as warm as spring, the Xiang Wang exuded an air of elegance. Liu Jintang astutely noted that he referred to Shen Huaixu as Yuan Ji, indicating a profound relationship between the two. Shen Huaixu spoke in a low tone. I was momentarily hindered by certain matters. After saying this, he cast a glance at Bei Yun, instructing, take the prince to change his attire. The Xiang Wang had just jumped into the water to save someone and was still donned in wet clothing, unfazed by his drenched garments. The Xiang Wang waved his folding fan, his charming gaze sweeping over Liu Jintang. With a playful smile, he nudged Shen Huaixu's arm and whispered, is this the 5th sister who has knelt at your feet? Shen Huaixu regarded the young girl before him, her head bowed in modesty. When not performing, she appeared as docile as a canary. The memory of her crescent moon smile from the carriage flashed before his eyes, prompting him to look coldly at the Xiang Wang. Observing this demeanor, the Xiang Wang promptly closed his fan, saying, very well, consider my inquiry forgotten. I shall change my clothes and join you for tea shortly. Shen Huaixu merely nodded in agreement. With Bei Yun escorting the Xiang Wang to change, the courtyard was left in silence, inhabited solely by members of the Shen family. An oppressive stillness enveloped the space until the sweet voice of the young girl shattered the quiet. Greetings, elder brother. Liu Jintang performed a respectful bow to Shen Huaixu, a seemingly formal gesture imbued with her subtle intentions. She aimed to infuse her tone with a blend of softness and a hint of vulnerability, while also angling her body to showcase her most flattering profile towards him. Her delicate hands appeared exquisite as she casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. secretly hoping to evoke his compassion through the grace of her porcelain-like fingers. Yet, what she believed to be an undetectable ploy was, in Shen Huaixu's eyes, as innocent and laughable as a 3-year-old child attempting to hide their candy-stuffed cheeks while insisting they had not indulged. At that moment, Shenshi interjected. Wasn't Yuan Ji supposed to offer incense money to the temple? Has he finished so soon? Shen Huaixu responded with a non-committal hum, directing his gaze towards Shengjing, inquiring, "Why are you crying?" Shengjing quickly wiped her tears, averting her gaze from Shen Huaixu, stammering, "In nothing." In the presence of their mother, she might have dared to play her tricks, but before her elder brother, she felt utterly subdued. All she wished for was that Shen Huaixu would merely pass through, ask his questions, and leave without delving into her mishap. However, her incident was not solely her concern. It implicated the Shen family and the Xiang Wang, and Shen Huaixu could not simply disregard it. "What do you mean? Nothing. Just outside. I believe I heard you say someone pushed you into the water. Do tell." His voice was icy, causing Shengjing to flinch and instinctively retreat behind Shenshi. Shenshi, perceiving her shock from the recent event, gently patted her arm in a bid to comfort her. "Your sister just fell into the water and was startled." This statement aimed to encourage Shen Huaixu to temper his tone. Shen Huaixu was indeed capable of gentleness. If Shengjing had genuinely been frightened, he, as an elder brother, would not seek to intimidate her. Just moments ago, he had witnessed her weeping with a heart-wrenching intensity, eloquently accusing others. Yet now she appeared utterly startled. A smirk curled at the corners of Shen Huaixu's mouth, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, piercing through the Shen family to rest upon Shengjing. Before uttering a word, Shengjing was already reduced to sobs. Shenshi wished to approach and comfort her, but the events of earlier suddenly flashed in her mind, causing her to withdraw her foot, which she had just lifted. With her head bowed, tears streamed down Shengjing's cheeks. In an effort to display her maternal affection, Shenshi enveloped her in an embrace, casting a reproachful glance at Shen Huaixu. "I have already ascertained the truth. It was your 5th sister who pushed your 4th sister into the water. I was about to punish your 5th sister when you arrived." "Oh?" Shen Huaixu's striking brows arched, his attention shifting from Shengjing to the girl beside him. "Now, you speak." Upon meeting his cold gaze, Liu Jintang could not help but swallow hard. After a brief moment of trepidation, she straightened her back. "I did not push her. I implore you, dear elder brother, to discern the truth." Chapter 28. Confined in the town guard's office, none of the onlookers noticed that, after uttering those words, Shengjing, nestled in Shen's embrace, turned an even paler shade. Her heart raced with guilt, causing her hands to tremble incessantly. Initially, she had intended to teach Liu Jintang a lesson, but little did she anticipate that her ploy would backfire. What she had overlooked was her elder brother, Shen Huaixu. Given the gravity of her predicament, having been rescued from drowning while someone had taken liberties with her, there was no way Shen Huaixu would remain uninformed, especially since Shengjing had failed to recognize her savior. Had she known that it was the Prince of Xiang who had come to her aid, she would have refrained from recklessly accusing Liu Jintang. Now, feeling as though she was being grilled over an open flame, she cried out in front of the prince, claiming that it was Liu Jintang who had pushed her. If her brother were to uncover the truth of her deceit, the prince would undoubtedly perceive her as a mere fabricator of lies. This was absolutely unacceptable. She could not allow such a calamity to unfold. Resolute in her thoughts, Shengjing steeled herself. She lifted her tear-streaked face from Shen's embrace, her long eyelashes glistening with moisture and tears cascading down her cheeks. "5th sister, we bear no grudge against one another, yet you conspired with that lantern vendor to swindle my silver and divulged my identity to him. Have I wronged you in any way?" Liu Jintang had indeed revealed her identity to others and orchestrated her purchase of numerous lanterns. Yet she had not deceived her of her silver. "I did inform him of your identity, but you were the one who insisted on buying all the lanterns I desired. I wished to acquire the vendor's entire stock, but you contested me, and I yielded to you. How then could you claim I swindled you? Your silver never graced my pocket. Where is the deceit?" Shengjing retorted, "What need do you have for so many lanterns? It is evident you colluded with that vendor to deceive me." Liu Jintang regarded Shengjing as if she were a simpleton. "Everyone speaks of the miraculous waters at the Shengjing temple. If I wish for an additional lantern to fulfill my desires, what harm is there in purchasing more? Is it a crime?" Seeing herself at a disadvantage, Shengjing began to weep anew, her eyes swollen and red, her words punctuated by gasps. "5th sister, if you would only apologize, I would let all else slide. I could even forgive you for pushing me." This was undoubtedly the most ludicrous jest Liu Jintang had heard all year. She had not pushed her, so what was there to forgive? Would she be expected to commend her for her magnanimity? You know full well whether I pushed you or not. I shall not acknowledge a deed I did not commit. Their mother, Shen, felt that this farce had dragged on long enough and decided to confine Liu Jintang, the instigator, until they returned to the Shen residence for further reprimand. Before she could utter a word, Shen Huaixu let out a cold laugh. Since both of you insist on your innocence, claiming to be wronged, you shall accompany me back to the town protectorate. I will personally oversee the interrogation, and I trust we will soon discern who speaks the truth and who weaves falsehoods. The mention of the town protectorate caused a stir amongst the Shen family. That place was notorious as the domain of the Jinjui, where they interrogated the most heinous of criminals, a place steeped in filth and terror. Not even court officials dared to tread there. Who would willingly lead their own sister into such a den? She immediately interjected, Yuan Ji, how can you take your sisters to the town protectorate? It is merely a minor family matter. It does not warrant such a grim venue for questioning. As she spoke, she shot a glance at Liu Jintang, adding, moreover, I have faith in Shengjing. As a lady, she would never jest with her own purity. You must know that your fourth sister cannot swim. Had no one come to her aid, she would have drowned. Indeed, elder brother, the town protectorate is a place reserved for the interrogation of the most vicious criminals. If you take our fourth and fifth sisters there, should father find out. Shen Huaixu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. However, as soon as she mentioned their father, Shen Huaixu's expression remained unchanged, yet the coldness around him intensified. Shen Huaixu realized she had misspoken, but her words had already escaped her lips, and regret was futile. Stealing a furtive glance at Shen Huaixu, she noticed his look of discontent, prompting her to twist the handkerchief in her grasp, biting her lip in frustration. Perhaps we need not go to the town protectorate, Shen Huaixu remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his dark eyes. Shen Huaixu hastily agreed. Yes, no need for such a place. It is a trivial matter. Why should we resort to such a sordid venue? She believed Shen Huaixu was conceding, feeling a surge of relief, but the next moment, his words froze her smile in place. The family has its rules. You two shall return to the estate with me, summon grandmother and father, and I shall conduct the inquiry myself. The one who lies will be sent to the ancestral temple for 3 months of seclusion. Is that acceptable? Shen Huaixu felt a twinge of fear towards Shen Huaixu, for his status indeed instilled trepidation. Yet, as the matriarch of the Shen household, she was supposed to be respected by him as his stepmother. However, from the beginning until now, he had constantly countered her decisions, igniting a flicker of dissatisfaction within her. She had already asserted that she had investigated the matter thoroughly, yet he chose to disbelieve her, seemingly intent on opposing her. Stepmother, I do not wish to go to the temple for seclusion. I do not want to go, Shen Huaixu pleaded, tugging at Shen Huaixu's sleeve with wide, beseeching eyes. You have no say in the matter. Shen Huaixu's cold snort silenced Shen Huaixu's comforting words. Anger flared within her, and she glared at Shen Huaixu. Do you not see me as your stepmother? If you do, then cease frightening your sister. I have already clarified this matter. It was indeed the fifth sister's doing, and I shall send someone to bring her back home for punishment. Liu Jintang observed Shen Huaixu's furious expression, a smile creeping into her heart. It seemed her mother had yet to grasp who in the Shen family was the most formidable to offend. It was neither the elder nor the matriarch, but rather the man before her, the stepson whom she sought to dominate with her title as stepmother. Shen Huaixu was not one to be intimidated. Rather, his ascent to this day was founded upon extraordinary courage and unwavering resolve. Even the venerable master Shen treats him with a modicum of respect. How could she, as a stepmother, dare to act otherwise? The solemn tolling of the temple bell resonated, its sound deep and mournful, akin to a lament. A chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down one's spine. Shen Huaixu, with his garments fluttering like wisps of mist, exuded an air of detachment as frigid as ice. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword at his waist, clearly betraying his dwindling patience. In the embrace of the Shen matriarch, Shengjing continued to sob, evoking an illusion of having suffered grievous injustice. A cold, piercing gaze fell upon her, causing Shengjing to tremble. A voice, wrapped in frost, emerged from the man, devoid of any trace of emotion or warmth. My patience is limited. I shall grant you both one more opportunity. Liars, confess your deceit, and I shall show leniency. Otherwise, you will be sent to the ancestral temple for atonement. Neither father, grandmother, nor anyone from the Shen family can protect you. Sensing the tremors intensifying in the person she held, the matriarch offered words of comfort while casting a chilling glance at Liu Jintang. Will you not speak the truth? Shengjing, already akin to a frightened bird, erupted into even louder cries upon hearing these words from the matriarch. In the next moment, To the astonishment of the Shen matriarch, Shengjing knelt before Shen Huaixu, weeping as she pleaded, "Elder brother, I was wrong. It was I who lied. Bewitched by folly to push fifth sister into the water, and ultimately I fell in myself. I realize my mistake. I beseech you. Do not send me to the ancestral temple. I do not wish to go there. I do not want to go." Chapter 29. Let the elder brother decide, Sister 4? Shenxiu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Shenshi widened her eyes, unable to believe what she was witnessing as she looked at the person kneeling on the ground. "Shijun, what? What did you say?" Shen Shijun moved her legs around on the ground, crying out in desperation towards Shenshi, "Mother, it is my fault. I lied. I wronged fifth sister." Shenshi's complexion turned pale, her lips trembled, and as the world spun around her, she staggered and collapsed into the arms of a maid. "Mother!" Shenxiu exclaimed in horror, rushing forward to support her. Shen Yuanci also hurried to help, first aiding Shenshi to a chair before sternly admonishing Shen Shijun, "Sister 4, how could you lie about such a grave matter? Although you are young, you will come of age early next year. Such actions would bring shame upon the Shen family." Though his words were scolding, they were laced with a protective undertone. By first mentioning Shen Shijun's youth, and then her impending coming of age, he clearly sought to defend her, almost implying to Shen Huaixu that Sister 4's immaturity should not be held against her, in stark contrast to how Liu Jintang was treated earlier for her mistakes. This treatment was worlds apart. On the ground, Shen Shijun cried pitifully, yet Shen Huaixu's brow furrowed at the sound of her weeping. His gaze drifted to the girl beside him, whose calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Shen Shijun's frantic lamentations. It was evident that she was the one wronged, the one deserving of comfort and protection. Yet her straightened back silently conveyed to all that she sought not solace, but justice. Since Shen Shijun admitted her fault, Shenshi had ceased to speak. However, Liu Jintang still sought retribution, for after all, Aunt Yun had struck her. Though she could endure being wronged, the person who had assaulted her could not go unpunished. Liu Jintang stepped forward and bowed slightly to Shen Huaixu. "I have one more request, dear elder brother. Please take charge." Her voice was clear and yet carried a hint of delicate charm, as she lowered her head to conceal her beautiful eyes. Yet, Shen Huaixu could easily imagine the cunning glint in her eyes at this moment. A smile crept upon his lips. "Speak." Liu Jintang turned her gaze, piercingly focused on Aunt Yun. "Just now, Aunt Yun struck someone on my behalf, and even attempted to strike me. I intend to retaliate." A mischievous glint flickered in Shen Huaixu's eyes. "Have you considered the consequences of your actions? If you choose to retaliate, you must be prepared to face the repercussions." "I am prepared. I can bear any consequence," she replied, her eyes flashing with resolve. The way Aunt Yun had looked at her moments ago was mirrored in her own gaze now as she directed it back at her. Shen Huaixu gave a slight acknowledgement, agreeing to her request. Aunt Yun was terrified, her eyes wide with fear, yet she dared not flee. For this matter was now in Shen Huaixu's hands. If she were to run, it would not merely be a slap from Liu Jintang that she would face. Shenshi clutched her heart, gasping in anger. Watching Liu Jintang approach, she slammed her hand on the armrest of her chair and shouted, "How dare you?" Liu Jintang, emboldened, thought to herself, why should she not dare? Her previous hesitation stemmed from weakness, but that fateful afternoon in the courtyard, as she sat in the corridor, she had sworn that no one would harm those around her. Liu Jintang approached Aunt Yun, her delicate face concealed by a veil, rendering her expression imperceptible. Yet, within her beautiful eyes, Aunt Yun discerned a fierce determination that rivaled any other. "You dare strike me." A sharp crack resounded as Liu Jintang's hand forcefully struck Aunt Yun's face, sending her head spinning to the side, silencing her words completely. Another resounding slap echoed, even crisper than the first. Aunt Yun's face instantly swelled like that of a pig, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The two slaps were swift and brutal, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned until Liu Jintang returned to her original position. Shenshi fainted from the shock of Liu Jintang's actions, plunging the scene into chaos. Shen Shijing was taken away, destined for a reckoning upon their return to the Shen residence, while Shen Xiu followed Shenshi into the house. This left Shen Yuanci, Shen Huaixu, and Liu Jintang exchanging glances in the courtyard. Shen Yuanci regarded Liu Jintang, his earlier fondness dissipated, replaced by scrutiny and disdain. He had not anticipated that his fifth sister possessed such formidable skills. Liu Jintang understood that he had misinterpreted her relationship with Shen Huaixu, mistakenly believing she had climbed the ranks by associating with him. She would indeed like to ascend to the status of this esteemed figure, but alas, this golden idol was both proud and aloof, remaining unattainable to her. If he were truly inclined to assist her, he would have intervened when Aunt Yin first approached, rather than waiting until the altercation had concluded. It was merely a matter of being entangled with the crown prince, compelling him to act. Rubbing her sore and numb hand, Liu Jintang chose to ignore Shen Huaixu. She harbored her own disdain for him and contemplated how to rid herself of his unwanted affections. This fortuitous incident allowed her to inadvertently foster his aversion, a circumstance that served her well. Liu Jintang performed a slight bow to Shen Huaixu, disregarding Shen Huaixu entirely, her disdain for him evident in her demeanor. "Thank you for your assistance today, elder brother. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she departed the courtyard with Chunwen, not sparing a single glance for Shen Huaixu. Feeling the sting of her dismissal, Shen Huaixu's eyes flashed coldly. Shen Huaixu observed this shift with keen interest, the chill emanating from him intensifying as a sinister smile crept across his lips. He regarded Shen Huaixu as nothing more than a petty clown. As long as he did not become a nuisance, he could prance about as he pleased. However, should he provoke Shen Huaixu's ire, he would have no one to blame but himself. Liu Jintang's hand, already injured, throbbed painfully after delivering those 2 slaps. She extended her palm, discovering that the blood had dried, only to be reopened by her previous actions, causing fresh droplets to seep forth. Chunwen, disregarding her own discomfort, her eyes reddened, hastily retrieved ointment to tend to Liu Jintang's wounds. Liu Jintang pressed her hand down and gently wiped away Chunwen's tears with a handkerchief. "Does it hurt?" Chunwen sniffled, vigorously shaking her head. "It doesn't hurt at all. I feel no pain, Mississippi." She clutched Liu Jintang's hand tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. "You must be in more pain than I am. It's all my fault. If it weren't for seeking revenge on my behalf. Your hand wouldn't have been injured." Liu Jintang withdrew her hand, blowing gently twice, a smile as warm as a spring breeze gracing her lips. "It doesn't hurt at all. This gaping wound is trivial compared to the exhilaration in my heart." Chunwen was utterly moved, wiping her tears on her sleeve. Liu Jintang hastily offered her handkerchief to prevent her from further smudging her sleeve with tears. Suddenly, the temple bell tolled again, and Liu Jintang lifted her gaze, peering through the foliage to catch sight of the grand hall's golden roof not far away. She approached a young monk who was sweeping the ground and inquired, "Excuse me, young master, may I ask which bodhisattva is enshrined in that grand hall?" The young monk took a step back, uttering a soft ba, and then looked up at the hall Liu Jintang was pointing to, replying, "Dear benefactor, that hall enshrines the sacred image of Avalokiteshvara, the bodhisattva of compassion." Avalokiteshvara. Liu Jintang murmured to herself, then expressed her gratitude and led Chunwen toward the hall of compassion. Chapter 30. Has her mouth been opened? As they passed through the garden, Liu Jintang took advantage of the clear water from the lake to tend to her wounds, applying medicine with care. Although she had bled and the injury appeared quite grotesque, upon cleansing it, she realized it was merely some abrasions that would likely scab and heal within a few days. The two soon arrived at the front of the Yuantong treasure hall. Today was the temple fair, although there were many people. Most congregated around the God of Wealth Hall and the Guanyin Hall, leaving the other grand halls relatively deserted. Liu Jintang purchased 3 incense sticks and, lifting her skirt, entered the main hall. The hall was tranquil, with only the faint sound of scriptures echoing in her ears. The smoke from the incense curled around the imposing and dignified statue of the thousand-hand Guanyin. Kneeling on the mat, Liu Jintang reverently offered the incense at the altar. Then, with her hands clasped together, she bowed 3 times and knocked her head 9 times in deep devotion. Only after completing her sincere prayers did she rise. Gazing at the benevolent visage of the Buddha statue before her, her heart found peace. As a devout believer, Liu Jintang prayed for the Guanyin's blessing, wishing for wealth to flow like a clear spring and for fortune to bloom like flowers in the sky, hoping for a life filled with safety and joy through the seasons. Having voiced her wishes, she bowed her head 3 more times and then departed. Upon exiting the hall, Chunwen quickly approached her. "Miss, to seek wealth, one must pray to the God of wealth. The thousand-hand Guanyin only ensures safety." Liu Jintang shook her head and corrected her. The thousand-hand Guanyin aids people in overcoming various hardships, alleviating ailments and disasters. To be free from illness and calamity is in itself a blessing. With blessings comes wealth, and seeking safety is tantamount to seeking prosperity. Chunwen suddenly understood and hurriedly turned back to the hall to bow. "Thousand-hand Guanyin, I did not mean to speak ill of you. Please forgive my thoughtlessness." Liu Jintang laughed. "Rest assured, the thousand-hand Guanyin has a compassionate heart and will not hold it against you." The two continued their light-hearted banter, walking further away. oblivious to the two tall figures emerging from the hall. The Prince of Xiang waved his folding fan, gazing with interest at the retreating figure of the young lady, and remarked to his companion, "Let it be known, I have no intention of marrying your fourth sister. My act of saving her was purely out of chivalry. I am quite proper. Aside from her waist, I have touched nothing else." Shen Huaixu focused on the end of the shaded path, only shifting his gaze once the young lady had vanished from sight. "Where else do you wish to touch?" The Prince of Xiang grew anxious, fearing Shen Huaixu would misconstrue his words. "I have already stated, I have touched nothing." Shen Huaixu turned his head to head back into the hall, and the Prince of Xiang quickly followed suit, folding his fan. "By the way, your fifth sister is quite an interesting person. Does she have a suitor? Is there someone she fancies?" Shen Huaixu ignored him. The Prince of Xiang continued to chatter behind him. "If she does not, perhaps you could introduce us. It is said that good fortune should not flow to outsiders. As brothers, it is better to keep it within." Before he could finish, Shen Huaixu turned back, his expression dark. The Prince of Xiang immediately raised his fan to cover his mouth, ceasing his chatter with remarkable swiftness. "Better to keep it within what?" Shen Huaixu stood tall, resembling a pine branch blanketed in fresh snow, his chin slightly lifted, and his voice as cold as ice. Towering over the Prince of Xiang, he exuded an overwhelming presence, compounded by his stern demeanor, which was truly intimidating. The King of Xiang cleared his throat and began to feign ignorance. Ahem, ahem. "It's nothing." However, something stirred within him. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he gazed at Shen Huaixu with a curious intensity, his gaze sparkling with insight. "Yuan Ji, you seem troubled." He circled around Shen Huaixu to stand before him, scrutinizing the subtle shifts in his expression. In the past, when he mentioned his younger sister, you would always brush it off with a smile. What has happened today? Why such a significant reaction when I mention your fifth sister? Shen Huaixu, intent on ignoring him, was met with the king's insistent laughter, as if he had unearthed a monumental secret. "Yuan Ji, do tell, what are your feelings towards your fifth sister?" Shen Huaixu let out a cold snort, an aura of frost radiating from him that caused the king to recoil in shock as if he had seen a ghost. "You are overthinking." With that, Shen Huaixu strode away, leaving the king gasping in astonishment. It was no wonder the officials whispered that one should never provoke Shen Huaixu. His temperament was as unpredictable as a tempest, capable of turning hostile in an instant. The king merely wished to inquire if he had developed any compassion for his half-sister, who was, after all, alone and vulnerable. Today, when she was chastised in the courtyard, she indeed appeared pitiable. Yet, here was Shen Huaixu, lost in his thoughts, accusing him of being the one overthinking. Glancing up, he realized that the man had already vanished from sight. The king tucked his folding fan into his waist and hurriedly pursued him. "Yuan Ji, wait for me. Let us go have some tea." Despite the earlier mishap of nearly drowning, Liu Jintang's spirits remained undampened. After all, for her, from purchasing the lanterns to slapping Aunt Yun, every moment had been a triumph. It was not she who should feel distressed, but rather Shengjing and her mother. What she needed to focus on now was to enjoy herself thoroughly, for upon her return to the Shen residence, a fierce battle awaited her. After wandering around the temple, Liu Jintang led Shen outside, where groups of people were lighting lanterns by the riverbank. Though it was not yet evening, the lotus lanterns in the spiritual spring still shimmered brilliantly. "Chunwen, take these 3 coins and buy 2 lotus lanterns. If the silver is insufficient, 1 will suffice." Having been interrupted by Shengjing earlier, she was determined to release a lantern now that she had the chance. She sought no wish to be fulfilled, merely a sense of tranquility. With a bright smile, Chunwen took the coins. "Miss, wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Be careful." Chunwen dashed off with enthusiasm, leaving Liu Jintang to pick up a dry twig from the ground, amusing herself by teasing the koi in the river. The koi, plump and eager, swarmed around as the twig touched the water's surface, mistaking it for food, their mouths opening and closing in anticipation. "Alas, I have no silver on hand. Otherwise, I would buy some fish food for you." Liu Jintang sighed, realizing that the coins she had given to Chunwen were her last. She had yet to pawn her golden hairpin, and there was no sign from the Shen household that her monthly allowance would be forthcoming. It was precisely why she had sought wealth in the Grand Hall earlier. She was indeed in dire need of funds. They say that a single coin can bring a hero to his knees, and she truly felt the weight of that truth. As she stirred the twig, she noticed a golden koi brushing against it, capturing her attention. Upon taking a sip, she discovered it was not edible. The golden carp disdainfully spat out the withered branch and, with a powerful flick of its tail, departed without a backward glance. "Did you see that?" Even fish express disdain when there is no money. Liu Jintang retracted her hand from the withered branch and sighed once more, wishing that silver could fall from the heavens. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze rushed past her, and with a soft thud, an object fell at her feet. Liu Jintang thought she had misheard and bent down to look, finding a plump purse lying beside her. Liu Jintang. Silver truly fell from the sky? When did her luck change? Chapter 31. A missing 2 silvers bending down to retrieve the purse. Liu Jintang felt its unexpected weight in her hand. The purse, adorned with embroidered lotus flowers, carried a faint, delicate fragrance, unmistakably a lady's possession. The commotion in the crowd drew her attention, prompting her to take a few steps forward. Peering through the throng, she observed a strikingly beautiful woman grasping a young beggar, vociferously demanding that he return what he had taken. Unable to discern the situation clearly, Liu Jintang inquired of a nearby bystander, "May I ask what has transpired ahead?" The individual replied with uncertainty, while a woman within the crowd sighed. "It seems that this little beggar has stolen something from the young lady and has been caught. Alas, such a small child, having lost his parents, is indeed pitiable. In the presence of the Buddha, why not show a little mercy?" Liu Jintang contemplated the nuances of compassion, recognizing that it must be measured against the nature of the person and the gravity of the situation. Observing the beautiful woman, whose face was contorted with anger, it appeared she was merely intimidating the child without resorting to extreme measures. It seemed she merely sought to reclaim her belongings. Glancing at the purse in her own hand, Liu Jintang pondered a possibility. Could this purse belong to that woman? Only moments earlier, she had been facing away when the purse fell at her feet, the scent of flowers wafting past as it landed. The temple fair was bustling with people, and though she had not seen anyone suspicious, the coincidence was striking. Perhaps her suspicion held merit. "Excuse me, make way," Liu Jintang called as she squeezed through the crowd toward the center. "I did not steal your silver," the young beggar cried, tears streaking his already filthy face, further smearing the grime as he wiped it with his sleeve. The woman holding him, seemingly indifferent to his plight, tugged at his collar, her brows furrowed in anger. "You little beggar, not only have you stolen, but you also dare to lie. Just as you passed by me, my purse disappeared. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" Bystanders chimed in, urging, "If you took it, return it. Otherwise, this lady will take you to the authorities, and you shall face punishment." "I didn't steal it. It wasn't me," the young beggar shouted in protest. The beautiful woman exhaled in frustration at his obstinacy. "You little wretch, do not claim I haven't given you a chance. Come on, we're going to the magistrate. I want to go. I didn't take your things. I want to go." The beggar plopped down onto the ground, resisting her attempts to pull him up. After much effort, Liu Jintang finally managed to push her way into the throng, witnessing the chaos escalating. She stepped forward, extending the purse. "My lady, this purse belongs to you." The crowd turned in unison to regard Liu Jintang, appraising her before their gazes fell upon the purse she held. The beautiful woman paused momentarily, her grip on the beggar's collar loosening as she focused on the purse in Liu Jintang's hand. Seizing his opportunity, the young beggar scrambled to his feet and darted into the crowd. The beautiful woman quickly turned to call after him. But the diminutive figure of the beggar was swift and agile, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Indeed, to run so swiftly. I truly could escort you to the magistrate's office." The enchanting woman waved her fragrant handkerchief, glancing back in distress. Upon turning, she beheld a pair of bright, crystalline eyes. With a playful glint in her peach blossom eyes, the beautiful woman scrutinized Liu Jintang from head to toe, showing no haste to retrieve the pouch. She first circled around Liu Jintang, then teasingly lifted her veil, an audacious gesture that caused Liu Jintang to frown. "Such blatant rudeness. Is that not your pouch? If so, let it be." Liu Jintang feigned to withdraw her hand, but as her delicate wrist moved, the woman seized it firmly. The woman, delicately alluring like a flower, possessed a graceful figure that seemed fragile, yet her grip was surprisingly strong. Liu Jintang's brow knitted tightly. She was genuinely angered. Having kindly come to return an item, she had already tolerated the woman's impudent scrutiny, but to lay hands on her, what was the meaning of this? "What do you think you are doing?" As the woman's insolence persisted, Liu Jintang's tone grew laced with displeasure. With the pouch now taken from her palm, the woman shook it lightly and remarked, "Something is amiss. It is missing a couple of silver coins." Liu Jintang could only exclaim in disbelief. What a character! Could this person be in cahoots with that little beggar? Scheming to swindle me? Indeed, she had not a single coin to her name. Her pockets were as bare as her face, truly embodying the expression, "no money, only a life to spare." You are quite impressive, are you not? Merely by shaking the pouch, you can discern the missing coins? Liu Jintang maintained a smile. Yet the captivating woman could detect the simmering annoyance beneath her words. The beauty covered her lips with a smile, utterly enchanting. How could I not know? You may inquire among those around us if anyone possesses such skill. As she spoke, several bystanders nodded in agreement, affirming that they could ascertain not just the amount of silver, but even the number of copper coins through a mere shake of the pouch. Do you know who my brother is? Wishing to dissuade the woman from her shameless deception, Liu Jintang intended to invoke the name of Shen Huaixu. However, the woman carelessly tucked the pouch into the bosom of her attire, a gesture wholly unbecoming. It was then that Liu Jintang realized that the woman's attire and demeanor did not align with that of a respectable lady. No virtuous maiden would so brazenly display her wealth in front of a crowd. Liu Jintang sought to inquire about the woman's identity, but the words faltered on her lips. The alluring woman cast a glance her way and said, "Tomorrow at noon, I shall await you at Yuxiang Pavilion on South Street." With that, she made no further mention of the missing silver coins, whisked her sleeve, and departed with an enchanting fragrance. As the crowd dispersed, Liu Jintang remained rooted in place, observing the retreating figure of the woman, her beautiful eyes narrowing in contemplation. What was the true intent behind her actions? One moment she spoke of losing a couple of silver coins, and the next, she dismissed the matter altogether, inviting Liu Jintang to meet at the pavilion. Was she dissatisfied with the meager sum and intended to ensnare her for a more lucrative purpose? The more Liu Jintang pondered the woman's earlier examination of her, the more plausible this suspicion became. Miss. The anxious voice of Chunwen echoed from not far away, prompting Liu Jintang to momentarily retract her thoughts and resolve to ponder the matter thoroughly upon her return that evening. For now, she decided to release a lantern. I am here. Liu Jintang rose on her toes and waved to Chunwen, who was scanning the crowd in search of her. Upon catching sight of her figure, Chunwen hurried over. Miss, why have you come here? There are so many people. I fear for your safety. Liu Jintang refrained from mentioning the earlier incident and instead took the 2 lotus lanterns from Chunwen's hands. I merely wandered here. Let us go and release these lanterns. Chunwen, without a second thought, clapped her hands in delight. Chunwen, how could those 2 copper coins suffice to purchase 2 lanterns? Chunwen replied. I approached the vendor who sold the lanterns earlier. Upon seeing me, he insisted there was no charge. I took an extra lantern and placed the copper coins on his stall as I departed. Liu Jintang nodded in understanding and turned to Chunwen, giving her instructions. Please inform that vendor to take a rest at home for the time being if there is nothing pressing, and to resume his stall after a while. Chunwen exclaimed in confusion, but soon grasped the intention, casting a complex glance at the vendor's stall. I shall go at once. As Liu Jintang gazed at the lively scene across the river, she sighed. Her choice today was made out of necessity, and she could only hope that the vendor would not suffer due to her actions. Chapter 32. A band of cowards by the steps of the Lingquan platform. Liu Jintang and Chunwen found a secluded corner, preparing to release their lotus lanterns and make wishes. Have you seen anyone from the Shen family? Did Shengjing not say she would treat us to a splendid show today? Liu Jintang remarked. I haven't seen them either. Perhaps they are inside the temple. Let us go and take a look together. Voices could be heard from the shore, the 2 speaking in bright tones, standing just behind them. Despite the surrounding commotion, Liu Jintang could hear their conversation with clarity. Once they finished speaking, silence ensued. Liu Jintang turned to glance back, but saw nothing, assuming the individuals had departed. She exchanged a knowing look with Chunwen, and they both released their lotus lanterns into the water, quickly making their wishes before preparing to leave. As they ascended the steps, a pale lavender satin skirt embroidered with butterflies caught their eye. Looking up, they saw Yin Zhao, her face radiating a cheerful smile, accompanied by 3 or 4 young ladies from prominent families, all gazing at Liu Jintang with great interest. Before Liu Jintang could react, Yin Zhao turned to introduce her to the others, saying, Allow me to introduce to you all, this is the 5th young lady of the Shen family, the one who has recently garnered considerable attention in Shengjing. 5th sister's name is. She repeated her attempt twice, but still could not recall Liu Jintang's name. A look of distress crossed her elegant features, and she cast an apologetic glance at Liu Jintang. I am terribly sorry, 5th sister. My studies have been rather demanding lately, and I seem to have forgotten your name amidst all the details. Having mingled among noble gatherings and served as a companion reader for a princess in the palace, she was renowned as a talented woman in Shengjing. Yet, forgetting a name was indeed rather amusing. Liu Jintang's lips curled slightly beneath her veil, her eyes crescent-shaped as she inclined her body gracefully, responding with a warm smile. Sister Yin, you are well known for your talents, and certainly different from us who merely idle at home. I understand. My surname is Liu, with the given name Jintang, and I am 13 years old. She raised her eyes to Yin Zhao, seemingly inquiring with her gaze. Have you remembered now, sister? Yin Zhao's smile faltered, and she awkwardly averted her gaze from Liu Jintang. She had intended to cause embarrassment, but unexpectedly found herself in that position instead. The nuances of Liu Jintang's words elevated her while subtly belittling herself, revealing her pettiness. All present were daughters of noble families. Few of Yin Zhao's companions could be deemed foolish enough not to discern the intentionality behind her words. They could also perceive Yin Zhao's discomfort. Their camaraderie with Yin Zhao was strong. Even if their relationship was merely cordial, her status as the daughter of a high-ranking official far surpassed that of Liu Jintang, who was but a stepdaughter of the Shen family. Thus, even if Yin Zhao had instigated the situation, they directed their focus toward Liu Jintang. United in their defense of Yin Zhao, one of the young ladies in yellow stepped forward first. Ah, it is indeed Liu's sister. I have heard much about you. And to finally meet today is truly, she said, surveying Liu Jintang before exclaiming, why are you wearing a veil? Today is our first meeting. It seems rather inappropriate for you to hide behind it. Another young lady in blue also approached, scrutinizing Liu Jintang with a peculiar tone. Upon hearing that Liu Mimi hails from a humble background, one might assume her circumstances to be dire, though not so severe as to render her unable to face others. Yin Zhao hastily defended Liu Jintang, addressing the sisters. Ladies, our fifth sister may have her own reasons for wearing a veil. Please show her some understanding. Liu Jintang found herself in a quandary. All she desired was a peaceful visit to the temple fair. Yet she was beset by Shengjing seeking trouble and Yin Zhao stirring discord. Was it not enough for these individuals to seek significance only in her presence? She recognized both the woman clad in yellow and the one in blue. Indeed, she was acquainted with all those behind Yin Zhao. The woman in yellow was Xian Yao, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, while the blue-clad lady was Shan Rongrong, the legitimate daughter of the governor of Shantian. The others present were either daughters of high-ranking officials or of the third rank. They were all daughters of esteemed families, showcasing Yin Zhao's adeptness at garnering loyalty. Forgive my ignorance, esteemed sisters, but may I inquire which decree in Shengjing prohibits a lady from venturing out while veiled? Despite their lofty status, Liu Jintang stood undaunted. For to show weakness would only embolden them further. When she had shown weakness to her mother, she had received a slap and a reprimand. Should she exhibit timidity before these individuals, she would find herself oppressed once more, as in her previous life. Liu Jintang possessed a delicate stature, the epitome of a Jiangnan maiden. Yet, in this moment, she stood straight-backed, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the noble ladies before her. Clad in deep green, akin to a stroke of emerald in an ink painting, her veil framed a countenance imbued with a subtle grace, reminiscent of the moon reflecting on a tranquil lake. Her demeanor, nothing short of exquisite. She simply stood there, smiling, gazing at the assembly, and when her lips parted, the words she uttered left the crowd momentarily speechless. Yin Zhao was the first to regain her composure, hastily clarifying to Liu Jintang, fifth sister, you misunderstand. We are not targeting you. It is merely that the ladies wish to see your face, as it is their first encounter with you. Do they truly wish to see? Liu Jintang retorted, Sister Yin. I hope you will not regret this. Upon hearing her words, the smile on Yin Zhao's face faltered. She peered intently at Liu Jintang, feigning concern. What is the matter with your face, fifth sister? With a soft sigh, Liu Jintang lowered her eyelids, seemingly attempting to conceal something, yet feeling helpless against their scrutiny. All eyes were upon her, and every gesture was closely observed. A collective concern arose, wondering if she might be afflicted with some ailment. To be candid, Sister Yin, my face has indeed encountered some trouble. I wear this veil to avoid alarming you all. After all, if I were to frighten you and you had nightmares, that would be my fault. But since you wish to see, I shall unveil myself for your sake. As her hand moved to her ear, poised to remove the veil, she suddenly gasped and clutched her ear, startling the noble ladies who had been eagerly anticipating a glimpse of her face. What are you doing? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Shan Rongrong clutched her heart, her delicate face paling significantly. She had always been timid, had it not been for the bright daylight. She would not have dared to look. After much persuasion, she finally summoned the courage to glance, only to be startled by Liu Jintang's sudden exclamation, causing her heart to race and her complexion to darken further. I forgot to inform all my sisters, she stammered. The doctor advised me to avoid the wind as much as possible, saying it would. At this crucial moment, Liu Jintang teased with suspense, prompting Shan Rongrong to exclaim in desperation, What will it do? Do tell. Ah, I just remembered. Chunwen interjected with a gasp, instantly startling everyone present. All the pampered young ladies, known for their delicate sensibilities, were now quaking in fear, initially driven by curiosity. They found themselves unnerved by the two voices of Liu Jintang and her servant, their faces drained of color. Not only did they lose the desire to observe, but they also felt an inexplicable urge to flee, sensing something peculiar about the duo. Chunwen boldly declared, "Miss, I just recalled, will it be contagious?" "What?" Shan Huaixu gasped, retreating 3 steps in panic. Feeling this was insufficient, she grabbed a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. "What do you mean it will be contagious? Have you contracted some dreadful disease?" "Ah, I must return to the manor. I must return." In her fright, Shan Huaixu turned to leave, and the others began to show signs of retreat as well. Yin Zhao's expression darkened, caught in indecision. Liu Jintang approached her, "Sister Yin, do you wish to take a look? It is not contagious. My servant is merely speaking nonsense." As she drew nearer, even the composed Yin Zhao could not help but change her expression. She waved her hand hurriedly. "I have yet to pay my respects to Lady Shen, so I shall take my leave for now. I will visit my sister another day." Without waiting for Liu Jintang to respond, she hurriedly departed, her entourage following closely behind. Once the crowd had distanced themselves, Liu Jintang let out a dismissive scoff, hands on her hips, exuding the demeanor of a victorious heroine. "You think you can intimidate me? You won't frighten me to death, you cowards." Chapter 33. Encounter with Shen Huaixu and Yin Zhao. "Miss, we should leave quickly. What if Miss Yin senses something amiss and comes back?" Chunwen felt that her outing today was ill-fated. From the moment they stepped outside, there had been no peace. Fearing complications, she cautioned Liu Jintang while observing their surroundings. Liu Jintang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not wise to linger here. The two hastily entered the temple through a side door, unaware that not far from the riverbank, a figure had been watching their every move. With a jade flute twirling in his hand, his fingers were pale and slender, his attire as white as snow. Responding to a call from his companion behind him, he turned and departed. Upon entering the temple, Liu Jintang and Chunwen successfully returned to their resting place. The main door of the courtyard was closed, guarded by 2 elderly women. From within, they could faintly hear the sound of conversation. Though it was indistinct, the laughter indicated that the two inside were enjoying their discussion. It was Yin Zhao, surprisingly swift on her feet. Liu Jintang intended to enter the room to rest, but hesitated, her foot raised only to fall back down. She turned to Chunwen and instructed her to close the door. Then the two exited the courtyard once more. Chunwen was puzzled. Why has the mist come out again? Liu Jintang gazed ahead and posed an unrelated question. "Chunwen, if you discovered that a friend of yours had been betrayed, what would you do?" Liu Jintang's inquiry was subtle, causing Chunwen to momentarily misunderstand, thinking Liu Jintang was referring to herself. "Miss, I have no friends. I was bought into the Shen household. Before entering, my family was poor, and I was often bullied, so no one wished to befriend me." Liu Jintang realized her confusion and clarified her question further. "If you had a friend whose family arranged a marriage for him, yet he was unaware that his betrothed was involved with someone else, would you inform him of this?" Now Chunwen comprehended, eagerly responding, "I understand. It's like the butcher in our village who became involved with a widow at the village's edge, while his wife remained oblivious, though everyone around knew." "Is that the point?" Liu Jintang, wanting to express the truth yet fearing the troubles of gossip, felt a knot in her heart that made her uneasy. Chunwen understood her feelings, recalling how she would see the butcher's wife carrying a wooden tub to wash clothes, wanting to knock it from her hands, even as her family was falling apart. Surprised by Chunwen's strong reaction, Liu Jintang chuckled awkwardly. "That is indeed the essence." Chunwen continued, "If there is evidence to prove the infidelity, it is best to speak up. After all, the friend is innocent. If, due to the deliberate concealment of those around him, he were to marry the one in the wrong, it would lead to a grave mistake." Chunwen was filled with righteous indignation, stating, "If it were me, I would certainly reveal the truth." Liu Jintang observed her with a smile. "Did the butcher's wife ever discover the truth in your village?" At this, Chunwen's expression dimmed slightly. It seemed she did not know. "Yes." In the depths of Chunwen's eyes lingered a hint of regret as she bit her lip. "It was I who spoke those words. Although I subsequently lost the most important person in my life, if granted another chance, I would still utter the same." Liu Jintang refrained from inquiring whom she had lost, for to question further would only deepen the wound. Yet, her statement cast Liu Jintang into contemplation. She had indeed considered revealing the affair between Yin Zhao and Shen Yuanxi to Shen Huaixu, But without evidence, such accusations would only lead to her own downfall. But would she speak out if she possessed proof? While her desire for vengeance was undeniable, her instinct for survival prevailed. If she were to speak earnestly to Shen Huaixu, and he chose not to pursue the matter, could Yin Zhao and Shen Yuanxi then let her off the hook? Previously, she had thought to wait for an opportune moment to exact her revenge, but now she found herself compelled to weigh her safety as well. Even if not for her own sake, she must consider the well-being of those around her. After all, she did not wish to suffer the same fate as Chunwen. Losing much for the sake of the trivial. Miss, your sudden inquiry has me wondering if something is amiss, Chunwen said. Liu Jintang offered a bright smile. Tilting her head playfully, what do you think? Chunwen scratched her head. I am but a foolish servant, unable to guess. Fearing that Chunwen might overthink, Liu Jintang casually replied. It's nothing of great importance, merely a thought about events in Jiangning that crossed my mind. As an old acquaintance of the Miss, Jiangning is so far from Shengjing that it is unlikely they would meet again. Every individual has their own destiny, and the Miss should not let this matter affect her spirits. Though her own life was far from perfect, Chunwen demonstrated a remarkable talent for consolation. Observing her innocence, Liu Jintang could not resist pinching her cheek. I understand. The two meandered aimlessly through the garden, and Liu Jintang calculated the time, intending to return only after Yin Zhao had departed. As they wandered, Chunwen suddenly halted, pointing ahead. Miss, it is the eldest son and Miss Yin. Liu Jintang responded with a curious hum. Following Chunwen's gesture, her gaze rose to meet the sight of two familiar figures. They stood at the end of a shaded path, beyond which lay the enchanting Ling Lake. From Liu Jintang's vantage, across the lake, a couple stood facing one another. The woman was graceful and alluring, her demeanor shy as she conversed with the man before her. The gentleman, to describe him in a single phrase, was the illustrious young master of Yongqiao, his presence commanding as if to overshadow the clouds, unmatched in charm and allure. His expression was gentle as he gazed down at the young lady. Dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves above, casting a picturesque glow upon them, akin to red blossoms and green leaves, a sight to evoke envy. Despite the biases she harbored against Yin Zhao from her previous life, Liu Jintang could not help but acknowledge that Yin Zhao was indeed a fitting companion for her elder brother, usually aloof. It was only Yin Zhao who could elicit such tenderness from him, confirming the rumors of their profound connection. Sighing softly, Liu Jintang felt a pang of sympathy for both Yin Zhao and Shen Huaixu. Her elder brother was someone she wished to ingratiate herself with yet could not, while Yin Zhao seemed blissfully unaware of the fortune she possessed. Shen Yuanxi, a man devoid of talent, is but a mere fool, while Shen Huaixu could easily crush him with a single finger. What, I wonder, does Yin Zhao see in him? A gentle breeze swept by, causing a few leaves to fall, landing delicately in the hair of the girl on the opposite bank. Sensing something, the girl reached out to retrieve the leaves. But the man before her acted first, extending his hand. Liu Jintang, lacking any voyeuristic tendencies, averted her gaze and retraced her steps in the direction of Chunwen. Shen Huaixu's hand hovered just above Yin Zhao's head, as he turned to glance towards the shaded area across the way, where two figures had stood moments before. Now there was only emptiness. A subtle smile graced Shen Huaixu's lips. Though the little actress relished in her performances, she understood the principle of not prying into others' affections. How amusing. Yin Zhao, her face flushed with shyness, lowered her head, believing Shen Huaixu intended to remove the leaves from her hair. Thank you, young Master Shen, she murmured. Shen Huaixu withdrew his hand and glanced at the green leaves atop her head. There is no need for gratitude, he replied, his words laden with double meaning, though Yin Zhao failed to perceive it. Just then, Beiyin approached, informing her that someone was looking for her. Yin Zhao wished to linger with Shen Huaixu a while longer, but feeling it inappropriate to hinder him, she feigned graciousness, bowing to bid him farewell. Shen Huaixu, unceremonious, turned and left, vanishing from sight in just a few strides. Chapter 34. The fragrance of beauty. Such an aloof figure as young Master Shen can only be rendered gentle by the presence of the young lady. She truly is fortunate. Yin Zhao's previously displeased countenance softened somewhat at the words of her maid, Yu Tao. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks still flushed, and playfully shot a glance at Yu Tao, saying, You have quite the tongue. Yu Tao chuckled, I speak nothing but the truth, my lady. Just moments ago, you did not observe how young Master Shen gazed at you. His eyes were so tender they could almost weep. As Yin Zhao's maid, Yu Tao understood well what pleased her mistress. Thus, even if Shen Huaixu possessed merely a hint of affection, she could easily embellish it into a grand display. Indeed, Upon hearing her words, Yin Zhao's gloom dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. Is it truly so? Yu Tao affirmed, indeed, I would not dare deceive you, my lady. Yin Zhao felt a delightful mix of shyness and joy, her thoughts consumed by the tender moment when Shen Huaixu had gently removed a fallen leaf from her hair. She had not met his gaze directly, yet she imagined it must have been filled with deep affection. Recalling the wedding gown she had nearly completed at home, the blush on Yin Zhao's face deepened. Her wedding to Shen Huaixu was merely 2 months away. Soon, she would become his Mrs. Shen, the envy of all in the capital, and she would finally attain the opulence she had long desired. Is that not my future sister-in-law? A man's voice interrupted her thoughts, prompting Yin Zhao to turn towards the sound. There, just 3 paces away, stood a dashing young gentleman, leisurely tapping his fan against his palm, regarding her with an easy smile. Upon seeing him, Yin Zhao maintained her cheerful demeanor, replying, Young Master Shen, you jest. My elder brother and I have yet to wed. I am not worthy of being called sister-in-law. You may continue to address me as Miss Yin, as always. As the most beautiful woman in Shengjing, Yin Zhao's looks were beyond reproach. With each frown and smile, she captivated all men around her. Shen Huaixu, momentarily distracted by her enchanting visage, felt a surge of envy welling up within him. Why should such a beauty belong to his elder brother? Being from the same Shen family, what justified Shen Huaixu's superiority? He was only 3 years younger. If compatibility were the measure, it was he who was better suited to Yin Zhao, given their closer ages. Noticing Shen Huaixu lost in thought, Yin Zhao called out curiously, Young Master Shen? Shen Huaixu quickly regained his composure, masking his jealousy as he clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Miss Yin, your beauty surpasses that of celestial beings. And I momentarily lost my senses, my apologies. A soft giggle escaped Yin Zhao as she covered her lips. No woman ever disliked receiving praise for her beauty. Although Shen Huaixu's moment of distraction might seem lacking in decorum, given that they were alone and he genuinely admired her, it was of little consequence. It was no wonder that the women of the capital praised Shen Huaixu for his charm and elegance, his eloquence, and wit were matched only by his striking good looks. One could only wonder which fortunate lady might one day have the honor of marrying him. Indeed, it was only with a beauty such as Yin Zhao by his side that his life would feel complete. A glint of mischief flickered in Shen Huaixu's eyes. His ambitions are considerable, yet he is not foolish. Yin Zhao is currently the betrothed of his elder brother, and given his current capabilities, persuading Yin Zhao to abandon his brother and marry him is akin to dreaming in broad daylight. However, while he may lack other talents, his prowess in the art of seduction is indeed remarkable. A glimmer of determined amusement danced in Shen Yuanxi's eyes. Although Yin Zhao presents a challenge, he is confident that, should he desire it, she will inevitably become his paramour. With a swift motion, Shen Yuanxi unfurled his folding fan. In a light-hearted tone, he half-jokingly remarked, I ask for nothing more than for her to possess half the grace and wisdom of my sister-in-law, and to be blessed with beauty. Such words, directed towards one who is destined to become his sister-in-law, could be deemed rather frivolous. Yin Zhao seemed to sense this, and her smile dimmed slightly. When she met Shen Yuanxi's gaze, she found it calm and sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives, merely filled with admiration. Yin Zhao furrowed her brow. Could it be that she was being overly sensitive? Was he simply offering her a veiled compliment? Nevertheless, Shen Yuanxi saw no fault in his words and warmly invited her to accompany him. The Reborn Hall has reportedly received a new batch of tea. Would you care to join me in sampling it? Upon hearing this, Yin Zhao's doubts began to dissipate. After all, she could detect no hint of anxiety or guilt in Shen Yuanxi's demeanor. If his previous comments had been intentional, surely he would have betrayed some sign of it. The Reborn Hall, nestled behind the tranquil temple, is a place of exquisite elegance, catering to the aristocracy who come to pay their respects and enjoy tea. However, it was a bit of a distance from where they were, and she was reluctant to go. Yet before she could voice her refusal, Shen Yuanxi interjected with a note of surprise. How curious. Your elder brother should also be attending. Has Miss Yin not encountered him? Yin Zhao had just parted ways with Shen Huaixu and had been candid about it. Your brother was just called away by a subordinate, saying he had a guest to meet. Feigning astonishment, Shen Yuanxi asked, Why did you not accompany your brother? Yin Zhao chuckled lightly. Men's affairs are not for women to understand. However, Shen Yuanxi disagreed. Miss Yin, your marriage to my brother is imminent. You will soon be the new bride of the Shen family. Today, as temple fare is attended by dignitaries, how many of them do you not know? It is merely tea and casual conversation, and your brother should undoubtedly take you along. If you do not mind, accompany me. If we see your brother at the Reborn Hall, you may say it was my invitation along the way. If not, you can simply enjoy the tea and music and consider it a respite. How does that sound? Shen Yuanxi's proposition left Yin Zhao at a loss for a reason to decline, especially since he mentioned that Shen Huaixu would also be at the Huibin Hall. Naturally, she wished to see him, so after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble Master Shen, she replied. Shen Yuanxi laughed heartily. Trouble? With a beautiful companion, it is my honor. This time, Yin Zhao harbored no suspicions regarding Shen Yuanxi's intentions. He was well known in the capital for his charm and was evidently accustomed to such banter. Moreover, he is the younger brother of Shen Huaixu. Once she marries into the Shen family, they will inevitably cross paths frequently. Thus, it seems unnecessary to let a trivial verbal dispute sour their relationship. Just as they were about to proceed together, Shen Yuanxi suddenly called out to Yin Zhao. Upon swiftly turning around, Yin Zhao found an arm extending towards her head. Startled, she instinctively recoiled slightly. In the next moment, Shen Yuanxi had plucked a green leaf and stepped back. Have I frightened Miss Yin? My sincerest apologies. There was a leaf in your hair, which prompted my abruptness. Yin Zhao, surprised, brushed her hair and managed to smile. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, young Master Shen. Shen Yuanxi returned her smile, and they resumed their journey. Walking slightly behind Yin Zhao, a gentle breeze tousled the strands of her hair, some of which brushed against his face, carrying with it the enchanting fragrance of osmanthus. Shen Yuanxi inhaled deeply, feeling the sweet scent permeate his senses, raising the hairs on his skin. It was indeed a delightful aroma, unlike the cloying perfumes of courtesans, nor the cheap scents of maidservants. It was a captivating fragrance that lingered in one's dreams. Discreetly leaning closer to the woman beside him, he inhaled her scent once more, allowing the fragrant essence to envelop him. His folding fan ceased its motion, and ambition gleamed in his eyes. He was determined to possess Yin Zhao. Anything that belonged to his elder brother was destined to be his. Chapter 35. Zixio. As they journeyed together, Shen Yuanxi engaged in light conversation with Yin Zhao. With the identity of Shen Huaixu's younger brother, Yin Zhao felt at ease around him. Hearing that Miss Yin had spent her childhood in the water town, he wondered how the scenery there compared to the splendor of Shengjing. Yin Zhao's maternal family resided in the Jiangning area, and since her grandparents had passed away, she had not returned to Jiangning for 7 or 8 years. So much time had elapsed that her memories had faded, yet as Shen Yuanxi initiated this topic, she felt it inappropriate to admit her forgetfulness and simply smiled, saying, although Jiangning is beautiful, I find myself more enamored by the vibrancy of Shengjing. This indeed implied that Shengjing surpassed Jiangning. Shen Yuanxi laughed heartily, agreeing. Like you, Miss Yin, I too am captivated by the splendor of Shengjing. I have traveled to numerous places, yet none possess the beauty of Shengjing. The third princess adored excursions, returning to the palace with tales of amusing encounters and beautiful landscapes along her travels, which filled Yin Zhao with both envy and admiration. She yearned to explore the world. But as a young lady of the inner chamber, she could not enjoy the same freedom as men. Even with her family's affection, she had never ventured far from home. Moreover, the Yin family upheld strict moral teachings, dictating that a woman should remain within the confines of her home until marriage. As the legitimate daughter of the main branch, she had several younger half-sisters who watched her closely. Even if her family permitted her to travel, she would hesitate to do so. Thus, when Shen Yuanxi spoke, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? Where else has young Master Shen traveled? Noticing her interest, Shen Yuanxi's eyes glimmered with intent. With a beaming countenance and a playful tone, he lengthened his speech. If we were to discuss it, I fear we could speak for days and nights without end. If Miss Yin is interested, shall we visit the Huibintang later? I could order a pot of fragrant tea and share my adventures with you at a leisurely pace. Yin Zhao hesitated. It is not proper. Moreover, if your elder brother were to be present. She left her sentence unfinished, but both understood the implications. If Shen Huaixu were there, it would be improper for Yin Zhao to sit at the same table with him. The etiquette dictated that a man and a woman should not share a table alone. Although their intentions were honorable, the perceptions of outsiders could tarnish their reputations. Shen Yuanxi had cast his bait, confident that the fish would bite. It was merely a matter of timing. Thus, he wisely recognized the situation, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. He could not frighten his catch away, for retrieving it later would be challenging. I was rash. You are right, Miss Yin. After all, public opinion can easily twist the truth. I would not wish to bring you shame. Therefore, let us defer this conversation for another day when we have the opportunity to discuss my travels. Seeing his understanding, Yin Zhao visibly relaxed. She had feared Shen Yuanxi might make some difficult to refuse jest. By the way, in a couple of days, I will host an autumn appreciation banquet at my residence. Young Master Shen is most welcome to join for tea, and we can converse about my travels then. Shen Huaixu clasped his hands together and assured, I shall arrive as promised. His earnest demeanor elicited a peal of laughter from Yin Zhao. As he unfurled his folding fan to conceal a smirk at the corner of his mouth, it became apparent that the situation was less complex than he had anticipated. The two continued their idle chatter until they unwittingly reached the reception hall. Upon entering the bustling venue, a plethora of familiar faces greeted them. Yet none belonged to the person Yin Zhao yearned to see. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her features, leaving her countenance rather listless. Observing this, Shen Huaixu refrained from further commentary, instructing a servant to escort her to a seat. He thoughtfully ordered fragrant tea and exquisite pastries for Yin Zhao, while he casually sought a spot for himself, opting for a pot of Longjing tea. Leaning against the table, he raised his teacup in a toast towards Yin Zhao. Her spirit somewhat lifted. Yin Zhao acknowledged him with a slight nod of gratitude before returning her gaze to her tea and pastries. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Huaixu was indeed present in the hall, albeit on the second floor, while she remained on the ground level. After surveying the hall and its upper chambers, she inquired with a servant about Shen Huaixu's whereabouts. When informed of his absence, she resigned herself to the belief that he was indeed not present. In truth, Shen Huaixu had deliberately concealed his location, instructing the staff to deny his presence to any inquiries, seemingly aware that someone would seek him out. Isn't that your little wife? Why has she come here with your third brother? Remarked Prince Xiang, nudging Shen Huaixu with a knowing glint in his eye. Shen Huaixu, unfazed, took a sip of tea and refilled his own cup, neglecting to serve Prince Xiang. The prince, taken aback, queried, What does this mean? Do you not regard me highly? Why not allow Zixio to pour tea for you? His voice, as crisp and clear as a winter's snowfall upon a tranquil forest, resonated as his long fingers placed a jade flute upon the table, poised to reach for a teacup. However, a larger hand preemptively pushed the cup aside. Shen Huaixu, with a stern expression, raised his gaze to the man before him. Zixio, there is no need for formality. Today, you are the guest, and it would be improper for you to serve tea. With that, Shen Huaixu filled Prince Xiang's cup, who then took a sip. Reveling in the honor of receiving tea from the esteemed Shen Dadawei, a privilege that would surely be met with disbelief if he were to share it. 1,000,000 taels of silver, remember to bring it to my courtyard in a month, Shen Huaixu added. The tea Prince Xiang had just sipped erupted from his mouth in surprise. The gentleman in white opposite him reacted swiftly, raising his sleeves to shield himself, narrowly avoiding a disaster. A month. Yuan Ji, that is 1,000,000 taels, not merely 100. Even if I were to steal, I could not procure such a sum. Prince Xiang's face contorted with dismay. Shen Huaixu, observing the damp sleeves of the man across from him, remarked, Perhaps you should change your attire. The man, named Zixio, rose and offered a respectful gesture to both Shen Huaixu and Prince Xiang, stating, Zixio shall return shortly. Once he had departed, Shen Huaixu turned his attention back to Prince Xiang. Now it amounts to 1,000,000 plus 100 taels. The king of Xiang nearly gasped in disbelief. His tone noticeably elevated. Where did this extra 100 taels come from? Have you soaked someone else's garments without compensation? He promptly lifted the teacup from the table, smiling as he poured tea for Shen Huaixu. Yuan Ji, be magnanimous. Do not hold this against me. In just a fleeting month, where could I possibly procure 100,000 taels for you? Shen Huaixu did not touch the teacup. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, If not repayment, then I shall require a few of your shops. As long as the king of Xiang was not obligated to return the money, everything was negotiable. Not only a few shops, but should you request, an entire street could be yours. In that case, I shall take an entire street. Shen Huaixu was unreserved in his demand, uttering words that could drive the king of Xiang to despair, specifically that street in the city. Chapter 36. Yuan Ji's instant infatuation with a woman. The prince of Xiang pressed his hand against his chest, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Yuan Ji, you seek to take my life, he exclaimed. A street full of shops is now beyond reach, and you demand 1,000,000 taels for it? Absolutely not. At most, I can offer 5 shops. Shen Huaixu cast a glance at him. Choose between a street or 1,000,000 taels. There is no room for negotiation. The prince, unable to procure such an amount, feared that Shen Huaixu might disclose the matter to his elder brother. After much deliberation, he clenched his teeth and replied, Grant me a night to sort through my accounts. A smirk curled at the corner of Shen Huaixu's lips. Very well. The prince lifted a teacup, intending to quell his rising anger, yet as it neared his lips, he abruptly set it down. To continue drinking would only remind him that this cup of tea could cost him an entire street of shops. Moreover, Shen Huaixu had rendered him significant assistance in that matter, making the loss of a street seem trivial in comparison. However, Yuan Ji, why do you require so many shops? You have always detested commercial matters. Shen Huaixu now held a position of considerable power, surrounded by countless individuals eager to curry favor. Even while seated at home, wealth seemed to fall from the heavens. He lacked for nothing, and the Shen family would never be short of shops. The prince found himself puzzled, unable to fathom the purpose behind Shen Huaixu's desire for such establishments. Shen Huaixu grasped the jade teacup, gazing into the rippling water within. His eyes were deep and inscrutable, betraying nothing of his thoughts. I have my reasons. The door to the side room swung open, and the departing man returned, having changed his attire. He exuded an air of refined elegance. Donned in a light blue brocade robe, adorned with a jade belt of exquisite hues, his demeanor was gentle and his aura refreshing, akin to the dawn's first light, evoking a sense of spring's gentle embrace. If Shen Huaixu was a fearsome and enigmatic figure, this man was a celestial being who inspired warmth and trust. The Prince of Xiang regarded him with awe. Zixio, it has been but 3 years since our last meeting, yet your grace and beauty nearly surpass my own. Shen Huaixu was accustomed to the prince's tendency to self-aggrandize. To him, there was no other in the entire Yongqiao kingdom who could rival his own handsomeness. Liu Xingwen's smile was gentle as he clasped his fists in greeting. The Prince of Xiang is widely recognized as the most handsome man in Shengjing. I shall not vie for the spotlight, and will content myself with being the third. Why the third? Who then is the second? The prince inquired, curiosity piqued. Liu Xingwen glanced at Shen Huaixu, and both shared an enigmatic smile. That would be the prince himself. The corners of the prince's mouth fell instantly. Why am I not first? He slammed his palm on the table, standing up in indignation. Who is the first? Why, naturally it is Yuan Ji, Liu Xingwen replied unhurriedly. The prince momentarily failed to grasp the implication, exclaiming, I care not if he is round or flat. Being placed before me is simply unacceptable. Upon uttering those words, he sensed something amiss, wondering if he had misheard. Whom did you just mention? Liu Xingwen could hardly contain his laughter as he glanced at Shen Huaixu beside the prince. Yuan Ji. The prince nearly bit his tongue, an awkward smile escaping him as he slowly regained his seat. I was merely caught up in the moment. Please forgive my outburst. Shen Huaixu glanced at him and said, It's no trouble. I shall graciously concede this first place to Prince Xiang. The prince straightened up immediately, replying, Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, brother Yuanji, for your generosity. Even the aloof Shen Huaixu was taken aback by the prince's audacity, as he and Liu Xingwen turned their gazes toward him. The prince, with a smile that was neither here nor there, regarded the two, and in the next moment, all three burst into hearty laughter, their mirth lingering in the air. Inside the room, Baiyun and Dongyang exchanged glances, then chuckled as they lowered their heads. Only with Zixio Jun returning to the capital could the master laugh so heartily. The master had few close friends, and besides the prince and the emperor, Zixio Jun was one of them. After sharing a jovial conversation, the prince turned his attention to the main hall and noticed that Yin Zhao and Xin Yuanzi had departed at some point. He took a sip of tea, and with his keen perception, he could easily discern Xin Yuanzi's ulterior motives. He initially intended to caution his dear friend to keep a watchful eye on his unwed bride, lest she fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. However, he recalled that he had informed the other party of Yin Zhao's arrival earlier. Shen Huaixu did not even raise his eyelids, and such indifference did not seem to indicate any affection. While others may not comprehend Shen Huaixu, he, as a close friend, understood his character well. If he had any genuine interest, Xin Yuanzi would not have been able to approach Yin Zhao. After pondering for a moment, the prince closed the window, choosing to feign ignorance. It was rather amusing that, on his way here, he had encountered a curious incident. In the midst of casual conversation, Liu Xingwen suddenly recalled something he had witnessed at the temple gate. He glanced at Shen Huaixu and remarked, It seems there might be some connection between them and the Shen family. The prince, ever fond of such intriguing tales, especially those involving the Shen family, became increasingly interested and inquired, What is it? Do share. Upon hearing it pertained to the Shen family, Shen Huaixu asked, What matter? Although he had been absent from the capital, he had heard much regarding brother Yuanji, particularly about his reputed infatuation with a certain lady. Is it true? What? The prince exclaimed, shock and disbelief evident on his face as he turned to Shen Huaixu. How come I was unaware of your sudden affection for a woman, Yuanji? He found it hard to associate Shen Huaixu's name with the notion of instant love. Was that even plausible? Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What rumors are these?" Liu Xingwen picked up a jade flute, idly toying with it. "It seems unlikely to be true. I'm simply curious about the origin of such gossip." The prince clapped his hands in sudden realization. "I understand now. Could it be that the day of the wedding banquet, your stepsister fainted at your feet? And this was maliciously misconstrued by some with ulterior motives? Your stepsister fainted at Brother Yuanji's feet?" Liu Xingwen questioned, perplexed. "How come I was not aware of this?" Shen Huaixu replied succinctly, "It was merely an accident." He was known for his brevity, and Liu Xingwen understood that he could not extract further details from him. So he turned his gaze towards the prince. The prince clicked his tongue and provided a short answer to Liu Xingwen's query. On the day of the wedding banquet. For reasons unknown, Miss Shen rushed out of the house, first colliding with Yuanji and then fainting at his feet. Yuanji, understanding her youth and innocence, had someone escort her back to her courtyard, which likely gave rise to such unfounded rumors. It turns out that the other party is indeed the younger sister of Brother Yuanji. No wonder I could not discern which young lady of the Shen family she was after gazing for quite some time. Shen Huaixu sensed something amiss in Liu Xingwen's words. What does Zixio mean by that? Liu Xingwen then recounted the events he had witnessed before the temple gate. After finishing, he twirled the jade flute in his hand and smiled warmly. Brother Yuanji is unaware of the appearance of your fifth younger sister, with her hands on her hips. She is utterly adorable, clearly a delicate being, yet she manages to bewilder those around her. Unlike any young ladies from prominent families I have encountered. She truly embodies the saying, as charming as the peach blossoms of early spring, and as pure as the chrysanthemums of late autumn. It is indeed quite amusing. Chapter 37. She was left behind as everyone departed, as lovely as a peach in spring and as pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. Shen Huaixu murmured these lines, which, though commonplace, carried an indescribable flavor when spoken by him. It seemed that Zixio too found that girl intriguing. The Prince of Xiang, having discovered a kindred spirit, prattled on about his heroic exploits in rescuing damsels. After his tale, he felt unsatisfied and recounted the encounter he and Shen Huaixu had with Liu Jintang in the Yuantang treasure hall. While other women visited the temple to seek love or pray for the well-being and happiness of their families, can you guess what that girl sought? The prince spoke with an air of mystery as Liu Xingwen's curiosity was piqued, expressing his ignorance. Ahem. The prince cleared his throat, delicately gesturing with his fingers as he refined his tone. Devotee Liu Jintang prays to the Bodhisattva for blessings, wishing for wealth to flow like a clear spring and fortune to bloom like flowers across the sky, hoping for a peaceful and joyful passage through the seasons. It turned out to be a request for wealth. Liu Xingwen smiled knowingly. Not only wealth and fortune, but also peace and happiness. Such a greedy girl. The prince drained his cup of tea and glanced at the taciturn Shen Huaixu beside him. What do you think, Yuanji? Your fifth sister seems to be having a rough time. Shen Huaixu listened quietly to their discourse about Liu Jintang, remaining mostly silent. He sat there, his gaze distant, brow slightly furrowed, fingers unconsciously toying with the teacup. To an outsider, he appeared disinterested in their conversation. Yet a closer observation would reveal a hint of mockery in his expression. Indeed, it was not an easy life, Shen Huaixu thought with a sardonic smile. If it were, that little actress would not dare to provoke him. Each time they met, she feigned calmness, truly believing he could not see the fear lurking in her eyes. Shen Huaixu raised the teacup to his lips, draining its contents, before standing up. It was getting late, and he needed to arrange a carriage to return to the mansion. Zixio, you shall accompany me to the Dali Temple. There is a document requiring your keen eye. Liu Xingwen stood up, readily agreeing. Of course. The Prince of Xiang waved his fan and stood as well. Brother Zixio, you cannot leave again this time. In a couple of days, I shall host a banquet at Qingfu to welcome you back. It has been years since we last saw each other. Let me see if your drinking prowess has improved. Liu Xingwen clasped his fists, respectfully expressing his gratitude. I appreciate your kindness, your highness. There is no need for such formalities between brothers. In the coming days, rest well, and do not use your journey as an excuse to refuse drinks at the table. I will not allow it. Liu Xingwen smiled gently, indicating his acquiescence. Upon exiting the reception hall, the three parted ways. Liu Xingwen had returned to the capital on official duties and needed to meet the emperor soon, with many affairs to attend to. Today, he had merely passed by the Jingqing temple, learned of an old friend's presence, and decided to pay a visit. After their separation, he would return to arrange his forthcoming matters. In the main house of the courtyard, Shen Shi sat in a chair, her hand supporting her head as she rested her eyes. Yin stood behind her, gently massaging her temples. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with only faint sounds from outside. "What time is it?" Shen inquired. Yin cast a glance at the young maid standing by the door. The maid pushed the door open, hurried outside, and soon returned, gesturing towards the southwest. Yin understood. "Madam, it is already past noon. How could it be so swift? Hadn't it been said that many noble ladies would attend the temple fair?" Lady Shen furrowed her brow, given the Shen family's influence. It was peculiar that none had come to pay their respects. Yin, equally perplexed, approached the door and peered out into the courtyard. Inquiring of the gatekeeper, "Has anyone come to visit?" The gatekeeper promptly replied, No one has come to visit." Just then, someone hurried past the gate, their attire indicating they were not of common origin. Yin instructed the gatekeeper, "Go, inquire what is amiss outside." The gatekeeper wasted no time and hurried off, returning shortly with a visibly anxious expression. "It is grave news. Something has occurred." Her voice was raised, startling Lady Shen within the room. Lady Shen questioned, "What is all this commotion about?" The gatekeeper quickly relayed her findings. "It is said that on the road back to the capital, there are bandits attacking people, and they have threatened to come to the temple fair. Many families of renown have heard the rumors and are taking detours away from the silent temple, fearing misfortune should they linger here." "What?" Lady Shen exclaimed, rushing out of the room to glance at the tightly shut doors. "Where is my eldest son?" The gatekeeper shook her head, indicating she did not know. The movements of such a distinguished individual were beyond her knowledge. "Quickly, go find my eldest son." Lady Shen then instructed Yin, "Gather Shengjing, Yu, and the others. Arrange for the carriage. If we cannot locate Yuanji, we must leave with the others." This was her first time venturing out with her children. Should anything happen, she would find it difficult to explain to her family. In such a case, the Shen family would question her capabilities. With her reputation still unestablished, losing their trust would jeopardize her standing within the Shen household, and she could not allow any mishap to occur. The gatekeeper searched extensively outside, but found no trace of Shen Huaixu. Upon her hurried return to the courtyard, she discovered that everyone had already departed. She rushed towards the area where the carriages were kept, neglecting to notice that one of the 4 rooms still had its door tightly shut. Liu Jintang and Shen had meandered around the silent temple, and upon their leisurely return to the courtyard, they found it unusually desolate. "Where is everyone?" Shenwen glanced around, noticing the gatekeeper was also missing. Liu Jintang sensed something was amiss. Even if her mother had gone to offer incense, the gatekeeper would not have left her post. "Shenwen, did you observe anything unusual on our way back?" Shenwen pondered for a moment. It seemed there were very few people along the way. Liu Jintang's expression grew serious. Indeed, it was a bustling temple fair, and while they had seen people in the garden earlier, upon their return, they encountered hardly anyone, and those who passed by were in a great hurry. Liu Jintang steadied her thoughts, recalling whether any significant events had transpired during the temple fair in her previous life. Yet, after much contemplation, all she could remember were trivial matters. Liu Jintang stepped out of the courtyard, and just then, a young monk approached. She quickly moved forward to inquire, "Little master, may I ask what has happened? Where have my mother and the others gone?" The young monk, unaware of who Liu Jintang was or the identity of her mother, respectfully clasped his hands and bowed his head in response to her initial inquiry. "Esteemed lady, a quarter of an hour ago, there was a commotion at the temple gate. It was reported that nefarious individuals took advantage of the temple fair to create chaos, resulting in the murder of officials en route back to the capital." Upon hearing this, the noble guest hastily departed. Nefarious individuals causing turmoil? The murder of officials? Liu Jintang was momentarily stunned, then immediately expressed her gratitude with a clasped hands gesture. After the young monk departed, she remained rooted in place, but soon regained her composure and hastened towards the temple entrance. Upon exiting her quarters, she observed a multitude of individuals offering their incense, clad in coarse linen garments. They were the common folk. Raising her gaze, she noted the absence of anyone adorned in silks or wearing jade hairpins among the crowd. It was evident that those of noble birth, having heard of the rogue threat, had vacated, leaving behind the commoners who either disbelieved the existence of such villains or were simply unaware of the true circumstances. Through the temple gate, Liu Jintang peered towards the riverbank, where the streets were teeming with life, densely packed with people. Clearly, for the ordinary citizens wishing to depart, it required the expenditure of silver to hire a carriage. However, the sheer number of individuals desiring to ride rendered movement impossible, Neither the people nor the carriages could navigate through the congested thoroughfare, resulting in such a chaotic scene. Chapter 38. The unfortunate Shen family trio. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Liu Jintang, who had previously been somewhat flustered, regained her composure. It was not that she disbelieved the words of the young monk, but rather that the presence of so many common folk provided a sense of security. Even if the villains were to arrive, the government officials would intervene. Moreover, Shen Huaixu had accompanied them. How could the esteemed Minister of Justice remain indifferent in the face of such grave danger? Miss, what shall we do? The ladies should have already departed. Chunwen expressed her fear, glancing anxiously around and fearing that the assailants might burst into the temple at any moment. Liu Jintang smiled softly, regardless. I am a member of the Shen family. If she is left, so be it. One less person means that she will have to return to the Shen residence to fetch me. In fact, it's quite delightful to have some peace. Let us return to our courtyard, brew a pot of tea, and enjoy the serene beauty of this temple. Chunwen, taken aback, struggled to comprehend Liu Jintang's words. Miss, those are criminals, merciless in their intent. Our priority should be to find a carriage back to the Shen residence. With a bright smile, Liu Jintang turned toward the side chamber. Why the haste? You have seen the situation across the way. Even if I wished to leave, it would be impossible amidst the throngs of people. Rather than exhausting ourselves in a crowd, let us return for tea. Chunwen hesitated, wanting to persuade her further. But as she turned, Liu Jintang had already walked quite a distance away. Miss, please wait for me. Chunwen called out as she hurried after her. On the official road leading from the Jing temple to Shengjing, the Shen family's carriage moved slowly along with the flow of traffic. Shen Shiyu leaned out of the window, peering into the seemingly endless line of carriages, her expression darkening as she retreated inside. All the noble families seem to have heard the news and are rushing back. It appears they are too frightened to take the route where the incident occurred, opting instead for this longer but safer road. I wonder how long we shall be stuck here. Shen Xiqing, wrapped in her cloak, rested against the cushion, her complexion pale. Whether it was due to the shock from the water incident or something else, her spirits were low, and she did not respond to Shen Shiyu's murmurs. The Shen family's countenance darkened. They had been halted for quite some time, and at this pace, when would they return to the Shen residence? How could such a splendid temple fair be marred by such misfortune? Shen Shiyu lamented. The Shen family furrowed their brows. It seemed that their outing had been plagued with misfortunes from the start. A revered monk had once claimed that she and the deceased girl were fated to clash, and that taking her out would surely bring trouble. Lost in thought, the carriage suddenly lurched violently. The jolt caught everyone off guard. Shen Shi stumbled forward. And had it not been for Shen Shiyu's quick reflexes to catch her, she would have collided with the door frame. As the carriage stabilized, the voice of Aunt Yun rang from outside, scolding, "Drive properly, or you will be held accountable for injuring the lady." After reprimanding the driver, Aunt Yun hurriedly checked on the passengers inside. "Madam, are you all right?" Shen's face was grim, her frustration boiling with no outlet for release. She needed to maintain her dignity. Surrounded by the carriages of noble families, she could not chastise her servants in public. Straightening her headpiece, Shen returned to her seat, her voice icy. "What has happened?" "The carriage ahead seems to have stopped for some unknown reason." Lady Shun, feeling displeased, instructed her, "Please go ahead and remind the others to be cautious." Aunt Yun nodded in agreement and walked towards the carriage ahead. Soon, her voice could be heard outside, cautioning the others to drive carefully. Shen Shiyu, ever attentive, adjusted Lady Shen's skirt and delicately straightened her hairpin. Noticing Lady Shen's grim expression, she wisely refrained from speaking further. Seeing her demeanor, Lady Shen's gaze flickered, her thoughts difficult to decipher. Shen Shiyu and Shen Shijing were like two sides of a coin, one headstrong, the other composed. Logically, she should have favored the steady Shen Shiyu. Yet, inexplicably, the latter's presence reminded her of that wretched Liu Jintang, which only deepened her discontent. She decided to turn her gaze away, choosing to ignore the source of her irritation. Shen Shiyu was highly perceptive. Upon sensing Lady Shun's disdainful scrutiny, she averted her eyes, her hand gripping the satin of her skirt tightly, feeling somewhat wronged, uncertain of what had provoked Lady Shun's displeasure. The carriage began to move slowly, but before long, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A voice shouted, "Robbers! They are robbers!" Chaos ensued, and the carriage abruptly picked up speed. The three passengers inside were tossed about with the jolting motion. Aunt Yun! Aunt Yun!" Lady Shen cried out in panic. "Madam, old servant is." Aunt Yun's voice was cut short, followed by a chilling scream. "Where is she? Where is she?" Lady Shen called, but outside, there was no response from Aunt Yun. nor could they hear the driver's voice. Not far from them, a group of riders observed the runaway carriage on the main road. "Master, the lady's carriage has gone out of control." Bei Yun, with his foot on the neck of a masked robber, watched the chaotic carriage in the distance, awaiting instructions from his companion. Shen Huaixu observed the rampaging Shen family carriage in silence for a moment. Then, upon seeing it careen towards the fields, he spoke. "Go. Ensure the safe return of the occupants to the Shen residence." As soon as he finished, his followers spurred their horses and raced towards the main road. Bei Yun knocked out the robber beneath his foot, carelessly tossing him onto the horse's back before nimbly mounting his steed. "Master, these robbers do not appear to be mere brigands. There is likely someone orchestrating this behind the scenes." Bei Yun's gaze hardened as he looked at the robber on horseback. Dongyong rode forward and remarked, "These individuals are quite audacious, daring to attack the noble families in Shengjing. They clearly do not regard the government or our Dili temple with any respect. Master, shall I send people to apprehend the fleeing culprits?" Shen Huaixu tugged at the reins, gazing at the runaway carriage in the distance. He turned his horse's head and replied, "No need. Even if we capture them, they are but insignificant pawns. Lock them away. Since they dare to challenge the Dili temple, we must ensure they are silenced." With that, he cracked his whip and rode towards the direction of the Shengjing temple. Dongyong did not hesitate and quickly followed suit. Bei Yun watched the two depart with some confusion, noting their clear direction towards the Shengjing temple, uncertain of his master's intentions. At that moment, one of the guards sent to control the carriage rushed forward to report the situation to Bei Yun. Upon hearing that there were only 3 individuals inside the carriage, Bei Yun was immediately taken aback. "Where is Miss Shen Wu?" she inquired. The guard clasped his fists and replied, "Miss Shen Wu is not present." In that moment, Bei Yun instinctively prepared to pursue Shen Huaixu, intending to inform him of the missing person. However, as she turned her horse's head, a realization struck her. And after a brief hesitation, she addressed the guard. "I understand now. The bandits had been apprehended, and the officials arrived belatedly, allowing the thoroughfare to become unobstructed once more." As Bei Yun escorted Madame Shen and the others back home, the occupants of the carriage, shaken by the earlier chaos, appeared disheveled, hairpins askew, garments wrinkled. Shenxiu bore a bruise on her forehead and endured excruciating pain throughout her body. Shengjing fared little better, with a contusion marring her face, rendering her already pallid complexion even more distressing, though Shenxi was in a somewhat better condition than the 2 younger women. She too bore the marks of minor injuries and leaned against the cushion, attempting to regain her composure. The fright had drained her of color, leaving her visage devoid of any semblance of vitality. Meanwhile, Aunt Yun and the coachman had both sustained injuries, one with a broken arm and the other with a fractured leg, continually lamenting their plight, which irked the guards so much that they ultimately chose to render them unconscious. Chapter 39. The act of sycophancy. In the morning, everyone departed in splendid attire. Yet by nightfall, they returned home with bruised faces. The Shen residence was in a flurry, with the house doctor bustling about the hall, tending to one injury after another. Lord Shen, who had been on duty, hurried back upon hearing of the incident. As he entered the grand hall, he beheld Madame Shen, haggard and seated at the head, attended by a maid who was treating her forehead injury. Lord Shen's expression shifted drastically, concern flooding his features as he rushed towards her. "Zhuer, what has happened to you?" The sight of him caused Madame Shen, who had been composed, to immediately redden her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks as if she had endured an immense grievance. "Feng Lang," she softly called, then, with tears in her eyes, she threw herself into Lord Shen's embrace. His name was Shen Feng, styled Feng Yu, yet in private, Madame Shen affectionately referred to him as Feng Lang, both as a playful flirtation and an expression of intimacy. However, she had never addressed him so openly in public. And now, in her moment of distress, he held her tightly, fully aware that she was terrified. "Feng Lang, I thought I would never see you again. I nearly found myself in the realm beyond," she sobbed, clinging tightly to his waist, her tears flowing freely, her body trembling slightly. The sound of her weeping shattered Lord Shen's heart. Having married this cherished wife for less than a month, he was enamored with her. Unable to bear seeing her in such sorrow, gently patting her shoulder, he whispered soothingly, "Fear not. Fear not. I am here. Everything will be all right." "Mother." Shen Yuanxi briskly entered from the hall's entrance, his demeanor shifting upon seeing Lord Shen. "Father." "Humph." Lord Shen scoffed, scrutinizing him. "Why are you not properly safeguarding your mother and the others? Where have you been?" Shen Yuanxi glanced around before lowering his head. I was delayed by certain matters." What could possibly be more important than the lives of your mother, sister, and younger sister? Lord Shen's anger flared. Immediately, Shen Huaixu knelt, clasping his fists. When the incident occurred, I intended to rush to my mother's side. However, upon witnessing the Yin family's carriage being accosted by bandits, I could not stand idly by and had to lend assistance, which is why I was unable to protect mother and the others in time. I am at fault. Please punish me, father. The Yin family? Which Yin family? Lord Shen furrowed his brow. Naturally, the Yin family of the Ministry of Rights, Shen Huaixu replied. Lord Shen's stern expression softened slightly. Since Shen Huaixu was betrothed to the Yin family's daughter, the two families were considered semi-relatives. In such chaotic circumstances, it would indeed be unreasonable for Shen Huaixu not to intervene. Was the young lady of the Yin family gravely harmed? Shen Huaixu respectfully responded. She suffered no serious injury, merely a fright. I have safely escorted her back to the Yin residence. Lord Shen nodded in satisfaction. The Yin family shares a profound bond with our Shen family. You have done well. Rise. Shen Huaixu exhaled in relief as he stood up. Noticing the marks on Madame Shen's face, he displayed a look of remorse. Had I known mother would be injured, I would not have intervened with the Yin family. After all, family is paramount. The events had transpired. Despite any dissatisfaction, Madame Shen recognized that the past could not be altered. Thus, she pondered whether to exhibit a greater magnanimity, prompting the Shen family to feel more guilt towards her plight. Shen wiped away her tears and donned a gentle smile, saying, It's nothing, just a minor injury. The more she feigned nonchalance, the more her husband, Lord Shen, felt a pang of sorrow for her. He understood that. As the matriarch of the Shen family, she had to restrain her temperament. Even when wronged, she could not indulge in petty grievances. Just like now. As the head of the household, her son should have prioritized her safety, yet he abandoned her well-being to rescue others. She could have scolded him or lamented her plight. Yet she remained magnanimous and forgiving. Lord Shen patted her shoulder, his eyes brimming with affection. You were startled today, tomorrow. I shall bring you a precious gift to soothe your nerves. I desire nothing but your presence, my lord. That alone is sufficient for me, Shen replied, nestling against his shoulder. Their eyes met, and amidst the tender exchange, Shen felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks. Lord Shen noticed the rosy hue on her face and laughed heartily, feeling fortunate to have such a cherished wife at this stage of his life. Daddy, my head hurts so much, Shengjing whimpered, tears streaming down her face, prompting Lord Shen to finally turn his attention to his two daughters. Upon seeing their pallid complexions, marred with bruises and disheveled hair, the corners of his mouth drooped once more. How could you be in such a pitiable state? As a father, his concern was not one of sympathy but rather reproach. After expressing his discontent, he seemed to realize he had been overly harsh. So he cleared his throat to soften his expression and inquired of the household physician about their conditions. The physician respectfully replied, There is no serious harm, however. They must be cautious with their diet, avoiding cold and spicy foods, and refrain from anything detrimental to their recovery. With time, they shall heal. Lord Shen acknowledged this with a grunt. Shen then asked, Might Dr. Li have some ointment to diminish scars? Her expression darkened as she glanced at Shen Huaixu and Shengjing, both bearing marks on their faces. And she herself had also sustained injuries that should not be allowed to scar. Dr. Li, without hesitation, responded, Indeed, there is such a remedy. Though the ointments here are merely standard medicines, I have heard that within the palace, there exists a salve that, when applied to wounds, can restore them to their original state, preventing scars and even possessing whitening properties. Dr. Li subtly raised his gaze to Lord Shen, the implication clear. As a high-ranking official, acquiring such a salve would be a trivial matter. Rather than relying on the ordinary remedies available here, it would be prudent to procure something from the palace. Madame Shen understood his meaning and cast a lingering glance at her husband, her fingers instinctively curling around his jade belt. My lord, it is simply a salve. Lord Shen offered her a reassuring look. I shall go to the palace at once. Shen's face lit up with joy. Then make haste and return swiftly. With urgency, Lord Shen departed to request the ointment from the palace. No sooner had he left than Madame Shen entered. Upon stepping into the hall, she immediately noticed Shengjing, trembling in the armchair. She disregarded decorum and hurried towards her. Jinger, what happened? How did you get hurt like this? She then turned her attention to Shen Huaixu, who was clutching her head, and anxiously inquired if she was unwell. Shen Huaixu, unwilling to cause her any concern, forced a smile and replied that all was well. However, the next moment she let out a small hiss, having inadvertently tugged at the wound on her lip. Witnessing the grave injuries sustained by her two granddaughters, While the Shen family had only suffered minor wounds, the old matriarch felt a surge of anger rising within her. She cast a scrutinizing glance around the room and, with a stern expression, inquired, "Where are Yu and Jing? What of Lu girl?" Shen Shi was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. For she too was unaware of Liu Jintang's whereabouts. She should have returned to her courtyard, she mused. When she departed, she had not seen Liu Jintang, as the latter had not shared her carriage to Shengjing Temple. Shen Shi assumed Liu would have taken another carriage back to the estate. Now, with Liu absent from the hall, the only recourse was to return to the courtyard. The old matriarch commanded a servant, "Go and see if the fifth miss is in the courtyard." After the servant hurried away, he returned in a flurry after a brief interval, exclaiming, "Old madam, the servants from Saiha courtyard report that the fifth miss has not returned since she left this morning." "What?" Shen Shi gasped, quickly silencing herself. Though the panic on her face was unmistakable, it was evident to her that Liu Jintang must still be at Shengjing Temple, having not returned to the Shen residence with them. Chapter 40. The eldest son protects the fifth miss. Madame Shen's cane struck the ground with a heavy thud as she sternly exclaimed, "Where is everyone?" The Shen family was already in a state of panic. Having taken the children out, not only had they suffered injuries, but they had also lost one of their own. It was not just that Madame Shen would cast her judgment upon them. Even Shen herself was on the verge of tears over her own foolishness. However, the loss of Liu Jintang was indeed an accident. Despite her disdain for that wretched girl, she would never deliberately abandon her at such a critical moment. She had sent a servant to find Shen Huaixu and then stepped out of the courtyard, followed closely by Shen Xiyu and Shen Xijing. She truly hadn't noticed whether Liu Jintang had boarded the carriage. Her assumption was that the girl would not travel with them, and the servant would surely knock on the door to fetch her. Thus, throughout the journey from Shengjing Temple to the Shen residence, she had not inquired about the girl. Even upon returning home, when the physician came to tend to their wounds, Liu Jintang's absence was met with indifference. She simply presumed the girl had returned to her own quarters. She had never considered that Liu Jintang might not have come back with them at all. Madame Shen was no fool. Upon observing Shen's demeanor, she instantly deduced that they had inadvertently abandoned Liu Jintang in their frantic escape. As the matriarch of the Shen family, "Is this how you conduct affairs? You've lost a child and are unaware? How can I trust you to manage the vast Shen estate? What if something were to go missing from the storeroom? Would you simply engage in a staring contest with me, as you do today?" Shen, fully aware of her guilt, remained silent despite the harshness of Madame Shen's words, her gaze cast down as she twisted a handkerchief nervously. "I will send someone to look for her immediately," she replied. Ignoring her own injuries, Shen attempted to leave, but just then, Lord Shen returned, noticing Shen's red-rimmed eyes. He grasped her wrist, shielding her behind him, and addressed Madame Shen. "Mother, do not be too hard on Zhu'er. She nearly lost her life to bandits today. When have I ever made things difficult for her? Have you inquired what she has done?" Madame Shen retorted, her anger palpable. Lord Shen, having returned, was well aware of the situation and cast a dark glance around the room. With so many children in the household, how could she possibly keep track of them all? Ultimately, it was the servant's negligence that had led to this. Besides, the fifth miss was known for her spirited nature. Perhaps she had simply dallied and missed the carriage. It was unjust to place all the blame on Zhu'er. At that moment, Lord Shen's words resonated with the adage that when someone is intent on protecting you, even if you are at fault, they will shift the blame onto others to shield you. Moreover, Mother, you witnessed the situation inside. The fifth miss remained at Shengjing Temple and narrowly escaped a calamity. Madame Shen scoffed, her nose twitching with indignation. What if the bandits had truly made their way to Shengjing Temple today? The bandits were apprehended before they could reach the temple. Even if they had, that girl has legs. She would naturally run away. There is no need for you to worry about this. Seeing that he was steadfast in his defense of Shen, Madame Shen was left both furious and helpless. Indeed, grandmother, you need not worry about fifth sister. She is quite formidable, Shen Xijing chimed in sarcastically. All eyes were fixed upon her, and the matriarch of the Shen family, her face darkened, detected the indignation in her words and inquired, "Did she provoke you?" "Indeed. Far more than that." As Shen Xijing recalled how Liu Jintang had caused her to fall into the water, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at having been seen in such a disheveled state by the Prince of Xiang. Her teeth clenched in fury. She recounted the events of the temple fair, embellishing her tale with every detail, how Liu Jintang had deceived her into purchasing a lantern, leading to her unfortunate plunge, and how the prince had gallantly rescued her, followed by Liu Jintang's defiance against Aunt Yun. By the time she finished her account, tears streamed down her face, her body trembling with a sense of injustice. Although her granddaughter bore some fault, Had it not been for Liu Jintang's trickery in persuading her to buy that lantern, none of this would have transpired, especially in the presence of the prince, whose gaze towards her granddaughter was cold and mocking. If it weren't for fifth sister, her granddaughter would not have faced such humiliation. After listening to her, both old Master Shen and old Madame Shen wore stern expressions. They were unaware of the incident at the temple fair involving the water mishap, and upon learning that the prince had saved Shengjing, old Madame Shen pressed her forehead in exasperation. This disgrace had reached the royal family. Whether it was mere misfortune or the result of new arrivals in the household remained unclear. Due to the previous incident with the golden hairpin, old Master Shen harbored dissatisfaction towards Liu Jintang, considering her troublesome. Just days after that, yet another incident had unfolded, entangling the prince further, deepening his disdain for her. However, this was not the time for anger. The priority was to retrieve the person involved. Go, find a carriage and take a servant to Shengjing Temple to bring back Miss Fifth, commanded old Master Shen. The steward behind him promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Concealed behind old Master Shen, the Shen family matriarch's eyes glinted with malice. Shengjing had indeed rendered her a great service. She might seize this opportunity to send that wretched girl away from the household. That girl wandered about the Shen residence daily. And though old Master Shen did not mind her past as a woman who had borne children, the mere sight of her reminded him of her previous marriage and motherhood, causing lingering unease in his heart. Only by sending her away from the Shen household could he find solace in his role as the Shen family patriarch. The Shen family's carriage sped from the backyard towards Shengjing Temple, but as soon as they reached the main road, they were halted by officials. The Shen servant reported their identity, stating that someone from the Shen family was trapped inside Shengjing Temple and needed to be rescued. However, the official replied that no one was permitted to enter, regardless of who they were. All routes leading to Shengjing Temple were closed to entry. Remnants of bandits had not yet been eradicated, and the authorities were diligently pursuing them, acting to protect the populace from unwarranted calamity. The servant engaged in a prolonged negotiation, even presenting a token representing the Shen family, yet the guard remained resolute in his refusal. As dusk approached, the servant reluctantly returned to report the situation. Upon hearing that the route to Shengjing Temple had been sealed off by the authorities, old Master Shen furrowed his brow in deep concern. It appeared the situation was more serious than he had anticipated. Yet how could his daughter remain outside overnight? The mere thought of it could tarnish their family's reputation, and the implications of such a scandal were grave. Thus, he resolved to personally undertake the journey to retrieve her. As a high-ranking official, no one in the authorities would dare to obstruct him. My lord, my lord. At that moment, Manager Zhang rushed in a flustered manner. What is the matter? He inquired anxiously. Panting, Manager Zhang replied, the eldest son has sent word that he is at the Shengjing Temple, due to the lingering remnants of the bandits. He must remain vigilant throughout the night to apprehend them. As for the fifth miss, the eldest son assures the master not to worry. He will safeguard her well-being. It is dangerous to travel after dark, and he will return her at dawn. Master Shen had no intention of going himself, and this suited him perfectly. He settled back into his armchair, saying, since Yuanji is in the temple, I am at ease. Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled in agreement. Indeed, with the eldest son protecting the fifth miss, not even the most ruthless of killers could harm her in the slightest. Chapter 41. Will it stop the bleeding? In the tranquil courtyard of the temple, the young monk had just delivered the vegetarian meal. 2 small dishes accompanied by a bowl of vegetable soup and 3 fluffy white buns, simple yet refreshing. Liu Jintang contemplated that since it was only she and Chunwen, they might as well disregard the formalities and invite Chunwen to join her for the meal. However, Chunwen refused adamantly. No amount of persuasion could convince her to sit down. Ultimately, she pushed open the door and darted outside to check if anyone from the Shen family had arrived, fleeing as if for her life. Liu Jintang could only smile wryly at the situation. It was merely a meal, after all. Why did it feel as though she were asking for a life-altering decision? After a light repast, Liu Jintang stepped outside, where dusk had already settled. She found Chunwen peeking out from the courtyard gate. Liu Jintang called her back, urging her to eat, while she herself settled in the courtyard, sipping tea and humming a gentle tune. She appeared utterly at ease, a stark contrast to the anxiety of being trapped in the temple. Instead, she seemed to revel in the moment. You are quite bold. A frosty voice interrupted from the shadows. The lilting melody ceased abruptly. Liu Jintang's heart raced as she turned towards the entrance, where Shen Huaixu stood tall, blocking half the doorway. His very presence exuded an undeniable aura of authority that was impossible to ignore. The twilight was dim, and Liu Jintang's courtyard lacked any illumination. but the moonlight cast a gentle glow, allowing her to see clearly enough. "Big brother," Liu Jintang stammered, hastily rising to her feet, only to hear a crash as she accidentally knocked over her teacup, scalding tea splashing across her hands. She winced at the burning sensation on her skin, biting her lip to suppress any sound of discomfort. Regaining her composure, she smoothed her garments and offered a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to Big Brother." Chunwen emerged from the room, immediately noticing Shen Huaixu's imposing figure entering the courtyard. Sensing the gravity of the moment, she discreetly stepped aside, remaining silent. The unique scent of Shen Huaixu enveloped him, a blend of coolness and elegance that simultaneously created an air of aloofness. As he approached, Liu Jintang felt herself stiffen, instinctively retreating a step. Shen Huaixu observed her reaction, halting just a pace away. His towering stature accentuated Liu Jintang's petite frame, and she felt an overwhelming shadow envelop her, casting her deeper into darkness. He glanced at the disarray on the table behind her, his gaze icy as he spoke slowly. "What are you afraid of?" Liu Jintang shook her head. "I am not afraid." "Not afraid?" A derisive chuckle escaped him. "If you are not afraid, then why do you endure?" Liu Jintang concealed her burned hand behind her back, reasoning that in such dimness, he likely could not see it. I do not understand Big Brother's meaning." "Is that so?" Shen Huaixu's eyes fell on her hidden hand. "Show it to me." "What?" Liu Jintang froze, lifting her gaze to meet his. Yet, the instant her eyes met his dark, piercing ones, she hastily lowered her head, a clear display of trepidation. Noticing her feigned ignorance, Shen Huaixu's expression darkened further. A glimmer of intent flickered in his eyes as he leaned forward and seized her concealed hand, exposing it to the light. The tender skin bore a vivid red mark, an alarming contrast against her porcelain-like complexion. In front of the house, Chunwen witnessed a scene that left her in a state of panic, hastily turning away in shock. What on earth had she just seen? Similarly flustered was Liu Jintang, feeling the heat of a man's large hand gripping her wrist. Her ears flushed crimson in an instant. "Be Big Brother," she stammered. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but his grip was as unyielding as a vice. She attempted to wiggle free a couple of times, only to surrender in defeat. His hand held her firmly, showing no intention of releasing her. "Are you not afraid? Why hide?" Shen Huaixu finally loosened his grasp, retrieving a jade vial from within his robe. The vial bore the inscription "Snow Condensation Ointment." Liu Jintang recognized this salve. It was a royal medicine, rumored to regenerate flesh, expel corruption, and diminish scars while whitening the skin, an exceedingly rare treasure. Its rarity was not merely a superficial notion. Within the vast imperial palace, only one person could concoct this medicine, requiring several months to produce even a small vial. The supply was barely sufficient for the numerous empresses and noble ladies, leaving no room for outsiders. In her previous life, Liu Jintang had seen this ointment before, though it was not she who used it. Rather, she had watched her mother apply it after accidentally scalding herself while making congee for Lord Shen, who subsequently procured the ointment from the palace. It was this experience that had enlightened her to the ointment's value. "Shall I do it, or will you?" His voice was cool yet resonant, melodic yet laced with mischief. Liu Jintang dared not let him take charge and immediately replied, "I will do it myself." As she reached for the ointment, the hand that had been before her suddenly withdrew, taking the vial along with it. "Big Brother?" Liu Jintang was perplexed, unable to fathom Shen Huaixu's intentions. Suddenly, his breathing grew heavier, a faint metallic scent mingled with the aroma of cedar enveloping the air. "Will it stop the bleeding?" Shen Huaixu's voice deepened, akin to a beast's growl, exuding a perilous allure in the darkness of the night. Liu Jintang instinctively recoiled, her bright eyes glimmering momentarily before she softly replied, "Yes." Barely had the word escaped her lips when Shen Huaixu circled around her, making his way into the room behind her. Liu Jintang remained rooted to the spot until he had entered, at which point she bit her lip, finally stirred to action. She did not comprehend Shen Huaixu's motives, but she was certain he was not one to stir trouble without cause. His daily affairs were too pressing for him to waste time with someone as inconsequential as herself. The faint scent of blood she had sensed earlier was troubling. Had he sustained an injury? With this thought in mind, she hesitated no longer and hurriedly stepped into the room, lifting her skirts as she went. The interior was dimly lit, and Shen Huaixu had not bothered to light a lamp. In her haste, Liu Jintang failed to notice the threshold, stumbling forward. In the next moment, her delicate waist was caught by a firm embrace as she fell into his arms. Fear drove her small hands to clutch desperately at his belt to prevent herself from tumbling to the ground. The girl's slender waist felt soft, her form reminiscent of tinder buds, and a subtle fragrance of crabapple lingered in the air. Shen Huaixu's throat tightened as he instinctively pressed against her shoulder, pushing her back slightly. Yet, in her fright, her small hands instinctively clutched at his chest. Shen Huaixu let out a low grunt, causing the young woman in his arms to stiffen. Recovering from her earlier shock, Liu Jintang became acutely aware of her actions and instinctively sought to retreat. As she stepped back, she abruptly pushed her hand against the man's chest, only to be met with a sudden wave of dampness, accompanied by a strong metallic scent that invaded her nostrils. Her pupils dilated in alarm as she trembled and withdrew her hand, revealing a dark crimson stain that met her gaze. "Big brother, you're hurt," she exclaimed, and then, struck by a thought, she swiftly turned and exited the room. Shen Huaixu heard voices from the courtyard, and before long, the young girl returned to the room with an unknown object in hand, promptly closing the door behind her. Chapter 42. Applying medicine to Shen Huaixu, she flitted about like a little magpie, bustling back and forth. After placing some items on the table, she rummaged through her belongings for quite some time before finally producing a half-used candle. A moment later, she emitted a sound of distress, and Shen Huaixu observed as the girl lifted her head with a look of pitiful pleading. "Big brother, do you have a firebox?" Through the veil of night, Shen Huaixu gazed into the girl's starry eyes, a smile curling upon his lips as he stepped forward and tossed the half-candle back into the box. "Since you are aware enough to close the door, you must understand the implications. Lighting a candle could invite trouble." Liu Jintang responded with an "oh" before promptly vacating her position. Big brother, please sit. I will go find some scissors." Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow. "What do you need scissors for?" Her gaze fell upon the injury on his chest, leaving her somewhat flustered. "Aren't you hurt, big brother? How can we stop the bleeding without cutting away your clothing?" As Shen Huaixu seated himself, he casually loosened his belt, letting his garment fall to reveal a robust chest. His movements were so swift that Liu Jintang barely had time to react before he had stripped off his shirt. Years of martial training had endowed him with a physique that, while not alabaster, glistened with a subtle luminescence in the moonlight that filtered through the window, highlighting his taut muscles. Caught off guard, Liu Jintang quickly lowered her gaze, feeling a mix of discomfort, embarrassment, and disorientation. "If you linger there for too long, my injury will worsen. Won't it hinder the bleeding?" Shen Huaixu maintained a composed demeanor, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Liu Jintang. A sword wound on his chest was seeping blood, and even in the dim light, the severity of his injury was apparent. Without a moment's delay, Liu Jintang turned to the box and retrieved some cloth strips, dampening her own handkerchief with water before approaching Shen Huaixu. The aura of authority emanating from him, coupled with the scent of blood, caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead. She attempted to avert her gaze from the areas she ought not to observe. Speaking softly, "I will clean the blood first, and if it causes you pain, please bear with it." Shen Huaixu made no verbal response, merely offering a soft, affirmative sound. With his consent, Liu Jintang seized the moment, standing beside him, bowing slightly as she pressed the damp cloth against his chest. Shen Huaixu glanced down at the crescent-shaped, bloodied handkerchief on his chest, his expression darkening. "You possess quite the audacity." Liu Jintang noted that this seemed to be his most frequently uttered phrase. "You possess audacity." Perhaps it was the solitude of their situation, and the fact that Shen Huaixu entrusted her with tending to his wound that emboldened her somewhat. In truth, Big Brother was mistaken. As she tended to his injury, she spoke without raising her head. "I am actually quite timid. Only in your presence do I find a semblance of courage. For instance, I am very afraid of blood. But when it comes to you, I am not afraid at all." Her words flowed sweetly, like honey, and when she finally met his gaze, her starry eyes shone with clarity. Shen Huaixu's large hand resting on the armrest shifted slightly, his fingertips brushing against one another, and a cryptic smile flickered in his eyes. "So, you are not afraid of me? Yet every time we meet, I see a glimmer of fear in your eyes. How can you claim otherwise?" Liu Jintang gazed at him with composure. "My sister did not say she was unafraid. Rather, she mentioned that she could muster a modicum of courage only when in the presence of her elder brother." The young girl's countenance was lively, her eyes sparkling with mischief, reminiscent of a fawn darting about, heedless of any restraint. Shen Huaixu tapped his fingers on the armrest, a deeper mirth glimmering in his gaze. "You are indeed a little thespian." "What?" Liu Jintang did not catch that, but it seemed she heard the term thespian. Was he referring to her? "Are you afraid of blood?" Shen Huaixu suddenly changed the topic. Liu Jintang obediently nodded. "Yes." "Why so?" After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "It relates to my childhood." Liu Jintang wiped the bloodstains clean and straightened her back. "The wound is quite deep, It likely requires suturing. Shen Huaixu did not lower his head. No matter. A bit of medicine and a bandage will suffice. I have no medicine, Liu Jintang admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The large box she carried contained only some bandaging cloth and scattered tools, devoid of any medicinal supplies. Shen Huaixu retrieved a snow. Use this. Liu Jintang extended her hand, eager to grasp the ointment, but Shen Huaixu suddenly clenched his fist. Confused, Liu Jintang looked at him. He had done this before, withdrawing his hand whenever she attempted to take the medicine. What was the meaning of this? Shen Huaixu leisurely opened the cap of the snow, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Extend your hand. Liu Jintang seemed to comprehend his intention, wanting to apply it herself. Elder brother, I can do it myself. However, Shen Huaixu fixed his gaze upon her, showing no intention of relinquishing the ointment, coldly reiterating, extend your hand. Biting her lip, Liu Jintang reluctantly extended her burned hand, tugging at her sleeve. Obediently, Liu Jintang rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair wrist. The burn extended from the back of her hand to her wrist, a large patch of red threatening to blister by the morrow if left untreated. Bear with it, Shen Huaixu said in an unusually gentle voice. Liu Jintang responded with a soft remarkably docile. Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow, delicately scooping out the snow with a jade spoon, applying it gently to the back of Liu Jintang's hand. He lowered his head, utterly focused, and Liu Jintang could feel his breath against her skin, compounded by the heat of his hand gripping her wrist, making her acutely uncomfortable and yearning to escape the situation. You are trembling. Shen Huaixu lifted his gaze, noticing her flustered expression. It's merely an application of medicine. Liu Jintang discerned the underlying implication in his words and hastily clarified. I am not thinking too much. She dared not entertain any thoughts. For just moments prior, she would never have dared to imagine being alone with Shen Huaixu in a room. Yet she truly harbored no improper inclinations. Of course, claiming to possess no thoughts at all would be a lie, for she still wished for his protection. As the snow spread across her skin, a refreshing coolness washed over her, alleviating the burning sensation, causing her previously furrowed brow to relax. You mentioned earlier that your fear of blood relates to your childhood. What connection does it hold? Shen Huaixu's question caught her off guard, and Liu Jintang paused for a considerable time before she finally replied. To be honest, I cannot recall the specifics. I was too young at the time. I was told by my father that I had been kidnapped by evildoers and witnessed some rather distressing events, which instilled in me a profound fear of blood. In the past, the sight of blood would cause me to faint, but I have improved significantly. I can now overcome my fear in the presence of small amounts of blood. Liu Jintang tilted her head slightly and inquired, Big brother, do you also fear blood? Shen Huaixu's hand, which was applying medicine to her wound, hesitated for a brief moment before resuming its task. Much of his face remained shrouded in darkness, as if he were deliberately concealing something. What could be the reason for such a statement? Liu Jintang glanced at the wound on his chest, and then at his indistinct visage. He had not once looked at her injury, and she too had refrained from examining her wound due to her fear of blood. Yet, she presumed it was mere overthinking on her part. As the Minister of Justice, it was improbable that he would harbor a fear of blood, so she decided to dismiss her thoughts as fanciful and urged him not to take them to heart. Chapter 43. Dear brother, please walk slower. After listening to her words, Shen Huaixu fell into a moment of silence, eventually uttering a barely audible hum. The room was enveloped in tranquility, and buoyed by the previous conversation, Liu Jintang relaxed slightly, her body no longer so tense. She even found herself leisurely observing the man before her. It was the first time she was so close to him. Close enough to see the flutter of Shen Huaixu's eyelashes, the prominence of his nose, and the movement of his throat as he swallowed. Coughing softly, she averted her gaze, reminding herself that it was improper to stare. However, upon reflection, she concluded that her intentions were pure, devoid of any lascivious thoughts. It was merely an act of appreciation. Thus, Liu Jintang slowly lowered her head, intending to steal a glance at Shen Huaixu while he was distracted. To her surprise, just as she tilted her head, Shen Huaixu suddenly looked up, catching her in the act. The air thickened with tension, and a blush crept across Liu Jintang's face. She coughed a couple of times and quickly shifted her gaze, clearly feeling as if she had been caught in a moment of indiscretion. Did you just sneak a peek at me? Shen Huaixu's voice was sharp, tinged with displeasure. Liu Jintang quickly waved her hands in defense, her response swift. Dear brother, you misunderstand. I was merely concerned about your injury, hence I lowered my head to take a look. Is that so? Shen Huaixu regarded her with a meaningful glance before releasing her arm. All right. Finally, relief washed over Liu Jintang as she smiled brightly, reaching for the ointment in his hand to apply it. To her astonishment, Shen Huaixu interjected, "The wound has already sealed. There's no need for ointment. Just bandage it." But applying the ointment before bandaging would be more beneficial for recovery, Liu Jintang insisted, as she scooped out the ointment and began to apply it to Shen Huaixu's wound. In a moment of distraction, her hand inadvertently brushed against his injury, and the cool ointment met the raw flesh, eliciting a sharp sting. Shen Huaixu instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest, the veins on the back of his hand standing out, yet his expression remained calm and composed, devoid of any sign of pain. As Liu Jintang relaxed, her words flowed more freely. "This ointment is incredibly soothing once applied, truly worthy of the Imperial Palace's medicinal standards." While the ointment did provide relief on unbroken skin, the sensation was entirely different when applied to an open wound. If the injury was minor, one might feel a slight tingling, akin to ants crawling across the skin. However, for larger wounds, the pain could pierce to the very marrow. The wondrous healing properties of the ointment did not come without a cost. As Liu Jintang continued to apply it, beads of perspiration began to form on Shen Huaixu's back, yet his countenance remained untroubled, not even a crease appearing on his brow. "All right," Liu Jintang declared, finishing the last application of the ointment before setting it aside to retrieve some bandages. She possessed basic skills in bandaging, however. Given Shen Huaixu's injury to his abdomen, the task proved somewhat challenging. She needed to wrap the bandage around him. Yet his robust physique made it difficult for her to reach from one side to the other. Frustration mounted as she broke into a light sweat. Struggling to secure the bandage properly, she stood behind Shen Huaixu, preparing to attempt to retrieve the cloth strip from atop his head. However, after several futile attempts, she realized that doing so would only bind his shoulders. Ultimately, Liu Jintang had no choice but to instruct Shen Huaixu to hold the front end of the cloth while she wrapped it from behind. As Shen Huaixu pressed down on the cloth, Liu Jintang bent closer to him, her hair cascading down, inadvertently resting upon his shoulder. The girl's silky strands, delicate as a whisper, caught his attention. Shen Huaixu turned his head slightly, noticing the enchanting tresses upon his shoulder, akin to alluring satin, enveloped in fragrance, lingering in the air around him. The soft hair danced upon his shoulder with her movements, bringing a teasing itch, prompting him to avert his gaze, his dark eyes swirling with inscrutable thoughts. After 2 complete wraps, Liu Jintang was drenched in sweat, anxious not to hurt Shen Huaixu. Yet they successfully accomplished the task without incident. She tied the cloth into a knot, thoughtfully shaping the knot's ends into the form of butterfly wings, adding a touch of elegance. Shen Huaixu, efficient and decisive, rose to don his garments once the wound was bandaged, as if he had come solely for the purpose of healing. "The quiet temple is now quite safe. You should rest early. Tomorrow, I shall escort you back to your residence," he said, opening the door to reveal Dong Yang, who had been waiting patiently in the courtyard with a lantern. Liu Jintang bowed slightly, urging, "Elder brother, please walk slowly." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the ointment on the table, prompting her to exclaim, "Elder brother, the ointment." Shen Huaixu did not turn around nor utter a word, clearly indicating that the ointment was intended for her. Once Shen Huaixu departed, Chunwen cautiously approached Liu Jintang's side. Watching the flickering candlelight fade at the courtyard entrance, Chunwen whispered, "Miss, did the young master trouble you?" Before she could finish her thought, the candlelight reappeared, accompanied by faint footsteps. Liu Jintang hastily silenced herself, assuming it was Shen Huaixu returning. However, upon entering the courtyard, it was not Shen Huaixu but rather his servant, Wenran. Liu Jintang stepped forward, inquiring, "Why has Manager Wen returned? Did the young master have something to convey?" With a smile, Wenran explained his purpose. "The young master sent me to ask Miss Wu for the silk handkerchief, the one stained with blood." Liu Jintang glanced back at the room, replying, "Everything is dirty. It's best to dispose of it. Please inform the young master not to concern himself. It is merely a handkerchief." Wenran, still smiling, regarded Liu Jintang. "I am merely carrying out my duty. I kindly ask Miss Wu to oblige. My master does not favor owing favors to others. The handkerchief will be washed and returned." Given the gravity of his request, Liu Jintang felt it unnecessary to refuse. After all, it was just a handkerchief, an inconsequential item devoid of any significant embroidery, save for a single begonia flower she had stitched herself. In truth, if Shen Huaixu desired it, it could be considered a stroke of fortune for the handkerchief. Liu Jintang exchanged a glance with Chunwen, who promptly entered the room and retrieved the blood-stained handkerchief to present to Wenrun. He accepted it with both hands, bowing respectfully before departing the courtyard. Once assured that he would not return, Chunwen proceeded to lock the courtyard door. She then prepared warm water for Liu Jintang to wash and refresh herself. Liu Jintang soaked her feet, letting out a contented sigh. This eventful day was finally drawing to a close. Chunwen, by her side, tidied her garments and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, today has been fraught with troubles, but thankfully, Miss has emerged unscathed." After organizing the clothes, Chunwen approached Liu Jintang, washing her feet while inquiring with genuine curiosity. "Miss, how did the eldest son sustain his injuries? With so many capable subordinates at his disposal, why seek out you for treatment? Could it be that he harbors feelings for you?" Her barrage of questions left Liu Jintang both amused and exasperated. "You mustn't speak of this again. If others were to overhear, it would be quite scandalous." Chunwen, realizing her misstep, quickly fell silent and nodded apologetically. Liu Jintang's gaze fell upon the medicinal ointment on the table before her, her mind clouded with confusion and concern. As Chunwen had pointed out, with so many formidable subordinates surrounding Shen Huaixu, it was indeed perplexing that he chose to seek her assistance for his wounds. Was he testing her resolve? Or perhaps attempting to intimidate her, unaware that she was unafraid? Liu Jintang pondered countless possibilities, ultimately dismissing each one. Shen Huaixu was not a man given to frivolity. His actions today must have been driven by a rationale she could not yet comprehend. She could only wonder if her response had met his expectations and whether she had pleased him. Chapter 44. Seeking the protection of my elder brother for 3 years, Shen Huaixu exited the courtyard and turned into the adjacent one. This yard was merely separated from the one where Liu Jintang resided by a single wall, and Shen Huaixu could even hear the sounds of laughter from the two within. Dongyang assisted Shen Huaixu in loosening his garments, but upon catching sight of the butterfly wing-like knot, he could not help but chuckle. However, he reacted swiftly, stifling his laughter almost immediately. Alas, Shen Huaixu still caught the sound. With a cold glance, Shen Huaixu shot him a sidelong look, the chill emanating from his gaze causing Dongyang to retract his neck, silently unwrapping the bandages and tending to the wound anew. Dongyang found it difficult to fathom the thoughts of his master. The injury was hardly severe. In the past, his master would have simply used a basin of water and a flask of strong liquor, casually wrapping the wound, and it would have been done. Yet today, he insisted on visiting the 5th Mrs. Courtyard. Could it be that his master had truly developed a compassionate sentiment towards her? At this moment, Wenrun returned with a handkerchief. "Master, shall I wash this handkerchief?" Shen Huaixu remained silent as he gazed at the cloth. Wenrun glanced at Dongyang, clearly also unable to decipher Shen Huaixu's intentions. He then prepared to take the handkerchief for cleaning. "There's no need," Shen Huaixu suddenly spoke, breaking his silence. Wenrun halted in his tracks. After contemplating briefly, he respectfully placed the handkerchief upon the table. Dongyang glanced at the handkerchief. It was merely ordinary fabric, crescent white and stained with blood, crumpled and filthy. He looked at Wenrun, hoping to glean his master's reasoning for keeping the handkerchief. However, upon encountering Wenrun's vacant gaze, he withdrew his own, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed that he too was in the dark. The following morning, before dawn, Liu Jintang donned her attire and exited her room. As she stepped outside, the first toll of the bell echoed from afar, its deep resonance imparting a sense of tranquility. Liu Jintang stretched lazily, exhaling a breath of stale air. Gazing at the darkened horizon, she squinted. It appeared that the weather would not be favorable today. Accompanied by Chunwen, she left the courtyard, intending to offer the morning's first incense. No sooner had they stepped outside than the gate of the neighboring courtyard swung open, and a familiar figure strode forth. Upon seeing Shen Huaixu, Liu Jintang was momentarily taken aback. She glanced uncertainly at the gate before her and then back at him, confirming that Shen Huaixu indeed had spent the night next door. Her first thought was of the raucous play between her and Chun in the previous night. If they were merely separated by a wall, did that mean he had heard their merriment? Liu Jintang rubbed her forehead, feeling a twinge of headache. Shen Huaixu disliked noise. Would he find her bothersome? As Shen Huaixu exited the courtyard, his cold gaze swept the surroundings before settling on Liu Jintang. She felt a wave of regret. But it was too late to change the past, and lamenting served no purpose. Quickly regaining her composure, she donned a smile and approached with delicate, lotus-like steps. With her head bowed, she curtsied gracefully, exuding the innocence of a young lamb. "Good morning, elder brother." Shen Huaixu responded with a curt mim, acknowledging her greeting. Though his demeanor was indifferent, his tone bore no trace of irritation. The weight that burdened Liu Jintang's heart lifted. It seemed she had not disturbed him last night. She raised her gaze, resting her eyes upon Shen Huaixu's chest. I wonder how your injury is faring? Does it still pain you? In her eyes, there appeared a pool of azure, reflecting genuine concern without the slightest hint of pretense, revealing her deep care. Shen Huaixu, observing the girl's expression brimming with concern, felt a smirk tug at his lips. The little actress had greatly improved her performance overnight, nearly deceiving him. He stepped forward, drawing nearer to Liu Jintang, an air of intimidation enveloping her with his approach. She felt the urge to retreat, yet her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves, resisting the impulse. Shen Huaixu seemed particularly aware of her fear of him, though she could neither show fear nor withdraw. Everyone else feared him. If she too succumbed to that fear, how would she differ from the others? It was only by being the sole individual unafraid of him amidst a sea of fearful souls that her uniqueness would shine. She raised her delicate face slightly, her long lashes fluttering, a blend of shyness and curiosity as she gazed at Shen Huaixu's strikingly handsome yet infuriating visage. Parting her soft lips, she called out, "Big brother?" A chilling yet amused laugh escaped Shen Huaixu as he bent down to meet her gaze at eye level. A mischievous smile played on his lips as he deliberately sought to intimidate her. While you have the leisure to worry about my injuries, you ought to be more concerned about your own well-being. Liu Jintang blinked in confusion. What do you mean by that, big brother? Straightening up, the warmth in his eyes vanished abruptly, replaced by an icy demeanor. Do you not understand? Sometimes, when a performance drags on too long, it becomes as tedious as chewing wax. Two simple words. Tiresome. One moment, it feels like a gentle spring breeze. The next, it strikes like a biting frost. Shen Huaixu was indeed the most elusive person Liu Jintang had ever encountered. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and strode away, leaving her rooted in place, watching his retreating figure. Suddenly, she bit her lip in determination, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes as she grasped her skirt and hurried after him. Big brother, she called out. Shen Huaixu halted, turning slightly, shrouded in a veil of mist, his profile obscured yet sharply defined like a stroke in an exquisite painting. Liu Jintang, breathless from her sprint, felt her chest heaving, her gaze fixed on the figure just a few steps ahead. Her hand clasping her skirt began to glisten with perspiration. Big brother, please help me, she implored, her voice unwittingly laced with a tremor of impending tears. Though faint, it was unmistakable. Shen Huaixu's brow twitched imperceptibly, yet he did not turn nor leave, seemingly pondering her words. Liu Jintang bowed gracefully, yet remained kneeling. I understand that you have no reason to assist me, and I am aware of my audacity in asking for help, even when I know it may be futile. But please, rest assured, I will not be a burden to you. My requests are modest. I seek only safety, sustenance, and the tranquility of those around me. Shen Huaixu remained unmoving. Liu Jintang bit her lip, a metallic tang of blood unexpectedly filling her mouth. She raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with earnestness. As long as my elder brother can assist me, I shall never stray west when he directs me east. I will comply with his every request. Be it laundry or cooking, I am adept at needlework and embroidery. I merely seek my elder brother's protection for 3 years. Just 3 years will suffice. Shen Huaixu stirred, his gaze piercing and cold, cutting through the mist to alight upon Liu Jintang. Why 3 years? Because 3 years hence, she would come of age, and by then, she would have saved enough silver to seek a suitable match and escape the Shen residence, fleeing from the tragic fate that claimed her in her past life. Yet, Liu Jintang kept these thoughts to herself, merely lowering her eyelids, her frail shoulders quivering slightly. She dared not be greedy. Nor did she wish for a lifetime of protection from her elder brother. To have a shelter for 3 years alone was a fortune in itself. 3 years. This was all Liu Jintang could wish for, and it was enough. Chapter 45. Conditions unexpectedly. Shen Huaixu did not deliver his usual harsh words. He first let out a cold laugh, the sound imbued with a chilling depth. Then he spoke softly. If memory serves me right, the last time you knelt before me, I declared that should there be a next time, I would kill you. Do you truly fear not death, or do you believe I would not follow through? Liu Jintang looked at him with a bittersweet smile, her expression laden with a profound sorrow. Rather than being sent to a remote estate to die quietly, it would be my fortune to perish at the hands of my elder brother, although she was in the bloom of youth. With a naivete and charm that should have defined her age, the desolation in her eyes seemed to pierce through the veil of life. Witnessing the bleakness and suffering around her, her final smile, perceived by Shen Huaixu, resembled smoldering ashes clinging to a dying ember. Fully aware of her fate yet defiantly seeking to challenge it, Shen Huaixu averted his gaze and presented his terms. If you can resolve the matters upon your return to the Shen residence today, I shall acquiesce to your request. Liu Jintang inquired, "May I employ any means necessary?" Shen Huaixu replied, "Any means will suffice." Within the round and harmonious hall, Liu Jintang once more found herself kneeling before the guanyin of 1,000 hands. She clasped her hands together in prayer, bowing reverently before rising and exiting the grand hall. Outside, a ray of dawn pierced through the heavy clouds and fell at her feet. Liu Jintang looked up and discovered that amid the vast expanse of dark clouds, only the light at her feet broke through the gloom. It seemed to silently convey to her that she was that very light. And whether she remained shrouded in darkness or broke free from the fog depended solely on her choices. Upon her return to the Shen residence, Liu Jintang did not see Shen Huaixu's figure. A twinge of disappointment flickered within her as she retracted her head, not dwelling on it further. He had already granted her an opportunity, and now she must seize it. The carriage halted at the back entrance of the Shen estate. As Liu Jintang alighted, she paused upon realizing she was at the rear entrance. She was already aware of what this implied, while Chunwen, her maid, expressed her discontent vocally. "What is going on? Why have we stopped at the back when the main entrance was perfectly fine? This coachman must provide an explanation today." The coachman appeared flustered, as he was merely following orders and feared that speaking too much might offend someone. He hesitated, unable to utter a single word. Liu Jintang gently grasped Chuanwen's arm and reassured her, "It's nothing. Let it be the back entrance." "Miss," Chuanwen's eyes turned red, indignant at the injustice. "How can this be? My lady has done nothing wrong yet must endure such humiliation." Liu Jintang furrowed her brow slightly and entered through the back door of the Shen residence. After only a few steps, a matron intercepted her path. "Fifth miss, the master requests your presence." Chunwen immediately stepped protectively in front of Liu Jintang. "My lady has not even had a drop of water since entering the estate. At least allow her a moment to rest." The matron's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Chunwen, appraising her from head to toe before spitting derisively. "How dare a mere maid speak out of turn? You are nothing. I am speaking to your lady, and you have no place to interfere. Prepare for a beating." The matron raised her hand, poised to strike Chunwen. Liu Jintang's gaze hardened, and she swiftly seized the matron's arm. The old woman, undeterred by the obstruction, merely smiled at Liu Jintang, saying, "The fifth miss does not manage her servants well. Allow me to take on this responsibility to prevent any future offense to the esteemed guests and avoid calamity. I kindly request the fifth miss to step aside." Liu Jintang did not yield, coldly fixing her gaze upon the old woman. "I am capable of managing my own servants," she retorted. "There is no need for your assistance." With that, Liu Jintang forcefully shook off the old woman's hand. The old woman winced in pain, clenching her teeth as she reminded Liu Jintang. "Do you know to whom I am beholden?" Liu Jintang, with disdain, appraised her. "Regardless of your affiliations, I trust you are aware of the fate that befell Aunt Yun. If you dare to lay a finger on those around me, I shall repay you tenfold. The outcome of Aunt Yun shall be your own." The old woman, taken aback by Liu Jintang's defiance, felt a surge of anger but suddenly recalled the impending situation she was about to face, prompting a smile to spread across her face. Suppressing her fury, her demeanor shifted to one of courtesy as she stepped aside. "The master and others are waiting for the Mississippi. Please, proceed, fifth Mississippi." Liu Jintang shot her a glare and walked past her without a second thought. Chunwen, observing the change in the old woman's attitude, sensed impending trouble. She wished to caution Liu Jintang, but Liu Jintang spoke first. "Once we arrive at the front hall, you are to remain silent, no matter what occurs. Do you understand?" Chunwen, with a look of trepidation, glanced at Liu Jintang. "Mississippi. Speak." Chunwen nodded. "I shall heed your words, Mississippi." Upon entering the grand hall, they found it filled with people. Old Madam Shen and Old Master Shen occupied the head seats, with the Shen matriarch beside Old Master Shen. The Shen sisters, Shengjing and her sibling, sat on the right, while only Shen Yuanci occupied the left. Apart from Shen Huaixu and two aunts who had yet to return, the Shen family was nearly complete. Upon entering, Liu Jintang properly paid her respects to the senior members, but before she could finish, Old Master Shen bellowed, "Do you realize your wrongdoing?" Liu Jintang stiffened, looking up at him. "I do not understand what wrong I have committed." "Humph. Even now, you remain obstinate. Kneel." Having served as an official for a lifetime, Old Master Shen carried an aura of authority that was almost ingrained in his being. When he unleashed his wrath, none dared to oppose him. Liu Jintang did not contest and dutifully knelt. "May I request clarification from my father? Fifth girl, I ask you, is it true that at the temple fair you deceived your fourth sister into purchasing lanterns?" Old Madam Shen inquired. Liu Jintang shook her head. False. I did not deceive her. She seized my lantern. Shengjing immediately rose in outrage, glaring at Liu Jintang. You clearly deceived me, yet you still argue. Liu Jintang looked at her disdainfully, unimpressed by her antics. Then let me ask you, is it true that you caused your fourth sister to fall into the water? Liu Jintang replied again, false. She intended to harm me and ended up falling in herself. Shengjing quickly knelt, weeping and pleading for old Master Shen to intervene. Old Madam Shen then asked, is it true that you disobeyed your mother's discipline and struck your aunt in your courtyard? Liu Jintang first nodded, then shook her head. It is a mixture of truth and falsehood. My granddaughter is not disobedient. It is merely that her mother unconditionally favors her elder sister, unjustly accusing me without discernment. My granddaughter's actions are a response to the unfair treatment she has received, repaying in kind. With a resounding clap, Master Shen slammed his teacup onto the table. Lady Shen covered her face, feigning tears, and gently tugged at Master Shen's sleeve, softly saying, My lord, do not blame Jintang. It is indeed my fault. At that moment, I was solely concerned about Shengjing falling into the water and suffering indignities, without considering the broader implications. It is only natural for Jintang to harbor resentment towards me. Absurd. Master Shen scolded furiously. There is an ancient saying, a parent's command is not to be taken lightly. A parent's teachings must be respected. A parent's reprimand must be heeded. As children, one should never defy their parents. How dare you, a mere servant, disobey your mother's orders and strike those beneath you? You possess an audacity beyond measure. Chapter 46, A Battle of Wits. Liu Jintang knelt on the ground, her head bowed in submission. Yet the straightness of her spine betrayed her dissent towards old Master Shen's words. Who decreed that children must always acquiesce? If parents are correct, then perhaps it is acceptable. But if they are mistaken, should one then adhere to blind filial piety? She had never defied the Shen family before, yet what had she gained from it? Thus, at times, rebellion may not necessarily be a vice. Shen observed Liu Jintang with contemplation. She had sensed a shift in the girl since that fateful wedding banquet, previously. No matter how unwilling, Liu had endured whatever was imposed upon her. Much like the precious jewels, when Liu claimed she lacked sufficient funds and needed to withdraw some, Shen had handed them over without hesitation. And then there was that maid of hers, Qian Shuang, who had once pleaded that their funds were lost, and that without silver they would perish on the road to Shengjing. She suggested selling her maid to gather some money. Initially, Shen had resisted, even facing threats of death, yet in the end, she had consented. Shen understood Liu Jintang's character all too well. Timid, cowardly, simple-minded, and at times, excessively obedient to the point of foolishness. Were it not for these traits, she would not have traversed thousands of miles to bring Liu to Shengjing, marrying her into the Shen family. It was precisely because Liu was so compliant that Shen had chosen her, intending to solidify her own position as Madam Shen once Liu reached maturity and married. However, as Liu Jintang began to slip from her grasp, a sense of unease crept into Shen's heart. Should Liu cease to be the obedient child she once was, Shen would certainly not hesitate to remove her from her sight. Following the events of the last banquet, Shen had contemplated sending Liu Jintang away to the estate, fearing she might cause a scandal that would invite the discontent of the Shen family. Unfortunately, she had yet to find the right opportunity. This girl was peculiar. It was unclear what had sparked her sudden defiance in recent days. Now, regardless of Liu's compliance, Shen no longer wished to keep her in Shengjing, within the Shen household. If an opportunity arose to send her away, it would be for the best. If not, she would devise other means. The daughter had neither openly defied her mother nor dared to do so. In a subdued voice, Liu Jintang gently removed her veil, revealing the scars on her neck and ears. What had transpired? Old Madam Shen leaned forward, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized the marks on Liu's ear. Though the Shen family's principles were strict, their method of educating their children was never through physical punishment. After all, a woman's beauty was of utmost importance. To mar it was to ruin her life. Who could have been so cruel? Old Master Shen also regarded Liu Jintang's wounds with a mix of astonishment and concern. His brows furrowing as he coldly inquired, what happened? Liu Jintang glanced at Shen, and at this moment, she saw no trace of compassion in the other's eyes. Only a full measure of warning and disdain. Liu had long been puzzled as to what she had done to evoke such animosity from Shen. After all, she was her child. How could she be so unfeeling? Adjusting her veil once more, Liu Jintang replied, Grandmother, Father, this scar was left upon me for having erred. A consequence of mother's reprimand. Madam Shen cast an irritated glare at Shen Shi, stating, Though you are the biological mother of the fifth daughter, and it is natural to discipline your child, Why strike her face when there are so many other options? If outsiders were to witness this, what would they say about the Shen family? Can you bear the blame of chastising your stepdaughter? Shen Shi shot a fierce glance at Liu Jintang, who had unexpectedly brought this matter to light. Shen Shi quickly interjected, "This incident is the fault of my daughter-in-law. I intended only a mild reprimand, but it was an unfortunate miscalculation that led to a strike upon her visage. It is not as grandmother perceives it. My mother chastised me for my transgressions. I merely wish to inform father that my actions were not intended as defiance towards my mother." To everyone else's astonishment, Liu Jintang even defended Shen Shi. The most shocked was Shen Shi, who had assumed Liu Jintang would expose her grievances, yet she found herself unexpectedly supported. However, she soon realized Liu Jintang's intentions and regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze. Regarding father's words about my daughter striking a servant, her actions were indeed inappropriate. Yet they stemmed from a desire to protect her mother. Upon seeing Liu Jintang's facial injury, Shen Huaixu's anger somewhat subsided. The wound was evidently 2 days old. Yet Liu Jintang had never lamented her plight publicly. As she had stated, if she truly defied Shen Shi, how could she allow her mother to mar her appearance? In other words, if her mother could bear to damage her looks over a trivial matter, what harm was there in her possessing a slight temper? Shen Huaixu's expression softened, and the icy glare in his eyes when looking at Liu Jintang diminished considerably. "For your mother's sake?" Liu Jintang affirmed with a gentle tone. "I trust that father and grandmother are already aware of the circumstances, yet I wonder if fourth sister has informed you that elder brother was also involved in this matter." Shen Huaixu nodded. "I am aware." Liu Jintang continued. "Then fourth sister must have shared with you that elder brother was exceedingly angry." Shen Huaixu remained silent, for Shengjing had only mentioned that Shen Huaixu defended Liu Jintang and reprimanded her, without elaborating further. Liu Jintang recognized from Shen Huaixu's silence that Shengjing remained unrepentant and was still intent on ensnaring her. At this juncture, Shen Huaixu spoke up, "Father, fourth sister has indeed provided a summary of the events regarding her own misstep that led to her falling into the water and blaming fifth sister. Elder brother has already chastised fourth sister. We feel sympathy for our biological mother, as she simply performed her duties during the incident, while fifth sister should not have struck the servants accompanying her." After speaking, Shen Huaixu cast a sidelong glance at the matron beside Madame Shen, subtly implying, "After all, the servants reflect their master's dignity." This was a veiled insinuation that Liu Jintang was not merely striking a servant, but was, in essence, slapping Shen Shi in the face. Shengjing quickly caught on, adding, "Indeed, father, it is wrong for my sister to deceive, but does that justify fifth sister's actions?" Thus, the focus returned to the matter of Liu Jintang striking someone, which was the crux of the issue and the source of Shen Huaixu's greatest ire. Old Master Shen's previously softened expression turned cold once more. Yet, he still granted Liu Jintang an opportunity. "Speak your mind." The daughter struck Aunt Yun not for herself, but for her mother, for the Shen family, and to spare her elder brother from discomfort. Liu Jintang gazed unwaveringly at Old Master Shen, articulating her thoughts with eloquence and reason. "When Aunt Yun struck me, His Royal Highness was standing nearby. If I were to be wronged without taking action, how would His Royal Highness perceive the situation? Would he not think that elder brother favors the fourth sister and remains indifferent to the injustices faced by his stepsister? As a son and an elder brother, would he not find himself in a precarious position? His Royal Highness is an outsider, in his eyes. My mother and I are indeed closer than the rest of the Shen family. When my mother reprimanded me in front of His Royal Highness, he would see her as magnanimous and virtuous, not showing favoritism merely because I am her biological daughter. Similarly, when I retaliated after suffering injustice, His Royal Highness would not interpret it as my own demand, but rather as my mother's directive, understanding that she recognized my wrongful treatment and encouraged me to respond. For only by retaliating could this matter be resolved with minimal cost, preserving sisterly bonds, alleviating elder brother's burden, and showcasing my mother's grace. Thus, my act of striking Aunt Yun was not without justification. After all, Aunt Yun is merely a servant. If her role served such a purpose, then those few slaps were not in vain. Chapter 47. One wave after another. The words of Liu Jintang are indeed quite comprehensible. To put it simply, she struck Aunt Yun because she was wronged. Being unjustly beaten, she was unfortunately witnessed by the Prince of Xiang. If she were to remain passive, the prince would undoubtedly form a negative opinion of the Shen family. Thoughts of favoritism towards Shen Huaixu, or the small-mindedness of the Shen clan, would arise, as well as the notion that they raised someone as malicious as Shengjing. Liu Jintang gazed at the crowd in the hall, her eyes clear, as if to convey, "Look, I have merely struck Aunt Yin a few times, and yet I have resolved all these issues. Was this for my own benefit? No, it was for all of you." The congregation was left in astonishment, particularly the Shans, who clutched their chests, nearly gasping for breath. Upon closer reflection, Liu Jintang's statements held no flaws. Indeed, they seemed quite reasonable. The Prince of Xiang had rescued Shengjing, but that did not imply he regarded her as innocent. Although he was absent when the truth was unveiled by Shen Huaixu, he was present during Aunt Yun's assault. Liu Jintang would not bear this blame. Naturally, Shengjing's slander against her would be embellished in retellings. Regardless of how the tale was spun, Liu Jintang remained the one who was wronged, and people often sympathize with the weak. If Liu Jintang were to do nothing, that would indeed cause the prince to look down upon the Shen family. Before today, old Master Shen had never realized that Liu Jintang possessed such a sharp tongue. Meanwhile, those outside had arrived unannounced, standing aside, witnessing this captivating scene. Shen Huaixu's eyes sparkled with amusement, his lips curling into a rare smile that transcended mere cold laughter. He turned to glance at the slender figure of the young woman in the hall before striding away. "This matter can be set aside for now, but there is something I wish to inquire about." Lady Shen fixed her gaze upon Liu Jintang. "Why did you frighten Miss Yin? Claiming that your veil was due to a contagious illness?" Old Madame Shen interjected. "What illness?" Upon hearing the term contagious illness, Shen Yuanci and her siblings instinctively took a step back. Lady Shen continued. "Yesterday, Miss Yin visited our courtyard and mentioned encountering Jitang at the temple gate, inquiring about her condition. I intended to ask about it, but only found the time today." This incident had yet to settle when another arose, and old Master Shen, wearied by the unfolding events, spoke with a hint of impatience. He asked Liu Jintang, "Is this true?" Liu Jintang hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, it is true. She had indeed frightened Yin Zhao." Although the word contagious had not escaped her lips, however, she had tacitly acknowledged it after Chunwen's remarks. Thus it was, indeed, true. "What?" Old Madame Shen sprang to her feet, anxiously inquiring, "Fifth girl, what illness do you have?" She had no actual illness. It was merely a means to intimidate the other party. Liu Jintang faced old Madame Shen and bowed her head respectfully. "Grandmother, I have not contracted any illness. When I encountered Miss Yin at the temple gate, she wished for me to remove my veil, fearing my facial scars would be revealed. I fabricated an excuse to dissuade her." "Nonsense." Old Madame Shen sighed. "This is simply absurd. This grievous affliction is no trivial matter. And how can you treat it as a jest?" Liu Jintang remained silent. After all, the deed had been done, and the words had been spoken. She was indeed not at fault in this matter, so she chose to maintain her silence. Shen Shiyu and Shen Shijing, standing nearby, fanned the flames, asserting that Liu Jintang had shown a complete disregard for the other members of the Shen family. If these words were to reach the emperor's ears, it would be catastrophic. Though the words were coarse, the reasoning was sound, and the expression on old Master Shen's face was darker than ever. He snorted, waved his sleeve, and looked at Liu Jintang with a grave demeanor. "I shall not hold you accountable for slapping your mother's servant at Shengjing Temple, but for this transgression, I shall punish you. Do you have any grievances?" Liu Jintang lowered her head. "No grievances." "Very well." Old Master Shen pointed to the bluestone path before the door. "I sentence you to kneel for a day and a night. Do you bear any resentment?" Liu Jintang shook her head, her gaze cast downward, obscuring her expression. And she replied with a clear voice, "No resentment. The day after tomorrow is the autumn appreciation banquet hosted by the Yen family. I require you to go and apologize, clarifying the misunderstanding. Are you willing?" Liu Jintang lowered her head. "I am willing." In a series of 3 inquiries, Liu Jintang displayed remarkable obedience, a stark contrast to her earlier defiance. Old Master Shen scrutinized her closely before shifting his gaze to Shen Shijing. "You shall copy the lessons for women 10 times and submit it to me the day after tomorrow." Shen Shijing, her face falling from a smug grin, pouted and whined to old Master Shen. "Father, why? I have done nothing wrong. You shall copy it, and that is final." Old Master Shen's expression darkened, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority that made Shen Shijing shrink back, too frightened to utter another word. With old Master Shen and old Madame Shen departing, Liu Jintang obediently knelt at the spot indicated by old Master Shen. Shen Shijing and her companion strolled over leisurely, launching into a barrage of ridicule aimed at Liu Jintang, especially Shen Shijing, who, upon seeing Liu Jintang kneeling in punishment, wore a radiant smile. "See? What of your mother becoming Mrs. Shen? You kneel here due to her doing. If I had such a mother, I would rather meet my demise with a poisoned cup. Your mother does not protect you. You are but an unwanted thing. What use is your tongue? All in the family pity me, and you, an outsider, dare to vie for my favor. Bah. Shengjing's words grew increasingly caustic, prompting Shen Huaixu to hastily restrain her, fearing her remarks might be overheard by those with ill intentions, forcibly leading her away. Liu Jintang gazed at the black brocade boots before her and smiled as she raised her eyes. What? Are you, their brother, planning to kneel alongside me? Shen Huaixu looked down at her with an air of superiority. Have you always been so loquacious? Liu Jintang gave a self-deprecating smile. What does it matter if I can speak? I'm still punished here. Shen Huaixu crouched down, intending to brush his fingers through the strands of hair at her chest. Liu Jintang shifted back a step, evading his approaching hand. Shen Huaixu's hand hovered in the air. Then he suddenly smirked, revealing a sinister smile. If you wish to avoid kneeling, you may plead with me. I can assist you, not only in this matter, but if fifth sister desires, I can ensure her peace of mind. The mere sight of him made Liu Jintang feel nauseated, let alone engage in conversation. At that moment, upon hearing his words, a tumult arose in her stomach, prompting her to stretch her neck and feign retching. Startled, Shen Huaixu stepped back thrice, fearing that Liu Jintang might indeed vomit on him. Following her simulated gagging, Liu Jintang, with drooping eyelids, regarded Shen Huaixu and said, I sincerely apologize. I consumed something unpalatable this morning, and my stomach is rather unsettled now. Perhaps it would be best if you took your leave, for I fear I may vomit shortly and offend you. Merely envisioning such a scene made Shen Huaixu furrow his brows tightly, a look of distaste crossing his face. Seizing the moment, Liu Jintang emitted a few more dry heaves, and Shen Huaixu could no longer endure it, hastily covering his mouth and nose as he departed. Liu Jintang cast a cold gaze at his retreating figure, rolling her eyes in disdain. He is hardly a man. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. Liu Jintang glanced upward, discovering dark clouds looming overhead, accompanied by rising winds, a clear omen of impending rain. It seemed a storm was on the horizon, and she braced herself for the trials to come. Chapter 48. Hidden intentions. Before long, a tempest arose, and torrential rain poured down. Liu Jintang knelt in the courtyard, her slender figure resembling a tender willow sapling in the rain, her dark hair dancing in the wind, exuding an unspeakable fragility. Chunwen rushed in from the entrance, immediately spotting Liu Jintang kneeling in the courtyard. Miss, she cried, dashing over and nearly sliding to her knees beside Liu Jintang. Miss, please rise. I am to blame for everything. If I hadn't spoken carelessly, Father wouldn't be so angry. It's all my fault. I will kneel in your stead. Raindrops rolled down Liu Jintang's forehead, dampening her raven-like lashes. She firmly grasped Chunwen's arm, her expression solemn. Chunwen, only one of us may fall. If I fall, I do not wish for you to fall as well. It is entirely my fault. Please, miss, get up. Chunwen wept, trying to pull Liu Jintang to her feet. But Liu Jintang held her arm tightly, her eyes glinting with determination. Father intends to punish me. Unless I kneel until tomorrow, this matter cannot be resolved. If you are obedient, wait for me in the courtyard, prepare ginger tea and hot water. Liu Jintang pinched Chunwen's cheek and smiled brightly at her. Be good. Listen to me, or we shall both catch a chill. Who will care for me then? Chunwen shook her head in tears, gripping Liu Jintang's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed in the sky, startling both Liu Jintang and Chunwen into a shiver. Chunwen cried even louder. Woo-woo. Miss, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Liu Jintang understood her thoughts, believing that her kneeling was a consequence of Chunwen's words outside the temple. However, regardless of those frightful words, she would inevitably face punishment today. Her father spoke sweetly, claiming he would not pursue the matter of her slapping Aunt Yun. She had been the victim throughout. So how could there be any question of blame? The lantern was what Shengjing attempted to seize. The incident of falling into the water was a result of Shengjing's failed plot. Chunwen suffered because of the Shen family's bias, and her retaliation was entirely justified. Yet, to the Shen family, they saw only her action against Aunt Yun, completely disregarding Shengjing's faults. As soon as they perceived her escape from blame, they hastily assigned her an irrefutable crime. Even if she wished to defend herself, she ultimately lacked the strength to argue further. In the entire Shen household, everyone was united in their purpose, while she remained an outsider. In her previous life, after falling into the water and catching a chill, she was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days upon returning from Shengjing Temple. During those 3 days, she could only eat cold bread and congee, suffering from fever at midnight, nearly dying in the ancestral hall. However, when discovered the next day, The Shen family merely remarked that surviving such a calamity would surely bring future blessings. This life, though different from the last, ultimately led to the same outcome regardless of the process. Even if she had not fallen into the water, she could not escape punishment. Kneeling outside for a day and a night might sound easy, yet even a strong man would struggle under such circumstances. The elder Shen could have punished her using the same methods he applied to Shengjing, yet he chose not to. He even inquired whether she bore resentment or hatred. Liu Jintang scoffed with irony. It is truly laughable that a villain who has committed wrongdoings must still feign benevolence. Rain fell in a relentless downpour, striking Liu Jintang's face with a stinging force. The cold intensified, and as she spoke, a visible mist escaped her lips. Her grip on Chuanwen's fingers turned pale. If you choose not to leave, you may collect your payment from Master Zhang after we part ways at the Tsaya courtyard. I have little patience for disobedient servants. Noticing Chuanwen's inclination to kneel beside her, Liu Jintang abruptly released her hand, her voice laced with the chill of the rain. Chuanwen, choked with emotion, could not discern whether it was rain or tears that blurred her vision. She shook her head repeatedly, insisting she would not abandon Liu Jintang. As Liu Jintang fell silent, Chuanwen wiped her tears and dashed toward the courtyard entrance. Hearing the sound of her retreating footsteps, Liu Jintang's upright posture succumbed to weariness. She felt both cold and fatigued, her legs beginning to ache from kneeling for so long. Liu Jintang raised her gaze to the heavens, but as soon as she did, a torrent of rain splashed onto her face, water streaming into her eyes, stinging and bitter, reddening the skin around her eyes. In the desolate courtyard, only the sound of raindrops resounded. Liu Jintang felt utterly abandoned, solitary in her plight. Beneath the eaves ahead, Shen observed the kneeling figure through her umbrella. Watching as Liu Jintang swayed unsteadily, her pallor deepening, though her eyes remained cold and unyielding. A servant behind Shen cautioned her about the frailty of the fifth miss, suggesting that such exposure could lead to severe illness. Yet, Shen merely shot her a sharp glance before turning to leave. Let her fall ill. Perhaps it would spare her from future troubles. She regretted bringing Liu Jintang to Shengjing. For now, her own position within the Shen family was precarious. Within the Xian courtyard, old Madame Li brewed ginger tea for the matriarch, hoping to ward off the chill. The rain battered the window with a sharp rhythm, prompting old Madame Li to voice her concern. Madam, the rain is torrential, and the fifth miss remains kneeling. If this continues, she may suffer lasting consequences. Taking a sip of her ginger tea, warmth spread through old Madame Shen's body. Setting the cup down, she wiped her lips and remarked, "This ginger tea is delightful. Have the kitchen prepare more, and send some to the Tsaya courtyard." Having served old Madame Shen for many years, old Madame Li understood her intentions well. With Liu Jintang out in the rain, delivering tea seemed futile, a clear indication of her indifference. Old Madame Li remained silent. But old Madame Shen sensed her thoughts. "Do you believe me cruel for not assisting the fifth miss?" Quickly, old Madame Li knelt, insisting, "I mean no such thing." With a sigh, old Madame Shen bade her to rise. She cannot endure much longer. Soon she will faint, and the servants will carry her back to the courtyard. Liu Jintang's frailty will render her unconscious after a brief exposure to the rain, and a few bowls of ginger tea will suffice to revive her. She has erred and deserves this lesson. Old Madame Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging, the fifth miss is indeed somewhat difficult to discipline. Old Madame Shen agreed, her expression growing solemn as she gazed out at the rain, recalling Liu Jintang's defiant stance in the hall, her furrowed brow deepening with thought. She indeed admired the cleverness of that girl, yet it did not imply that she appreciated her aggressive demeanor. In the courtyard of Shengjing, the room was as warm as a balmy April day. Clad in a verdant brocade robe and draped in a cloak, Shengjing sat on the couch, engaged in a game of chess with Shen Huaixu, showing no signs of headache or discomfort whatsoever. The door swung open, and a young maid hurried in, bringing with her a gust of cold, damp air. What has happened? Upon seeing the young maid return, Shengjing shifted her gaze from the chessboard, her face alight with anticipation. The maid wore a sinister grin. As the second young lady predicted, the old matriarch did not come to her aid. It seems the master has left the residence on business, and she is kneeling in the rain. Hearing the satisfactory reply, Shengjing let out a chuckle, her chess piece dropping onto the board, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Very well, let her challenge me. Even if she survives today, I shall ensure she pays dearly. Issue the command. Unless I give my order, no one is to assist her. Let her collapse in the rain, and truly experience the helplessness I felt when I fell into the water. Shen Huaixu placed her piece down, giggling as she covered her mouth. Fourth sister has lost. Shengjing promptly redirected her attention to the chessboard, discovering her defeat, and immediately grew displeased. Second sister is bullying me again, as always. Shenxiu laughed at her, while Shengjing continued to act coy. Their playful banter echoed in the room, undeterred even by the torrential rain outside. A chill rose in the corridor, the interior and exterior resembling two disparate worlds. Chapter 49. The nest of thieving mice. The rain had persisted from dawn until dusk. As evening approached, Lady Shen awoke from a brief slumber on the imperial concubine couch, listening to the relentless patter of rain outside. She raised her delicate brows in concern. Why has the rain not ceased? Has my husband returned? Due to the injury sustained by Aunt Yun, the serving maid had been replaced. Madam, the master has yet to return home, came the reply. Upon hearing that Shen Huaixu was still absent, Lady Shen sank back down, her body feeling weak. That girl had indeed been carried back to the Caihe courtyard. She had no intention of inquiring about Liu Jintang. The maid hesitated for a moment before quickly responding. The fifth miss is still kneeling. Lady Shen looked at the maid in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. Still kneeling? She has fainted? Given Liu Jintang's frail constitution, how could she endure such a position for so long? The maid lowered her head slightly. The little messenger girl said she hasn't fainted. She is still kneeling upright in the courtyard. The maid's face bore a hint of admiration for Liu Jintang's tenacity. Lady Shen furrowed her brows tightly and rose from the couch. No. You must go and see for yourself. Ascertain whether she is truly conscious or merely pretending. Startled by Lady Shen's serious demeanor, the maid quickly nodded and hurried away. Braving the rain, she arrived at the main hall courtyard, where the gatekeeping maid rushed to greet her. Before the maid could utter a word, the gatekeeper exclaimed, "The fifth miss is still kneeling, perfectly upright." The maid stood on tiptoe to glance into the courtyard, but the gatekeeper quickly obstructed her view, laughing with feigned enthusiasm. "I have come to check on the fifth miss. She is still kneeling, is she not?" The gatekeeper nodded vigorously. "She is indeed kneeling, she is indeed." The maid's eyes darted, and she called out behind the gatekeeper, "Master! Master!" The gatekeeper, startled, turned around, only to find emptiness. There was no master in sight. Realizing she had been deceived, she turned back, but the maid had already bypassed her to reach the entrance of the main hall courtyard. Standing at the courtyard entrance, the maid was suddenly alarmed to see the young girl sprawled in a puddle. How could she have fainted? At that moment, the gatekeeper also rushed over, and upon realizing the situation could no longer be concealed, exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could the fifth miss have fainted in the brief moment I was distracted? What shall we do?" The maid had initially intended to call for someone to carry the girl back, but upon glancing at the anxious yet motionless gatekeeper, she realized that mere shouting would not suffice. "Who are you in this courtyard?" the maid queried, knowing that such matters could not be taken lightly. After a moment's hesitation, the gatekeeper replied, "I am merely a humble maid from the back courtyard. My elder sister came to find me and instructed me to guard the courtyard door, so I complied." The maid pondered for a moment before turning to leave in haste. She returned to the room, and upon entering, she relayed the truth to Lady Shen. "Madam, the fifth miss has fainted. When I arrived, she was lying in the rainwater." Lady Shen nonchalantly raised her hand, examining her slender fingers through the light. What did the gatekeeper say? The gatekeeper claimed she had not fainted, that she was kneeling upright. "It is fortunate that I went to take a look." The old servant approached Shen with cautious steps, inquiring gently, "Madam, would you like me to send someone to escort Miss Wu back to her quarters?" To her dismay, Shen shot her a sharp glance, her expression darkening. The servant immediately realized her misstep and bowed her head, stepping aside. After finishing her nail care, Shen descended from the bed, and the servant hurried to drape a robe over her shoulders to shield her from the chill. Shen settled herself in front of the dressing table, gazing through the bronze mirror at the stunning woman reflected within. As she smiled, the beauty in the mirror mirrored her expression as she painted her brows. So too did the woman in the mirror. As she styled her hair, the reflection followed suit. The servant stood behind her, earnestly praising, "Madam, you are truly beautiful. I have served many mistresses, yet none possess your exquisite beauty." Shen smiled faintly, evidently pleased by the servant's words. "Have you inquired as to which courtyard the gatekeeper girl hails from?" The servant replied, "She claims to be from the back courtyard, and when someone found her, they instructed her to guard the gate, so she complied." Shen's smile widened as she regarded the servant. "Who do you suppose sent her to guard the gate?" The servant was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to meet Shen's gaze, shaking her head in ignorance. Shen's disdain intensified as she observed the servant's lack of awareness. Had it been Aunt Yun, she would certainly know who had summoned the girl, as such matters are easily deduced by anyone with a modicum of intelligence. It was the fourth miss who summoned her, Shen remarked with a cold chuckle. The servant's eyes widened in shock. The fourth miss? Is she not afraid of causing a calamity? A chill of sweat broke out on the servant's brow, for she had not anticipated that Shengjing, so young, could harbor such malice. In this bitter cold, sending someone to deliver false messages to the various courtyards could lead to dire consequences if Miss Wu were to perish in the rain. It was clear that the servant had no understanding of Shun and the mistresses of the various courtyards. Shun, perceiving her foolishness, chose not to engage further, simply stating, "If she brings about a calamity, that is her concern, not mine." Glancing at the servant through the mirror, her eyes glinted with malice. "When you went to the main hall, did you declare your identity?" Without a moment's thought, the servant replied, "I did not. I said nothing at all." Shin set down her comb, her brows relaxing. "Very well." In an instant, she rose, thrusting a hairpin into the servant's neck. The servant, who had been smiling just moments before, now stared wide-eyed in shock, clutching her neck as she collapsed to the ground. Shin had taken a life, yet she remained utterly composed. First, she ensured the servant had truly breathed her last. Once satisfied with the confirmation, she withdrew the pin from the servant's neck and beckoned the two trembling young maids in the room. The young maids, pushing and shoving each other, timidly approached and knelt before Shin. She regarded the two with cold eyes. "What did you witness?" Terrified to the brink of death, they forced themselves to feign calm and shook their heads. "We saw nothing, we swear." Shin nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent." With a clang, she tossed the golden hairpin at their feet. "This pin is a gift for you. From this day forth, you shall serve as my personal maids, remaining here to attend to me." The two young maidservants exchanged glances, and then one of them picked up the hairpin, both of them bowing their heads in gratitude simultaneously. Lady Shun returned to her dressing coffin, picking up a comb to arrange her hair. "Take care of the body and clean up the bloodstains in the room. We must not let anyone see," she said, her voice as ethereal as the breath of a dying woman on the ground, light as a feather. The two maidservants did not dare to linger. Though they were terrified, one lifted her body while the other raised her legs, carrying the lifeless form out of the door. Throughout this, Lady Shun did not once turn to glance back. Listening to the sound of the rain outside, she recalled Liu Jintang lying in the rain, uncertain of her fate, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew larger, ever larger. Chapter 50. Do not abandon Qinxin. The sky had completely darkened, with relentless thunder rumbling in the distance and fierce winds howling without respite. Every object capable of producing sound was disturbed by the roaring wind, creating an unsettling cacophony. The surroundings were damp, cold, and desolate, enveloped in a profound silence. Two lanterns at the entrance of the Shin residence swayed wildly in the gusts, and a tall figure emerged, gradually approaching amid the sound of hoofs. The newcomer dismounted, and attendants hurried forward to lead his horse. The man ascended the steps with purpose, the dim light casting a faint glow upon him, failing to illuminate even half of his shoulder. Shen Huaixu entered the Shun manor, striding confidently toward the rear courtyard. However, as he passed the rockery, a figure suddenly leaped out from the rain, aiming directly at Shen Huaixu. Beiyun immediately drew his sword, positioning it protectively in front of Shen Huaixu, while Dong Yang swiftly kicked the assailant away. A woman's anguished cry pierced the air, and Dong Yang instantly recognized her, rushing forward to catch her before she fell. Though he managed to prevent her from hitting the ground, his kick had caused her to spit blood. Shen Huaixu approached her, observing the woman cradled in Dong Yang's arms, his brows furrowing. "You are from Kaihe Courtyard." Chunwen, drenched and disheveled, her hair clinging to her face and her countenance marred with dirt, looked up at Shen Huaixu with eyes that sparkled with hope. Trembling, she reached out a hand toward him and struggled to rise from Dong Yang's embrace, collapsing at Shen Huaixu's feet. She tilted her head back to meet his gaze, and even while coughing up blood, her words were clear and urgent. "Please, please, I implore you, young master, save my young lady." "What has happened to your lady?" Dong Yang pressed for answers, but before he could finish speaking, Chunwen fainted. Beiyun sheathed his sword, exasperated. "How could you kick her so hard, leaving her in such a state?" Dong Yang scratched his head in distress. "It was dark, and she suddenly lunged at me. I thought it was the bandits from yesterday come to cause harm, not realizing it was her. Had I known, I would never have struck her so forcefully." Shen Huaixu's expression was cold as he regarded the unconscious girl at his feet, then looked toward the direction of the main hall. He stepped over her and instructed Dong Yang, "Take her back and ensure she receives proper medical attention." Dong Yang clasped his hands in acknowledgement and bent down to lift Chun One. You little girl. Why did you leap out from the rockery when there was a perfectly good road? Fortunately, it was I who kicked you away. Had it been Baiyun, your head would likely have been severed. Baiyun, displeased, retorted, What do you mean had it been Baiyun? She is in this state because of you. It's fortunate you even had the chance to eat 5th Mrs. Soup. You have no shame for having injured her maid like this. Dong Yang, filled with regret, lamented that he should have been gentler. He truly cursed his heavy-handedness. The rain intensified, with flashes of lightning illuminating the night, revealing the imposing figure of the man wrapped in coldness. At the steps of the main hall, a little maid sat idly, bored as she picked at her fingers. When she heard footsteps and looked up, a bolt of lightning struck dramatically behind the man before her. With a thunderous crash, a brilliant light pierced through the man's figure, illuminating the surroundings, startling the young maid who let out a terrified scream and tumbled down the steps, plunging into the rain. As Shen Huaixu raised his foot to enter, the young maid sprang up from the downpour, attempting to grasp his leg. However, before she could reach even the hem of his garment, a long leg swept through the air with a forceful gust, drowning out her cries amidst the rain. The maid was sent soaring like a kite with its string cut, landing heavily in a puddle 3 meters away, her fate uncertain. Shen Huaixu's cold gaze radiated an air of chilling severity as he brushed off his garment and stepped into the courtyard. In the darkness of night, the surroundings felt desolate and frigid, the rain striking the bluestone with a crisp sound. Trees illuminated by the flashes of lightning appeared like raging phantoms, their forms twisted and grotesque. The girl lay on the ground, the shadows of the trees enveloping her, pinning her down and binding her, rendering her unable to flee. Shen Huaixu's temples throbbed with tension. In the blink of an eye, he was before the girl. As he reached out, the moment his fingers brushed against her skin, a penetrating chill caused them to tremble. In an instant, the corners of Shen Huaixu's eyes glimmered crimson, and he lifted her from the ground. The girl was as light as a feather, and as she pressed against him, she felt like ice, devoid of warmth. Tightening his grip around her waist, he leaned down, bringing his ear close to her nose. Only when he sensed her faint breath did he raise his gaze and straighten up, as if sensing a hint of warmth. The unconscious girl suddenly stirred. The white veil on her face had fallen away, revealing her pallid, bloodless countenance, her lips tinged with purple, accentuating the horrific scars upon her visage. Father, Father, the girl trembled and murmured softly, perhaps too cold and in too much pain, even in her unconscious state. She desperately sought warmth, nuzzling closer into Shen Huaixu's embrace, burying her head within him. Yet her body did not cease its quaking. Instead, it trembled more violently, as if on the verge of convulsing. Shen Huaixu did not linger, stepping through the rain, shielding her beneath his cloak as he hastened back to Qingdang residence. He kicked open the door, his expression darkening as he bent down, intending to place the girl upon the couch. However, unbeknownst to him, her hand had tightened around his clothing, gripping it fiercely, her fingers turning a shade of ashen blue, as if fearing abandonment, refusing to release their hold. Father, please, don't leave Qingqing behind. Don't. Sensing Shen Huaixu's intention to depart, her grip tightened further, calling out for her father, tears streaming down her face, tracing a path to her chin where a large hand caught them. The palm was warm, the tears scalding, deepening the crimson hue in Shen Huaixu's eyes. He lifted his hand to his lips, the salty bitterness swirling between them, enveloping the girl as helplessness and fear. A dryness lodged in his throat, an unnamed fire igniting within his heart. Just then, Fang Sun entered the room, and what he beheld left him utterly astonished. There, not far from him, sat the man cradling a petite girl upon the couch, leaning against the soft cushions, while the girl lay curled against his chest, her eyes closed, nestled between his legs. The young maiden was draped in a brocade blanket, her hair still glistening with droplets of water, shivering as she called out in the chill. Fang Sun unconsciously swallowed a lump in his throat. He turned to glance outside the door, where Dongyang and Baiyun stood with expressions darkened by discontent, watching him intently. Upon seeing them, Fang Sun realized he had indeed not entered the wrong room. The person on the couch was none other than the infamous iron-hearted, cold-blooded Minister of Justice, the formidable commander of the 2 departments whose mere stamp of a foot could rattle the imperial court, the eldest son of the Shen family, Shen Huaixu, who was not to be trifled with in Shengjing. Fang Sun's gaze fell upon the young woman nestled in Shen Huaixu's arms, with just one glance. He etched her visage into his memory. Ah, to be cherished so closely by Shen Huaixu, she was someone he must remember well. For it would be wise to cultivate her favor and, above all, to avoid crossing her path. Chapter 51. In dreams and reality, miss. The master has decreed that you are not to leave the house today. Hush, speak softly. Today is Father's birthday. I must go and buy him a gift. Two small figures, one tall and one short, hid behind the courtyard gate, peering outside. The shorter girl, with a blossom-pink face, was lively and spirited. Her pair of sparkling black eyes seemingly filled with countless stars. She was none other than the 5-year-old Liu Jintang. The taller girl, with her hair styled into two round buns, had a rosy complexion akin to 2 dollops of rouge. She was Liu Jintang's devoted maid, Shen Huaixu. Seeing that the coast was clear, the two stealthily slipped out of the estate. As the scene shifted, they found themselves on the bustling street, clutching candy figures and dragging sweet cakes, laughing and playing amidst the throngs of people. Little Liu Jintang paused at a stall selling clay figurines, her eyes wide with curiosity. Shen Huaixu, look at these clay figures. They are so strange, she exclaimed. However, Shen Huaixu did not respond. Liu Jintang looked up, only to find a man in black standing beside her, while Shen Huaixu had vanished without a trace. The next moment, a fragrant breeze enveloped her, and Liu Jintang fell into a stupor. Darkness engulfed her, a pitch-black void where she could not see her own fingers. Surrounding her was a foul stench and a musty odor. Huddled in a corner, Liu Jintang hugged her knees, trembling as she listened to the gnawing sounds of rats. Weeping softly in fear. Amidst her tears, a faint cry of pain echoed nearby. Liu Jintang paused, thinking she had misheard, and stopped crying to strain her ears. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 4 breaths. It hurts so much. The weak voice of a boy resonated, and Liu Jintang immediately realized she was not alone in her confinement. She crawled through the darkness, calling out, "Big brother, where are you? Are you in my room?" She continued to crawl, but received no reply. After what felt like an eternity, exhaustion set in, and when she finally sat down, she discovered her hands and legs were scraped and bleeding, a sharp sting indicating something was flowing from her wounds. Terrified, Liu Jintang froze in place when suddenly someone lunged at her from the darkness. Her back collided with the hard stone wall, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. In the next instant, her shoulder was viciously bitten, and a wave of agony swept over her. With wide eyes, Liu Jintang screamed, "No, no." Awakening with a start from her nightmare, she found herself in a panic. While Chunin quickly grasped her hand, soothing her gently. "Miss, it's all right. It's all right. I am here. I am watching over you." Liu Jintang gazed vacantly at the white canopy above, still lost in the remnants of her nightmare. Hearing a voice, she turned her head, her expression hollow as she looked at Chunwen. "Sister Shen Huaixu, I want to eat candy figures." Chunin froze, waving her hand in front of Liu Jintang's eyes. But there was no sign of recognition. "Miss, please don't frighten me. I am Chunwen," she implored, tears streaming down her face as she held Liu Jintang's hand. "Chunwen." Liu Jintang murmured, "Chunwen." "Yes, miss, I am Chunwen. Do you not recognize your servant?" Liu Jintang, resembling an unthinking marionette, echoed Chunwen's words. Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. Chunwen, terrified, cried out for help, her voice startling those outside. Fongsun hurriedly rushed in, still chewing on an unfinished sesame cake. "What now?" he exclaimed. This little girl had nearly driven him to distraction over the past 3 days, constantly shouting, both day and night. Whenever she cried out, Dongyang would kick the door, and whenever she yelled, Shen Huaixu would appear at his bedside with a dark expression. He was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Chunwen dashed forward and seized Fongsun's arm. Before he could react, she pulled him with such force that he nearly stumbled to the ground. "Dr. Fong, my lady has awakened. You must take a look," Chunwen urged, pointing at the unconscious girl on the bed. Fongsun finally steadied himself, preparing to speak, but was suddenly deprived of the cake in his mouth. He reached out to grab it back, but upon turning, he saw Chunwen gazing at him with tears in her eyes, her expression full of pleading. His outstretched hand froze in midair, and with a resigned sigh, he relinquished the thought. He sat at the bedside, extending his hand to check the girl's pulse through the gauze. To his astonishment, he discovered that her pulse was noticeably stronger than it had been in previous days. His spirits lifted. He rose and declared, "Your lady is improving. I shall prepare some nourishing medicine for her. You must watch over her and ensure she does not catch a chill." "Really?" Chunin immediately ceased her tears. Fongsun nodded and quickly exited the room. In the study, Shen Huaixu was conversing with a youth clad in black. Dongyang entered, and the black-clad youth nodded at him before stepping back outside. "Master, Dr. Fong says the 5th miss has awakened today and is recovering," Dongyang reported. Shen Huaixu paused his writing, placing down his brush. "Summon Fongsun to see me." I am here. I am here, Fong Sun called, peering through the doorframe. He entered with a grin, his presence marked by an approachable demeanor, his features delicate and refined, his stature tall and graceful. Shen Huaixu's cold gaze flickered with understanding as he assessed Fong Sun's intentions. Dongyang, Shen Huaixu called. Dongyang clasped his fists in respect. You are to accompany Dr. Fong to the Tianzi Hall. Whatever medicinal ingredients he requires, procure them for him. Dongyang turned to the grinning Fong Sun and replied, understood. Thank you, master. Fong Sun beamed, unable to contain his delight. He had always believed in his judgment. The fifth miss was indeed his fortune, even before she had awoken. He was already enjoying privileges he had never experienced before. If he could curry favor well, the benefits would surely be abundant. However, if he failed to cure her. Shen Huaixu's voice turned icy. The latter part of his sentence left unspoken, but understood by those who knew. Fong Sun's smile abruptly faded, and upon lifting his gaze to behold Shen Huaixu's chilling smile, a shiver coursed through him from head to toe. He had celebrated too soon, having acquired the items. There was still work to be done. He swiftly composed his features, adopting a serious demeanor, and vowed earnestly, rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure that the fifth miss is restored to her original state. Shen Huaixu responded with a frosty sound. Fong Sun quickly patted his mouth and chuckled. My apologies, I misspoke. It shall not merely be a return to her former self. I assure you, she will be even better than before. I will see to it that the fifth miss's ailments are vanquished, and she shall radiate vitality, moving with vigor. Shen Huaixu's gaze lowered, resting upon the documents on the desk, as he reiterated his previous warning. If you fail in this endeavor, be wary of your own skin. Fong Sun nearly stumbled out of the room, his legs feeling weak. As he stepped into the sunlight, he had never found the sun to be so warm. He glanced back at Bei Yun, silently patting his shoulder, before shaking his head and departing with a heavy sigh. Chapter 52, Awakening as Dawn Broke. The soft light filtered through the intricately carved window, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle hum of insects, enveloping the room in a warm embrace. The figure upon the couch stirred slightly, their long eyelashes fluttering before slowly opening their eyes, gazing at the canopy above and inhaling the familiar fragrance of begonia blossoms. Liu Jintang momentarily believed she had returned to Jiangning, to her home there. However, the illusion dissipated almost as quickly as it had formed. Turning her head, she noticed a golden jade vase and a blue and white porcelain cup resting on a wooden stand, with her garments hanging nearby, alongside the floral and avian screen that adorned her room. This was indeed her chamber, yet it was not the one in Jiangning, but rather the residence of the Shen family in Shengjing. Liu Jintang attempted to rise, propping herself on her arm, but the moment she moved, a wave of weakness surged through her, and she found herself collapsing back onto the couch. Miss, came the exultant voice of Chunwen from the doorway. Before Liu Jintang could fully comprehend the situation, a figure rushed in and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Miss, you are awake. You have finally awakened. Chunwen, how long have I been asleep? Chunwen assisted Liu Jintang in sitting up, placing a soft cushion behind her for support. 5 days, Mississippi leaning against the bed. Liu Jintang felt a parching dryness in her throat. She motioned for Chunwen to bring her water, and only after quenching her thirst did she feel a semblance of relief. Her memories were still trapped in the moment of her fainting. She retained no recollection of the events that followed. But my grandmother saved me, right? Who? Who saved me? Before Chunwen could respond, a male voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, echoed from the doorway. Liu Jintang cast a puzzled glance at Chunwen, her gaze shifting toward the entrance, where a figure appeared, though the person did not fully enter the room. Chunwen hurriedly draped a garment over Liu Jintang before stepping forward to invite the visitor inside. Upon seeing the man, Liu Jintang's gaze sharpened. She recognized him as Fong Sun, an associate of Shen Huaixu. It was said that this individual was not only skilled in medicine but also well-versed in various arcane arts, renowned for his miraculous healing abilities and adeptness in the use of poisons. Liu Jintang's recognition was born from a chance encounter in her past life, one that had little to do with her, yet she had been present, which was why she had retained some memory of him. Fong Sun entered the room with his gaze cast downward, a faint smile playing upon his lips, exuding an aura of warmth, as if the earlier discontent had not emanated from him at all. Miss, this is Dr. Fong. His medical skills are extraordinary. I sustained severe injuries. Yet Dr. Fong only administered 2 needles and prescribed a medicine, and by the next day, I was able to move freely. Chunwen introduced Fong Sun with unabashed admiration in her eyes. Fong Sun first rubbed his nose, taken aback by Chunwen's effusive praise, then offered a wry smile that hinted at his discomfort. Had he known that Chunwen would extol him so, he would have advised her to remain bedridden for a longer duration. Liu Jintang, perceptive as ever, detected an inconsistency in Chunwen's words. Her gaze scrutinized Chunwen, taking in her appearance before frowning. Injured? Who harmed you? Chunwen, caught off guard by Liu Jintang's inquiry, suddenly realized her slip of the tongue and quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head in denial. Miss Wu, may I inquire if it is possible for me to? Fong Sun cast a glance at Liu Jintang's arm, interrupting her train of thought. Liu Jintang hesitated momentarily, then offered a gentle smile, extending her arm. I beg your pardon, Dr. Fong. I shall first fetch some water for the young lady. Seeing that she had a moment of respite, Chunwen promptly turned and dashed away. Liu Jintang was amused by Chunwen's almost comically transparent attempt at discretion. Having spent every day together, could she truly evade her presence even for a moment? Earlier, Miss Wu had posed a question regarding who had rescued her. Fong Sun sat at the foot of the couch, examining Liu Jintang's pulse, his tone as calm as water, seemingly asking in passing. Nevertheless, Liu Jintang could still detect an unusual undertone in his voice. Initially, she believed her grandmother had come to her aid, but observing Dr. Fong's demeanor, it appeared that another had intervened. Fong Sun raised his eyes to meet hers before lowering them once more. Who does Miss Wu believe has saved you? His penchant for circumlocution was evident. Fong Sun smiled and shook his head. I sincerely apologize. My daily dealings are with medicinal herbs, and I find myself somewhat at a loss in the company of ladies. I hope you can forgive me, Miss Wu. Liu Jintang had assumed Fong Sun was aligned with Shen Huaixu, embodying the same aloofness and pride. To her surprise, he turned and offered an apology, leaving her somewhat flustered. That little maid of yours, in her attempt to save you, was kicked away by the young master's subordinate as if she were an assassin. Fong Sun delivered this statement with a smile. Yet Liu Jintang could not discern whether it was laced with sarcasm or genuine amusement. Is that why you became so agitated when I questioned if my savior was my grandmother? Liu Jintang grasped the source of Fong Sun's earlier discontent. She glanced towards the door, recalling Chunwen's overwhelming excitement upon witnessing her awakening. A pang of sympathy washed over her. Chunwen, so fearful of Shen Huaixu, had risked everything to seek help for her. It was unbearable to imagine the terror and helplessness she must have felt in that moment. Fong Sun scoffed lightly, laced with a hint of scorn. Your grandmother has only visited you once throughout this ordeal. Had you relied on her for salvation, you might very well be cold in your grave by now. Liu Jintang regarded Fong Sun with surprise. I did not expect you, Dr. Fong, to possess such a candid disposition. Fong Sun withdrew his hand, looking at Liu Jintang with a knowing smile. I am not as benevolent as you might imagine, Miss Wu. However, as a physician dedicated to preserving life, I cannot abide by the thought of anyone treating lives so lightly. Were the Shen family to have acted in your interest, I would have remained silent today. Thus, Liu Jintang comprehended the implications of Fong Sun's words. Since her incident, the Shen family had done nothing on her behalf. Is my elder brother in the residence? Fong Sun rose, his gaze imbued with an enigmatic gleam. The young master is in the study. Would you like me to inform him of your condition? Liu Jintang, her smile bright and gracious, declined his offer. There is no need to trouble Dr. Fong. Once I am ready, I will personally seek out my elder brother. Fong Sun clasped his hands in a bow. Miss Wu's cold has nearly subsided. With continued medication and proper care, you shall soon return to your former self. Please rest well. I shall take my leave now. Fong Sun turned away from the medicine cabinet. I am well aware of my own condition. Dr. Fong need not offer me consolation. It would be better for him to speak frankly, so that I may understand the situation. Fong Sun hesitated momentarily before he turned around, only to find the person on the bed gazing at him with a gentle smile. Her apricot eyes sparkled like stars, and her complexion resembled the purest snow gathered in the moonlight. Her jade-like skin flushed with a faint hue, and she appeared to be in a state of breathlessness, clearly overwhelmed. Although Fong Sun harbored no romantic feelings for Liu Jintang, the thought that such beauty might not endure long stirred a change in his gaze. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally spoke the truth. The fifth young lady's constitution is frail. A lingering ailment from her childhood has resurfaced, and having sustained a fundamental injury, if she does not receive proper care, she may struggle to see her flowering years. Chapter 53. Breaking your legs and carrying you away with a resounding crash. Liu Jintang and Fong Sun turned their heads. The basin under Chunwen's feet had toppled, spilling water across the floor, and she stood at the doorway, tears streaming down her face. Liu Jintang nodded slightly to Fong Sun, indicating her gratitude. I will heed Dr. Fong's advice. Fong Sun nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to leave. As he approached Chunwen, who was sobbing with tear-filled eyes, he couldn't help but smile wryly and said, with proper care, your young mistress will surely live a long life. Really? Chunwen sniffled, looking up at Fong Sun. He offered no reply, merely smiled and departed the room. Chunwen picked up the fallen basin, preparing to fetch a fresh one. Liu Jintang called her over, gesturing for her to sit beside her on the bed. Startled, Chunwen hesitated, then set the basin down and wiped her hands before slowly approaching. However, when she reached the bed, she did not sit. Noticing her indecision, Liu Jintang chuckled softly, took her hand, and gently pulled her onto the bed. Miss, Chunwen murmured weakly. Dr. Fong has told me. Why are you so foolish? Are you not afraid that the big brother will take your head? Liu Jintang pinched her little face, feeling the remnants of tears on her cheeks, and handed her a handkerchief from the pillow. Wipe your tears. Why do you cry so often? Chunwen, thinking Liu Jintang disapproved of her tears, quickly dried her face, and then looked up, forcing a smile. I haven't cried. I want to cry again. Liu Jintang pinched her cheek again, understanding her misunderstanding. Silly girl, you are still so young, and life is long. How could you never cry again? Feel free to cry when you wish, but only in front of me. Chunwen, puzzled, asked, Why, miss? Liu Jintang tucked a stray hair behind her ear. I will tell you in due time. Chunwen blinked. Though she did not comprehend Liu Jintang's meaning, she obediently nodded. Does your wound still hurt? Liu Jintang inquired, her tone laced with concern. Chunwen quickly sprang up, bouncing a couple of times, and then squatting down a few times, before breaking into a carefree smile and patting her chest. Miss, rest assured, I am quite well. Although the Eastern Guard's kick was heavy, it did not strike a vital spot. Dr. Fong says that foolish people have foolish blessings. Chunwen laughed without a care, yet the more Liu Jintang observed her, the more her heart ached and guilt gnawed at her. She often declared her desire to protect those around her, yet in the end, she had not safeguarded Chunwen, but rather required Chunwen's protection. Liu Jintang took a deep breath, slowly exhaling her frustration. Chunwen, tell me about what transpired while I was unconscious. She needed to understand the Shen family's attitude towards her, which required knowing their reactions during her unconsciousness. Shen Huaixu had saved her, indicating he had developed some compassion for her. Otherwise, her elder brother would never have extended a helping hand. But what was the reaction of the other members of the Shen family to Shen Huaixu's actions? Chunwen nodded, revealing no secrets. The day after Liu Jintang's incident, the rest of the Shen family learned that she had fainted in the rain and had been rescued by the passing Shen Huaixu, who brought her back to his courtyard. The Shen family hurriedly rushed to Shen Huaixu's residence to visit Liu Jintang, although it was deemed improper for her to lie in Shen Huaixu's chamber. Special circumstances warranted special treatment. Moreover, when the family beheld Liu Jintang's pale, lifeless form on the couch, they were taken aback. She appeared utterly devoid of vitality. Her complexion as white as a blank sheet of paper, with her breathing barely perceptible, as though she clung to life by a mere thread, ready to depart at any moment. Any words of reproach were lodged in their throats, even if they felt dissatisfaction, they could not voice it under such dire circumstances. They dared not speak, nor could they, for the state of the woman on the couch was inexorably linked to them. The Shen matriarch wept profusely, lamenting that it was all her fault. Throughout the ordeal, the old master of the Shen family maintained a somber silence, taken aback by the severity of the situation. The old master, equally grim-faced, inquired of the servants why no one had reported Liu Jintang's collapse. The servants, perplexed, could not provide any answers, having no knowledge of when or how she had fainted, nor when she had been brought back. Just as the matter reached an impasse, Shen Huaixu seized a young maid and thrust her before the assembly. She was the very maid who had been at the gate. The maid revealed that Liu Jintang had fainted shortly after the rain, having lain in the courtyard for several hours until nightfall. The old master, consumed with rage, demanded to know why she had not alerted the Shen family to save the girl. The maid recoiled, too frightened to respond. However, Shen Huaixu answered on her behalf, explaining that she had been acting under orders and had misled all inquiries by claiming Liu Jintang was still kneeling, even after she had lost consciousness. Enraged, the old master kicked the maid, sending her sprawling, and demanded to know who had given her instructions. The maid wept, claiming she did not recognize the person. Yet, following her words, Shen Huaixu seized another individual and presented her to the crowd. Upon seeing this person, the maid's eyes widened in shock, declaring that it was indeed she who had directed her actions. Shengjing, terrified, had already hidden behind the others. For the maid Shen Huaixu had brought forth was from her courtyard, someone well known to all. The maid, thoroughly intimidated by Shen Huaixu, confessed everything before the old master could even begin his interrogation. The truth of Shengjing's sinister intentions emerged, and she knelt before the old master and Shen Huaixu, pleading that she had not meant to cause any harm, only wishing to teach Liu Jintang a lesson. She had never intended to take her life. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, and the old master, moved by compassion, contemplated sparing her. However, a mere cough from Shen Huaixu transformed the old master's tender words into silence. At such a tender age, harboring such malice, how could he spare her and earn the trust of her siblings? How could he justify it to his fifth daughter? Thus, he decreed that she must transcribe the lessons for women 50 times and remain under house arrest for 3 months. Shengjing has taken a life that belongs to her own kin, and according to the laws of Yongchao, such an act warrants the most severe punishment, which is indeed justified. The sentence imposed by Lord Shen is, in fact, remarkably lenient. Yet, Shengjing wails and protests vehemently, claiming that writing would injure her hands, and that repeating the lessons of female propriety 50 times would cause her delicate fingers to develop calluses. She laments that the time for selecting princesses' companions is imminent, and should she be confined for 3 months, she would undoubtedly miss this opportunity. Her cries are incessant, showing no regard for the sick individual on the couch who requires tranquility and rest. Coincidentally, I share your discontent regarding our father's punishment. Shen Huaixu spoke up. The moment he uttered those words, Shengjing immediately ceased her tears and trembled as she turned her gaze towards him. Naively, she believed that Shen Huaixu would intercede on her behalf, thinking that since he could save Liu Jintang, he could certainly assist her. After all, she is his biological sister. Eldest brother, she looked at Shen Huaixu with eager anticipation. However, to her dismay, his words plunged her into an abyss of despair. You shall be sent to the countryside to cultivate your mind, stripped of your monthly allowance, until you truly repent. Today, you have endangered the lives of your own kin. Tomorrow, you may jeopardize the entire Shen family. You must choose. Will you obediently pack your belongings and go, or shall I break your legs and carry you there myself? Chapter 54. In the future, dear brother, you may command me for any matter. Shengjing wept inconsolably. Yet she could not escape the fate of being sent to the estate. Shen Huaixu's words left no room for dissent within the Shen family. Even though the elder master Shen felt the punishment was somewhat excessive, Shen Huaixu silenced him with a mere phrase, "Family discord brings calamity," effectively quelling any objections. Numerous instances in Shengjing have shown that unrest within the household leads to ruin. Shengjing's transgression was neither trivial nor monumental, but a lack of appropriate punishment could potentially invite greater misfortunes in the future. The elder master Shen, fully aware of the implications, realized that compared to his political career, Shengjing deserved her reprimand. Due to Liu Jintang's physical condition, the rest of the Shen family tacitly permitted her to remain in Shen Huaixu's courtyard for treatment. Shen Huaixu was a man of strict self-discipline, unwavering in his commitment to uphold the family's honor, and would never engage in actions that would tarnish their name. Thus, the elder master Shen felt at ease. As for Liu Jintang, the elder master harbored no worries. The girl was fortunate to have survived, and she lacked the audacity to covet what did not belong to her. Liu Jintang was returned to her own courtyard on the 4th day, as her condition had stabilized. It was only after Fang Sun deemed her fit to be moved that Shen Huaixu arranged for her return. Fang Sun's skills were indeed remarkable. He had proclaimed the day before that Liu Jintang was improving, and on the following day, she awoke. Truly miraculous. Upon hearing Chuanwen's words, Liu Jintang grasped the situation. So, dear brother has taken it upon himself to punish Shengjing? Chuanwen nodded. The 4th young lady was sent to the estate 3 days ago. Chuanwen scoffed. It is said she left with only a maid and an old woman. She intended to take hairpins and such, but before she could even exit the gates, the eldest young master's men confiscated them. Had I known, I would have gone to witness the spectacle myself. Their expressions must have been quite entertaining. Let her scheme against others. Now she faces her due retribution. Shengjing harbored malice, even if she did not harm Liu Jintang this time. Others would inevitably suffer, merely a matter of time. What surprised Liu Jintang was Shen Huaixu. She had not anticipated that he would not only save her but also help her vent her frustrations. After all, she was his sister, and regardless of their closeness, her status as a stepsister placed her at a disadvantage in comparison. He could have easily turned a blind eye, especially since the elder master had issued his decree. Even if she awakened, there was nothing she could say against him or the Shen family. Yet, he chose not to do so. Liu Jintang smiled, a joy that caused her body to tremble, but then she was met with a backlash and began to cough violently. Chunwen, alarmed, quickly sat beside her, patting her back to help ease her breath. "Miss, you must take care of your health. Dr. Fong has said that with proper care, you could live to be 100. While Liu Jintang did not seek longevity, she yearned to accomplish her desires in her lifetime and distance herself from this realm of strife. "Chunwen, our good days are about to arrive." Once she regained her composure, Liu Jintang held the warm water, her joy evident. Chunwen did not comprehend Liu Jintang's meaning, yet her words suddenly reminded Chunwen of an important matter. "Oh, miss, while you were unconscious, a significant event occurred." Liu Jintang was sipping water when she heard the words, her luminous eyes peering from behind the cup. Blinking twice, "What is it?" "Madams Zhou and son have returned." "Oh, so soon." Liu Jintang set down her cup. It seems Xiao Xia indeed possesses some skill. "When did they return?" "Miss, they came back the day after you fell unconscious." Xiao Xia mentioned it would take 2 days to spread the news. And considering the time of their return, it appears to align perfectly. After Madame Zhou returned, she learned that Shengjing had caused a ruckus and was to be sent to a rural estate. There was quite an uproar. Not only did she break and smash numerous items, but she also disturbed the madam's courtyard several times, leaving the madam ill and bedridden. This truly counts as the best news since her awakening. The jade pendant she gifted was not in vain, and Xiao Xia did not disappoint her. Recently, rumors have circulated in the capital that the new bride of the Shen family is expecting, potentially adding a child to the household. However, when the doctor checked the madam's pulse, there were no signs of pregnancy. The miss had not seen the masteress face these past 2 days, which was particularly dark. Liu Jintang could easily imagine the expression of old Master Shen. With so many matters at hand, he was already troubled, and hearing such delightful news would surely bring him joy, only to realize it was mere rumor. To claim he would not be disappointed would be a falsehood. With Madame Zhou and Madame Sun around, her mother would have plenty to occupy her time, saving her from idly watching over Liu Jintang. Chunwen concurred, "At present, the madam is too preoccupied to attend to you, Mississippi. Even Xiao Xia has mentioned that the madam has not summoned him these past few days, which indicates that the 2 madams have thoroughly vexed her." Liu Jintang had already witnessed the formidable nature of the 2 madams in her previous life and was well aware of her mother's current predicament. Madame Zhou and Madame Sun were cousins, 1 year apart in their marriages into the Shen household. The fact that 2 sisters married into the same family speaks volumes about their intentions. Had circumstances not compelled them to leave the capital, the position of Shen Madam would still remain uncertain. Earlier this year, Madame Zhou's mother passed away due to illness, and the 2 of them left the capital together to pay their respects. The marriage of Shen Shi into the Shen family had been sudden. By the time they received the news, it was already a foregone conclusion. Even with intentions to prevent it, their efforts would have been in vain, and they had no choice but to accept the situation. According to the trajectory of her previous life, the 2 madams returned to the capital in early spring of the 2nd year after Shen Shi wed into the Shen family. Upon learning of Shen Shi's pregnancy, they hurried back, not only to create obstacles for her, causing her distress, but they even conspired to cause the demise of the child she carried. Ultimately, a servant of the Shen family bore the blame for their actions. In this life, to ensure Shen Shi remained calm, Liu Jintang decided to employ a strategy from her previous life, spreading false news of Shen Shi's pregnancy months in advance to lure Madame Zhou and Madame Sun back to the capital. Had Shen Shi not been excessively troublesome, she would not have resorted to such measures. After all, she did not wish to see either of them. After resting for a while on the bed, Liu Jintang rose. She instructed Chunwen to fetch hot water for a bath, preparing to pay a visit to Shen Huaixu. Chunwen advised her to rest a bit longer and go tomorrow instead. However, Liu Jintang waved her hand, stating that since she was awake, it was only fitting to express her gratitude at the earliest opportunity, so that the other party could truly feel her sincerity. Moreover, after lying in repose for an extended period, she had grown weary of inaction and yearned to move. Retrieving the handkerchief and other items she had prepared prior to her fainting, Liu Jintang bathed and adorned herself, applying a touch of rouge to mask her pallid complexion. Once she had completed her preparations, she stepped outside bearing gifts. The sun blazed brightly above, its rays piercing and overwhelming. Liu Jintang instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, only to be struck by a sudden wave of dizziness, causing her to sway and fall. In an instant, a pair of strong hands encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly from the ground. Liu Jintang instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's neck, inhaling the familiar scent of pine. As she lay in his embrace, a vivid memory surged through her mind, a scene of torrential rain cascading upon the man's shoulders. His expression resolute as he sheltered her in his arms, leaning down to check her breath. She realized this was the moment when Shen Huaixu had rescued her on the day she had collapsed, tightening her grip around his neck. Liu Jintang gazed up at the man, whose jawline was as sharp as a blade. Her voice emerged soft yet imbued with heartfelt gratitude. "Big brother, thank you. I am unable to repay your life-saving grace, but should you ever require assistance, I shall devote myself entirely to your service." Chapter 55, Little Actress. Are you truly so noisy? Let go. Huh. How much longer do you wish to hold me? Liu Jintang suddenly regained her composure. Realizing that Shen Huaixu had already embraced her and brought her to the bedside, his face darkened as he gazed at her. A surge of anxiety gripped Liu Jintang's heart, yet her arms remained wrapped around the man's neck. She blinked her bright eyes, offering him a radiant smile, her voice soft and gentle, like a gentle breeze. "I adore the fragrance of my big brother. What scent do you use? Might you share it with your little sister? I wish to wear the same." In the next moment, Liu Jintang was ruthlessly tossed onto the bed. The cushions of the bed were soft, so it did not hurt. However, she feigned a cry of pain, as if injured by the fall, clutching her shoulder, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Looking at Shen Huaixu with an expression of grievance and pity. "Does my big brother not understand the value of tenderness? You've caused me pain." Shen Huaixu pinched her small face, compelling Liu Jintang to look up at him. Her eyes sparkled, momentarily clouded with fear due to his sudden action. "Be big brother?" Shen Huaixu's handsome brows knitted together, a faint blush tinting the corners of his enchanting eyes. A smile graced his lips, yet it bore no warmth. Only a chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. "Do you think I cannot discern your thoughts?" His voice was icy yet laced with a unique magnetism. If one were to overlook his current demeanor, it would be melodious and alluring. Had this been a few days prior, Liu Jintang would have been terrified. Yet now, as the initial shock faded, she began to perceive him as somewhat of a paper tiger. She leaned closer to him. "I have never concealed my feelings." Liu Jintang raised her hand to rest against Shen Huaixu's shoulder, her expression clear yet imbued with an unspoken charm. "Does my big brother still fail to understand my feelings?" As her small hand pressed against his shoulder, it was seized by his larger one, the force causing her genuine pain. "My big brother is truly unreasonable. If you dislike my touch, you could simply express it. Why must you make things difficult for someone who has just recovered from an illness?" As she spoke, tears silently fell from her eyes, her expression one of heart-wrenching innocence. Shen Huaixu let out a cold snort, shadows flickering in his gaze as he released her hand. Liu Jintang clutched her wrist, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at Shen Huaixu with a pitiful expression. "Although my big brother is harsh with me, do not worry, I shan't take it to heart. It was I who overstepped. I hope my big brother will not hold it against me." After waking from illness, "Your acting skills have indeed improved." Shen Huaixu stood at the bedside, observing the tears rolling down the young girl's face, his eyes filled with coldness. "What does my big brother mean by acting? I do not understand. Every word I speak to you is sincere, without a trace of falsehood. You are my savior, and I shall repay this debt of gratitude with all my might." "Repay?" Shen Huaixu found it amusing. "You are barely able to protect yourself, yet you seek my protection. How could you possibly repay me?" Liu Jintang playfully wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiling charmingly. "If my big brother protects me, I can repay you. From now on, you shall have a loyal little follower, a win-win situation, is it not?" "A little follower?" Shen Huaixu's eyes flickered slightly, and he rubbed his fingers together in his sleeve, seemingly intrigued by Liu Jintang's suggestion. Seeing that she had piqued his interest, Liu Jintang seized the opportunity. "Indeed. Dear brother may not know, but I possess culinary skills that are quite remarkable, particularly in Jiangning cuisine. With 308 distinct dishes available, I could prepare a different one for you each day, ensuring a year's worth of delightful meals. I can also play the piano while you sip your tea. I could serenade you with my music to elevate your spirits. Should you find yourself bored, I could entertain you with shadow puppetry, ensuring that you never feel disinterested." Liu Jintang spoke earnestly, oblivious to the deepening amusement in the man's gaze, which soon turned profound. "Rest assured, dear brother, I am quite perceptive. Whenever you wish to see me, I shall be present, and when you desire solitude, I shall not intrude upon your space. I am very considerate and would never cause you any inconvenience." Shen Huaixu chuckled softly. You are rather self-aware. Liu Jintang nodded obediently. I have always been self-aware. So, what do you think? Do you agree, dear brother? Liu Jintang gazed at him with starry eyes, subtly gauging his reaction. Shen Huaixu cast a cold glance her way, and her bold demeanor immediately diminished. Even her gaze faltered. She had to admit that she felt a deep-seated fear toward Shen Huaixu. His cold and mischievous eyes fixated on her youthful and charming face as his voice turned indifferent. If I recall correctly, before your incident, I proposed certain conditions to you, which you seem to have neglected. Liu Jintang blinked her almond-shaped eyes, recalling the moment before, retorting, Dear brother, you mentioned that if I could resolve matters upon my return to the Shen estate, you would comply with my request. May I ask, have I not resolved them? If not, why is my father not seeking me out now? Thus, Liu Jintang flashed a cunning smile. I have indeed resolved them, so can you fulfill your promise? Sharp-tongued. Shen Huaixu scoffed coldly. I saved your life. How can you claim to have resolved anything? Not at all. Liu Jintang shook her head dismissively. When I initially inquired if any method would suffice, you assured me that any method would be acceptable. The strategy of feigning weakness is still a strategy, is it not? My survival is a testament to your kindness, unrelated to whether I resolved my issues. You cannot conflate the two. The girl laughed, her demeanor as lively and clever as a sparrow, while Shen Huaixu's dark eyes deepened, etched with her playful smile. A smirk crept onto his lips, a hint of mischief lingering. Do you know who I am? Liu Jintang answered without hesitation. You are the elder brother of Jitang. You are a good person. A good person? Shen Huaixu savored the words, raising his gaze, his expression now transformed. I am not a good person. His eyes suddenly brimmed with a murderous intent, and Liu Jintang's smile froze on her face. Yet she knew deep down that Shen Huaixu would not harm her, compelling herself to feign calmness. In the eyes of outsiders, brothers who may not be perceived as a good person, yet to me, he is nothing short of exceptional, the very best. Before Liu Jintang could complete her sentence, a large hand grasped her small face, causing her lips to pout and her eyes to widen in disbelief as she gazed at the captivatingly handsome visage before her. Shen Huaixu actually pinched her cheek. Who would dare to believe it? Oh, what a little actress you are, truly a source of incessant chatter. Chapter 56. As an elder brother, it is only natural to protect one's sister. With a pitiful gaze, Liu Jintang looked at Shen Huaixu, her small face being pinched, rendering her speechless. She could only emit whimpering sounds. Shen Huaixu, feeling the delicate touch of his fingertips, offered a sly smile. As an elder brother, it is only natural to protect his sister. His smile was unsettling, and Liu Jintang instinctively sensed danger, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Releasing her face, Shen Huaixu observed her retreating neck, as she immediately rubbed her face with her hands, cursing him in her heart. Did he not understand the concept of cherishing a delicate flower? His grip had left her face aching and undoubtedly reddened, considering she had just recovered from an illness. Could he not be a bit gentler? Seeing her pout, Shen Huaixu recognized that her thoughts were far from flattering. He chuckled ominously. On the day after tomorrow, after sunset, come to King Dengju to find me. Liu Jintang paused in her face rubbing, her eyes suddenly brightening. Was her elder brother agreeing to meet? Her reaction truly amused Shen Huaixu. In the dark of night, with only a lone man and woman, are you not afraid of what I might do? Initially shocked by his words, Liu Jintang's eyes widened, but she quickly broke into a smile. Why must elder brother frighten his sister? Liu Jintang understood Shen Huaixu well. He was certainly not like Shen Yuanzi, a lecherous man. Even if he were, he had his own principles. She was his sister, and he would never cross the moral line to harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. Thus, she had the courage to block his path that day, expressing her closeness to him, and she dared to speak flattering words to him today. No matter her actions, he would always regard her as his sister, and his feelings towards her would remain those of a brother. Shen Huaixu would never project his feelings for Yin Zhao onto her, nor would she transfer her feelings for ordinary men onto him. Had she possessed someone to rely upon, she might have approached Shen Huaixu with the same reverence as Shen Shiyu or Shen Shijing, keeping her distance. Yet, she did not. Thus she mustered the courage to seek protection from this formidable elder brother of the Shen family. I am not frightening you, Shen Huaixu remarked coldly, his gaze sweeping over Liu Jintang's delicate face before he turned, his voice as frigid as frost. If I were you, I would suppress any inappropriate thoughts from today onward and behave as your true self, the 5th Mississippi. Having spoken, Shen Huaixu strode away, leaving Liu Jintang on the couch with a frozen expression. After his departure, Chunin cautiously entered, gently closing the door behind her, eager to inquire about Liu Jintang's well-being. "Miss, did the eldest young master trouble you?" Liu Jintang met Xuanwen's concerned gaze, contemplating Shen Huaixu's final words as he left. She could not decipher his true meaning. Was the statement about not frightening her implying he was not a good person, or was it related to their meeting the day after tomorrow? And what of his remark about suppressing her inappropriate thoughts and behaving as the fifth miss? Had Shen Huaixu misunderstood her intentions? "Xuanwen." Liu Jintang's gaze turned dazed as she stared at her. "Do you think elder brother might have misconstrued my feelings for him?" A soft laugh escaped Xuanwen's lips. Unable to contain herself, Liu Jintang furrowed her brow. "What are you laughing at?" Xuanwen quickly ceased her laughter and vigorously shook her head. "I merely recalled a humorous incident from my childhood. It was not directed at you, Mississippi." Liu Jintang shot her a displeased glance. "I am quite serious. Something the elder brother said earlier left me somewhat perplexed, and I fear he might misconstrue my feelings towards him." "Rest assured, miss, that is not the case," Xuanwen replied confidently. "What makes you so certain?" Liu Jintang inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Xuanwen crouched down, gazing up at Liu Jintang. "Because you are the elder brother's sister-in-law. How could he ever think that you harbor any peculiar sentiments towards him? The elder brother is such a perceptive individual, he cannot possibly confuse familial affection with romantic interest." Liu Jintang nodded. "That does seem plausible. Given Shen Huaixu's astute nature and his remarkable ability to read hearts, how could he possibly misinterpret her intentions? Moreover, the elder brother is already betrothed to Miss Yin, and their wedding is imminent. If he truly misconstrued her feelings, his character would undoubtedly lead him to distance himself from her, fulfilling her mother's wish to send her far from Shengjing." Xuanwen's insight struck a chord, awakening Liu Jintang to her own folly. "Indeed," Liu Jintang mused, "if the elder brother had truly misunderstood me, with his disposition, he would never allow me to remain by his side. He would have sent me away as per my mother's desire." Having reasoned through this, Liu Jintang found herself ensnared in a new confusion. What, then, did Shen Huaixu's final remark truly signify? Unable to unravel the mystery, Liu Jintang chose to relinquish the matter. For it was not of paramount importance. She had myriad tasks yet to attend to and could not afford to dwell on such an enigmatic statement. In 2 days, Shen Huaixu had summoned her to his residence. Although she knew he would not harm her, Liu Jintang felt compelled to make some preparations, including preparing a gift. Furthermore, Qianshuang would soon arrive in Machang, yet her funds were still unprepared. Thus, her principal concern was to gather the necessary silver, find a means to redeem Qianshuang, and bring her back. Reflecting on the silver, Liu Jintang remembered something. "Xuanwen, has anyone come to the manor seeking me during my absence?" Xuanwen pondered briefly. "No, Mississippi." Liu Jintang frowned. "None at all. On the day at Shengjing Temple, I discovered a woman's purse, and she mentioned it was short of a tael of silver, asking to meet me the following day at Yuxiang Pavilion on South Street. After the bandit incident, I lost consciousness and, of course, could not attend the appointment at Yuxiang Pavilion. I did not touch the silver within the purse, so I need not concern myself with her. However, to avoid any unnecessary complications, she resolved to pay a visit and resolve the matter, ensuring her safety in the process." That evening, upon learning that Liu Jintang had awakened, old Madame Shen dispatched Aunt Li to Tsaya courtyard. Liu Jintang graciously welcomed her visitor and respectfully escorted her out of the courtyard. Watching Aunt Li's silhouette fade into the darkness, Liu Jintang's expression was inscrutable. Her original plan was to win the affections of both Shen Huaixu and the matriarch of the Shen family. With their favor, her mother would have no power over her marriage, and Shen Yuanzi would not dare to act against her. However, after the incident of being punished to kneel, Liu Jintang came to understand the matriarch's true disposition. As a granddaughter who had entered the family later, she could only be tolerated, unable to receive the same warmth bestowed upon Shen, Shengjing, and others. Even if she poured her heart out to the matriarch, the latter would inevitably weigh the pros and cons and ultimately abandon her. Thus, Liu Jintang resolved to concentrate her efforts solely on Shen Huaixu. This, however, did not imply that she would relinquish her attempts to curry favor with the matriarch. Although the matriarch did not treat her as she had hoped, her position within the Shen family remained unassailable. A mere 5 parts affection from the matriarch was far superior to the 8 parts affection from others. Chapter 57. The villain Shen Huaixu within the confines of Shen Courtyard. The matriarch Shen settled onto her bed after sipping on a health-boosting tonic and changing her attire. Li Pozi entered from outside and reported on Liu Jintang's condition. Upon hearing the news, old Madame Shen sighed deeply, lamenting her own negligence regarding the matter of the 5th young lady. She had not anticipated that the 4th young lady was so headstrong. unwilling to let go of grievances easily, which had nearly cost the fifth young lady her life. Li Pozi held a favorable impression of Liu Jintang, as each visit to Saiha courtyard had been met with utmost respect, tea served, water poured, never treated as a mere servant. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand must speak kindly of them. Indeed, the fifth young lady was truly pitiable. During her illness, the Shen family had not once visited her, let alone offered any nourishing gifts. How could a mother be so unfeeling? Upon mentioning the Shen family, old Madame Shen's expression darkened immediately. Why bring up that ill-fated topic? Li Pozi quickly chided herself. What a careless tongue I have. Very well, tomorrow morning you shall select some nourishing herbs from the storeroom to send at Saya courtyard. Consider it my attempt to make amends to the fifth young lady. I sincerely hope she does not harbor resentment towards me. Li Pozi stepped forward to adjust the quilt for old Madame Shen, reassuring her. Rest assured, Madam, the fifth young lady is quite perceptive. She will surely understand your predicament. Old Madame Shen sighed once more. I hope so. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Liu Jintang rose early, as was her custom. Chunwen, hearing the commotion, entered the room to find Liu Jintang lifting the covers and searching for her shoes. She hurried forward and placed the embroidered slippers at her feet. My lady, your health has not fully recovered. You ought to rest more, Chunwen urged. Knowing that Liu Jintang's early rising was merely to prepare soup for the eldest son and old Madame Shen. However, it was one thing when Liu Jintang was in good health, and quite another now that she had just recovered from a serious illness. There was no need to rush. I am feeling much better. After lying down for so many days, my body aches all over. Besides, I've already awakened early, rather than lying here with my eyes open. I would prefer to engage in something meaningful. Dressed and ready, Liu Jintang called for Chunwen to assist her with her grooming, reluctantly yielding to her insistence. Chunwen helped her prepare, then brought in warm water for her to wash up. Once she was fully ready, Liu Jintang opened the door to leave. But Chunwen unexpectedly appeared with a bowl of bitter medicine. Perhaps having consumed too much of it lately, even during her unconsciousness, the taste seemed forever etched in her memory, causing her to gag at merely the smell. Liu Jintang extended her hand to push the medicine away slightly. Is it possible to forego this? Chunwen, with a serious demeanor, replied, No, Dr. Fong has stated that this medicine must not be interrupted. If the young lady wishes for longevity, she must drink it diligently. Then can I opt for a shorter life and avoid this? Liu Jintang countered, bargaining. Absolutely not. Chunwen remained resolute. With no other choice, Liu Jintang finally pinched her nose and gulped down the medicine in one swift motion under Chunwen's watchful gaze. After consuming several cups of tea, the bitter taste lingered in Liu Jintang's mouth. Pouting in complaint, she mused, if only there were some sugar. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she glanced thoughtfully towards the direction of Shen Huaixu's courtyard. Traditionally, Liu Jintang would first deliver soup to the old madam at the San courtyard before proceeding to Shen Huaixu. However, today she altered her routine and visited San courtyard first. As the hour was still early and the old madam had yet to rise, Liu Jintang entrusted the soup to Old Li. Upon seeing her, Old Li presented Liu Jintang with the prepared ginseng, indicating that the old madam had been concerned about her health and had personally selected these tonics for her recovery. Gratefully accepting the gift, Liu Jintang requested Old Li to convey her thanks, and then she departed with Chunwen. Holding the soup bowl, Old Li gazed at Liu Jintang's delicate figure, smiling with satisfaction. The fifth miss was indeed wise and considerate, despite her own recent illness. She had risen early to prepare soup for the old madam. This thoughtfulness was a rare virtue. With the soup bowl in hand, Liu Jintang arrived at the entrance of Qingdang residence. The dawn was just breaking, and the sounds of clashing weapons echoed within the courtyard. Liu Jintang adjusted her hairpin and straightened her skirt before instructing Chunwen to knock on the door. As Chunwen approached and lightly rapped on the gate, it swung open with surprising speed, startling her to the point that she momentarily thought she had inadvertently pushed it open. Upon seeing Liu Jintang, Wenrun was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Fifth miss, are you not still unwell? Why are you up so early? Liu Jintang replied with a delicate laugh, I am nearly recovered from my illness. After lying down for several days, I truly had enough of resting. I couldn't sleep this morning, so I got up to prepare some soup, intending to bring it to my elder brother before he heads to court. Wenrun opened the door wider, saying, Fifth miss, please come in. The eldest master is practicing his swordsmanship and will be a while. As before, 3 figures darted through the bamboo grove, all bare-chested, engaged in a vigorous training session, showing no sign of pausing for Liu Jintang's arrival. Liu Jintang hesitated, She wished to enter but felt it inappropriate, considering the scant attire of those practicing within. After some contemplation, she resolved to leave the suit behind and return before Shen Huaixu departed for court. Since my elder brother is busy with sword practice, I shall not disturb him. Please, when run, kindly deliver this soup for me. As she spoke, Liu Jintang pressed the bowl into Wenruin's arms and turned to leave. In the next moment, a long sword sliced through the air, landing with a clang mere steps from Liu Jintang, embedding itself into the ground with a tremor that resonated through the earth. Startled, Liu Jintang's face turned pale. She felt a chill at the nape of her neck, realizing that had she taken 2 more steps, the sword might have struck her. Footsteps approached from behind, and a figure enveloped in the sin of pine passed by Liu Jintang, clad in a loose black robe that hung open, revealing a robust chest. Chunwen had already lowered her head in embarrassment, retreating to the side. Liu Jintang, though also bowing her head, could not resist the urge to sneak a glance with her peripheral vision. Shen Huaixu withdrew the longsword from the ground and used a handkerchief to wipe the mud from its tip. His expression was austere, and his features appeared as cool and clear as morning dew. He approached Liu Jintang, then lifted her chin with the sword's tip. As she felt the sharp, icy coldness against her jaw, Liu Jintang shivered slightly, instinctively raising her head in response to the sword's motion, only to meet Shen Huaixu's face adorned with a teasing smile. Once her initial fear dissipated, it was swiftly replaced by indignation. This man had deliberately sought to intimidate her. Chapter 58, Little Actress. Your tricks are ineffective against me. The entrance of the elder brother was rather peculiar. Liu Jintang's almond-shaped eyes glistened with moisture as she gazed through the glint of the cold blade toward the one who held the hilt of the sword. Are you truly frightened? Shen Huaixu thrust the tip of his sword forward, pressing it against Liu Jintang's throat, mere inches away from piercing her skin. Liu Jintang was well aware that he intended to intimidate her. Thus, even with the sword's point against her jugular, she maintained an air of composure, betraying no sign of fear. The moisture in her eyes intensified, and as she lowered her gaze, upon raising it again, her eyes were already tinged with red. If the elder brother disapproves of me, he need only voice it. Why resort to such frightful tactics? My health has only just improved, and I cannot withstand such intimidation. Should I faint from fear, it would only serve to trouble the elder brother further. Observing the overly dramatic girl, Shen Huaixu's brows furrowed, his smile completely absent. Little actress, your antics hold no sway over me. Liu Jintang smiled playfully, her eyes curving in delight, showing no embarrassment at being unmasked. How could one know if it doesn't work unless they try? Perhaps the elder brother rather enjoys my mannerisms. Seeking death? Shen Huaixu's expression turned cold, his tone laced with menace as he pressed the sword a fraction closer, making Liu Jintang acutely aware of a prickling sensation against her skin. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. Shen Huaixu was notoriously unpredictable, and today she had audaciously dared to spar with him. Yet, having spoken her piece, to back down now would be too shameful. Stealing a glance at the ground, Liu Jintang steeled herself before lifting her gaze, revealing a mischievous smile. She extended her hand, gently pushing the sword away from her neck. Please, elder brother, do not be angry. I was merely jesting. Steel has no eyes. Might you sheath your sword for now? In the next instant, the sword that she had nudged away swiftly returned to its previous position. Liu Jintang, the tip of the blade flipped, causing her eyes to widen in horror, convinced that Shen Huaixu truly meant to harm her. As the blade swept past, Liu Jintang's veil fluttered away, only to be caught by the tip of the sword and grasped firmly in the man's hand. Now that her injury had healed, why was she still wearing a veil? A cold sweat broke out on Liu Jintang's back as she instinctively touched her face, only to realize that Shen Huaixu had merely removed her veil and had no intention of taking her life. Staring at the white veil now held captive in his grip, Liu Jintang felt an overwhelming urge to wipe away the sweat from her brow. This man was truly no good, even scaring an innocent girl like her. How uncivilized. Are you scolding me? Shen Huaixu's voice was icy. Liu Jintang, no. The elder brother is concerned for my health. I am overjoyed. How could I possibly scold you? Liu Jintang offered an awkward smile, hastily dismissing her earlier unkind thoughts. Shen Huaixu possessed an uncanny ability to read minds, and she could not afford to insult him in his presence, lest he uncover her true feelings. Shen Huaixu's deep-set eyes clearly conveyed his skepticism regarding Liu Jintang's words. Liu Jintang hastily diverted the topic, smiling as she touched her face. Elder brother, the ointment you gave me last time was remarkably effective. When I woke up, my bruises had vanished. However, Liu Jintang bit her lip, glancing at Shen Huaixu's chest, where his loose robe barely concealed his robust physique, revealing a ghastly scar. I wonder if your injury has improved, dear brother? Following Liu Jintang's gaze, Shen Huaixu lowered his head to inspect his chest, then lifted his dark eyes, piercingly fixed on Liu Jintang. You have clearly seen it. There is no need for further inquiry. Liu Jintang chuckled lightly. While I have seen it, seeing is not always believing. I prefer to ask to confirm and find peace of mind. A cold scoff escaped Shen Huaixu's lips as he wrapped his robe tighter and sheathed his sword, standing tall and steadfast like a mountain or a pine. With a playful bow, Liu Jintang responded, Thank you for the compliment, dear brother. Shen Huaixu strode towards her, leaning down with a frigid tone. I am not complimenting you. The scent of pine mingled with the warmth of his presence enveloped her, causing her breath to falter. The oppressive aura he exuded was truly formidable, summoning her courage. She raised her eyes to meet his, timidly calling out, Elder brother. Her voice quivered with shyness, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Shen Huaixu's dark eyes flickered before he stood upright. Do you always seek to please others? Liu Jintang was momentarily taken aback, then tilted her head with a bright, innocent smile. I do not seek to please others. I only wish to please you, dear brother. The girl's lively demeanor shone like the radiant morning sun, causing Shen Huaixu to briefly furrow his brow. His expression remained unchanged, yet something flickered in his eyes. Do you like candy figurines, elder brother? Liu Jintang inquired. Shen Huaixu regarded her. What? Candy figurines, she gestured animatedly. They are sweet confections shaped like various figures, like rabbits or petals, thin and utterly delightful. I do not like candy, Shen Huaixu replied coldly, turning away towards the courtyard. Liu Jintang quickly lifted her skirt and chased after him. Elder brother, why not join me to try some? Candy figurines are quite different from regular sweets. Shen Huaixu continued to march forward, ignoring the incessant chatter behind him. Undeterred by his indifference, Liu Jintang persistently followed. Elder brother, want you give it a try? I could bring you some back. What color or shape would you like? Would petals suffice? Liu Jintang chattered on, but Shen Huaixu abruptly halted, leading her to bump into him unexpectedly. Ouch! Liu Jintang exclaimed, stumbling back a couple of steps while clutching her head, promptly silencing herself. For Shen Huaixu had turned around at some point, now glaring at her with an icy stare. If you utter another sound, I shall sever your tongue, he threatened, his voice menacing. Liu Jintang instinctively recoiled, daring not to make a sound. When she finally dared to look up, Shen Huaixu had vanished, replaced by a gentle figure standing at the door, smiling warmly at her. Would the fifth miss care to come in and take a seat? Liu Jintang waved her hand, her smile exceedingly awkward. No, no, I've already inconvenienced you for so long. I must take my leave. As she spoke, she lifted her foot, only to discover, in that fleeting moment, that her legs had grown weak. Chunwen, she called out. Chunwen hurriedly stepped forward. Liu Jintang grasped Chunwen's arm, using her strength to turn back and offer a sheepish smile to Wenran. Then, turning to Chunwen, she whispered through gritted teeth, support me, let us hurry. Chunwen nodded, refraining from questioning the urgency, and assisted Liu Jintang as they moved away from the entrance of King Dangju. Wenran observed the departing pair with a puzzled expression, noting that while the fifth young miss had arrived in good health, her gait seemed unsteady as she left. Chapter 59. Aunt Zhou comes to stir trouble. Although it was anticipated that Shen Huaixu would be difficult to engage, and that he would not accompany her to enjoy the candied fruits, Liu Jintang did not foresee that she would nearly lose her tongue over a mere confection. Upon returning to the courtyard, she took a moment to recover from the lingering fright. Being threatened with a sword at her throat and the prospect of having her tongue cut out so early in the day was truly daunting. Shen Huaixu, like a formidable Buddha, proved to be quite challenging to deal with. Once she regained her composure, Liu Jintang resolved to rest a while before attending to her affairs at the break of dawn. However, just as she lay down, a commotion erupted outside. Furrowing her brows, she turned to Chunwen and instructed, go see who is causing such a ruckus so early in the morning. Chunwen nodded and, with a serious demeanor, exited the room. Moments later, she stormed back in, visibly agitated. Miss, it's Aunt Zhou. Liu Jintang had indeed anticipated Aunt Zhou's arrival, for she was the biological mother of Shengjing. It was only natural for her to raise a fuss upon hearing that Liu had been sent to the countryside. Yet, her impatience was astonishing. Having just awakened the day prior, Aunt Zhou was already causing a disturbance, clearly showing her disregard for Liu. Tell her I have a headache and feel unwell, and therefore cannot receive visitors, Liu Jintang replied, unperturbed by the confrontation. She could engage with Aunt Zhou if necessary. But after the fright she had experienced with Shen Huaixu earlier, she merely wished to rest, and so decided to feign illness to avoid a confrontation. Chunwen nodded. And soon enough, shouts from Aunt Zhou echoed outside, akin to a shrew berating the streets, a cacophony that was difficult to bear. Liu Jintang, unable to find solace in her rest, sprang up from her bed, her peace shattered by Aunt Zhou's uproar. Very well, since she insists on causing trouble, I shall oblige her. Just as her pent-up frustration sought an outlet, Aunt Zhou stood at the courtyard entrance, hands on her hips, vociferously accusing Liu Jintang of being a harbinger of misfortune, claiming she shirked responsibility for the unrest among her family. The woman further insinuated that Liu's retreat to her room was a sign of guilt, questioning whether she felt unworthy to face others. Liu Jintang swung the door open with a creak, silencing the tirade outside. Aunt Zhou, her mouth agape in disbelief, raised her chin defiantly, hissing, "Didn't you say your young lady was unable to see anyone? Yet here you are." Chunwen, uninterested in engaging further, turned to leave. The Zhou family, once renowned for their wealth as prosperous merchants, had accumulated considerable assets over generations. Though affluent, merchants lacked social standing. Consequently, Aunt Zhou's father purchased a minor official title, thereby elevating the family's status beyond that of mere traders. One year, Lord Shen ventured south and fortuitously encountered the blooming Aunt Zhou, instantly captivated. Upon discovering her relation to concubine's son, who could bolster his political career with her wealth, he ultimately decided to take Aunt Zhou as his concubine. Aunt Zhou was strikingly beautiful, otherwise, she would not have captured Lord Shen's favor. She bore him 2 children. Tall and well-proportioned, her figure was alluring in its curvaceousness. And despite having given birth, her waist remained remarkably slender, accentuating her enticing form. Today, she donned a purple brocade robe, adorned with delicate golden edges and embroidered with shimmering petals. Though the sun had yet to rise, a faint glow emanated from the fabric, which could be considered a treasure worth a fortune. However, such trivial expenses were but a drop in the ocean for Aunt Zhou. While outward appearances could be embellished with silver, the essence of refinement could not be fabricated. Liu Jintang, with a handkerchief covering her lips, feigned weakness as she emerged from her chamber, coughing lightly and swaying slightly. Chunwen hurried to support her, exclaiming, "Miss, you are still unwell. How could you possibly come out?" Liu Jintang turned her gaze towards Aunt Zhou, stating, "Aunt, you were yelling in my courtyard. No matter how I am, I must come out." Lest your shouts turn falsehoods into truths. This marked Aunt Zhou's first encounter with Liu Jintang, who had not visited during Liu's illness. Witnessing Liu's frail demeanor now, Aunt Zhou's expression was one of disdain, perceiving her as merely a sickly figure. As Liu descended the steps, she offered a slight bow to Aunt Zhou, acknowledging her presence. "I bear no grudge against you. And why do you raise such an uproar in my courtyard?" Aunt Zhou waved her hand dismissively, her brows furrowing in anger. "No grudge? You are the reason my Jinger was sent to that remote place. That is a grave injustice and a deep-seated enmity." Coughing softly, Liu Jintang's pallid face revealed reddened eyes. "What are you saying, Aunt? How could I be the cause of fourth sister's punishment? Surely, you must understand why she was sent there?" Aunt Zhou was fully aware. Yet in her eyes, the matter was inextricably linked to Liu Jintang. "If it weren't for you, my Jinga would never have committed such an act. You feign innocence now." Liu Jintang, undeterred by Aunt Zhou's words, spoke with a voice that belied her frailty. "Aunt, is your disturbance here a manifestation of dissatisfaction with eldest brother's punishment?" Aunt Zhou remained silent. Liu continued, "If you are displeased with eldest brother's decision, I could approach him and relay your grievances, requesting him to return fourth sister. What do you think?" Aunt Zhou's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated Liu would invoke Shen Huaixu so early in their discourse, let alone seek his intervention on her behalf. If she were to do so, Shen Huaixu would become aware of her discontent with his actions and the commotion she had caused inside the courtyard, making it unlikely for him to let her off easily. No one in the Shen family was unafraid of Shen Huaixu, and Aunt Zhou had no desire to provoke him. Her intention had been to confront Liu Jintang, the softer target, to vent her frustrations. Yet, she was taken aback by Liu's unexpected resilience. Liu remained unflinching, calmly countering Aunt Zhou's vitriol with poise. A stark contrast to the timid, simple-minded individual Aunt Zhou had anticipated. "What is the matter, Aunt? Have you fallen silent in astonishment at my suggestion? Is it so delightful that you find yourself at a loss for words?" Liu Jintang, seemingly oblivious to Aunt Zhou's vexation, inquired with a smile, her handkerchief still covering her lips. Aunt Zhou cast a fierce glare at Liu Jintang, her lips curling in scorn as she uttered, "You wretched little hussy. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions." What a lamentable remark for an aunt to utter. Why resort to such vile insults? It is no wonder that fourth sister has descended into such a state. There is a saying that reflects the nature of offspring mirroring their mothers. And Aunt Zhou ought to lead by example. Such scurrilous words, reminiscent of a shrew, are best left unspoken, as Liu Jintang lightly coughed to stifle her amusement. The mirth in her eyes was unmistakable, inciting Aunt Zhou's ire to the point where her nostrils flared in indignation. The household has welcomed new faces, a stark contrast to times past. Should father catch sight of Aunt Zhou in such a disheveled state, he might very well choose to neglect her. Rather than seeking trifles to quarrel over with me, Aunt Zhou might be better served by directing her energies elsewhere. After all, the position of matriarch in the Shen family has already changed hands, and one can never know when additional shifts in status may occur among the heirs. Chapter 60. A disgraceful retreat. Aunt Zhou was acutely aware that Liu Jintang's words were deliberately intended to provoke her. However, the essence of her statement was not entirely unfounded. After all, her hasty return was prompted by the rumor of Madame Shen's pregnancy, although it turned out to be a false alarm. She understood in her heart that it was merely a matter of time. Ever since her return, the master had not visited her courtyard, choosing instead to stay with Madame Shen every night. She would wait to see whether Madame Shen's condition would yield any fruit. Liu Jintang mirrored Aunt Zhou's cold sneer. I only have one young lady to contend with. Even if you create a ruckus here today, it would merely result in a few reprimands for me. I am still recovering from a serious illness, and my father, out of compassion, would scold me 10 times. But in the end, it might dwindle to 3. You, on the other hand, will not be so fortunate. Your actions would not only incite my father's wrath, but also implicate my elder brother. Your family, engaged in commerce and politics, cannot possibly be so oblivious as to neglect this matter. Aunt Zhou was aware of the implications, yet she was unwilling to lose face. Having come to stir trouble so early in the day, she could not simply retreat in disgrace. That would only invite ridicule. If you wish for me to leave, then kneel and bow your head, acknowledging your fault, and I shall overlook this incident and refrain from disturbing you in the future. Aunt Zhou stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, exuding arrogance. Before her arrival, she had inquired about Liu Jintang's standing, discovering that she was not favored by Madame Shen, and that the old matriarch of the Shen family regarded this granddaughter-in-law with indifference. As for the master of the house, he was of no consequence. In the Shen household, Aunt Zhou was essentially without allies. This time, Shen Huaixu had intervened to prevent a scandal from erupting. But Aunt Zhou did not believe that someone like him would expend effort to shield such an inconsequential person as Liu Jintang. She demanded an apology. And if the master and others were to learn of her insistence, it would merely be deemed her folly, leaving her unscathed. Besides, as a newly entered daughter-in-law, it was only proper for her to pay her respects to her aunt. She presumed that even if Liu Jintang did not kneel and apologize, she would at least utter a few conciliatory words. To her surprise, Liu Jintang merely regarded her with a steady gaze for a moment before turning to leave, summoning her maid in the process. Chunwen, please bring a chair for my aunt. Since she enjoys my courtyard, let her stay a while longer. You little wretch, come here. Aunt Zhou saw the maid heading inside and rushed towards Liu Jintang. However, Liu Jintang was quicker, darting into the room and shutting the door, leaving Aunt Zhou to face a metaphorical closed door. As the sound of the door slamming echoed, Liu Jintang exchanged a glance with Chunwen. Then, Liu Jintang coughed loudly a few times, prompting Chunwen to cry out in alarm. Miss, what is wrong? You are coughing up blood. The doctor has warned you not to get agitated. It must be your aunt's doing. I will go find the master at once. Immediately following this, Liu Jintang's weak voice emerged. No, it's nothing. Do not trouble my father. He is busy. Please go to my elder brother's courtyard and tell him I am feeling unwell and have coughed up blood. I would appreciate it if he could send the doctor from his residence to take my pulse. As soon as Liu Jintang finished speaking, footsteps sounded outside. Peering through the window, she and Chunwen saw Aunt Zhou hurriedly fleeing the courtyard, and in her haste, she stumbled over a small stone. Liu Jintang and Chunwen burst into laughter in unison. Liu Jintang was well aware of Aunt Zhou's temperament. She was one to bully the weak and fear the strong. And her dread of Shen Huaixu was not without reason, for she was indeed guilty of her own misdeeds. Liu Jintang's brows furrowed. There were matters of which others were unaware, yet she possessed the memories of a past life. However, she was reluctant to embroil herself in affairs that did not concern her. If Aunt Zhou were to be discreet, it would be for the best. Yet should she persist in creating trouble, Liu Jintang would not hesitate to inform Shen Huaixu of certain matters. Under the radiant noon sun, the fragrant osmanthus bloomed resplendently behind the azure tiles and red walls, enveloping the air with its delightful aroma. 2 figures sat amidst the lush foliage, facing each other across a chessboard, their expressions tense. Their raised hands hesitated, reluctant to descend. The black and white pieces danced across the board like arrows in flight, the competition fierce as if a war raged on. After a prolonged silence, the hand holding the white piece finally descended, the piece firmly placed. Yet a sense of impending defeat loomed over the white side. The black pieces fell almost without hesitation, covering the white piece, sealing the fate of the game. The Qianshen Emperor gazed at the long line of white pieces before him, his brow furrowed in frustration. That last move had propelled Yuanji to soaring heights, truly. His mind was failing him. Shen Huaixu rose, clasping his fists, "Your Majesty, with the weight of state affairs upon you. How can one such as I be deemed of equal standing?" The Qianshen Emperor waved his hand for him to sit, intending to continue, when the chief eunuch, Shuedang, stepped forward to announce the arrival of Liu Xiaochuan. The Qianshen Emperor's eyes sparkled with delight. "Go, bring him in." After Shuedang departed, the Qianshen Emperor turned to Shen Huaixu with a smile. "Yuanji, the outcome of this chess match remains uncertain." Shen Huaixu took a sip of fragrant tea. Setting the cup down, his demeanor unruffled. "Your Majesty seeks assistance. This is not in accordance with protocol." Upon the eunuch's return with Liu Xiaochuan, the first words he heard were Shen Huaixu's assertion about the emperor's breach of decorum. Though accustomed to such remarks, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The emperor was indeed the son of heaven, and the so-called rules were but a mere reflection of his will. Only Shen Huaixu dared to speak thus to his majesty. Had it been anyone else, such words would have ensured they saw no dawn. "Minister Liu Xingwen, I have the honor of meeting your majesty." "Long live the emperor." Liu Xingwen, donned in the attire of a sixth-rank official, stood tall and handsome, his black soft hat giving him an air of elegance. His smile was gentle as he bowed, exuding a refreshing warmth akin to a spring breeze. As a close friend of Shen Huaixu, he met his gaze. Returning the gesture with a nod, the Qianshen Emperor beckoned him with delight. "Minister Liu, you have finally arrived. Come and see if there is still hope to salvage this chess game." Liu Xingwen bent slightly beside the emperor, surveying the board before turning to Shen Huaixu, who was sipping tea. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to a position on the board and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, a piece can be placed here." Upon seeing this, the Qianshen Emperor's expression brightened, and he burst into hearty laughter as he placed the white piece, transforming a dire situation into one of possibility. Shen Huaixu leisurely set down his teacup, casually placed the black stone, and a smile had inexplicably graced his composed visage. Lord Liu, a master of the game, swiftly discerned the flaws in the chessboard, earning Shen's admiration. Liu Xingwen observed the placement of Shen Huaixu's black stone, his expression shifting thoughtfully as he turned to Emperor Qianshen and remarked, "Your Majesty, place it here." The emperor complied, placing a white stone precisely where Liu indicated, thereby thwarting Shen Huaixu's strategy once more. With a smile, Shen Huaixu calmly placed another black stone. Yet, as he did, Liu Xingwen's demeanor changed dramatically. Uncertainty flickered in his gaze as he glanced at Shen Huaixu. Noticing the smile at the corner of Shen's mouth, he subtly shook his head, directing Emperor Qianshen to make his move. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, neither yielding an inch, until, after an hour, what seemed a predetermined victory transformed into an unexpected stalemate. Emperor Qianshen burst into hearty laughter, his spirits lifted, and proposed another game to determine a victor. However, at that moment, a young eunuch rushed in, announcing that Consort 1 was experiencing abdominal pain and wished to see the emperor. Consort 1, a recently favored concubine, had captured the emperor's affections and was treated with utmost care, as if she were delicate glass. Last month, she had been found to be with child, and now was the time when the emperor was particularly concerned for her well-being. Upon hearing of his beloved consort's discomfort, Emperor Qianshen could no longer remain seated. He instructed Shui to attend to Shen Huaixu and Liu Xingwen, then hurriedly followed the eunuch away. With the emperor's departure, Shen Huaixu and Liu Xingwen saw no reason to linger. After bidding farewell to Shui, Shen Huaixu walked alongside Liu Xingwen as they exited the imperial garden. Chapter 61, the little theatrical performer who attracts attention upon exiting the imperial garden. Liu Xingwen glanced back to ensure no one was following before expressing his gratitude to Shen Huaixu. "I must extend my thanks to brother Yuanji today." Shen Huaixu, gazing ahead, turned his head slightly at the words. "Between us, there is no need for thanks. My black piece has thwarted your white piece's every move. If you wish to break this deadlock, you must sacrifice your tail to preserve your head. Yet, even so, the outcome remains a mere loss." Liu Xingwen offered a calm smile. "The emperor wishes to witness my abilities. Should I falter in today's game, it would surely diminish my chances for the emperor's favor. Had it not been for brother Yuanji's kindness in breaking the stalemate, I would have been a source of amusement today. It is a game where victory and defeat are already predetermined. Changing players only leads to unnecessary detours. It is not your fault. If another game were to be played, who could predict the victor?" Liu Xingwen remarked with a graceful smile, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. Noticing the time, he turned to Shen Huaixu. It is noon. Have you dined yet, brother Yuanji? It has been quite some time since I savored the saltwater duck from Liu. I wonder if it retains its former flavor. Lu Xingwen's words seemed to evoke a memory in Shen Huaixu, causing a fleeting look of distraction to cross his austere face. Indeed, it has been a long while since I last tasted it. Would you care to join me? Lu Xingwen inquired. Shen Huaixu nodded in agreement. I would. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze stirred the osmanthus trees lining the long street, their blossoms filling the air with a fragrant aroma throughout the capital. Liu Jintang dismounted from the carriage, inhaling deeply the rich scent of osmanthus. The flowers were in full bloom. Perhaps tomorrow she could prepare some osmanthus delicacies for her elder brother to enjoy. Chengwen leaned forward. Miss, given how the eldest son frightened you today, will you still go tomorrow? Recalling Shen Huaixu's cold demeanor from the morning, Liu Jintang laughed lightly. He was merely trying to intimidate me with words. Though Liu Jintang understood this reasoning, she still felt a twinge of fear when faced with Shen Huaixu. Chengwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the eldest son appears quite fierce. Yet when I beseeched him to save you, he did so. Moreover, during your unconsciousness, he visited multiple times and even requested Dr. Fong to provide you with the finest medicine. Is that so? Liu Jintang was pleasantly surprised. After awakening, she had only inquired about the other members of the Shen family, and while she had asked about Shen Huaixu, she had not probed deeply. Today, Chuanwen's mention brought a revelation. It seemed that Shen Huaixu had indeed been a frequent visitor during her illness, and considering Dr. Fong's attentive care, it was evidently Shen Huaixu's intention. It appeared she owed him quite a significant debt of gratitude. Beyond this incident, there was also the matter of the temple fair. By her calculations, she owed Shen Huaixu several favors. Clearly, not only must she prepare something for him tomorrow, but she ought to do so every day henceforth. Liu Jintang murmured to herself. Chengwen, puzzled by Liu Jintang's musings, looked at her quizzically. Liu Jintang chuckled and glanced back at her. Come now, tomorrow's matters can wait. Today is a rare opportunity to venture out. Let us go enjoy some candied treats. Chengwen, equally delighted, trailed happily behind Liu Jintang as they made their way down the street. Liu Jintang chose an unfortunate time to venture into the streets, for it was midday. A moment when everyone indulged in their meals, and the air was thick with tantalizing aromas that made her stomach grumble incessantly. Her eyes were drawn to the golden, crispy oil cakes sizzling in the frying pan. Tempted, she reached into her pocket to make a purchase, only to find it empty save for a few scraps of cloth. Embarrassment washed over her, and she hastily tucked her purse into her sleeve and turned to leave. Chengwen observed Liu Jintang's retreating figure and then glanced back at the enticing oil cakes, lost in thought. Before long, Chengwen caught up with Liu Jintang, a warm oil cake in hand. Upon seeing the treat, Liu Jintang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It was disheartening to be unable to produce any silver as a mistress, relying instead on her young maid to spend her own meager earnings on food. Such was the peculiar state of her position. Noticing a pawnshop in the distance, Liu Jintang turned to Chengwen and inquired about her gold hairpin. Chengwen quickly wiped her hands and retrieved the pin from her bosom. Miss, do you truly intend to pawn this? Are you not afraid of the old lady's inquiries? What is there to fear? Liu Jintang casually inserted the pin into her hair. Do I look good? Chengwen nodded earnestly. You look splendid, Mississippi. You could pull off any adornment. But without suitable jewelry, should invitations to gatherings come your way, how would you respond? Liu Jintang understood Chengwen's concerns. She merely worried that Liu Jintang might be looked down upon for lacking an appropriate ornamentation. Yet, to Liu Jintang, this was of little consequence. Armed with the memories of her past life, she was acutely aware that no one would extend an invitation to her for any social affair. She had missed Yin Zhao's autumn banquet due to illness, and thereafter, she could easily decline other invitations under the pretext of recuperating. Given her current status, those who would invite her either sought to mock her or saw her as a source of entertainment. The significance of attending such events was minimal. Rather than playing the fool for others' amusement, she would be better off pondering how to earn money swiftly. The absence of silver truly posed a significant challenge. There was no need to fret over these matters or to contemplate the future too far ahead. She would simply take each step as it came. You wait for me here. I shall return shortly, she instructed Chengwen, who nodded in understanding, cautioning her to take care. Across the street, a young girl entered the pawnshop, prompting the Wang of Xiang to exclaim with a sigh, Yuan Ji, your family, the Shen, is not lacking in silver. Why then must a young girl resort to pawning her own hairpin to make ends meet? If this were to be known, how disgraceful it would be. Standing behind the Wang, Shen Huaixu had witnessed the scene unfold. Liu Jintang swallowing hard at the sight of the oil cakes, rummaging through her purse in vain. and her maid purchasing a cake for her, only to see Liu Jintang walk into the pawn shop with a forlorn expression. Every gesture of Liu Jintang had been noted by Shen Huaixu, who also overheard their exchange. His hand, hidden within his sleeve, instinctively rubbed against itself as a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Lu Xingwen observed the young maid devouring the oil cake below, finding amusement in the casual demeanor of such a mistress. Yuanji, I heard that your fifth sister fell gravely ill, yet she appears to have recovered remarkably, Lu Xingwen remarked casually. Shen Huaixu uttered a muffled sound, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. It appears to be improving. Prince Xiang, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean by appears? Did you not send your esteemed physician to treat the person? Are you still unaware of their condition? Shen Huaixu cast a somber glance at Prince Xiang. It seems that your highness has taken quite an interest in my fifth sister. Prince Xiang chuckled, fanning himself with a handkerchief. Your fifth sister possesses a delicate beauty and exquisite features. A gentleman naturally admires a lovely maiden. This prince merely harbors a fondness for beauty. Shen Huaixu curled his lips into a faint smile, his gaze drifting toward the interior of the pawn shop. From his vantage point, he could discern the faint outline of a young woman within. Even veiled, she managed to attract attention. This little actress truly surprised him. Chapter 62. The money in hand flew away upon exiting with the silver note. Liu Jintang's expression was decidedly grim. Chunin hurried over, and upon noticing her mistress's countenance, immediately sensed something was amiss. Mistress, what is wrong? Liu Jintang pouted as she gazed at Chunwen, clearly displeased. Chunwen glanced towards the pawn shop, suspecting the proprietor had wronged them, and promptly rolled up her sleeves, prepared to confront him. However, just as she had rolled one sleeve, Liu Jintang burst into laughter, the clouds of her discontent dissipating, as she pulled Chunwen's arm and headed towards the restaurant. Ha ha ha, startled you, didn't I? Come, your mistress has money now. Let us indulge in some delicious food. It was only then that Chunin realized she had been playfully deceived by her mistress. Yet, rather than being upset, she found herself laughing even more joyfully than Liu Jintang. As long as her mistress was unharmed, she would gladly accept whatever treatment she received. Liu Jintang brought Chunwen to the entrance of the Falling Rain Pavilion, feigning an intention to enter. However, Chunwen seized Liu Jintang's arm, pulling her aside. What's the matter, Chunwen? Liu Jintang inquired, puzzled. Chunwen glanced at the gold and crimson plaque of the Falling Rain Pavilion, hesitating as she spoke. Mistress, this restaurant clearly caters to the affluent. I noticed several officials inside, and dining here must be quite costly. Perhaps we should choose another place. Understanding Chunwen's concerns, Liu Jintang recalled her previous visit to the Falling Rain Pavilion. While the cuisine was indeed pricey, it was not beyond their means. The restaurant boasted a signature dish, salted duck, which was unavailable elsewhere. Let us order just 2 or 3 dishes. It won't cost us much. There's no need to worry, Liu Jintang reassured her, patting Chunwen's shoulder for comfort. Though still apprehensive, Chunin unconditionally trusted Liu Jintang. She nodded obediently, conceding to her mistress's wishes. Liu Jintang turned to enter the Falling Rain Pavilion, but suddenly, a figure dashed past her, colliding with her shoulder and causing her to stagger. Miss. Chunwen swiftly supported Liu Jintang. Instinctively, Liu Jintang reached for the silver note hidden in her sleeve, only to find that not only the note but even her empty purse had been taken. A chill ran down her spine, and her back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. That money was meant for redeeming Qian Shuang, holding significance far beyond that of a mere note. With wide eyes, Liu Jintang let out a piercing scream. Help! Thief! There's a thief! Her voice resonated with palpable panic, prompting several patrons to rush out of the restaurant to discover the commotion. Liu Jintang immediately lifted her skirts and began to pursue, but after just a couple of meters, a figure descended from above, blocking her path. Tears brimmed in Liu Jintang's eyes, her fear manifesting as she struggled to hold them back. Upon recognizing the newcomer, she felt as if she had found a lifeline. Without a second thought, she grasped the stranger's arm, her voice choked with desperation. Kind sir, my money has been stolen. It was meant to save a life. I beg you, please help me chase after that thief. At that moment, Liu Xingwen emerged from behind Liu Jintang. His handsome brows furrowed, clearly displeased with the act of theft. Do not fret, Miss Wu, that scoundrel cannot have fled far. We shall assist you in reclaiming your silver at once. Liu Jintang slightly loosened her grip on Shen Huaixu's arm and turned to face the speaker, Liu Xingwen. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with a plea for help. Shen Huaixu observed her reaction, his dark eyes dimming with concern. Liu Jintang felt a flicker of familiarity with Liu Xingwen, yet the source eluded her. Nevertheless, His willingness to assist seemed akin to that of a celestial savior in her current plight. "Thank you, kind sir." Shen Huaixu's expression hardened. "Release me." Only then did Liu Jintang realize, in her agitation, she had grasped his arm. She hastily withdrew her hand and took a couple of steps back, releasing him with a decisive motion. Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow and brushed off his sleeves. "Wait here." With that, he soared away, vanishing in an instant. This display of agility left Liu Jintang momentarily stunned, while the onlookers were equally astounded. Lu Xingwen offered Liu Jintang a gentle smile before leading others in pursuit of Shen Huaixu's departing figure. "Miss, shall we follow?" Wen, equally anxious over the lost silver, fretted as the thief disappeared from sight, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot pan. "We shall not be able to catch up. With the assistance of the elder brother, I believe the thief will soon be apprehended." Liu Jintang wiped the sweat from her brow, recalling the moment her silver was seized when her mind had gone blank, consumed by despair. Without Shen Huaixu's timely intervention, recovering the silver would have seemed a mere fantasy. Yet, how is it that she always encounters Shen Huaixu? "Excuse me, are you Miss Liu?" A man's voice suddenly intruded upon Liu Jintang's thoughts from behind. She turned to find a young servant standing there, smiling deferentially. Liu Jintang furrowed her brow. "Who are you?" The servant bowed respectfully, his demeanor cheerful as he conveyed his message. "My lord, the prince has prepared tea above and invites Miss Liu to join him for a chat." Liu Jintang glanced up at the pavilion and immediately spotted a figure in purple, waving a fan at the window. She averted her gaze and smiled lightly at the servant. "Thank you for your trouble." The servant smiled and gestured for her to proceed. Following him through the corridor, down the steps, and around several corners, they finally reached a door that opened to reveal the Prince of Xiang, impeccably attired and standing at the center of the room, fanning himself and smiling at the entrance. Upon seeing the prince, Liu Jintang was taken aback. What does this mean? He resembled a peacock displaying its plumage. Liu Jintang noticed the ornate hairpin atop his head, vibrant and feather-like, further enhancing the impression. She stepped into the room and performed a proper greeting. "This humble lady, Liu Jintang, pays her respects to His Highness, the Prince." With a swift motion, the fan snapped shut. "There is no need for such formality, Miss Liu. Please, do not stand on ceremony." The prince smiled warmly at Liu Jintang, noticing her veil and inquiring with concern, "I have heard you were unwell. Are you feeling better?" Liu Jintang rose and replied softly, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am quite well now." The Prince of Xiang nodded, saying, "That is well, indeed. I witnessed the events that transpired earlier. Your elder brother went off in pursuit of someone, and with the sun so glaring, it is rather inappropriate for a young lady to remain outside alone. As fortune would have it, I have brewed some tea and would like to invite Miss Liu to partake in it. I trust you do not mind, Miss Liu." The prince's words were undeniably courteous. Yet Liu Jintang did not presume to believe she possessed the merit to warrant such treatment from a noble lord. It was merely due to her status as the stepsister of Shen Huaixu, who had not turned a blind eye to her existence. Therefore, the prince was extending his kindness in consideration of Shen Huaixu, and she, of course, could not tarnish his reputation. The invitation from the prince was a privilege for her, and she could hardly contain her joy. How could she possibly take offense? Chapter 63. May I borrow some silver from my elder brother? Upon returning, Shen Huaixu was greeted by the sight of Liu Jintang, who was lost in thought while gazing out the window. A gentle breeze wafted through, lifting the strands of hair from the young maiden's delicate frame, rendering her beauty reminiscent of a flower, yet more enchanting than any blossom. Hearing the door creak open, she turned, and Shen Huaixu noticed her starry eyes brighten, enveloped in joy. "Elder brother," Liu Jintang exclaimed, rushing towards him. However, as she drew near, she halted, daring only to gaze at him from a distance. Shen Huaixu's expression was far from pleasant, causing a pang of anxiety in her heart. "Elder brother, you haven't failed to retrieve the silver, have you?" Shen Huaixu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the figure of the Prince of Xiang, who lay on the couch with a fan obscuring his face. What has happened to him? Liu Jintang pondered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She glanced at the chessboard on the table. His Highness the Prince expressed a desire to play chess, so I accompanied him for a few matches. Noticing the prince's stillness, Liu Jintang forced a smile. His Highness must be weary. After all, one must rest after a hearty meal. Shen Huaixu's demeanor darkened, and he turned to leave. Instinctively, Liu Jintang glanced at Liu Xingwen, her eyes filled with inquiry. What is wrong with Shen Huaixu? Liu Xingwen merely smiled at her, offering no further explanation. Seeing Shen Huaixu walk away, Liu Jintang disregarded her concerns and hurriedly chased after him. Lu Xingwen observed the silhouette of the young maiden fading at the end of the corridor before approaching the couch. What transpired? Is he truly asleep? He removed the fan from the prince's face, startled by the sight that met his eyes. The prince's eyes were red-rimmed, as if he had been on the verge of tears. Never having witnessed the prince in such a state, Lu Xingwen was momentarily taken aback. What troubles you? The prince sprang upright, pointing towards the door. Zixio, I have lost to a mere young maiden, and not just once, but 4 consecutive times. If this were to spread, what would become of my reputation as the Prince of Xiang? Lu Xingwen quickly glanced towards the servant at the door, who promptly shut the door, retreating to stand guard outside. The chessboard before them bore the remnants of their completed games, and Lu Xingwen leaned closer, a smile creeping onto his face. This young lady possesses commendable chess skills for her age. To be bested by such an opponent is hardly a disgrace. The prince, however, was unconcerned with such reasoning. He could only dwell on the fact that he had lost 4 games in succession to a little girl. He had intended to display his prowess before a beauty, only to find himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making, leaving him utterly vexed. Are all members of the Shen family so extraordinarily skilled? Perhaps I should keep my distance from them in the future. Lu Xingwen chuckled softly, shaking his head in exasperation. He glanced once more at the chessboard and noted the unique manner in which Liu Jintang played. Finding it intriguing, he resolved to challenge her to a few matches should the opportunity arise. Meanwhile, Liu Jintang pursued Shen Huaixu, running until she finally caught up to him. Breathless and flushed from her exertion, she felt her limbs grow weak, her recovery from illness still tender. Elder brother, what is the matter with you? Though at this moment, Liu Jintang was exceedingly eager to ascertain whether her silver notes had been recovered. Her intuition advised her to refrain from broaching the subject of money. Shen Huaixu turned, and even the brilliance of the afternoon sun could not dispel the chill that enveloped him. Liu Jintang instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, feeling an inexplicable coolness in the air. Short of silver? Shen Huaixu inquired, his dark eyes fixed intently on the young lady before him, noting every nuance of her demeanor. Liu Jintang, having fallen to the point of pawning her gold hairpin, was unashamed and candidly admitted, indeed. Is the monthly allowance insufficient? In the Shen household, the young ladies received a monthly stipend of 5 taels, and given their penchant for cosmetics, an additional 3 taels were often allotted for such purchases. Thus, the monthly allowance for the young ladies of the Shen family amounted to 8 taels. In the household of an ordinary citizen, this sum could sustain them for 2 months. Although not substantial for those of noble birth, it was ample for Liu Jintang, a young lady with few extravagant expenses. Tilting her head, Liu Jintang questioned, where is this monthly allowance from? Having been in the Shen residence for several months, she had yet to see even a speck of silver. The gold hairpin, along with 2 other items she had pawned today, were hard-won treasures bestowed by the old matriarch and the old master of the Shen family. The remaining possessions in her quarters were those bearing the Shen family seal, which could not be sold or pawned. Had she received her allowance, she would have refrained from pawning her hairpin, at least preserving a few adornments for herself. Shen Huaixu's gaze faltered, clearly taken aback by Liu Jintang's response. He seldom concerned himself with matters of the inner chambers and was aware of her financial difficulties, but had not realized the extent of her plight. What would you say if I informed you that the thief has yet to be apprehended and your money remains unrecovered? Shen Huaixu tilted his chin slightly, and from Liu Jintang's perspective, he appeared sharp-featured, with profound and inscrutable eyes. Liu Jintang struggled to discern whether his words were laced with jest or earnestness. She could not fathom his intentions. If it has not been recovered, I could. She faltered, unable to complete her thought. Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow. Speak. Liu Jintang lowered her chestnut eyes, her long lashes fluttering shyly, and after a moment's hesitation, she voiced, May I borrow a sum from you, dear elder brother? Shen Huaixu remained silent, prompting Liu Jintang to assume he disapproved. She quickly added, I shall not borrow in vain. I can write you an IOU, and regardless of how long it takes, I will repay you. Shen Huaixu's gaze deepened, his dark eyes reflecting Liu Jintang's glimmering ones. How do you know I would lend to you? Liu Jintang nervously clutched her handkerchief, wringing it into creases. I am uncertain whether you would lend to me, but apart from you, I know not whom else to turn to. As she spoke, her eyes flickered with timidity, occasionally glancing up at the man before her, seemingly fearful of encountering any expression that might embarrass her. Fortunately, his countenance remained unchanged, devoid of any discernible reaction. It was merely in the absence of Liu Jintang's gaze that the frosty demeanor of Shen Huaixu began to thaw. Even the frown etched upon his brow gradually relaxed. In the Shen household, it was never the practice of the young ladies to pawn their adornments for sustenance. Shen Huaixu unfastened the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it directly into Liu Jintang's embrace. This pendant may be exchanged for silver at any of the Shen family's banks. Holding the pendant, Liu Jintang could scarcely believe her fortune. She pinched herself to confirm she was not dreaming. A radiant smile illuminated her face. Is there truly no limit? None at all, Shen Huaixu replied. As Liu Jintang cradled the pendant, her smile blossomed like flowers in the springtime of March, but slowly, the joy faded from her countenance. With both hands, she offered the pendant back to Shen Huaixu, gazing up at him earnestly. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. If it pleases you, could you lend me 100 taels of silver? I shall repay you 10 taels each month, if that is agreeable. Chapter 64. It truly becomes more interesting. Shen Huaixu gazed at the delicate jade pendant cradled in the maiden's fair hand, its translucence captivating, while her fingertips drew the eye. The pendant could yield silver coins. Why not take it? Why resort to borrowing? Liu Jintang smiled lightly, saying, one should not covet what is not theirs. One should not seize even a mere fraction of another's gain. She gently caressed the jade pendant. Although possessing this jade pendant from my older brother would indeed grant me ample silver, what I truly desire is peace of mind. One should not seize what is not beneficial to oneself, Shen Huaixu murmured, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Since I have entrusted it to you, it is yours to use as you please. Whether it be 100 taels or 300, it is entirely at your discretion. With this, he indicated his intention not to reclaim the pendant. Liu Jintang, seeing this, felt no need for formality. She withdrew her hand and bowed slightly to Shen Huaixu. Thank you. Dear brother, I shall not misuse this pendant. Any silver I take will be repaid. Shen Huaixu remained silent, casting her a lingering glance before turning to depart. Liu Jintang did not pursue him this time, as Chunin approached from behind. Miss, shall we not follow young master? No need. Liu Jintang shook her head. We merely encountered him by chance. He has his own affairs, and we have already delayed him long enough. She held the jade pendant before her, reflecting on its value. Though she had lost silver notes, she had gained something far more precious. Noticing the pendant, Chunin could not restrain her curiosity. Miss, do you truly believe young master did not capture that thief? That thief is remarkably skilled, managing to evade even him. Liu Jintang smiled as she tucked the pendant into her bosom, surveying her surroundings. With my brother's capabilities, capturing a thief is trivial. Even apprehending a multitude would pose no challenge. Really? Chunwen was increasingly perplexed. Are you suggesting that young master caught the thief but is feigning otherwise? Not necessarily. Liu Jintang's gaze drifted toward the direction Shen Huaixu had taken. It is merely a supposition. Perhaps I am overthinking it. How could my brother be such a frivolous person? Though Liu Jintang found it unlikely that Shen Huaixu had failed to capture the thief, she pondered why he would deceive her, especially by offering a jade pendant. Let us proceed to collect the silver. We can enjoy salted duck afterward. The pendant, though exquisite, is not gold or silver. To savor the salted duck, we must first procure the money. Chunwen hurried to keep pace. Miss, how much silver shall we collect? 100 taels. Meanwhile, Shen Huaixu stood by the window, observing the two women as they exited the rainfall pavilion and entered the opposite moneylender's establishment. Dongyong entered, dragging a ragged beggar into the room before unceremoniously tossing him onto the floor. Master, I have brought the person. The beggar fell with a thud, but dared not cry out in pain. Instead, he scrambled to kneel, trembling as he cast fearful glances at the man by the window, his entire body quaking like a leaf. Shen Huaixu turned, his dark eyes glinting ominously like a specter, causing the beggar to shudder involuntarily, a foul stench arising as he lost control of himself in terror. Dongyong furrowed his brow and kicked the beggar on the back, exclaiming, Are you seeking death? Shen Huaixu remained impassive, settling down to pour himself a cup of hot tea. The sound of the flowing tea was reminiscent of a death knell, causing the beggar to prostrate himself on the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers. What are you crying about? Shen Huaixu set down the teacup and asked coldly with a mocking smile. The beggar continued to weep bitterly, not daring to utter a word. Dongyong kicked him again, demanding, I'm asking you a question. The beggar, yelping from the kick, could no longer feign silence. He bowed his head repeatedly while crying, I will never dare to steal silver again. I beg you, noble sir, spare my life. His tears were truly heartbreaking, portraying the image of a wretched soul driven to desperation by the harshness of life. Dongyong, Shen Huaixu called out coldly. With a swift motion, Dongyong drew his knife, the cold glint flashing as he slashed the beggar's back, tearing open his garment to reveal a crochet totem. Almost instantaneously, the beggar's facade of despair vanished, his eyes turning fierce. He reached into his disheveled hair and pulled out a branch, twisting it to reveal a hidden sharp blade. He sprang up like a swift wolf, lunging at Shen Huaixu, who sat by the window, shouting, "Dog official, prepare to die." Neither Dongyang nor Shen Huaixu moved. It was only when the blade was inches away from him that Shen Huaixu finally reacted. A glint of menace flashed across his features as he hurled his teacup, propelled by an undeniable force, striking the beggar's arm holding the weapon. The beggar felt a sharp pain in his arm, but before he could react, his abdomen, legs, and forehead were struck with varying degrees of force. He fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings, landing precisely 3 inches from Shen Huaixu's feet. Shen Huaixu gazed down at his black boots, now stained with an unknown liquid, his eyes cold as ice. "How many accomplices do you have?" The beggar, writhing in pain, curled up on the ground, his eyes reddened with fury as he glared at Shen Huaixu, as if he wished to tear him to shreds. "Dog official, you have the capability to kill me." Shen Huaixu smirked wickedly. "You want to die? Today, fate has not favored me, and you've managed to catch me. You can forget about extracting even a single word from my lips." "That's of no consequence," Shen Huaixu replied as he rose and approached the beggar. With a swift motion of his hand, the scalding water from the teacup cascaded down onto the beggar's face. "Ah, the boiling tea." The beggar screamed in agony, clutching his face. Shen Huaixu merely observed with cold detachment as the beggar writhed in pain on the floor, his expression devoid of any sympathy. After the servants dragged the beggar away, Shen Huaixu washed his hands and changed into another elegant room. From this chamber, he could clearly see the young girl in the corner of the main hall, her face alight with a radiant smile. Sensing that someone was observing her, Liu Jintang lifted her gaze towards the upper floor, where she spotted Shen Huaixu by the window. Initially taken aback, she hadn't anticipated that he would still be present. Quickly, she flashed him a broad smile, only to be met with his furrowed brow and a sullen expression, before he abruptly closed the window. With a foolish grin, Liu Jintang pouted and averted her gaze, realizing the futility of her efforts. How frustrating it was to have one's warmth met with such chill. Meanwhile, Shen Huaixu, having shut the window, regarded the silver notes on the table before him, his slender fingers pinching one as his thoughts drifted into ambiguity. At the last temple fair, due to an unexpected turn of events, he had apprehended the leader of the rebels. This time, at the Rainfall residence, he had captured a member of the elusive Crow Party. Was this merely a series of fortuitous coincidences, or was there something more deliberate at play? The unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 65. The fifth miss might as well seek assistance from young Master Shen after enjoying the salted duck. Liu Jintang and her companion prepared to return home. As they passed by the Yuxiang Pavilion, Liu Jintang halted the carriage, handing one tael of silver to Chunwen with instructions to deliver it to the pavilion's manager, informing him that a young lady would come to collect the silver in the coming days. Chunwen nodded and alighted from the carriage, soon returning with additional items in her hands. Liu Jintang observed the objects in her grasp, resembling invitations. "What is this?" Chunwen scratched her head, explaining. "This is what the manager of Yuxiang Pavilion gave me. He said it was left by a lady a few days ago, instructing that if someone came to deposit silver, they should present this invitation." Liu Jintang accepted the item, confirming it was indeed an invitation, crafted from silk and imbued with a rich fragrance, sealed with a delicate plum blossom motif. "Miss, how did they know we would come to deposit silver?" Chunwen marveled at the coincidence. "They're merely waiting," Liu Jintang replied as she inhaled the strong scent of plum blossoms from the invitation. Unfolding it, she read a simple message inscribed, "Hearing that the osmanthus blooms at Banning, I wish to invite you to indulge with me. Pray tell, when might you be free? Perhaps the 15th of the first winter month?" Someone inquired, "Where is Banning, miss?" Liu Jintang, having lived 2 lives, realized her knowledge of Shengjing's various locales was incomplete. Banning sounded like a place outside the city. After pondering, Chunwen shook her head. "Miss, I do not know. Should I inquire further?" Liu Jintang initially nodded but then reconsidered. Forget it. She tucked the invitation away, her gaze drifting to the window as she recalled the visage of the woman outside the Shengjing temple. Though they were strangers, the repeated invitations from this lady to an unfamiliar destination stirred her curiosity and unease. Regardless, she had already deposited the silver at Yuxiang Pavilion, and whether the lady retrieved it was her own affair. As for Banning, she had no intention of going there. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Liu Jintang sought out Xiao Xia, presenting him with 5 taels of silver. Xiao Xia, in his usual carefree manner, chewed on a blade of grass while tossing the silver in his palm. "What does the fifth miss intend to purchase with this silver?" I merely report your whereabouts to Madam Shen. You have instructed me not to disclose your meeting with young Master Shen. I have upheld my promise. However, concealing other matters could raise suspicions. Pouring herself a cup of tea, Liu Jintang moistened her throat and smiled gently. Who said I wish to buy your silence regarding my movements? Xiaoxia paused, then crossed his arms, eyeing her warily. I am not a person who would sell myself for 5 taels of silver. Liu Jintang rolled her eyes, perplexed by his thoughts. Chunwen, hands on her hips, glared at him. You rude little boy. In my household, the young lady is a treasure, while you are merely a weed by the roadside, foolishly dreaming of a toad feasting on phoenix flesh. Continue your grand delusions. Xiaoxia glared at her in return. Who do you refer to as a roadside weed? Chunwen replied, I mean you. You are the weed. Weed. As the two exchanged fierce glares, it seemed a scuffle was imminent, prompting Liu Jintang to quickly restrain Chunwen. Enough. Stop arguing. It gives me a headache. Chunwen pouted defiantly at Xiaoxia and huffed, ready to resume the quarrel if not held back by Liu Jintang. Xiaoxia, unwilling to engage further, could not suppress her indignation either, returning Chunwen's huff with one of her own. Liu Jintang, feeling helpless, noted that while she was merely 2 years older than Xiaoxia and Chunwen, her 2 lifetimes had stripped her of some youthful frivolity. I offer you silver, as I wish for your assistance with a matter. Liu Jintang clarified her intent. I need you to inquire about a certain individual, a slave dealer in Mu City, specifically about a little maid named Qian Shuang. Xiaoxia immediately grasped Liu Jintang's aim. You intend to rescue this Qian Shuang, do you not? Liu Jintang refrained from answering, but instead asked, Can you assist me? Xiaoxia pondered for a moment before placing 5 taels of silver on the table. While I do wish to earn this silver, you have approached the wrong person. 5th Mississippi. I am now in the service of your mother. Despite Mu City's proximity to Shengjing, traveling there and back would take 2 to 3 days. If I am absent for too long, it may raise suspicions, and it would be difficult to explain. She then met Liu Jintang's gaze. Surely, you do not wish for me to be replaced, as one cannot guarantee that the next person would heed your words as I do. Liu Jintang understood the reasoning, but she was at a loss as to whom else to turn for information. You must have acquaintances outside the Shen residence, if this silver is insufficient. I can provide more. Could you not ask your friends to inquire? Xiaoxia's expression turned troubled as she voiced her concerns. I do have acquaintances, but they are not reliable. 5th Miss, you might end up losing both time and money. Liu Jintang paused, recognizing the truth in Xiaoxia's words. Her friends outside were likely common folk, and it was not uncommon for them to abscond with any money received. Time was of the essence, and she feared that spending silver might yield no results, delaying her efforts to rescue Qian Shuang. With a sigh, she conceded that she was indeed at a loss. While she could pay for information, she had no trustworthy leads and was wary of being deceived. However, there is indeed another option you might consider, 5th Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Liu Jintang's eyes brightened. What is it? Xiaoxia smiled slyly. You might seek the assistance of young Master Shen. He wields considerable influence, and finding someone would be a simple matter for him. Shen Huaixu. Liu Jintang suddenly realized. Yes, she could ask Shen Huaixu for help. If he were willing to assist, Qian Shuang would surely return to her safely. Yet, hesitation crept in. She owed Shen Huaixu much already, and he had aided her greatly. She had only just borrowed silver from him today. Would it be inappropriate to seek yet another favor? After all, the other party had yet to express a desire to protect her. Even if they promised to safeguard her, there was no necessity to assist her with such trivial matters. The more Liu Jintang contemplated, the more her head throbbed. She waved her hand at Xiaoxia, saying, I understand. You may return now. Xiaoxia did not linger, glancing at Chunwen beside Liu Jintang with a provocative lift of her brow before swiftly exiting the room. Chunwen, infuriated, rushed to the door, only to find that the other party had long vanished without a trace. She angrily muttered a curse and then shut the door. It would be best if she never laid eyes on him again. Otherwise, she would surely kick him until he was sore. Chapter 66. Yin Zhao comes for dinner throughout the afternoon. Liu Jintang immersed herself in the kitchen of the back courtyard, experimenting with osmanthus delicacies. Each morning, she would venture into the kitchen to brew soup, leaving some for the kitchen staff with a demeanor that was consistently polite and cheerful. Over time, this amiable disposition fostered a warm rapport with the kitchen servants. Old Yang had a granddaughter who served as a maid in Shen Shijing's courtyard, albeit in a menial capacity. Thus, when Shen Shijing encountered misfortune, it did not implicate the young woman. Rather, it fortuitously allowed her to enter the residence of the matriarch, Lady Shen. Consequently, Old Yang bore no resentment towards Liu Jintang. instead perceiving her as a fortunate individual. Seeing Liu Jintang diligently occupied in the kitchen all afternoon, gathering and preparing osmanthus, old Yang grew curious about her intentions. Would the fifth miss like me to assist? At that moment, Liu Jintang, adorned with a floral apron tied around her waist and her sleeves rolled up, was protected from perspiration by a green cloth tied around her forehead. The table bore an array of dough shapes she had crafted, and in her hands, she was shaping a small cat figure. No need. I shall complete a couple more before they are ready for steaming. Liu Jintang graciously declined old Yang's offer, not out of disregard, but because she was indeed nearing completion. The task of shaping was one that old Yang could not assist with. Old Yang, unperturbed, stood by and engaged Liu Jintang in light conversation. She first praised Liu Jintang's culinary skills, then inquired about the origins of her craft. Liu Jintang smiled softly. It is all thanks to my father. Her father, an aficionado of carving, particularly enjoyed sculpting small animals. Perhaps influenced by him, she had taken to molding figurines from a young age. However, due to the inherent dangers of carving, even as she pleaded to learn, her father refrained from teaching her. Ultimately, seeing her persistent tears, he taught her the art of dough modeling instead. In Jiangning, there exists a renowned dish known as 8 Immortals, a name that piques interest. It consists of 8 dough figures shaped like various animals, steamed to perfection and adorned with colors. This dish is typically reserved for festive occasions. As the intricate preparation requires considerable skill, many, wishing to avoid embarrassment, opt to purchase pre-made figures instead. Liu Jintang, having practiced since childhood, had honed her skills to the point of mastery, creating lively and adorable animal shapes. Old Yang, being astute, refrained from further inquiries upon learning that Liu Jintang's father was her teacher, especially given that the Shen family had recently welcomed her into their fold. Such questions would only evoke sadness. My granddaughter, Hua, adores such exquisite creations. Would the fifth miss consider gifting one to this old servant once they are steamed? Hua was the name of old Yang's granddaughter. Without hesitation, Liu Jintang replied, of course, once they are ready, Aunt Yang may choose whichever she likes. Old Yang beamed with delight, pointing to a large dough figure resembling a worm in the steamer, exclaiming, this one. My Hua is born in the year of the tiger. She will surely adore this little tiger. Liu Jintang observed the smile on Yang Posey's face, as if she could see her granddaughter's joyful countenance through the dough. Consequently, a hint of indulgence, unbeknownst to herself, subtly graced her features. To claim she felt no envy would be disingenuous. She had never known the affection of a grandmother. When her father was merely 10, a devastating drought claimed half the lives in their village, including her grandparents. Desiring not to languish in despair, her father gathered a few belongings and ventured forth, ultimately achieving success and returning in search of family, only to find not a single relative remaining. Her mother hailed from the once prominent Shen family of Jiangning, whose ancestors had held significant positions, including that of Jiangning's governor. Regrettably, by her mother's generation, the family had fallen from grace, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Her mother's marriage to her father was considered a high match. Her father, having excelled in the imperial examination, was poised for a bright future, yet he chose to remain in Jiangning as a humble county clerk to win her hand. The Shen family was notorious, exploiting her mother's marriage to extort money and goods monthly. Since she could remember, Liu Jintang had often witnessed the Shen family, accompanied by their indolent son, demanding financial support. When she was 5, her maternal grandmother succumbed to illness, followed by her grandfather shortly after, leading to the Shen family's complete decline. As for her uneducated uncle, he was likely still squandering his days gambling in some Jiangning den. Having never experienced the warmth of familial affection, she found herself enviously regarding Yang Posey's actions, as they represented a tenderness she had never known. Well, since Yang Mama had spoken, this large worm would be left for her. Yang Mama, beaming with delight, announced her intention to fetch firewood for Liu Jintang. No sooner had Yang Posey departed than Aunt Yan entered the kitchen. She regarded Liu Jintang with disdain, her expression a mix of scorn and incredulity. After all, she had lost an arm during the last temple fair, and perhaps Liu Jintang was somehow implicated. Observing Liu Jintang rolling dough with her sleeves rolled up and apron tied, she remarked sarcastically, "Oh, Miss Five, is it not enough to be a proper miss? Why stoop to the level of a servant? Are you attempting to impress the old lady with your trifling dough? What exquisite delicacies has the old lady not encountered? Surely, she cannot be deceived by your meager offerings." Liu Jintang glanced up at her, then at her arm. "Aunt Yun, I see your arm is healed and no longer paining you. Hence your tongue has regained its sharpness?" Liu Jintang deliberately targeted her vulnerable spots, provoking Aunt Yun's ire, causing her face to darken. Casting a glance at the dough Liu Jintang was working, she scoffed. Miss 5, save your efforts. The young lady from the Yin family is set to visit today, and the old lady will dine with her in the evening. Your dough is hardly fit for such an occasion. Liu Jintang continued her task, for this dough was not intended for the old lady's consumption. The arrival of Yin Zhao or the old lady's availability mattered little to her. Upon entering the kitchen with her firewood, Yang Posey was greeted by the tense standoff between Aunt Yun and Liu Jintang. Immediately, she dropped the firewood and, with a sycophantic smile, inquired of Aunt Yun. Might I ask if there is something you require? Aunt Yun let out a cold snort and addressed the matter at hand. This evening, we shall host esteemed guests at home. Prepare yourself and concoct some exquisite dishes. Should you falter, be wary of the lady's reprimand. Granny Yang immediately nodded and bowed. Yes, I shall attend to it right away. Aunt Yun appeared somewhat satisfied with her demeanor and, before leaving, cast a peculiar glance at Liu Jintang, then turned to depart. Granny Yang, not daring to delay, hurriedly summoned the servants to begin preparations for the evening's banquet. In an effort not to disturb them, Liu Jintang discreetly shifted her belongings closer, occupying only a small portion of space. What could Yin Zhao possibly want at the Shen residence so late at night? Could it be that good news was imminent? Perhaps a visit to foster closer ties? Liu Jintang pondered over the dough she was kneading, contemplating whether to send some to the Xian courtyard. It seemed rather ungracious not to do so. Yet, if she did send it, she would inevitably encounter Yin Zhao. It appeared that avoiding him was no longer an option. Chapter 67. Yin Zhao arrives within the confines of the Xian courtyard. The Shen family sat in a row. Madame Shen, Concubine Zhou, and Concubine Sunday. The elder matriarch occupied the seat of honor, her brows furrowed with discontent as she delicately sipped her tea. Concubine Zhou, with her crimson-tipped nails, leisurely picked up a piece of pear and savored it slowly. In contrast, Concubine Sun remained silent, her demeanor marked by a constant smile. Meanwhile, Madame Shen, visibly uncomfortable, cast furtive glances outside while sipping her tea. The atmosphere in the room was laden with an eerie tension, each occupant lost in their thoughts. Until the sound of the curtain being lifted announced the arrival of Master Shen. Instantly, the oppressive ambience lifted, the air seeming to become more invigorating. Madame Shen, Concubine Zhou, and Concubine Sun all rose with smiles to greet him, with Concubine Zhou displaying the most eagerness, sweetly calling out to him as she attempted to throw herself into Master Shen's embrace. However, Master Shen appeared to overlook her entirely, deftly sidestepping her and taking Madame Shen's hand instead. In that moment, the expressions of Concubine Zhou and Concubine Sun darkened, while only Madame Shen radiated joy. She smiled gently at Master Shen, but her eyes betrayed a hint of scorn directed at Concubine Zhou and Concubine Sun. A provocation unnoticed by Master Shen but clearly perceived by the other two, whose smiles vanished, replaced by hostility. Why have you returned alone? Where are Yuan Ji and the third? Questioned Madame Shen, glancing behind Master Shen, her displeasure evident upon realizing he was the only one present. Master Shen explained. My son came directly to the Xian courtyard upon his return and did not encounter Yuan Ji or the others. The Dali court has been preoccupied with numerous trivial matters lately. I imagine Yuan Ji is still busy. And what of the third? Is he also unoccupied? Madame Shen pressed, recalling how Shen Yuanxi had idled since failing the spring examination last year. Master Shen had intended to arrange for him to join the Dali court, but Yuanxi expressed a desire to pursue a civil service career instead, arguing that with Shen Huaixu already established there, he would face rumors of favoritism should he join. Recognizing Yuanxi's lofty aspirations, Master Shen refrained from further insisting, believing that if he were to achieve success, it would reflect well on the Shen family. Conversely, should he fail, the family could still support him. Today, Madame Shen's remarks, while seemingly directed at Yuanxi, subtly criticized Master Shen as well, implicating Concubine Zhou in the process, one for inadequate discipline, the other for excessive indulgence. Master Shen's expression soured as he turned to Concubine Zhou, demanding, where are they? His tone laden with inquiry and displeasure. Concubine Zhou twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, flustered. How am I to know where they are? They are no longer children needing to report their whereabouts to me. Madame Shen interjected with a derisive snort. If you had devoted even half the care to the third as you do to your own affairs, he would not be so undisciplined. It is already dark, and yet he has yet to return home. What sort of distractions could be keeping him out at this hour? At these words, Concubine Zhou panicked. Though Shen Yuanxi might lack ability, he must not associate with dubious characters, especially given that he had yet to establish a legitimate household. Madam, It seems that Yuan Si has been delayed by some matter. He has always been sensible and would never engage in foolish antics. Lord Shen, with a stern expression, instructed the steward at the door, "Go, check at the main entrance to see if there is any sign of the third young master." The steward complied promptly. After this, Lord Shen seated himself and Madame Shen, leaving concubine Zhou and concubine Sun in a state of uncertainty, neither seated nor standing comfortably, particularly for concubine Sun, who was unjustly implicated. After all, Shen Yuan Si was not her son. However, due to her kinship with concubine Zhou, she too bore the brunt of Lord Shen's displeasure, making her plight all the more pitiful. Just as concubine Zhou found herself in a dilemma, a commotion arose outside. In the next moment, the curtain was lifted, and Shen Yuan Si entered the room, accompanied by Yin Zhao. The sight of the two entering together left not only concubine Zhou but everyone in the room momentarily stunned. How had they arrived together? Concubine Zhou was the first to regain her composure. She stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, "Yuan Si, where did you encounter Miss Yin?" Shen Yuan Si first acknowledged Madame Shen, Lord Shen, and the elder Madame Shen with respectful bows before responding to concubine Zhou. "I happened to meet Miss Yin at the gate, and we decided to come in together." At that moment, Yin Zhao also bowed gracefully to Lord Shun and the others, saying, "I pay my respects to Elder Madame Shun, Lord Shun, and Madame Shun." After greeting the three, she turned to concubine Zhou and concubine Sun, smiling as she acknowledged them. While by familial hierarchy, concubine Zhou and concubine Sun were elders, they were concubines, whereas Yin Zhao was the legitimate daughter of a third-rank official. Thus, it would not have been improper for her to disregard them, yet she chose to greet them, prompting both concubine Zhou and concubine Sun to return the gesture with bows. "We have met, Miss Yin," they both said. Yin Zhao maintained her serene smile, returning their greetings with a gentle nod. After the pleasantries, her maidservant presented a carefully prepared gift. Yin Zhao unveiled a red cloth covering a tray, revealing three exquisite items: a jade and gold silk roller, a Dotsai lotus-patterned longevity plate, and a Shengjing Rui purple clay cup. Clearly, these were intended for Elder Madame Shen and the two ladies. While modest in size, each piece was beautifully crafted and distinctly not something one could casually purchase in the marketplace. Each gift was thoughtfully chosen, reflecting Yin Zhao's earnest effort. Rising, Madame Shen warmly grasped Yin Zhao's hand, her eyes softening with affection. "You needn't have brought gifts. Soon we shall be family, and such formalities are unnecessary." Yin Zhao shyly replied, "I did not intend to bring anything, but my father and mother insisted I do so, saying I could not arrive empty-handed, lest I become the subject of ridicule." Her words conveyed the endearing shyness of a young lady, instantly lightening the stern demeanor of Elder Madame Shun with laughter, showcasing her cleverness in the exchange. If one were to assert that the gift was personally chosen by her, it would appear contrived. Conversely, if it were deemed insignificant or inexpensive, it would imply a lack of regard. Yet, she claimed it was a token entrusted by her elders, which introduces an intriguing dimension. This not only signifies the Yin family's esteem for the Shen family, but also reflects the disposition of Yin Zhao's parents, while simultaneously portraying Yin Zhao as less forward and enlivening the atmosphere within the room. It is no wonder she is a distinguished young lady, exhibiting grace in her demeanor and speaking with perfect appropriateness. Madame Shen, with a warm smile, beckoned Yin Zhao closer. Come to your grandmother." The use of grandmother rather than this old woman indicates her genuine affection for Yin Zhao, or perhaps her satisfaction with Yin Zhao as her future granddaughter-in-law. Yin Zhao approached with delight as Madame Shen took her hand and guided her to a seat. "Stay with your grandmother and converse for a while. Yuan Ji is likely preoccupied with official duties and will not return for some time." Yin Zhao glanced toward the doorway, her heart fluttering at the prospect of not only seeing the one she had longed for, but also sharing a table with him. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she smiled and nodded. "Indeed." Chapter 68. I wish to borrow the blood of the fifth young lady as the members of the Shen family engaged in laughter and conversation within the courtyard. Liu Jintang's osmanthus cake had just emerged from the steamer. She divided the warm delicacy into 3 portions, one for Shen Huaixu, one for the matriarch Shen, and one for Yin Zhao to sample. Reminded of her fainting spell that prevented her from attending Yin Zhao's autumn banquet, and recalling the fright she had given her before the Jingxing temple, she decided to present the osmanthus cake to explain herself, hoping to settle any unfinished business and avert future troubles. With Yang Posey nowhere to be found, Liu Jintang placed the remaining osmanthus cakes in the steamer, leaving a few extra portions so that when the recipients finished their tasks, they would find them awaiting. Upon exiting the kitchen, She noticed that the sky had darkened completely, and a gentle breeze had risen, bringing a slight chill. Concerned that the osmanthus cakes might cool down, Liu Jintang quickened her pace. Before she reached the entrance of Shengjing residence, she spotted the two lanterns flickering outside, swaying in the wind like will-o'-the-wisps. Shen Huaixu, who cherished tranquility, had chosen a secluded spot for his courtyard in the Shen estate's rear garden. Although several courtyards surrounded this one, their isolation meant they were uninhabited. As she walked, the cold wind brushed against her face, and eerie sounds echoed around her. Though she had visited Shengjing residence before, she had never felt such an overwhelming sense of dread. After a long and arduous walk, Liu Jintang finally arrived at the door of Shengjing residence and knocked, only to be met with silence. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that Shen Huaixu had not yet returned? Chunwen, did you not say that my elder brother had returned? Liu Jintang had not come unprepared. It was Chunwen who informed her of Shen Huaixu's return that prompted her visit. Chunwen scratched her head, a puzzled expression on her face. I witnessed the young master coming here. He arrived just before I went to find you. Logically, you should have encountered him on your way here, even if he had left. Liu Jintang squinted, sensing a peculiar unease as she approached Shen Huaixu's residence. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Chunwen and said, Since my elder brother is not here, let us return. Just as Chunwen nodded in agreement, the courtyard door creaked open. It was not Wenrun who appeared, but rather Dongyang, the guard by Shen Huaixu's side. Fifth young lady, he greeted, standing in the dim light, his upper body shrouded in darkness while the lantern illuminated his lower half, creating an unsettling dichotomy. Liu Jintang had never visited Shen Huaixu so late, and the sight before her, while slightly disconcerting, did not cause her to dwell on it. After all, they had not lit any lamps, and the only source of light was the lantern above them, casting limited illumination. Dongyang, may I inquire if my elder brother is present? Liu Jintang asked, pulling out the osmanthus cake she had prepared for Shen Huaixu. I made some osmanthus cake by hand and wished to share it with him. Dongyang lingered in silence, hidden in the shadows for what felt like an eternity, until Liu Jintang's outstretched arm began to ache and her smile faded. Only then did he speak, his voice abrupt, heavy, and lacking discernible emotion. Might I request a favor from the fifth young lady? His unexpected request sent a chill through Liu Jintang's heart as she discerned a note of entreaty in Dongyang's tone. The individual before her was a subordinate of her elder brother, and he would not implore her in such a manner without cause. The only plausible explanation could be that something had befallen her brother. Could it be that her elder brother was in trouble? Dongyang remained silent, merely stepping aside to beckon Liu Jintang into the courtyard. If it were not absolutely necessary, a subordinate would not trouble the fifth miss, yet. Dongyang spoke, then fell into silence. Liu Jintang hesitated on whether to enter the courtyard, but upon seeing this, she took a deep breath and made her decision. She stepped into the courtyard, with Dongyang swiftly closing the gate behind her, then gestured for Liu Jintang to proceed. Although her heart was filled with doubts, she refrained from speaking further, choosing instead to assess the situation. In front of the main house stood Baiyun, who, upon seeing Dongyang escort Liu Jintang, instantly changed countenance and pulled Dongyang aside. Liu Jintang stood at the door, observing the two disputing figures in the distance, her eyes flickering with contemplation, suggesting that it was indeed a matter of some significance. Soon, the argument concluded, and Baiyun, leaping ahead of Dongyang, approached Liu Jintang with a cupped fist, stating, It seems that the gentleman will not be able to meet the fifth miss tonight. Perhaps you might leave the osmanthus cake with me, and I shall deliver it on your behalf. Liu Jintang regarded Baiyun's stern visage and placed the osmanthus cake into his hands, saying, In that case, I must trouble you. Baiyun. At this moment, Dongyang returned, his expression dark and sullen, yet he did not contest Baiyun's words. It is getting late. I shall have someone escort the fifth miss back to the courtyard. Baiyun waved to a nearby servant, who hurried over. Liu Jintang observed but did not depart. Was it not said that my assistance was needed? Is it no longer required? As she posed this question, she looked at Dongyang, who turned his head away, seemingly unwilling to meet her gaze, perhaps fearful of reversing his decision. Noticing Dongyang's lack of response, Liu Jintang opted not to inquire further, smiling at Baiyun instead. If so, I shall take my leave. The osmanthus cake is best enjoyed while warm. I appreciate your help, Baiyun. Baiyun bowed slightly. Fifth miss. Travel safely. Before the echoes of her departure faded, the main door was flung open, and Fang Sun's irate voice erupted. Where is it? Why have you not yet brought me what I requested? A waft of sanguine air surged forth as the door opened, causing Liu Jintang to wrinkle her brow and cover her mouth and nose with her hand. Fang Sun emerged, his expression dark, and upon spotting Liu Jintang at the door, he appeared as if he had seen a ghost. He glared at Baiyun and Dongong. I instructed you to find someone. I did not ask you to bring her here. Baiyun hurriedly clarified. The fifth miss merely came to deliver the osmanthus cake. As he spoke, Baiyun placed the cake into Dongong's hands, preparing to escort Liu Jintang away. However, Fong Sun was quicker than Baiyun, seizing Liu Jintang's arm, his gaze earnest and his tone urgent as he queried, in matters of life and death. Does the fifth miss wish to save a life or not? This sudden shift was overwhelming. Liu Jintang's mind felt muddled. The lingering sin of blood still haunted her, signaling that the situation was far from simple. Confronted with the issue at hand, Fong Sun hesitated, for she was unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. She wished to endear herself to Shen Huaixu, yet she harbored no desire to risk her own life in the process. May I take a moment to consider? She inquired. No sooner had the words left her lips than Fong Sun abruptly pulled her indoors, exclaiming, "No time for contemplation. Indecision could cost lives." Caught off guard by this unexpected abduction, Liu Jintang found herself pondering whether she had unwittingly stumbled into a den of thieves. The stench of blood was already nauseating from outside, but upon entering, the odor intensified to an unbearable degree. Liu Jintang covered her nose with a handkerchief and turned to Fong Sun, who was busily engaged in some task in the corner. What exactly do you need me to do? What has happened to my elder brother? In the next moment, Fong Sun turned, wielding a bowl and a dagger. Her visage illuminated by the flickering candlelight, resembling a vengeful specter emanating an eerie green glow. I require the blood of the fifth miss for a specific purpose. Liu Jintang, Chapter 69. Is Shen Huaixu beyond help? Liu Jintang swiftly grasped her own arm, adopting a defensive posture as she retreated. Only when her back pressed against the door did she halt, her gaze fixed warily on Fong Sun. What are you planning to do? She inquired. Noticing the fear etched on her face, Fong Sun abruptly realized his own recklessness and laid down the items in his hands. Young master requires the blood of a virgin to survive, but what? Liu Jintang pressed. Fong Sun cast a glance at the bed, a look of helplessness crossing his features, but the young master is unwilling to drink it, setting aside the matter of whether the illness necessitated such drastic measures. If Shen Huaixu refused to consume it, then her blood would be of no use. Liu Jintang immediately turned to pull the door, but it did not budge. Growing anxious, she knocked and called for someone outside to open the door. A figure appeared beyond the threshold, yet they did not unlock it, standing there as if awaiting something. Fong Sun glanced toward the person at the door, striving to soothe Liu Jintang. You need not fear, Miss Liu. I only require a small incision on your palm to collect a bowl of blood. Liu Jintang turned to him. If the young master does not wish to drink it, then my blood will be in vain. Fong Sun furrowed his brow in silence before raising his gaze. How can we know if we do not try? It was clear that drawing her blood was imperative. Seeing no escape, Liu Jintang gradually calmed herself. She surveyed the room and noticed numerous bloodstains on the floor. Since entering, it had been Fong Sun speaking to her, and she had not seen Shen Huaixu's figure. Her attention drifted to the bed, and she spoke to Fong Sun. I will allow the bloodletting, but I must understand what has transpired with the young master. Fong Sun, having brought Liu Jintang into the room, had no intention of concealing the truth from her. However, he could not help but observe the transformation from her earlier panic to her current composed demeanor as she negotiated terms with him. Fong Sun gestured toward the bed. Miss Liu, would you care to take a look? Realizing that Shen Huaixu must be on the bed, Liu Jintang felt a flicker of hesitation before stepping forward. The closer she got to the bed, the stronger the metallic scent of blood became. Upon seeing the 3 bowls of fresh blood and the splotches on the table, her legs quivered, nearly causing her to collapse. She hastily braced herself against the wall, fighting against the overwhelming nausea and dizziness that threatened to engulf her. Though she had improved significantly in her aversion to blood, such a gruesome sight remained difficult for her to endure. Fong Sun strode forward, pulling aside the curtains at the edge of the bed. In the dim light of the flickering candles, Liu Jintang caught sight of the person lying there. Shen Huaixu's once enchanting visage was now ashen, his lips tinged with purple, and bloodstains marking his mouth. Dark shadows encircled his eyes, suggesting the onset of poisoning. In Liu Jintang's memory, Shen Huaixu was always aloof and proud, akin to a deity high above. Even when injured, he bore an air of ferocity, exuding an aura of danger. He had always been spirited and regal. Never had she witnessed him in such a vulnerable state. The shock of this revelation was profound. So much so that Liu Jintang momentarily forgot her nausea and dizziness, her eyes widening in disbelief and astonishment. Liu Jintang turned to Fong Sun. Brother, what has happened? During the daylight hours, he appeared to be in good health, yet only a few short hours have passed, and he finds himself in this dire state. Who possesses the extraordinary ability to inflict such harm upon him? A year prior, His Majesty was the target of an assassination attempt and instructed the young master to locate the assailant within 3 days. After thorough investigation, the young master uncovered the assassin's hideout, but upon entering to apprehend the perpetrator, he fell into a trap and was struck by a poison known as Shengjing. Shengjing? What manner of poison is this? Liu Jintang, having lived 2 lifetimes, was unaware of this toxin. And due to her lack of proximity to Shen Huaixu in her previous life, she had no knowledge of how he had countered this poison. Fang Sun's expression darkened. His countenance shadowed, as if he held a deep aversion to this toxin. It is a lust-inducing poison that can cause a man to explode in death. Liu Jintang's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. A lust-inducing poison? She glanced at the unconscious man on the bed. And his condition did not resemble that of one afflicted by lust, but rather that of one poisoned to death. Shengjing, introduced from foreign lands to Yangzhou, is used in those regions to punish those who are fickle and unfaithful. Should the afflicted fail to engage with a woman before the poison takes effect, they will cough. Well, the toxin is exceedingly insidious and remarkably difficult to counteract. Liu Jintang keenly detected the inconsistency in Fang Sun's words. If the poison takes effect without the man engaging with a woman, then providing him with a woman should suffice. She spoke lightly, prompting Fang Sun to curl his lip in disdain. If only matters were so simple. He cast a disappointed glance at the man on the bed and let out a heavy sigh. Liu Jintang regarded him with suspicion, then turned her gaze back to Shen Huaixu, gasping in shock as she covered her mouth. It can't be that my elder brother. Liu Jintang's gaze traveled slowly down from Shen Huaixu's face, across his chest, his abdomen, and finally resting at the base of his legs. Good heavens! Her elder brother had become a eunuch. Upon seeing Liu Jintang's expression, Fang Sun immediately raised his hand to halt her spiraling thoughts. The situation is not as you presume. The young master possesses inner strength that allowed him to forcibly expel the poison from his body, but the Shengjing is exceedingly domineering. Even after expelling the majority of the toxin, it still recurs every 3 months. Fang Sun's somewhat ambiguous explanation left Liu Jintang in doubt, yet regardless of Shen Huaixu's condition, it seemed to have little bearing on her. After all, it was his future wife who would bear the brunt of the misfortune, not her. If the poison recurs every 3 months, then it must have manifested 3 times this year. Surely, you should have been prepared for this. Just as Liu Jintang's question escaped her lips, the unconscious Shen Huaixu suddenly groaned and leaned forward, expelling a pool of dark blood. After purging the blood, he seemed not to regain consciousness, his arms dangling limply at the edge of the bed, and he fainted once more. Observing this, Fang Sun cast aside all other concerns and stepped forward to retrieve a dagger and a bowl, his expression grave. Fifth miss, I must apologize. Liu Jintang recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries, and she immediately rolled up her sleeves, resolute and unyielding. Do as you must. After all, it was merely a bowl of warm blood. She could easily replenish her strength with a few morsels of steamed bread. If this bowl of blood can indeed save Shen Huaixu's life, then not only would she have completely repaid the debt of gratitude owed to him, but he would also owe her an immense life-saving favor in return. It would be a transaction with no losses, only gains. As the dagger pierced her skin, Liu Jintang bit her lip, the sharp pain causing her to emit a soft whimper, feeling the warm liquid flow from her wound, her body trembling uncontrollably. It truly hurts. Chapter 70. Speak. Overcome by fear, she dared not witness the process of bloodletting, yet fortunately, the procedure was swift, and soon Fang Sun successfully staunched the bleeding for her. It is done. Liu Jintang felt utterly weak, tilting her head to examine the wound. However, the injury was enveloped in white cloth, and apart from the excruciating pain, she could discern nothing. The only indication of her recent ordeal was the bowl of warm blood in Fang Sun's hands. Fang Sun supported Shen Huaixu's body, preparing to administer the blood to him, but despite several attempts, Shen Huaixu refused to open his mouth. The blood that was poured in merely trickled down the sides of his lips. The vivid crimson staining his pallid skin only accentuated his devilishly enchanting visage. Liu Jintang's heart ached. After all, that was her blood. How could he waste it so? Do you require my assistance? She implored, watching in dismay as a third of the precious blood was wasted. She felt an overwhelming urge to pry open Shen Huaixu's mouth and pour it in herself. Fang Sun did not respond but leaned closer to whisper a few words. Liu Jintang could not catch every syllable, but she vaguely heard something about a young lady and blood. After Fang Sun finished speaking, Shen Huaixu remained unresponsive. Fang Sun frowned, his expression dark as coal. His efforts had proven futile. What did you say to him? Curiosity got the better of Liu Jintang, and she could not help but ask. Fang Sun did not hide the truth. I told him the fifth miss has arrived, and this is her blood. He attempted once more to pour blood into Shen Huaixu's mouth, but to no avail. Liu Jintang observed the stream of blood cascading down Shen Huaixu's cheek. Her gaze lingering for a moment, it seemed he must have rejected the blood of other women before her arrival. If he was reluctant to drink, it likely had nothing to do with her. Liu Jintang presumed Fang Sun mentioned it was her blood out of concern that Shen Huaixu might refuse the blood of a maid. However, Fang Sun cast her a peculiar glance, his dark eyes revealing an inscrutable glimmer. Liu Jintang furrowed her brows, unable to decipher his meaning. Having initially intended to test the waters, she found herself thwarted. Thus, she resolved to seek another solution. With a sigh, Fang Sun rose. He glanced at Shen Huaixu on the couch before addressing Liu Jintang. I must trouble you, fifth miss, to guard the young master for a moment. I shall return shortly. Fang Sun's demeanor was hurried, and before Liu Jintang could respond, he had exited the room. Sigh. Liu Jintang hastily moved to follow him, but just as she stepped forward, she heard a commotion from the couch. Turning back, she saw Shen Huaixu expelling another large mouthful of black blood, this time evidently conscious. He braced himself against the edge of the bed, his muscles tensed, the blanket slipping slightly to reveal his waist, exposing the alluring contours of his collarbone. His long hair cascaded down, his eyes, shrouded in a crimson hue, held a wicked allure. As he swallowed, the movement of his throat made Liu Jintang instinctively turn her gaze away. It was not that her thoughts were impure, rather, who could remain indifferent to such a beauty sprawled upon the couch? After he finished retching, Shen Huaixu wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his gaze lifting to meet the figure shrinking before him. His motion halted, and a cold glint flickered in his dark eyes. What are you doing here? Why was she here? Liu Jintang nearly laughed aloud. She too wished to know the answer to that question. She merely wished to present a sweet osmanthus cake in exchange for assistance, yet the price for this favor proved exorbitantly high, verging on a sacrifice. Internally, she rolled her eyes countless times, yet when she spoke, her voice emerged soft and tender, laced with a hint of worry and an undeniable trace of fear. Big brother, are you all right? Shen Huaixu was acutely aware of his physical condition. Observing the white cloth wrapped around Liu Jintang's hand, he frowned. His gaze soon fell upon the bloody bowl resting on the table. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped the room, causing Liu Jintang to shiver involuntarily. What was happening? Why was it so cold? Shen Huaixu's expression darkened, veins throbbing at his temple. He raised a hand to his chest, feeling a constriction in his throat. As blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, the oppressive coldness in the room dissipated. But Liu Jintang could only watch in horror as Shen Huaixu collapsed onto the couch. Big brother. Her face paled, and she rushed forward. Upon regaining consciousness, Shen Huaixu's pallor had shifted from ashen to a troubling shade of dark. This was no good sign. Dongyang, Beiyan, Dr. Fang. Liu Jintang called out frantically. The door swung open, and Beiyan entered with a solemn expression. Dr. Fang is not here. Miss, please wait a moment. You must send someone to the palace to fetch the imperial physician. Big brother has lost so much blood, and his condition is deteriorating. If this continues, he will surely face dire consequences. Beiyan's face remained grim as he replied, We cannot seek the imperial physician. Liu Jintang was taken aback, even if the situation is grave. Preserving life must come first. Beiyan remained silent, leaving Liu Jintang in a state of disbelief. With life hanging in the balance, why did they seem so indifferent? Shen Huaixu's condition worsened by the moment, and she could no longer afford to hesitate. Just moments ago, Fang Sun had been frantic, pleading for her help. And now he had vanished, leaving Shen Huaixu to await his fate. She did not fear death, for in her previous life, Shen Huaixu had thrived until the very end. What she dreaded was the thought of being ensnared in the web of his poisoning, should she fail to act. It would inevitably create a rift between them in the future. Moreover, her compassionate nature relied on Shen Huaixu to extricate her from the mire of the Shen family. Since he would not drink from the bowl of blood, she would find another way. With determination, Liu Jintang ripped away the white cloth in her hand. The wound had yet to scab, and blood gushed forth. Gritting her teeth, she brought her hand to Shen Huaixu's lips, but seeing his thin mouth pressed tightly shut, she spared no courtesy and slapped his face. The sound echoed sharply, causing Beiyan to grimace, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist, ready to intervene. Liu Jintang instantly turned to glare at Beiyan, her eyes icy enough to quell the murderous intent radiating from him, halting his advance. You sought my help to save him. I am attempting to do just that. If you cannot bear to witness it, then leave. Despite Beiyan's allegiance to Shen Huaixu, Liu Jintang refrained from being overly harsh. Yet, as she had articulated, it was they who implored her for assistance. Thus, whatever actions she undertook to save Shen Huaixu were necessary, and he could not hold her accountable. If he found it intolerable, he was free to exit. Baiyun was acutely aware that they had forcibly embroiled Liu Jintang in this tumult. After a moment of silence, he cast a glance at Shen Huaixu, who lay on the couch, and respectfully withdrew from the room. Shen Huaixu appeared to harbor a profound aversion to the sin of blood, his brows tightly knit. Despite having received a slap from Liu Jintang, he remained obstinately silent. Although Liu Jintang still had blood to offer him at this moment, it did not imply that he could squander it. Thus, when Shen Huaixu continued to withhold his words, she unceremoniously gripped his handsome face and leaned in closer, her voice laced with urgency and determination. If you wish to survive, open your mouth. Having just recovered from a serious illness, I implore you to assist me without risking my life. Speak. Chapter 71. It is truly wonderful that the elder brother can recover. Whether it was her intimidating tone or the instinct for survival that compelled him, after Liu Jintang uttered these words, Shen Huaixu's tightly clenched jaw surprisingly began to relax. Liu Jintang felt a surge of joy and immediately reached out her hand. In an instant, blood poured from Shen Huaixu's mouth as he instinctively swallowed. Time seemed to stretch on for an eternity, long enough for Liu Jintang to feel as if several years had passed. It felt as though she saw Shen Huaixu finally open his eyes, and before she was aware, she lost consciousness. Elder brother. Liu Jintang bolted upright from the bed, her palm barely grazing the surface before retracting, as if shocked. Ouch! It hurts. Not only did her hand throb, but her entire body felt weak and drained, her head buzzing as though all her strength had been sapped away. If you fear pain, why save me? A magnetic voice, laced with an unexplained irritation, reached her ears. Liu Jintang turned in a daze to see the man by the window. Shen Huaixu stood with arms crossed, leaning against the windowsill, gazing at her with a pair of icy eyes. Given his posture, it was evident he had been there for quite some time. Instinctively, Liu Jintang glanced at herself, realizing her clothes were tidy and her wounds had been properly treated. Looking outside, she noted the sky was still dark. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "What time is it?" Shen Huaixu responded with a cold chuckle, "Now you know to be afraid?" Even though Liu Jintang had her own ulterior motives in saving him, she had indeed rescued Shen Huaixu. She did not expect him to treat her with excessive kindness. But at the very least, a better attitude would suffice. The chill in his words upon her awakening made her eyes involuntarily well with tears, a wave of grievance washing over her. If elder brother dislikes me, he should just say so. Why must he treat me with such coldness every time? As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The smile on Shen Huaixu's face faded as he witnessed the girl's tears. He observed her with an unruffled demeanor as she wept, then took 2 long strides to her bedside, extending his hand, his voice as frigid as autumn rain. "If you continue to cry, I shall deny your request." In an instant, her sobs ceased, the abruptness of it causing a flicker of surprise to cross Shen Huaixu's face. Liu Jintang tilted her head back, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with innocence. What did elder brother just say? If she heard correctly, he had implied that if she cried, he would refuse her request. Uncertain, she gazed at Shen Huaixu before her, wondering if he referred to the matter she had in mind. Shen Huaixu leaned down, a handkerchief gliding across her cheek, wiping away her tears. Feeling the dampness on the cloth, his expression remained stern, his brows furrowed in an inscrutable manner. "I said, if you cry, you shall never see your little maid again." His words confirmed Liu Jintang's suspicions. Instantly, a look of delight graced her face as she hastily wiped her cheeks dry, sounding obedient beyond measure. "I want to cry. I won't cry anymore. As long as elder brother helps me find Qianchuang, I promise I won't cry again." Seeing her so easily appeased, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Shen Huaixu's lips, though the dim light concealed it from the girl on the bed. After the joy, confusion swiftly followed. Liu Jintang suddenly realized a pressing issue. It seemed she had not asked Shen Huaixu for help in locating someone. She had not even mentioned to him her desire to find Qianchuang. How could he possibly know she sought his assistance? Although her mind was foggy, certain matters revealed themselves to Liu Jintang with little contemplation. She looked at Shen Huaixu, her gaze probing. "Is Xiaoxia the person of your older brother?" Shen Huaixu smiled, a dazzling smile that was almost blinding, straightening up. "Little actress, you are quite astute. Indeed, it is so. Since Xiaoxia belonged to her older brother, might she reclaim her jade pendant?" Liu Jintang had long been preoccupied with the jade pendant she had given to Xiaoxia. At the time, lacking silver, she had offered her most precious possession to win Xiaoxia's favor. She had intended to find a chance to redeem it, but had never found the opportunity. After all, Xiaoxia was her mother as person, and she feared that if she broached the subject, it might seem as though she was going back on her word. So she had remained silent. Now that she knew Xiaoxia was Shen Huaixu's, her concerns dissipated. That pendant was left to me by my father. Since Xiaoxia is your older brother's, could you possibly return it to me? If that is not feasible, then perhaps your brother could provide a price, and I would be willing to buy it back. A price? Shen Huaixu seemed intrigued. How much silver can you offer? Liu Jintang fell silent, for she possessed merely 100 taels, and the pendant, being Shen Huaixu's, was not hers to reclaim. Aside from that 100 taels, she appeared to have no extra funds. I currently lack silver, but you could tell me an amount, no matter how much, as long as I can retrieve the pendant, I am willing. Shen Huaixu scoffed coldly. If I recall correctly, you implored me twice to accept that pendant. Now, having just handed it over, you wish to retract your offer? Liu Jintang felt a pang of self-reproach. Indeed, how could she expect to reclaim the pendant she had given Shen Huaixu? Since Xiaoxia was Shen Huaixu's person, gifting the pendant to Xiaoxia effectively meant it was given to him. How could she muster the courage to ask for it back, especially since it symbolized her sincerity? Liu Jintang found herself momentarily speechless, recognizing that she was indeed in the wrong. May I inquire, is that pendant in your possession? Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow. Unusually teasing, guess. A flicker of astonishment crossed Liu Jintang's eyes. She had never known Shen Huaixu to be one for riddles. How rare. I guess the item is with you. Liu Jintang chuckled lightly, her expression tinged with melancholy. If it is indeed with you, I would feel relieved. I fear it may end up lost, and I would never see it again. Shen Huaixu smirked. Rest assured, I have always treasured rare items. Upon hearing this, Liu Jintang felt a blend of joy and sorrow. She was glad the pendant was indeed with Shen Huaixu, yet troubled by the thought that reclaiming it might prove difficult. Older brother, has your poison been cured? The conversation returned to its original topic, as Liu Jintang continued to play the caring little sister. Clearly, she too had sustained injuries, even fainting from excessive blood loss. Yet, her foremost concern was the well-being of Shen Huaixu. Despite being aware that the little actress before her was merely performing, Shen Huaixu played along, responding, "There is but a remnant of poison left, insignificant and already resolved." Observing his current calm demeanor, Liu Jintang couldn't help but recall the moment when he had been on the brink of death, causing her to chuckle involuntarily. Shen Huaixu cast a cold glance in her direction. Liu Jintang immediately stifled her laughter, her expression transforming to one of exuberance. She gazed at Shen Huaixu, her eyes sparkling with innocence and joy. "I am truly delighted for you, dear elder brother. It is wonderful that you have recovered." Chapter 72. Am I right, Brother Yuanji? The young girl's eyes sparkled, while Shen Huaixu's gaze remained profound and somber. Liu Jintang touched her injured hand, filled with confusion. How could I have fainted? Is it due to my frail condition? Indeed, you are quite weak, but your fainting was a result of excessive blood loss. Shen Huaixu explained in a hushed tone. No wonder, she thought, feeling so utterly drained. How long will it take for me to recover? Liu Jintang had a vague understanding of the cause of her discomfort, yet she believed that awakening so soon must indicate her well-being. What she did not realize was that her prompt revival was not solely due to the elixir Shen Huaixu had administered, but also the internal healing he had performed. Otherwise, given her physical state, it would have been a light matter to remain bedridden for 3 days. Noticing her intention to rise from the bed, Shen Huaixu frowned and cautioned, "If you wish to perish, then do attempt to get up." Liu Jintang's legs, which were poised to touch the ground, instantly recoiled. She gazed at Shen Huaixu with a pitiful expression, her words caught in her throat. Seeing her hesitance, Shen Huaixu assumed she was displeased with him once more and inquired, "What is it that you wish to say?" Liu Jintang bit her lip and, lifting her gaze with an air of hesitation, stammered, I need to relieve myself." Shen Huaixu was momentarily taken aback, and with a furrowed brow, he swept out of the room. Soon after, Chunwen entered, her eyes swollen from weeping. She approached Liu Jintang in silence, assisting her towards the screen where a chamber pot had been prepared. After addressing her urgent need, Liu Jintang grasped Chunwen's arm and asked, "Why are you crying so?" Chunwen lowered her head and shook it, remaining silent. Liu Jintang knew Chunwen to be quite the chatterbox, and such sudden silence could only mean one thing. She was either lamenting Liu Jintang's plight or was upset that she did not cherish her own health. However, some circumstances cannot be avoided simply by wishing them away. Moreover, opportunities to strengthen her bond with Shen Huaixu were far from frequent. How could she allow this rare chance to slip away unheeded? "Are you angry?" Liu Jintang tilted her head to catch a glimpse of her face. Chunwen shook her head. "Unhappy?" Liu Jintang inquired again. Chunwen continued to shake her head. A mischievous glint flickered in Liu Jintang's eyes. Suddenly, she cried out in feigned agony, clutching her chest and collapsing onto the bed. Chunwen was instantly alarmed, looking up in panic. "Miss, what is wrong? Where does it hurt? Let me fetch a doctor." As Chunwen prepared to call for help, Liu Jintang, mustering all her strength, raised her hand to pinch Chunwen's face, bursting into laughter. "I was merely jesting. Your mistress is perfectly fine." Chunwen's expression froze for a moment before she realized she had been tricked. Pouting, she turned away. "You worry us every time, Mississippi. Even though your body is still weak, you insist on playing around. Even a robust person cannot withstand such antics, let alone someone in your fragile state." Liu Jintang sat up from the bed, playfully stirring about, but her limited strength was quickly exhausted once more. She leaned against the soft cushion, managing a feeble smile as she said, "All right, do not be angry anymore. I assure you, I shall not mistreat my body like this again." Chunwen cast a sorrowful glance back, gradually crouching by the edge of the couch, grasping Liu Jintang's hand with eager eyes fixed upon her. "But you promised, miss, that you would take me to Jiangning to see the crabapple blossoms. If you do not take care of yourself, how can you endure such a long journey?" Liu Jintang nodded, smiling at her. "I will not deceive you. Once you have regained your strength, I shall take you to see the blossoms." Chunwen immediately brightened, her tears turning to laughter as she nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, yes." Liu Jintang had thought she had fainted for an extended period, but upon inquiring, she learned it was merely a little past the hour of the dog, and she had only been unconscious for 2 hours. After her fainting spell, it was Shen Huaixu who had carried her back to the courtyard. As for Feng Sun, Chunwen mentioned she had not seen him. Liu Jintang recalled Shen Huaixu's appearance earlier and clicked her tongue. "When I saw my big brother looking so vigorous, I thought I had been unconscious for 2 days. Upon waking, she had seen Shen Huaixu, his complexion rosy and his spirit vibrant, truly believing several days had passed. After all, he looked nothing like the person who had coughed up blood just 2 hours prior. Is my blood really that potent? What miraculous effect it seems to have." Liu Jintang marveled at her bandaged wound. Chunwen chimed in. "I cannot say if the Mrs. Blood is miraculous, but the young master's elixir is indeed extraordinary. When you were pale as a ghost, the moment he administered that medicine, your color returned instantly. It is truly wondrous. Is it really that remarkable?" Liu Jintang was equally astonished, realizing that her swift recovery was indeed thanks to Shen Huaixu's miraculous medicine. After all, she had risked her life to save him. Surely he would not be so stingy as to begrudge her the value of a single pill? As this thought crossed her mind, Liu Jintang couldn't help but smile. She cared not for Shen Huaixu's thoughts or whether he would hold her accountable for the pill. All she knew was that he lived because of her. A glimmer of triumph shone in her eyes. It was as if a blind cat had stumbled upon a dead rat. Regardless of the circumstances, her act of saving Shen Huaixu would ensure her safety within the Shen family. "Had anyone from the front courtyard come to find me?" The previously cheerful Liu Jintang suddenly recalled that Yin Zhao had come to visit the Shen family today, and the smile faded from her lips. The 2 hours she had been unconscious coincided precisely with mealtime. She was uncertain if the Shen family would put on a fade and call her to join for dinner. To ease her mind, she inquired. Yet, as expected, no one from the Shen family had sought her out. However, the situation was rather peculiar. Whenever she refrained from asking, they would not come. The moment she inquired, a little maid's announcement sounded from outside. "Miss, a servant from the madam's courtyard has come, saying you are requested to the front courtyard for tea." Liu Jintang's heart skipped a beat as she recalled Shen Huaixu was still outside. Yet, the next moment, the person who should have been outside appeared in her room as if by magic. Big brother? Staring at the unexpected figure that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Liu Jintang's face reflected utter astonishment. Her mind was filled with thoughts. Did she just say something bad about the other party? With a cold expression, Shen Huaixu approached. Chunwen, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly stepped aside. The elder brother? Liu Jintang looked at the figure approaching her, puzzled as to the other's intentions. Shen Huaixu reached the edge of the couch and produced a jade vial from his sleeve. He uncapped it, and a red pill rolled into the palm of his hand. "Eat this." Liu Jintang gazed at the pill, its brilliant red hue reminiscent of cinnabar, its surface smooth and lustrous, emanating a faint fragrance, clearly a precious item. Without a second thought, she took the pill and popped it into her mouth. Chunwen, quick on her feet, hastily brought her water to wash it down. Such decisiveness? Is she not afraid it might be poison? Clenching his fist, Shen Huaixu observed the girl on the couch drinking water obediently, a wicked smile playing on his lips. From behind the cup, Liu Jintang revealed a pair of bright, sparkling eyes, fluttering her lashes like crow feathers, which only accentuated their clarity. Given by the elder brother, even if it were poison, it must surely be the finest of poisons. Liu Jintang tilted her head, flashing a row of pearly white teeth. Moreover, since the elder brother is so kind to me, how could he bear to feed me poison? This medicine must be highly beneficial for my health. Am I not right, Brother Yuanji? Chapter 73. New Year Joy, Peace. In prosperity, a single utterance from Yuan, she startled the tall man by the bed. Shen Huaixu's stern demeanor cracked momentarily. Within the depths of his phoenix-like eyes, a whirlpool seemed to swirl, yet its depths remained inscrutable to others. He possessed an extraordinary appearance, strikingly handsome. When he smiled slightly, it was undeniably alluring. However, his inherent coldness left those around him intimidated by his formidable presence. Even when he smiled, their fear overshadowed any appreciation of his charm. Yet, Liu Jintang, unperturbed by such intimidation, boldly approached Shen Huaixu after deciding to win his favor. She gazed directly into his eyes, only to discover that when he smiled, his brows and eyes softened in unison, his deep black irises and blood-red lips remarkably captivating. Does Big Brother not like me calling you that? She feigned ignorance, pretending to be innocent and naive. Little did she know, all her thoughts were transparent to the man before her. Shen Huaixu observed the young girl on the bed, her bright eyes and radiant smile reminiscent of a blossoming flower in February, slightly flushed, as if intoxicated. She bore a certain exquisite beauty, akin to a bud of a delicate flower just beginning to bloom. While Shen Huaixu did not express his feelings, neither affirming nor denying, he gently rubbed his fingers together before turning to leave. He did not vanish as he had arrived, but instead approached the door and opened it. Liu Jintang intended to warn him about the presence of the Shen family outside, but as she began to speak, she suddenly halted. She watched as Shen Huaixu stepped outside, his voice cold as snow, followed by the hurried footsteps of a departing maid. After dismissing the maid, Shen Huaixu did not return indoors. I have left the osmanthus cake. His voice resonated, deep and somber, fading away in the doorway. Chunwen cautiously moved closer, peeking outside before carefully closing the door. Miss, the eldest young master has left. Liu Jintang remained in a daze on the bed until Chunwen nudged her, jolting her back to reality. Miss, what is wrong with you? Chunwen leaned in, her face close to Liu Jintang's. Initially, Liu Jintang stared at her blankly before bursting into laughter, leaving Chunwen bewildered. As Liu Jintang laughed until exhausted, Chunwen finally voiced her confusion. Miss, what are you laughing about? Lying on the bed, tears of joy rolled down Liu Jintang's cheeks as she sighed heavily, a sense of relief washing over her. Chunwen, Big Brother has decided to protect me. Chunwen was perplexed, her brows furrowed as she racked her brain, failing to recall when the eldest young master had made such a promise. She scratched her head. I do not understand. Liu Jintang gazed towards the door and then back at Chunwen, her face beaming with a smile, her eyes conveying profound meaning. Following Liu Jintang's gaze, Chunwen turned to the door, and her expression gradually transformed into one of astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect circle as realization dawned upon her. I understand now. Liu Jintang nodded with satisfaction, pleased with Chunwen's cleverness. Chunwen, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned beside Liu Jintang and inquired, Miss, does this mean that in the future, Madam will no longer dare to strike you? Liu Jintang shook her head gently, responding, if I err, as a parent, she has the right to chastise me. However, with the connection to Shen Huaixu, I believe she will be more cautious and will not strike me without cause as she did before. Moreover, if my elder brother is willing to protect me, the members of the Shen family will think twice before acting against me. Regarding the incident with Shengjing, such blatant favoritism will likely deter them from further transgressions, and that is sufficient. Chunwen nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment. She had initially believed that with the elder young master safeguarding her mistress, Liu Jintang would lead a life free of worries, enjoying the finest of luxuries without fear of bullying. Yet, it seemed that the outcome merely ensured that the Shen family would refrain from acting impulsively, which did not seem to alter much. Liu Jintang, discerning Chunwen's thoughts with a mere glance, chuckled and tapped her forehead playfully. You, my dear, wear your thoughts on your sleeve. I can see through you. Embarrassed at being so easily read, Chunwen scratched her head and replied with a wry smile. Well, it is true. I thought that with the elder young master protecting you, you would be free from worries, living as a true noblewoman. But it seems not to be the case. Still, I am content. Liu Jintang smiled warmly. One must understand that true happiness lies in contentment. Even before my elder brother agreed to protect me, he had aided me on several occasions and even gifted me his jade pendant. He owes me nothing. His assistance stems from compassion for my plight. How could I dare to wish for more? My only desire is to navigate these years in the Shen household safely. And if I could earn some silver for myself, that would be even better. Chuma nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over her. Indeed. As long as her mistress could live safely and joyfully, the title of a noblewoman or the adornments of wealth mattered little. Unbeknownst to them, outside the door, a tall figure leaned against the corridor's pillar, having overheard their entire conversation. Shen Huaixu gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, which was indeed the same one Liu Jintang had given to Xiaoxia. He had initially come to retrieve the pendant to return it to the little actress, but was instead drawn into this revealing dialogue. One must understand that true happiness lies in contentment. In the darkness, Shen Huaixu's lips curled into a slight smile, his dark eyes blending seamlessly with the night, rendering his expression inscrutable. Many possess riches and treasures that ordinary people can only dream of, yet they remain oblivious to the virtue of contentment. The princes and aristocrats inhabit vast palaces, indulge in wealth, gourmet food, and fine wine, yet they still gaze up at the figure seated upon the dragon throne, lamenting the regrets of life. The emperor, exalted above all, possesses the world, beauty, the reverence of his subjects, and the promise of eternal glory. Yet if one were to ask him if he is content, he would surely laugh at such folly. Everyone preaches contentment, yet few truly grasp its essence. He is no exception. The figure outside departed unnoticed, leaving behind only a lingering scent of cold fragrance. Inside, Liu Jintang and Chen sensed a shift, turning their gazes toward the window. Yet, as far as the eye can see, there lies a profound darkness, devoid of anything, save for the cold moonlight that spills upon the wall, while the branches sway gently in the wind, producing a soft rustling sound. Chapter 74. Worrying for Miss Yan's safety, the matron returned to the main hall, entering cautiously through the side door. She approached Madame Shen and whispered a few words to her. The once cheerful expression on Madame Shen's face gradually morphed into one of concern, the smile fading away. Yin Zhao noticed the change in Madame Shen's demeanor and anxiously inquired, "Has something happened to Fifth Sister?" Earlier, during their post-meal conversation, they had discussed Liu Jintang, and Madame Shen had sent the matron to summon her in front of everyone. Now that the matron had returned without Liu, coupled with Madame Shen's pallor, it was natural for others to speculate. Everyone turned their gaze toward Madame Shen, who forced a smile. "It is nothing serious. The young lady is feeling unwell and has already gone to bed." This statement indicated that Liu could not come. Yin Zhao's eyes lowered, a flicker of worry appearing within. At the evening meal, nearly all the Shen family members were present, except for Shen Huaixu and Liu Jintang. Yin Zhao's initial excitement had now transformed into disappointment mingled with concern. Shen Yuanxi had mentioned that Shen Huaixu was particularly attentive to his stepsister, Liu Jintang, caring for her in both trivial matters and life-threatening situations. Despite his justifications for each instance of intervention, over the years, he had only shown such concern for Liu Jintang. Although Yin Zhao had not given much thought to these remarks before, the current situation left her no choice but to ponder. She rose to bid farewell to Madame Shen and the matriarch, saying, "Since Fifth Sister is unwell, I shall not intrude any longer. It is getting late, and I must return home, otherwise my family may worry." The matriarch, supported by the matron, stood up and gently grasped Yin Zhao's hand, smiling affectionately. "Today, Yuan Ji is preoccupied with official duties and could not return in time for dinner. Do not hold it against him." Though Yin Zhao smiled, upon closer inspection, her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment, yet her demeanor remained gracious and demure. "As a dutiful daughter-in-law, I understand the difficulties faced by young Master Shen and shall not take it to heart. After all, there are many days ahead, and there is no need to rush." The matriarch nodded in satisfaction, increasingly pleased with Yin Zhao. What a good child. At this moment, Madame Shen stepped forward and instructed the matron to present a brocade box. "I have heard that your esteemed mother has been suffering from headaches lately. Inside are some huangbua and a century-old ginseng. Take it back and have the doctor prescribe a remedy. It may alleviate her condition." Yin Zhao expressed her gratitude with a bow as her maid retrieved the brocade box. After exchanging a few words of heartfelt farewell, she turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she seemed to recall something and paused. "Oh dear. In my excitement today, I almost forgot to present a gift." As she spoke, she produced a finely crafted sky blue jade pendant from her sleeve. The pendant was rectangular, adorned only with faint cloud motifs, and a string of blue tassels hung from its base, shimmering brilliantly in the candlelight. Although simple in design, it was exquisite, capturing even the matriarch's attention. Indeed, this jade was a remarkable treasure. Yin Zhao was quite pleased with the jade, her eyes sparkling with a smile reminiscent of blossoming pear flowers. This jade was a birthday gift from my father, said to have originated from the royal family of a distant land. I commissioned an artisan to craft it into a pendant, and I never imagined it would turn out to be of such exquisite quality. The Shen matriarch feigned ignorance and chuckled. I wonder, Miss Yin, to whom you intend to present this pendant? The implication in her words was unmistakable teasing. After all, the only individuals from the Shen family whom Yin Zhao could possibly gift were limited in number. She had already bestowed gifts upon the likes of old Master Shen and others. The only ones left unacknowledged were the yet-to-arrive Shen Huaixu and Liu Jintang. Since Liu Jintang was neither kin nor close acquaintance, there was no obligation for her to offer a gift to him. Thus, it could only be Shen Huaixu. A faint blush crept across Yin Zhao's face, revealing the innocent shyness of a young lady. This pendant is beautiful, and I thought to give it to young Master Shen as an ornament. Old Madame Shen glanced at Li Pozi, who subtly shook her head, conveying a message without words. Yin Zhao observed this exchange, lowering her gaze slightly, unable to conceal her disappointment, though no one noticed that beneath her forlorn expression lay a hint of relief. Once seated in the carriage heading home, Yin Zhao carefully stowed the sky blue jade pendant away. Her maid, Yu Tao, indignantly remarked, "The Shen family is truly excessive." Knowing that the young lady was visiting today with a gift, they chose to be absent. It's clearly a show of disrespect. Yin Zhao shot her a cold glance. Do not speak carelessly. Yu Tao shrank back, chastened by Yin Zhao's sharp look, and refrained from further commentary. Yin Zhao adjusted the hairpin atop her head, stating, Young Master Shen is destined for greatness. His busyness is justified. Is it not better than being like Shen Yuanxi, who is uneducated and idle? Realizing her misstep, Yu Tao quickly acknowledged her fault. I spoke out of turn. I hope the young lady will not take offense. Yin Zhao regarded her coldly. Let this be the last time. Yu Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, miss, for your leniency. She chastised herself for her loose tongue. Knowing well that the Shen family included young Master Shen, a subject that was strictly forbidden for discussion, let alone derision. Thankfully, her mistress did not hold it against her. Otherwise, a punishment would have been inevitable. As the two conversed, the sound of galloping hooves approached, drawing nearer to their carriage. Yin Zhao's first thought was that Shen Huaixu had returned and was chasing after them upon realizing they had just departed. Consequently, she smiled and lifted the bamboo curtain. However, upon seeing the rider, the name Shen faltered on her lips. Her smile gradually faded, leaving only a semblance of polite cordiality. Young Master Shen, what brings you here? Shen Yuanxi sat astride his horse, looking down at Yin Zhao within the carriage, observing the transition of her expression from delight to distant formality upon his arrival. He tightened his grip on the reins, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. How could he not perceive Yin Zhao's sentiments? She merely mistook him for Shen Huaixu. Seeing that he was not the object of her affections caused her smile to vanish entirely. Shen Yuanxi seethed with anger internally, yet maintained an outward demeanor of geniality. The sun had set, and the distance between the Shen residence and Yan's home spanned several long streets. Concerned for her safety, he had come to ensure her well-being. Might I be so bold as to inquire if my visit is unwelcome? In truth, it was entirely reasonable for Shen Yuanxi, as a member of the Shen family, to come and escort Yin Zhao before dusk. However, his addition of a remark about being unable to ease his concerns for Miss Yan's safety rendered the situation somewhat ambiguous. It seemed as though his visit was motivated not by familial duty, but by personal interest. Yin Zhao, momentarily taken aback by his words, quickly regained her composure and smiled lightly, stating, It is not at all presumptuous. I am truly grateful for your kindness in escorting me on behalf of the eldest Master Shen. Upon hearing this, the smile on Shen Yuanxi's face faltered slightly. He had articulated his intentions so clearly, yet Yin Zhao chose to feign innocence. Why should he be the one accompanying her when it was Shen Huaixu who would reap the accolades? Such an arrangement was hardly fair. Chapter 75. What is my identity? What is yours? Shen Yuanxi held the reins tightly as the carriage progressed. The cool moonlight cast a sinister smile upon his face, adding an unsettling aura to his demeanor. There was something that Miss Yin might not be aware of, he remarked with a chuckle. Yin Zhao, perplexed, inquired, What is it? Shen Yuanxi lowered his gaze. In fact, my elder brother returned to the estate quite early tonight. Yin Zhao was taken aback. The smile faded from her delicate countenance, and a flicker of doubt appeared in her bright eyes as she scrutinized Shen Yuanxi atop his steed. How do you know? Why should I believe you? If young Master Shen has indeed returned, the old matriarch's servants would undoubtedly be aware. If the final denial came from someone of the Shen family, she might entertain some skepticism. Yet the servant who confirmed Shen Huaixu's absence was one of the old matriarchs, and she could never conceal such a matter from me. Shen Yuanxi chuckled, a mix of mockery and self-deprecation in his laughter. My elder brother is extraordinarily capable. If he wishes to remain undisclosed, who could possibly ascertain his return? Then how do you know? Yin Zhao pressed further. Well, Shen Yuanxi feigned mystique. I possess my own means. After all, the person Miss Yin has been preoccupied with all night not only returned home early, but has also chosen to avoid any encounters. What do you think is the reason for that? The handkerchief in Yin Zhao's grasp had been twisted into a tight coil, and a wave of anxiety surged within her. She sensed that something was amiss. However, despite her concerns, she would not take Shen Yuanxi's words at face value. Even if he spoke the truth, she would not allow his insinuations to cloud her judgment of Shen Huaixu and jeopardize their relationship. If Shen Huaixu truly returned home early and chose to remain hidden, there must be a valid reason, perhaps unfinished business or some unavoidable circumstance. In any case, Shen Yuanxi could not compare to him. What does young Master Shen intend by telling me all this? Yin Zhao cast a wary glance at Shen Yuanxi, bewildered by his actions that night. Shen Yuanxi merely smiled in silence. He understood that his words could not shake Shen Huaixu's standing in Yin Zhao's heart, and that was not his intent. He merely sought to plant a seed of doubt within her, to be recalled at the opportune moment. Miss Yin, you may have misunderstood me. I bear no ill will in sharing this. I merely wish to inform you that I am who I am. My presence here to escort you is entirely separate from my elder brother. Stop the carriage. Almost as soon as Shen Yuanxi finished speaking, Yin Zhao commanded the carriage to halt. Once the carriage came to a stop, she addressed Shen Yuanxi outside. I am already betrothed to your elder brother. Before long, I shall be your sister-in-law. According to propriety, you ought not to escort me, so please return, young Master Shen. The remainder of the journey does not require your assistance. Having spoken, Yin Zhao signaled the coachman to resume their journey, promptly lowering the bamboo curtain, not affording Shen Yuanxi even a glance. Shen Yuanxi remained mounted, his expression dark as he watched the carriage recede into the distance. Yin Zhao, just wait. There will come a day when you willingly serve me. With that, Shen Yuanxi turned his horse around and retraced his path. Upon the rooftop where he departed, an individual, with grass clutched in their mouth, arose from the eaves, squinting in the direction of Shen Yuanxi's exit. To have stumbled upon such an intriguing affair while merely dozing here is indeed a spectacle. At the Shen family's Saiha courtyard, Liu Jintang, having completed her ablutions, prepared to rest. Her frail condition rendered her breathless after merely taking a few steps. If she did not take proper time to recuperate, she risked leaving behind a lingering ailment, difficult to remedy. Originally, Fang Sun had commented on her unfortunate state at such a tender age, and now it appeared his words held truth as she nearly faltered. Just as she reclined on the couch and closed her eyes, a loud bang from outside startled Liu Jintang, leading her to summon Chunwen for inquiry. Chunwen entered with a grim countenance, informing her, "Miss, it is the madam who has arrived." Liu Jintang was aware of the impending visit from the Shen matriarch, but was unprepared for the commotion accompanying her arrival. While she could choose to avoid her mother's presence, the Shen matriarch was an exception she could not ignore. After all, as the saying goes, one can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Now that she possessed Shen Huaixu as a form of leverage, she had little cause to fear her mother's authority. Liu Jintang donned her attire and arranged her hair before stepping outside. The Shen matriarch had long awaited her in the courtyard, surrounded by servants who had set up tables, chairs, and warm tea. Yet she did not spare a glance at any of it. Her gaze remained fixed on the door of Liu Jintang's chamber until Liu Jintang finally emerged. Do you think that with a newfound backing, you can flaunt your authority before your mother? With Chunwen's support, Liu Jintang descended the steps, not out of desire, but due to her weakness and unsteady legs. Without Chunwen's assistance, she likely would have tumbled down immediately. Upon reaching the ground, Liu Jintang bowed respectfully, saying, "Daughter greets mother. I am unwell, hence my delayed appearance." "Humph," scoffed the Shen matriarch. "I see not an ailing body, but a defiant spirit, eager to take flight." Liu Jintang regarded her mother in silence, aware that more words were forthcoming. As anticipated, the Shen matriarch continued, "What methods have you employed to earn Shen Huaixu's protection?" "Methods?" Liu Jintang felt a smile tug at her lips, pondering how sharing her secret would serve any purpose. Could her mother truly replicate it? "I merely saved my elder brother by chance. Hence, he has been kind to me." "Liu Jintang, do you take me for a fool, allowing you to deceive me?" The Shen matriarch's smile was devoid of warmth, her gaze icy and venomous. Liu Jintang responded with calm assurance, Daughter speaks the truth, devoid of any falsehood. Who is Shen Huaixu? A man of great prowess and strength. He requires no rescue from me. Liu Jintang did not wish to delve further into the matter of Shen Huaixu's injury, simply stating, "What I say is true, if mother doubts it. She may seek verification from my elder brother." The Shen matriarch's slender fingers gripped the chair's armrest tightly. Her fury uncontainable at the thought of Liu Jintang slipping from her grasp. If she disobeyed and began to break free, then she should never have brought her to Shengjing. Rather, she ought to have drowned her in the river. I command you to keep your distance from Shen Huaixu. What is your station compared to his? Do you truly believe he would regard you with esteem? Liu Jintang's expression remained unchanged as her gaze turned contemplatively towards the Shen family. What of my mother? She inquired. Shen's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Liu Jintang replied with a faint smile. Mother traveled a great distance, bringing along her family to marry Lord Shen, thus entering the esteemed Shen clan. In the eyes of the Shen family, does her status command respect? Or perhaps is it that they regard me with disdain? Yet hold you, as a stepmother marrying into the Shen family, in high regard? Pray tell, mother, what is my true identity? And what, may I ask, is yours? Chapter 76. You shall not expect me to listen to a single word of yours impudence. Am I not your mother? Is this how you speak to me? Shen's voice thundered with dissatisfaction. Liu Jintang remained impassive, allowing her tirade to unfold. Once Shen had finished her outburst, Liu Jintang felt unshed tears welling in her eyes. So you are aware that you are my mother. Stepping forward, she gazed upon Shen's striking visage, struggling to recall the last time she had shown her any semblance of affection. Ever since she had grown aware of her surroundings, it was always Shen who accompanied her. If not for her father's constant reminders of her mother's hardships, urging her to be understanding, and his dying words expressing his deepest concern for both her and Shen, she might have truly believed that Shen was not her biological mother. After all, which mother would treat her child in such a manner? Shen's face was a picture of astonishment. Are you blaming me? Blaming me for not treating you well? Liu Jintang's heart scoffed coldly. Did she not possess the awareness to discern her own actions? Do you have any idea how much scorn I endured to bring you into the Shen family? How many harsh words I faced? I do not wish for your success. I merely desire your obedience and understanding. Yet, consider this. Since that fateful wedding banquet, how much trouble have you caused? Shen seemed to bear an immense grievance, tears glimmering in her eyes as she spoke. Trouble? Yes, she admitted, she had caused a stir on the day of the banquet, losing face. However, every step she took thereafter, every action she undertook, was in pursuit of survival. If she did not retaliate, she would not acquire the funds needed to save Chen Shuang. The one who would have drowned at Shengjing Temple that day would have been her, not Shen Shijing. Shen Shijing faced mere punishment for transgressions, while Liu Jintang, in her previous life, had her reputation shattered, enduring scorn and ridicule, rendered unable to hold her head high among the noble ladies of the capital. Her actions had undermined Shen's interests. To Shen, that constituted trouble. Yet, what was it for her to assist the Shen family in harming her? All for the sake of the so-called position of Madame Shen? Liu Jintang found it almost laughable. Her mother often claimed to sacrifice for her. Yet was it not Shen's own volition to marry into the Shen family? Once, her mother had dictated her every move. Yet what had she ultimately gained? Shen fell silent, and Liu Jintang provided the answer. I lost Qian Shuang, lost the legacy left to me by my father, and gained only your disdain and coldness. Even to purchase a mere oil cake requires the maid to part with her silver. And I do not even possess the funds to buy an oil cake. Mother, when you speak to me in this manner, have you ever contemplated that you are my mother? If you have, how can you remain indifferent upon seeing me in this state? Daughter seeks understanding. Can you enlighten me? Faced with Liu Jintang's probing questions, Shen fell into a profound silence. Perhaps Liu had struck a chord, or perhaps Shen was merely feeling guilty. After a lengthy pause, she glared at Liu Jintang and uttered, "Because you and your father owe me." Shen viewed Liu Jintang with the eyes of an enemy. Had it not been for your father seeking a marriage proposal, how could the Shen family possibly have bound me, coercing me into marrying him? Had I not been wed to your father, I would not have had to reside in that wretched place, Jiangning, for so many years. I was destined to arrive in Shengjing, to marry into the Shen household, and rightfully assume the esteemed title of Madame Shen, rather than now, with only the remnant of past affections, bringing you into the Shen residence and enduring disdain. In her previous life, Liu Jintang never once held resentment against Shen, even until her death. Regardless of her lack of affection, her alliances with outsiders, or her indifference in the face of suffering, Liu Jintang never cast blame upon her. She understood the struggles of a woman with children marrying into a prominent family. So she always admonished herself to be more understanding. She bore no grievances, nor cast any aspersions, simply because she was her mother, the beloved of her father. Yet, Liu Jintang could never fathom that Shen harbored a lingering animosity towards her father for marrying her. Her father had forsaken a brilliant future for her sake, reduced their household to poverty, and even in his final moments remained concerned for her well-being. During her years as the matriarch of the Liu family in Jiangning, her father had never treated her poorly. The townsfolk were envious of her mother's good fortune, yet now her mother reveals that she despises her father, and consequently, she loathes Liu Jintang as well. How absurd. I once believed that my mother must have her own reasons for treating me this way. Striving to understand her while adhering to the principle of filial piety, Liu Jintang scoffed, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. But from this night forth, I understand that I may never receive my mother's care or affection. Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall still uphold your dignity in the presence of the Shen family. But from now on, do not expect to hear a single word from me. Shen slammed the table in fury. You dare. Why should I not dare? Liu Jintang raised her voice. She did not wish to cry, yet the tears flowed unabated, recalling the profound love her father had given, only to be met with such cold words, causing her heart to ache deeply. From this moment onward, should I err, I shall accept my mother's judgment. Yet if I am blameless, she shall not lay a finger upon me. Liu Jintang, I am your mother. Shen glared and advanced, attempting to approach Liu Jintang. But in the next instant, a figure emerged from the side, blocking Shen's path. It was a maidservant from Liu Jintang's courtyard. Madam, my young master has instructed that the fifth young lady has bestowed her grace upon him, and until the fifth young lady recovers, no outsiders are permitted to approach. Should there be any matters, you may seek the young master at Shengjing residence. Liu Jintang was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the maidservant. When had Shen Huaixu placed someone in her courtyard? How had she remained oblivious? Shen looked at the maidservant blocking her way and raised her hand to strike. Yet in the next moment, the maidservant caught Shen's hand mid-swing. Impudent servant! How dare you obstruct me? Shen's eyes widened in fury, since becoming Madame Shen. She had never felt such humiliation, being defied by a mere servant. The maidservant, undeterred by Shen's wrath, stepped back and released her grip. I am coarse and tough-skinned. If you strike me, so be it, but I fear your delicate hands might suffer injury from me. Moreover, as a servant to the eldest son, do you truly intend to strike me, madam? The maid spoke these words while casting a glance at Madame Shen, seemingly inquiring if she truly meant to confront her and oppose Shen Huaixu. Madame Shen's grip tightened. How could she dare to stand against Shen Huaixu? Even the master, Shen Laoyi, refrained from imposing strictures upon him. As a stepmother, what authority did she possess? Through the maid's shoulder, Madame Shen's malevolent gaze lingered upon Liu Jintang, who stood at the threshold. Liu Jintang met her stare with an air of detachment and indifference. Madame Shen trembled. Whether from rage or some other emotion, she could not discern. She averted her gaze and turned away, proclaiming, Do not presume that with support, you can rise above me. Regardless of our circumstances, I am still your mother. While I may choose to disregard your affairs, there is one matter in which you must seek my favor. I await the day you come to plead with me. Chapter 77. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask your grandson. With a cold expression, Shen departed, leaving Liu Jintang to watch her exit the courtyard. Liu Jintang was well aware of the matter Shen referred to, which pertained to her marriage. The dictates of parents and the matchmaking traditions are timeless. As long as Shen desired, Liu Jintang would have no choice but to comply with whom she wished to marry. Liu Jintang gazed up at the crescent moon above, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Shen mistakenly believed that by controlling the matter of marriage, she could dictate Liu Jintang's life. However, she underestimated Shen Huaixu and overestimated her own capabilities. Lowering her gaze, a resolute glimmer flickered in Liu Jintang's eyes. Shen would not control her life. No, she would not. Once Shen had departed, Liu Jintang summoned a maid into her chamber for inquiries. It was then that she discovered all the words she had spoken to Shen were taught to her by Shen Huaixu. She was not under his influence. Liu Jintang understood Shen Huaixu's prowess, yet she was astonished by his foresight, anticipating Shen's intrusion and arranging everything for her. Such is the power of authority. When one commands enough respect, even in their absence, their name alone can deter others. From now on, you shall guard the entrance, Liu Jintang declared. In Liu Jintang's courtyard, her attendants were adequately appointed. Ordinarily, apart from the head maid, a few junior maids would remain, while those at the main door and courtyard gate would also be tasked with guarding. Yet, due to various reasons, she had retained only Chana to serve her. while the others, aside from those guarding the courtyard, were assigned to menial chores. Transitioning from a maid of lesser rank to a second-tier maid was indeed a cause for joy. The young maid immediately knelt in gratitude. That night, Liu Jintang experienced a rare dream of her childhood. She found herself riding upon her father's shoulders, frolicking amidst a sea of begonia blossoms. A woman followed behind them, her features obscured, appearing now close, now distant. The three of them sat beneath a begonia tree. Liu Jintang perched on her father's lap, who tenderly caressed the cheek of the woman beside him. They appeared so blissful, so joyous. Upon awakening, a smile lingered at the corners of Liu Jintang's mouth. Remnants of her dream. Lying on her bed, she took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. When she opened her eyes again, the wistful longing in her gaze had been replaced by clarity. It had been a long time since she dreamt of her father. Perhaps her confrontation with Shen the previous night had stirred such dreams. Liu Jintang paid little mind to the identity of the woman whose face she could not discern in the dream. After all, the only person who could have been with them, aside from Shen, was no one else. If given a choice, she would prefer not to dream of Shen again. As soon as she awakened, Chunwen, hearing the commotion, also stirred. Rubbing her eyes, still drowsy, she asked, "Miss, why are you awake so early? It's still dark outside. Not a glimmer of light to be seen." Liu Jintang replied softly, "It's nothing. You may continue to sleep. I merely rose to relieve myself." Chunwen acknowledged her with a nod but did not return to her slumber. Instead, she got up and lit a candle. "I shall assist you, Mississippi." Liu Jintang looked at Chunwen with gratitude and warmth, saying, "Chunwen, I dreamed of my father. Do you miss home, miss?" Chunwen carefully assisted Liu Jintang as they walked. "When this humble servant misses home, I gaze at the moon in the sky. Would you like to sit in the courtyard?" "Miss." Liu Jintang shook her head. "No. Some people one may yearn to see countless times, yet they remain forever out of reach." "Chunwen, where is your home?" Chunwen replied, "In a small village." "Do you wish to return home?" Without hesitation, Chunwen answered, "Yes, this humble servant longs to go back." "Do you have family there?" Chunwen nodded. "I miss my younger sister at home." She gestured to her waist, chuckling. "When I left, she only reached my knees, and now she must have grown to my waist." Her eyes sparkled with affection as she spoke of her sister, filled with the longing of an elder sister. Liu Jintang observed and silently noted her sentiments. Chunwen missed her family, particularly her little sister. After finishing her business, Liu Jintang turned to continue her rest. When the time came to prepare the soup, she rose from her bed. However, upon leaving the room, she was stopped by a young maid stationed at the door. The eldest young master instructed that the fifth young lady is not to prepare soup until her health is fully restored. Liu Jintang contemplated asserting her ability to manage, but reconsidered. This was an instruction from Shen Huaixu. Disobeying might lead him to perceive her as unruly. For the sake of future relations, Liu Jintang obediently retreated into her room. As daylight broke, old Madame Shen arrived at Saya courtyard upon hearing the wind's whispers. Liu Jintang feigned weakness on her bed, eliciting concern from old Madame Shen, who tenderly stroked her head and inquired about her discomfort. Liu Jintang understood that her act of saving Shen Huaixu must have become known, otherwise old Madame Shen would not be so attentive. "Thank you for your concern, grandmother. The doctor said I would recover in a few days. Aside from feeling a bit weak, I have no other ailments." Old Madame Shen took Liu Jintang's hand and slipped a jade bracelet onto her wrist. Startled, Liu Jintang instinctively reached to remove it. But old Madame Shen pressed her hand down, saying, "I have heard from Yuanji that you fortuitously saved him last night while delivering osmanthus cakes. If it weren't for your selfless act of blocking the sword with your bare hands, it would have been Yuanji who was injured. You have suffered, dear child." She blocked the sword with her bare hands? How remarkable. Liu Jintang stifled a laugh, perplexed by Shen Huaixu's strange fabrication. It lacked persuasiveness. Considering his formidable stature and martial prowess, why would he need a young girl to save him? Yet, seeing old Madame Shen's unwavering belief piqued Liu Jintang's curiosity about what Shen Huaixu had conveyed to her. The granddaughter had no inkling of the sheer coincidence that had transpired. It had truly frightened her, making her think that survival was uncertain. Liu Jintang dared not elaborate, fearing exposure, and thus feigned a frightened demeanor to placate old Madame Shen. Internally, she fervently hoped the old lady would refrain from further inquiries, for she feared she could not maintain her ruse. Yet, it was evident that the venerable matriarch, Lady Shen, was not prepared to relent. She gently patted Liu Jintang's hand, letting out a sigh, and remarked, "That child, Yuanji, truly ought to have intervened. Does he not fear that the wicked may wield their blades indiscriminately? Thankfully, he has merely sustained an injury to his hand." One might consider it a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Liu Jintang offered a sheepish smile and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is fortunate. Were it not for this stroke of luck, she might very well be lying in a coffin at this moment. What was Yuanji doing at that time? How could he allow a young girl like you to undertake such perilous endeavors? Pray, tell your grandmother, should Yuanji stand idly by in the face of danger, I shall ensure he is adequately reprimanded. Liu Jintang found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had not witnessed the events that Lady Shen described. The situation she had experienced involved Shen Huaixu continuously spitting blood, yet that was hardly a tale she could share. Feeling somewhat exasperated, she mused that Shen Huaixu could at least have conferred with her to concoct a more plausible narrative. How was she to respond? She was unaware of how Shen Huaixu had communicated with Lady Shen. Was the matriarch intentionally trying to extract information from her? Or did she genuinely wish to advocate on her behalf? Liu Jintang felt overwhelmed, a bead of anxious perspiration forming on her forehead, yet she dared not wipe it away. Just as she was steeling herself to fabricate an excuse, a clear, cold voice resonated from outside the door. Grandmother, if you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask your grandson. I shall answer with utmost candor. Chapter 78. Desire for Jujube. Madame Shen turned to look back. Shen Huaixu, wrapped in a dark purple python robe, entered from outside. This was the attire of the Imperial Guard. Liu Jintang had seen him don this garment once in her past life, but only from a distance. Observing him up close in this life, she found the robe to exude an imposing and formidable aura. Unlike the official garb of the Minister of Justice, this python robe radiated an aggressive intensity. Shen Huaixu had not even equipped himself with the embroidered spring knife, yet the fierce energy surrounding him was chilling. His eyes, sharp and upward slanting, were like bottomless black pools, with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. However, for reasons unknown, that smile conveyed no sense of friendliness whatsoever. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be attending the morning court at this hour? Madame Shen expressed her surprise, for it was rather late, and he ought not to be in the residence. Liu Jintang shared her astonishment. How did he appear so suddenly? I must venture outside the city today. His Majesty has exempted the morning court, Shen Huaixu explained succinctly. Given that it was a matter dispatched by the Emperor, further inquiry would be inappropriate. Madame Shen nodded in understanding. You certainly know how to choose your moments. I was just inquiring about the injury to your fifth sister when you arrived. Madame Shen remarked with a serious expression, clearly displeased that Liu Jintang had been harmed in Shen Huaixu's presence. While she seemed to advocate for Liu Jintang, the latter understood that it was merely a fade. After all, her injury stemmed from her efforts to protect Shen Huaixu, and Madame Shen could not remain indifferent. Madame Shen grasped Liu Jintang's injured hand, her voice filled with concern. Your fifth sister, being a young lady, should not have been harmed. What will the world think of the Shen family if word gets out? As her elder brother, you ought to protect your sister. Yet look what has happened. Liu Jintang lowered her gaze, speaking softly. Grandmother, this matter is not brother's fault. It was I who rashly stepped forward to block the sword, and brother scolded me afterward. Shen Huaixu regarded the young girl on the couch, feigning a pitiful demeanor, and raised an eyebrow. This little actress was quite convincing. This was an accident, and it shall not happen again. I will procure the finest medicine for my fifth sister, ensuring that no scars remain, he assured. Madame Shen nodded, then turned her gaze to Liu Jintang, gently patting the back of her hand. Have the thieves been captured? Shen Huaixu replied with a cold grunt. They have been apprehended. Since the thieves are captured, you must conduct a thorough interrogation to seek justice for your fifth sister. Do you understand? Madame Shen turned her attention to Shen Huaixu. Once more, he responded with a cold grunt. Understood. Satisfied with his reply, Madame Shen's gaze softened toward Liu Jintang, filled with affection yet tinged with hesitation. Liu Jintang sensed that there was something Madame Shen wished to convey, so she lifted her eyes and inquired, Grandmother, do you have something to say to your granddaughter? Madame Shen reached out to caress Liu Jintang's hair. Good child, grandmother knows you are sensible. I regret that you have had to endure this. Liu Jintang shook her head, timidly glancing at the tall man behind Madame Shen. This concerned her brother's safety. Should a similar situation arise again, she would still make the same choice. Madame Shen sighed softly. Grandmother knows your heart is pure. Yet this is not a matter of great honor. Thus, it is best not to inform your father. Once you recover, I shall do my utmost to compensate you. Is that agreeable? Her words implied that this matter should remain known only to the three of them, not even to old Master Shen. In truth, Madame Shen's sentiments resonated deeply with Liu Jintang. Shen Huaixu held a name that could stir the very fabric of Shengjing. Should this incident come to light, she would undoubtedly become the target of public scrutiny. Regardless of whether others believed that she had saved Shen Huaixu, the question remained, where would his dignity lie? And what of the Shen family's reputation? Clearly, the fewer who knew of this affair, the better. Ideally, it should remain a complete secret. However, Liu Jintang's expression faltered as she cast a guilty glance at Madame Shen. Last night, my mother came to inquire about my injury. Madame Shen's brow furrowed. How did she come to know? Liu Jintang shook her head in uncertainty, but Shen Huaixu interjected, I mentioned it. His brows arched with mischief. She sent a maid yesterday to summon me, and I was the one who dispatched the maid. This revelation clarified the situation. Madame Shen's face darkened. I wondered why she was in such a hurry yesterday. It was for this matter. After Yin Zhao's departure, the Shen family had left with the maid. And Madame Shen had sensed something amiss, though she had not anticipated they would head to Kai courtyard. Liu Jintang's eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a child unsure of how to face the consequences of a misdeed. Grandmother, it is all my fault. Do not blame you, regardless of right or wrong. It matters not that your daughter knows. Liu Jintang blinked, tears cascading down her cheeks. Is that true? Madame Shen gently patted Liu Jintang's shoulder, offering comfort. It is of no consequence. Rest well, I shall visit your mother. Liu Jintang nodded, wiping her tears away. Old Madame Shen rose, assisted by the maid, and together they exited. Shen Huaixu cast a glance at the young lady on the couch, and as Liu Jintang raised her eyes, they met his gaze. She flashed a bright smile, her earlier tears now replaced by a playful glimmer, akin to a child seeking praise, charming and lively. Shen Huaixu, with an impassive expression, averted his gaze and took over the maid's duties. I shall escort grandmother. Old Madame Shen did not refuse, and the two departed, leaving Liu Jintang's room enveloped in tranquility once more. Humph, what a pretense, Liu Jintang scoffed, her nose slightly wrinkling in disdain at Shen Huaixu's aloof demeanor. She slumped back against the soft cushion, absently wiping the sweat from her forehead, reflecting that one must never engage in activities that stir one's conscience. Chunin entered with a platter of fruits, glancing outside to confirm Shen Huaixu and the others had left before carefully closing the door. Miss, I have washed some fruits for you. Chunin placed the platter beside the couch, offering a slice of apple to Liu Jintang. Liu Jintang took a bite of the apple, which was crisp with a hint of tartness. While its flavor was not particularly delightful, it was undeniably refreshing and succulent. For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly craved jujubes. For those unfamiliar with jujubes, a quick search will enlighten you. Chunwen scratched her head, as she was aware of what jujubes were, a remarkably sweet and crisp fruit that grows on trees and only ripens in the autumn. However, it is said that due to their scarce yield, they command an exorbitant price, rendering them almost non-existent in the marketplace. Moreover, it is rumored that once harvested, these fruits are sent directly to the imperial palace, leaving common folk to merely hear tales of them throughout their lives without ever having the chance to behold one. Chapter 79. If she likes it, then Sen Morizeo is both precious and rare. I have never tasted it. Have you, miss? What does it taste like? Liu Jintang, her mouth full, pondered for a moment, recalling memories from her previous life, yet she still vividly remembered the flavor of Yuzeo. It was exceptionally sweet, delightfully crisp, with a refreshing fragrance. As she spoke, she stuffed the remaining apple into her mouth. Alas, Yuzeo is truly scarce. It is better to simply think of it. Chunwen nodded in agreement, then suddenly had a thought. Miss, perhaps I could venture to the market. I might chance upon some. Chancing upon it is unlikely. In her past life, Liu Jintang had longed for Yuzeo after her first taste, but her search yielded nothing. It could not be acquired merely through wealth. Chunwen, somewhat disheartened, lowered her head and quietly peeled an orange for Liu Jintang. Yuzeo? In the dimly lit dungeon, Shen Huaixu sat in a dark purple robe that shimmered under the candlelight. He lounged in an imposing chair, his long fingers playing with a sharp dagger. Shadows obscured his features, yet could not conceal the chilling light in his deep-set eyes. Beside him, Baiyun and a group of black-clad guards bowed their heads, seemingly merging with the darkness. Morun stood nearby, bending slightly to speak with him. 3 paces away, 2 unconscious men were bound to a torture rack. They had evidently been recently tortured, their wounds had yet to scab over, and crimson blood flowed, staining their white garments a vivid red. The stench of blood filled the dungeon, yet the man seated in the chair remained impassive, his eyes glinting with a thirst for blood. Yes, Xiao Xia mentioned that the 5th miss wished to taste Yuzeo. A batch was delivered to the palace yesterday. Should I send someone to retrieve some? Shen Huaixu twirled the dagger between his fingers, emitting a soft from his throat. Go ahead, if she enjoys it. Let her have plenty. I recall that a batch of milk oranges was also sent to the palace a few days ago. Include some of those as well. Warun bowed in acknowledgement. As you command. Upon receiving the order, Warun departed, and Shen Huaixu rose from his chair. He approached the torture rack. And the two unconscious men seemed to sense his presence, awakening to reveal bloodshot eyes that obscured their original color, a frightening sight indeed. Had Liu Jintang been present, she would have recognized one of them as the thief who stole her silver note. The two men glared at Shen Huaixu with rage, but when they opened their mouths, blood gushed forth, and their severed tongues rendered them incapable of uttering a single word, only able to produce muffled cries of anguish. Shen Huaixu rotated the dagger in his fingers, leisurely circling the two men before halting, the blade flashing menacingly. In a swift motion, he severed one man's ear along with a portion of his hair. In an instant, the dungeon echoed with their piercing wails, yet Shen Huaixu remained unmoved. He stood before the man, observing his torment as if admiring his own handiwork, a smirk playing on his lips. When the man's cries subsided into silent shudders, he finally spoke, his tone languid. To scream so loudly suggests you still possess strength. In that case, let us prolong the melody a while longer. As Shen Huaixu's words fell, Baiyun stepped forward with a bucket of brine, and with a sweeping motion, doused the man before him. The salt water penetrated every pore. Invading the wounds on his skin, the man, who was on the verge of fainting, was jolted back to consciousness by the searing pain. He longed to wail and scream. Yet recalling Shen Huaixu's words, he stifled his cries. You are indeed a tough man, Shen Huaixu scoffed. But I wonder if you can still maintain your bravado upon witnessing this. No. A woman's piercing scream echoed as she was dragged forth by the black-clad guards. The man, though he had yet to see her, widened his eyes in terror, trembling and glancing around frantically. When the woman was brought forth, he roared in fury, wishing he could strip Shen Huaixu of his very bones. The woman appeared to be around 20, her beauty delicate and captivating. She was adorned in fine silk, her head adorned with jeweled flowers, creating a stark contrast to the man's tattered garments. While her beauty was undeniable, it was laced with a certain allure that hinted she was no virtuous maiden. She was likely a courtesan, either from the opulent Qin Lu or the bustling Chu pavilion. Given her attire, the former seemed more probable. Shen Huaixu crouched down, his dagger lifting her chin. Initially filled with fear, the woman froze upon seeing Shen Huaixu's face, then broke into a charming smile. My lord, I implore you to spare me. As long as you let me go, I shall do anything you desire. Her seductive tone clashed with her disheveled appearance. Had she been clad in fine garments, swaying a handkerchief in a brothel, she might have evoked some sympathy. Yet now, with her hair in disarray, clothes askew, and her makeup smudged, her attempts at allure felt disingenuous and discomforting. Shen Huaixu regarded her with disdain, rising to his feet, his voice devoid of warmth. Administer the concoction to her. The woman, taken aback by his indifference, attempted to plead for mercy, but in the next moment, Baiyun seized her face, forcing a bowl of unknown medicine into her mouth. Cough. I want tea drink. I want tea. The woman protested, her cries muffled, while the man on the rack grimaced and emitted strange sounds of fury. Once the bowl was emptied, Baiyun stood and left, the woman coughing and then suddenly writhing on the ground, tearing at her clothes and exclaiming how hot it was. The man, now realizing the nature of the potion, struggled desperately against his bindings. I thought you were a true tough guy, but it seems you are nothing but this. Shen Huaixu remarked with a mocking glint in his eye before turning to leave. This woman is a gift for you. The group of black-clad guards clasped their fists in gratitude. Thank you, master. The fate of the woman remained uncertain, but the guards stationed at the dungeon reported that her screams echoed throughout the night. As for the man, he was discovered the following day, his body rigid, lifted from the dungeon, having died from the anguish of witnessing his lover's torment. Baiyun sat in the corridor, polishing his longsword, as he listened to his subordinate's report with a cold snort. Since she dared to assist the adversary in poisoning the master, she must also bear the consequences. Baiyun rose, sheathing his sword, and stepped into the chamber. Master, the man is already dead, yet that woman still clings to life. Should I? Baiyun gestured across his throat. Shen Huaixu paused his writing, casually tossing a letter from his desk without lifting his gaze, stating, Deliver this envelope to the adversary's household. Her husband perished by my hand, and I shall offer some compensation. As for that woman, she is to be eliminated. Baiyun retrieved the envelope, puzzled. Master, the adversary poisoned you and nearly caused the fifth young lady to lose her life. Why then extend kindness to his wife and children? He consorted with courtesans and deserves death. Shen Huaixu raised his eyes, irritated by the incessant chatter. Sometimes, ignorance of the truth is a blessing. Go now. Beiyan instantly grasped Shen Huaixu's intent, a smile breaking forth as he clasped his fists and declared, "As you command." Chapter 80. Confiding in Big Brother about my bathing. Gazing at the abundant platter filled with succulent jujubes and luscious citrus fruits, Liu Jintang's eyes sparkled with delight. Warren chuckled beside her. Today, the palace has sent a fresh batch of jujubes and citrus fruits. The young master, thinking of the fifth miss, specifically instructed us to bring some for her to savor. Liu Jintang found it rather curious that she had only expressed her desire for jujubes earlier that morning. And just a few hours later, they had arrived. Could it be that Xiao Xia had gone to inform him? Although she was aware that her every move was under scrutiny, it did not evoke a sense of privacy. Rather, it was somewhat irksome. I truly appreciate your efforts, Wenran. May I inquire if Big Brother is in the courtyard? I wish to express my gratitude in person. The previous day, Shen Huaixu had mentioned that she should visit him at King Danger the day after tomorrow. Today was indeed the day for her to seek him out. The pouches she had crafted for him had been resting with her for quite some time, and it was high time to deliver them. While it was clear he had taken measures to protect her by dismissing the Shen family's matron, he had not rescinded their meeting. Hence Liu Jintang felt compelled to go. With the timely arrival of these seasonal fruits, it presented the perfect opportunity for her to convey her thanks. Wenran hesitated momentarily before replying, "The young master is preoccupied with urgent matters today. He likely will not return until after dark." "Then I shall wait for him to return before visiting," Liu Jintang decided. Shen Huaixu had mentioned he would be leaving the city today and would likely be quite busy. Chunwen accompanied Wenran out of the courtyard, while Liu Jintang picked up a jujube and took a bite. The fruit, having been chilled, was refreshingly sweet and crisp, reminiscent of its taste in her previous life. After Chunwen had seen Wenran off, she hurried back into the room, her mouth watering at the sight of the plump jujubes. Noticing Chunwen's eager expression, Liu Jintang generously offered her a handful of jujubes along with a citrus fruit. Chunwen gleefully tucked the treats into her arms. Observing that Chunwen had yet to indulge, Liu Jintang inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" Chunwen chuckled, "These are rare delicacies. Naturally, I must savor them slowly and not consume them all at once." While Liu Jintang felt a pang of sweetness at Chunwen's joy, it also tugged at her heartstrings. After all, she was merely a child. Having left home at such a young age, she had never truly enjoyed the comforts of life in her previous existence. Liu Jintang took another generous handful of jujubes and pressed them into Chunwen's hands. "I have plenty more. You must eat more." Chunwen, taken aback by the bounty, quickly replied, "I have enough." Liu Jintang pouted, feigning displeasure. "I am your mistress. How dare you disregard my wishes?" Chunwen, ever obedient to Liu Jintang and unable to bear seeing her upset, immediately offered her thanks while clutching the jujubes. Soon, the two sat together, one on the couch, the other on a wooden stool, sharing jujubes and citrus fruits, and before long, they had devoured an entire bowl of the delightful treats. The consequence was that Chunwen had overeaten, while Liu Jintang felt a bit queasy, vowing never to eat jujubes again in this lifetime. Outside, perched on the beam, Xiao Xia chewed on a blade of grass. Swinging his legs through the open window, he caught sight of the now empty bowl and shook his head in admiration. It is often said that women have a penchant for indulgence, a notion he had previously dismissed, but now, upon reflection, he finds it undeniably true. How had he not noticed the fifth Miss's insatiable appetite before? In truth, he had wronged Liu Jintang. She was not a person driven by mere gluttony, but rather, the exquisite taste of the jujubes had captivated her palate, leading her to overindulge. While Xiao Xia marveled at Liu Jintang's capacity for food, the door swung open, revealing Liu Jintang emerging from the room with a small plate in hand. The plate held a ripe pomelo and several jujubes. Xiao Xia was taken aback to find that there was still a platter left. Liu Jintang leisurely descended the steps and placed the plate on a small stone table, surveying her surroundings before clearing her throat. Xiao Xia, watching from the beam, assumed she had grown weary of being indoors and sought some diversion. However, in the next moment, Liu Jintang called out loudly, "Xiao Xia, where are you?" Her voice echoed sharply in the stillness, startling Xiao Xia so much that he nearly tumbled from his perch. What could she possibly want now? After a moment of respite, Liu Jintang looked around again, finding no sign of Xiao Xia. She took a deep breath, prepared to call out once more. Just as she was about to raise her voice again, Xiao Xia's voice rang out from behind. "I am called Xiao Xia." Not merely Xiao Xia. Liu Jintang turned with a smile. Xiao Xia, with a blade of grass between his lips and arms crossed. regarded her with an expression of incredulity and a hint of exasperation in his eyes. Liu Jintang lifted the fruit plate towards him. These are imperial fruits. Would you care to sample them? Xiao Xia eyed the fruits with skepticism. Are you truly so generous? Speak plainly. What is your ulterior motive? It was evident that he was no ordinary companion. With a mere fruit, he could discern her intentions. Liu Jintang chuckled. Yet her words caused Xiao Xia's expression to shift dramatically. His relaxed demeanor stiffened, seriousness overtaking his countenance. How do you know I am associated with the eldest young master? As the words left his lips, a realization dawned upon him, and he gazed at Liu Jintang with a look of surprise. Is it about that matter? So, the eldest young master has yet to inform you? Liu Jintang took a couple of steps closer, her smile innocent. Did you not ask me to seek help from the eldest young master? Have you forgotten? It was indeed something that caught Xiao Xia off guard. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, his allegiance was of little consequence to Liu Jintang. The essence remained unchanged. Only the person he served had shifted. Liu Jintang flashed a bright smile. Her eyes crescent-shaped with mischief. If only you had mentioned you were affiliated with the eldest young master earlier, it would have spared me the trouble of binding you. Please do not take it to heart. The jujubes are truly delightful, and I refrained from eating them just for you. You must accept them. Xiao Xia was rendered speechless. Refrain from eating? Did she expect him to believe that an entire bowl of jujubes was untouched? He scoffed. I won't eat them. Do you think 2 fruits can bribe me? Who do you take me for? Who said I wish to bribe you? Liu Jintang approached with a plate of fruit, bringing it close to Xiao Xia's face, nearly touching the tip of his nose. I have mentioned that these fruits are an apology. Refusing them would indicate lingering resentment. Are you still displeased with me for binding you last time? Xiao Xia pushed the plate away slightly from his nose, frowning as he stepped back. What are you doing? He questioned, perplexed by Liu Jintang's actions. Then tell me, do you harbor no ill feelings regarding my previous actions? Liu Jintang gazed at Xiao Xia with a hint of arrogance. Unsure of her erratic behavior, Xiao Xia hesitated to respond, fearing that any refusal to comply with her expectations might provoke her anger. Reluctantly, he conceded, I bear no grudge concerning your binding me last time. Instantly, Liu Jintang's smile blossomed even brighter as she swiftly thrust the fruit plate into his embrace, her movements betraying no sign of injury. Having accepted my offering, you must acknowledge my goodwill. We share no enmity, yet I wish to discuss a matter with you. Xiao Xia inquired, what matter? Suddenly, Liu Jintang's cheerful demeanor vanished, her sparkling eyes narrowing as she glared at him with a fierce expression, resembling a small beast baring its teeth. If you continue to relay everything to your older brother, I shall reveal to him that you spied on me while I bathed, prompting him to cast you out of the capital. Chapter 81. Shen Huaixu sent someone to watch her. Xiao Xia. After finishing her words, Liu Jintang shot him a glare and extended her hand toward him. Xiao Xia gazed at her hand, puzzled. What do you want? Seeing him feign ignorance, Liu Jintang's anger flared. Return my manuscript to me. What manuscript? Xiao Xia was still unable to comprehend. Liu Jintang laughed derisively. Stop pretending, young Master Xiao. How could my manuscript, which was perfectly placed on the table, simply disappear? You must have taken it. If you liked it, you could have just told me. Why resort to such sneaky thievery? Xiao Xia, incensed, could not admit to something he had not done, and immediately retorted, I didn't. Before he could finish his protest, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes as he recalled what the manuscript was. A fleeting look of guilt flashed across his gaze, quickly masked. He exhaled softly, lifted his chin slightly, and straightened his back, attempting to conceal his unease. Perhaps the fifth miss had wrongfully accused him. I have never seen the manuscript you mentioned. Liu Jintang was also uncertain whether Xiao Xia had indeed stolen the manuscript, so she decided to probe him further. Observing his upright posture and righteous demeanor, she felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that she had misjudged? Is it truly not you? Liu Jintang remained skeptical. Xiao Xia raised his chin even higher. It is not me. Are you absolutely certain it is not you? Xiao Xia affirmed. It is truly not me. Are you genuinely not the one? Xiao Xia, now impatient, insisted. No. Liu Jintang once again displayed a smile. If it is not you, then so be it. Perhaps I simply misremembered. Do you have any further matters, fifth miss? Xiao Xia expressed his desire to leave. Liu Jintang understood his intention and tilted her head with a smile. Nothing more, young Master Xiao. Do take your leave. This jujube is quite precious. Remember to eat it and do not waste it. Xiao Xia chose to disregard her, turning to depart. Upon reaching the wall, he effortlessly leaped up, landing gracefully atop it, and then vanished from sight. Once he was gone, Liu Jintang's smile faded. Chunwen approached her, glancing in the direction where Xiao Xia had disappeared, and softly inquired, "Miss, did he truly steal that manuscript?" Liu Jintang shook her head. "I do not know, but I hope he did take it." Chunwen asked, "Why is that?" Liu Jintang, relying on Chuanwen's support, stepped into the room. "My elder brother has sent Xiao Xia to keep an eye on me, and I am uncertain of his intentions, but he would never harm me. Should the manuscript be in Xiao Xia's possession, it implies he is the only one watching me. If it is not him, then there may be others observing me, and I have no knowledge of who they could be." Chunwen nodded, seemingly understanding Liu Jintang's concerns. "But if he claims he did not take it, does that mean someone else is secretly watching us?" Liu Jintang shook her head once more. "I was merely testing him, yet he appeared genuinely unaware of the manuscript's whereabouts. Perhaps I am overthinking. Items left carelessly can mysteriously vanish." Chunwen, however, was not worried about the manuscript's location, since Xiao Xia is under the elder brother's command. Will it not expose our secrets to the madam? After all, if Xiao Xiang is working for Shen Huaixu, it is certain that the Shen family would be selective in their reporting. Over time, this will inevitably arouse suspicion from the Shen family. This is not a matter we should concern ourselves with. It is between Shen Huaixu and the Shen family, and it is not her place to meddle. She herself is already under the scrutiny of countless eyes, leaving her little room to worry about others. Why does my elder brother want someone to keep an eye on me? Liu Jintang pondered, unable to comprehend the reasoning. After the incident with the toothed jujube, she felt exposed, as if she had no privacy whatsoever, fearing that anything she said would be overheard. Chunwen was uncertain of the reason, but endeavored to formulate a plausible explanation. Initially, the young master must have doubted both you and the madam, which is why he assigned Xiao Xiang to watch over you. However, since the young master disclosed Xiao Xiang's true identity to you, it indicates that he has begun to trust you. Chunwen's reasoning was quite sound, causing Liu Jintang to lower her gaze in contemplation. Indeed, as Chunwen had stated, otherwise the rationale behind Shen Huaixu's decision to assign Xiao Xiang to monitor her would be unfathomable, given that he had not treated her kindly in the past. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Liu Jintang noticed the half-open window and instructed Chunwen to shut it. After Chunwen complied and returned to her side, Liu Jintang whispered, "There are countless ears in this courtyard listening to our conversation. We must be cautious in our discourse from now on. Do you understand what should and should not be said?" Chunwen nodded. Liu Jintang continued, "Though my elder brother would not harm me, it is wise to remain vigilant. Until I fully grasp his intentions, we must proceed with utmost caution. Do you understand?" Chunwen nodded again, affirming, "I understand." "Good." Liu Jintang responded softly, signaling Chunwen to fetch a cup of tea. As she sipped the warm beverage, her thoughts swirled. She was not afraid of Xiao Xiang eavesdropping, but rather concerned that there might be others in the courtyard. She regretted her earlier words exchanged with Xiao Xiang. What if someone with ill intentions had overheard? In frustration, Liu Jintang slapped her forehead, only to inadvertently strike her injured palm against it. A cry of pain escaped her lips as she collapsed onto the couch. "Miss, what has happened?" Chunwen rushed forward in alarm. Liu Jintang curled up on the couch, tears welling in her eyes. "It's nothing. Just bumped my wound. Should I fetch Dr. Fong to examine you?" "What if the wound opens?" Chunwen fretted. Liu Jintang reassured her. "No need. A gentle tap shouldn't cause it to tear. Just let me rest for a moment." Once the pain subsided to a mere dull ache, Liu Jintang sat up, drenched in sweat. "It truly hurts. For the sake of Shen Huaixu, I have risked everything. Therefore, everything he does for her now is well-deserved." The pain she just endured led Liu Jintang to a realization. Since Shen Huaixu had assigned Xiao Xiang to serve the Shen family while simultaneously keeping an eye on her, it revealed that he did not wish for anyone else to know of her efforts to please him. Such a formidable individual, capable of determining her protection, would undoubtedly not permit anyone other than his own influence within her courtyard. Hence, her desire for the jujube fruit was conveyed to Shen Huaixu by Xiao Xia. This made matters considerably simpler. Liu Jintang wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, her starry eyes shimmering with contemplation. Xiao Xia's attention upon her bore both advantages and disadvantages. For instance, today's request for jujubes, once voiced by Xiao Xia, granted her effortless access to the precious delicacies, the jujubes and milk tangerines. However, should she wish to evade Shen Huaixu to undertake certain actions, it would become rather inconvenient. Liu Jintang meticulously calculated her recent plans and realized there was nothing that would be detrimental if Shen Huaixu were informed, which brought her a sense of relief. It was indeed foolish of her not to be more cautious upon discovering Xiao Xia's true identity. Fortunately, her request was merely for jujubes rather than disparaging Shen Huaixu. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. It seems she must exercise greater caution in her words and deeds henceforth, particularly regarding the clandestine affair between Yin Zhao and Shen Yuanxi, which she must refrain from mentioning, at least not within her courtyard. Chapter 82. The appointment within the serene confines of the Shen family's elegant courtyard. Madame Shen sat before her dressing table, delicately shaping her eyebrows. By her side, Aunt Yun leaned in, engaged in quiet conversation. Madame Shen's expression was far from pleasant. After several unsatisfactory attempts to refine her brows, she abruptly summoned a maid to assist her, opting to forego her own efforts. Madam, winter is fast approaching, and the clothing for the young masters and misses, as well as the charcoal for the various courtyards, have yet to be prepared. Shall I arrange for it? Aunt Yun inquired cautiously. With a nonchalant hum, Madame Shen replied, You may proceed with the arrangements. What about the fifth miss? Aunt Yun hesitated, uncertain if she should take the initiative, fearing potential displeasure from Madame Shen. Gazing into the copper mirror at her own elegantly arched brows, Madame Shen instructed the maid, Make these slightly narrower. The maid promptly bowed and adjusted her brows, allowing Madame Shen to finally address Aunt Yun's question. Reduce the standard allocation by half, she stated coolly. Aunt Yun felt a pang of unease at the response. Might that be excessive? If the old matriarch were to find out, it could lead to trouble. In truth, Aunt Yun wished to express that times had changed. The fifth miss, emboldened by the injury to the eldest young master, seemed to believe she could rely on him indefinitely. Yet, with his impending marriage to a lady from the Yin family, her support would soon evaporate, leaving her vulnerable. However, Aunt Yun dared not voice these thoughts. For Madame Shen was no fool. She was acutely aware of the shifting dynamics. Madame Shen cast a sharp glance at Aunt Yun, her eyes piercing, prompting Aunt Yun to bow her head in submission. With a disdainful snort, Madame Shen admonished, When did you become so inept? Surely, you can engage your intellect? When undertaking a task, one must ensure that others cannot find fault. Aunt Yun, momentarily taken aback, lifted her gaze and comprehended Madame Shen's unspoken message. I understand now. That insufferable girl thinks she can defy me, believing that her association with Shen Huaixu grants her immunity. She is sorely mistaken. Soon he will wed a daughter from the Yin family and depart from the Shen household. Let us see who will protect her then. Aunt Yun refrained from responding. Madame Shen, in a fit of irritation, shot her a glance and waved her hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. Aunt Yun rose cautiously and exited the room, closing the door behind her before turning to beckon a young maid. The maid hurried over, addressing her. Aunt, take this wooden token to Steward Zhang and inform him that the madam requires funds to prepare winter provisions for the various households. Do not elaborate further, Aunt Yun instructed, handing the token to the maid. Your servant obeys, the maid replied, accepting the token. Watching the maid's retreating figure, Aunt Yun felt a headache coming on. Reducing the allocation by half would not be easily justified. The cost of 3 sets of brocade garments could easily exceed 100 taels, while 3 simple garments would only require 10. Though both were garments, the materials differed vastly. Attempting to substitute would be far from simple. Furthermore, the charcoal used by the master and matriarch was of superior quality, while the concubines and young ladies utilized a lesser variety. Any substitution would be immediately apparent upon burning. Through these recent encounters, Aunt Yun had come to understand, if not fully, that the fifth miss was not one to passively accept her fate. Should she discover that her charcoal had been tampered with, it could lead to significant repercussions. In such a case, Madame Shen could dismiss her with a mere wave, leaving the servants to bear the brunt of any fallout. As dusk descended, the venerable Lady Shen sent the maid Li to inquire about Liu Jintang's injuries, bringing along a bowl of freshly cooked goji berry and bird's nest porridge. Liu Jintang, filled with immense delight, consumed nearly half the bowl of porridge before pausing her spoon. Observing that aside from her pale complexion, Liu Jintang's spirits and appetite seemed satisfactory, Li felt reassured enough to take her leave. The moment she departed, however, Liu Jintang immediately retched, prompting Chunwen to swiftly offer her a cup of water. Liu Jintang took a sip, which eased her discomfort somewhat. Having overindulged in jujubes earlier in the day, she now found herself nauseous at the mere thought of food. Chunwen, feeling deeply remorseful, lamented that she should have advised her mistress against such indulgence, especially given Liu Jintang's recent recovery. Liu Jintang, covering her lips with a handkerchief, comforted her, saying, It was my own greed that led to this. You are not to blame. Thankfully, it was bird's nest porridge and not roast chicken. Had it been the latter, I might have truly embarrassed myself before Li. What time is it? Chunwen hastily set down the cup and exited the room, soon returning to announce, "Miss. It is the hour of the dog." The hour of the dog. Liu Jintang gazed at the pitch-black sky, contemplating whether Shen Huaixu had returned to the estate. Ultimately, she resolved that it mattered not if he had returned. She would simply follow his instructions. "Chunwen, prepare me for departure. We are to seek out my elder brother." The night enveloped them in darkness, with lanterns and candlelight illuminating their path. Liu Jintang held her hands before her, gazing ahead, yet, as she approached Shengjing residence, the smile upon her lips faltered. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly before proceeding to the courtyard gate. As she neared, before she could knock, the gate of Shengjing residence swung open. Baiyun stepped forth from within, clasping his fists in a salute. "Greetings." 5th Mississippi recognizing him as the one who opened the door. Liu Jintang understood that Shen Huaixu was indeed inside. She stated her purpose. "My elder brother summoned me to meet him today. May I inquire if he is within?" Baiyun stepped aside. The young master has awaited the 5th Miss for some time. Liu Jintang felt a pang of anxiety. She had kept him waiting. "Please, lead the way." Baiyun. Baiyun once more clasped his fists. "5th Miss, please follow me." Liu Jintang had presumed Shen Huaixu would be in the main hall. Yet Baiyun guided her into the bamboo grove of Shengjing residence. As the light dimmed further, an inexplicable unease crept over her. Observing Baiyun ahead, she instinctively pulled Chunwen behind her. "Chunwen," bewildered, inquired Miss Shu. Liu Jintang signaled for silence, knowing that one must remain vigilant. She would not lower her guard simply because Baiyun was in Shen Huaixu's employ. After walking a little further, she asked Baiyun, "Might I know where my elder brother is? Is this not the place where he practices? Could he possibly be training at this late hour?" Baiyun did not provide a direct answer, merely stating, "The 5th Miss will know upon arrival." Trusting that Baiyun would not dare to act against her under Shen Huaixu's watchful eye, Liu Jintang cautiously followed him deeper into the bamboo grove. After a while, Baiyun suddenly came to a halt. Had it not been for tonight's entrance, Liu Jintang would have remained oblivious to the vastness of the bamboo grove behind Shen Huaixu's courtyard. Previously, from the threshold of the courtyard, she had presumed it to be no larger than a lotus pond. However, after traversing the area, she realized that if this expanse of bamboo were to be cleared, it could very well accommodate an entire Shen residence. In a place like Shengjing, possessing such a substantial forest is undoubtedly a rarity for Shen Huaixu, showcasing his formidable influence. Baiyun turned to Liu Jintang and clasped his fists in salute. "The young master will arrive shortly. Please wait here for the 5th Mississippi." With that, Baiyun vanished in an instant. Indeed, it was as if he had simply disappeared with a flick of a wrist, reminiscent of a magician's trick. Chunwen, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Miss, where has he gone? It's pitch dark. It's rather frightening." Liu Jintang gently patted her hand, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Though her heart raced, she maintained a facade of calmness. "It's all right. He belongs to the elder brother and will not harm us." Chapter 83. The sister will no longer disturb the elder brother. The bamboo leaves rustled in the wind, and strange sounds echoed all around. Liu Jintang and Chunwen clung to each other, neither daring to leave the other's side. Before long, a sudden commotion arose from the forest. As if something were approaching them, Chunwen trembled and looked toward the source of the disturbance, her voice tinged with panic. Miss, there's movement. I am aware. Do not be afraid. Just hide behind me." Liu Jintang comforted her, though she herself was drenched in cold sweat. "Is it you, elder brother?" Liu Jintang summoned her courage and called out into the darkness. As her voice rang out, the noise in the forest ceased, and soon after, a shadow emerged. It was none other than Shen Huaixu. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Liu Jintang's heart, which had been racing, finally settled. Thankfully, it was Shen Huaixu. As he approached, the sound of leaves crunching underfoot accompanied a scent of blood that wafted through the air. Instinctively, she pulled Chunwen back, keeping a wary eye on the newcomer. "What are you hiding for?" The man's chilling voice made Liu Jintang fully discern his appearance. She gasped in shock, frozen by the sight before her. The bamboo grove was dark, illuminated only by the cold moonlight. Shen Huaixu, whose beauty was already otherworldly, now bore the haunting visage of blood staining his cheek, reminiscent of blooming flowers on the other shore, both enchanting and terrifying. Clad in white garments as pure as snow, he was now splattered with patches of crimson, blood like blossoms, flourishing against his attire, accentuating his sinister allure. A smile curled at the corner of Shen Huaixu's lips, with the tips of his eyes tainted in an unsettling red. Liu Jintang could not discern whether it was blood or the original color of his irises. "Elder brother?" His appearance was evidently that of one who had committed unspeakable acts. She could only imagine the horrific fate of those whose blood had stained his visage. "Come here." Shen Huaixu's gaze fixed on Liu Jintang, his voice cold and foreboding. "Miss, do not go." Chen clutched Liu Jintang's arm. Fearful that this bloodied young master resembled a butcher driven mad with rage, worried he might harm Liu Jintang. Liu Jintang felt a tumult of emotions at the sight of Shen Huaixu. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she resolved to act. She gently removed Chunwen's hand from her arm, smiling as she caressed her cheek. "It's all right. Elder brother will not harm me. Stay here and wait. I will return shortly." With that, she turned with determination and walked toward Shen Huaixu. "Miss," Chunwen shouted, attempting to rush forward to grab Liu Jintang, but in that instant, Beiyan appeared as if from nowhere to block her path. "The fifth miss will be fine, but if you go, your fate is uncertain." Chunwen watched helplessly as Liu Jintang disappeared into the bamboo grove, tears welling in her eyes, feeling utterly deflated. "Miss, you must not come to harm." Liu Jintang glanced back, as if she could hear Chunwen weeping. "You are late." Shen Huaixu's icy voice snapped Liu Jintang back to reality. She quickly turned her gaze downwards, offering an explanation. "I thought elder brother had not yet returned to the manor. I have always honored our agreement." Shen Huaixu's tone betrayed neither joy nor anger. Yet his words clearly indicated that Liu Jintang had failed to arrive as promised. Liu Jintang, displaying an unusual submissiveness, spoke with a soft, syrupy voice. "It is my sister's fault. Dear brother, please do not be angry." In this moment, with only the two of us present, there was no need for pretense. Shen Huaixu halted his steps, lowering his gaze to meet Liu Jintang's. "If you do not wish for my protection, then allow me to witness your true self." Liu Jintang lifted her head, her eyes glistening with moisture, filled with confusion. "What does my brother mean? I do not understand." Shen Huaixu let out a cold chuckle. "Do you think I am unaware of that slap you delivered?" "What slap?" Liu Jintang responded, perplexed. Shen Huaixu suddenly seized her uninjured hand, his grip so forceful that it caused her to wince in pain. "If I am not mistaken, it was this hand that struck me, was it not?" Liu Jintang, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the arm Shen Huaixu had raised, her mind flashing back to the day she saved him, when she had slapped him to compel him to drink the blood for his antidote. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on her back, and she cast a furtive look at Shen Huaixu, who had raised his chin slightly, his piercing eyes fixed upon her, prompting her to retract her neck and offer a sheepish smile. "What is my brother saying? How could I ever strike you? Even if given 10 times the courage, I would not dare." Observing her trembling frame, yet resolutely clenching her teeth in silence, Shen Huaixu found amusement. A budding young woman, daring to risk her life to obstruct my path, repeatedly showing me kindness, sacrificing her own well-being to provide me with the antidote, and then calmly lying to the old matriarch, all while claiming she is fearful. "I perceive a courage within you that you deny." Liu Jintang's smile faltered, her eyes blinking as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Perhaps my brother has misunderstood me. My attempts to please you stem from my affection for you. Though you may speak harshly and often intimidate me, you have never acted to harm me." Memories of a brother from her days in Jiangning surfaced, evoking a warmth that drew her closer to Shen Huaixu, despite the warnings of others about his fierceness. "I have no reliance within the Shen family. Yet I am not destitute. I live a life of relative peace, and once I come of age, I shall seek a suitable husband, which would be a perfect conclusion. There is no need for me to take risks in pursuit of temporary gains by approaching you, especially since you can indeed be quite terrifying at times." As Liu Jintang spoke of Shen Huaixu's ferocity, she shivered slightly, as if recalling a genuine fright, but her fondness for him outweighed her fear, prompting her repeated closeness. Furthermore, regarding that day when she offered her own flesh and blood, she merely wished to express her gratitude with some osmanthus cakes. Yet, unexpectedly, she was drawn into his room, witnessing him lying on the couch, barely clinging to life. Even in her terror, she could not remain indifferent. On that day, had it been anyone else instead of Shen Huaixu, she would have still acted to save them. Saving a life is worth more than erecting a grand pagoda. She could never bear to watch someone die before her eyes. As Liu Jintang spoke, tears streamed down her face, her expressions conveying a sense of profound injustice. "I willingly sacrificed for my elder brother, asking for nothing in return, only wishing for his survival. He, not wanting the truth to be revealed, urged me to conceal the reality. Yet, upon arriving at his place, it seems I am the one accused of deceit. Was it not he who first uttered falsehoods? Did he not inform our grandmother that I was wounded by an assassin while protecting him? How then has the blame shifted to me?" After speaking, Liu Jintang exerted all her strength to free herself from Shen Huaixu's grasp, pouting in displeasure as she declared, "Regardless, my elder brother has never truly trusted me from the outset. No matter what actions I take, he always suspects my intentions. Henceforth, I shall no longer disturb him, thereby sparing myself from unjust accusations." Chapter 84. Two choices. As she spoke, the young girl began to shed tears unexpectedly. Liu Jintang turned away, raising her hand to cover her face as she wept. The man behind her fell silent. As Liu Jintang cried, her sobs gradually diminished, fading into silence. The surrounding stillness became overwhelming, leading her to doubt whether Shen Huaixu had abandoned her. The tears could no longer flow, and her eyes darted around, straining to catch any sound from behind her. Yet, it seemed as if the man had departed, having previously spoken her mind. She now felt too embarrassed to turn back and assess the situation. In her mind, she pondered how to turn around without appearing awkward. It was rather unkind of Shen Huaixu. After all, she had sustained injuries for him. Even a cold-hearted individual would offer some words of comfort upon seeing her tears. However, despite her prolonged weeping, he had not uttered a single kind word, nor made any sound at all. Could it be that he truly intended to leave her alone in this place? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Liu Jintang cast aside her hesitations and swiftly turned around. In that instant, she caught sight of her hair flowing through his slender, blood-stained fingers, brushing against his white robe. Raising her gaze, she noticed the teasing smile playing on his lips and the glimmer of amusement in his eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless. "Have you finished crying?" Shen Huaixu seemed to have anticipated her reaction. With a gentle touch, his fingertip rested on her forehead. Liu Jintang felt a cool sensation emanating from his touch. Before she could gather her thoughts, he pressed firmly, causing her to involuntarily retreat 2 steps, widening the distance between them. "I do not appreciate others encroaching upon my space. Henceforth, you must maintain this distance when you see me." Liu Jintang, with a dazed expression, glanced at the gap between herself and Shen Huaixu. The 2 steps she had taken back were not considerable, merely the length of his outstretched arm. What could this mean? She raised her eyes, her gaze clouded with confusion. Having expressed her thoughts earlier, he had remained unresponsive. What was the implication of his words now? The next time, the prospect of a future encounter filled her with joy. Did this signify that he had dismissed her previous statements, indicating a newfound trust? Shen Huaixu's eyes dimmed slightly, and he did not address Liu Jintang's unasked questions. Turning away, he continued into the bamboo grove, while she stood still, watching him. After a few steps, noticing her lack of movement, he glanced back and spoke in a chilling tone. "Keep up." Liu Jintang's mind raced, her eyes shimmering with moisture, before she finally moved her feet to follow him. They walked in silence for a while until Shen Huaixu halted, observing the wall before them. Liu Jintang thought it was time to clarify the purpose of her visit that night. In the next moment, the wall opened, revealing a hidden passageway with steps leading deep into darkness. With her legs feeling unsteady, Liu Jintang thought to herself, "This is truly bizarre." Could he not consider that she was still unwell? Reluctant to depart, Liu Jintang leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "Where exactly are you taking me, big brother? My legs feel weak, and I cannot move." Shen Huaixu descended the steps ahead of her. Remarkably, as his foot touched the bottomless passage, flickering candlelight sprang to life on either side, creating an enchanting spectacle. "Weak legs? Do you want me to carry you?" The very thought of Shen Huaixu bearing her upon his back sent shivers down Liu Jintang's spine. Yet, if she succumbed to fear and declined, how would she distinguish herself from ordinary folk? After all, she aspired to be the most unforgettable sister. Leaning against the wall, Liu Jintang feigned a pitiful demeanor, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Shen Huaixu. Is it possible? His dark eyes narrowed perceptibly, and his chilling response stifled the tears that threatened to fall. "It is not." His voice was as frigid as ice, prompting Liu Jintang to straighten up, startled. For reasons unknown, her body suddenly felt liberated. She now felt as light as a feather, swift as a gazelle, and strong as an ox. With a sheepish chuckle, she dared not provoke him further. "Big brother, you lead the way, I shall keep up." Shen Huaixu cast a glance back at the path they had traversed, an ominous expression darkening his exquisite features. Turning to Liu Jintang, he smirked mischievously. "I shall grant you one opportunity. You may choose to leave or descend with me." Before he uttered those words, Liu Jintang had not felt such trepidation, but now, her heart raced. Casting a glance towards the depths below, she truly began to falter, sensing that Shen Huaixu was not one to perform benevolent deeds. He had arrived to fetch her, covered in blood, and it was only her audacity that led her to accompany him. Had it been anyone else, she would have fled at the first opportunity. Hearing his words and observing the smile on his face, Liu Jintang pondered the value of her future, yet she deemed her life far more precious. Perhaps it was wisest to withdraw. With a nervous laugh, she twisted her sleeve, deciding to leave. Since Big Brother has given me a choice, I shall. If you choose to leave, return the jade pendant to me. Liu Jintang's eyes widened. She abruptly altered her response. I naturally choose to descend with you, Big Brother. Seeming pleased with her decision, Shen Huaixu's expression softened. That is quite clever of you. Though threatened, Liu Jintang quietly cursed Shen Huaixu's ancestors in her heart. How could he present her with two options when only one was viable? To refuse would mean relinquishing the jade pendant he had once bestowed upon her, effectively severing their ties and eliminating any hope of protection. Had all her prior efforts been in vain? She had done so much for his safeguarding, and he, fully aware, chose to wield this as a threat. Truly, men were unreliable. Cautiously following Shen Huaixu down the steps, Liu Jintang beheld the structure before her, resembling a subterranean palace, and was taken aback. Had he truly excavated the Shen family's underground? Did the elder Shen know of this? Initially, she had assumed this underground sanctuary was a place of indulgence for Shen Huaixu, but the further she ventured, the more she sensed something was amiss. If one were to speak of indulgence, it should indeed be accompanied by flowing white silk, beautiful maidens, delectable dishes and fine wines, adorned with golden and jade chalices, in order to truly experience the utmost pleasure and exquisite beauty. Yet, at present, the surroundings are comprised solely of bronze braziers and armored guards whose faces remain obscured. As I traversed this path, the guards flanking me resembled statues, instilling a profound sense of oppression. This does not resemble a place of indulgence, rather. It feels akin to a chamber where Shen Huaixu administers justice to wrongdoers. Progressing further, upon detecting a faint, unpleasant odor, Liu Jintang finally confirmed the suspicion that had lingered in her mind. This subterranean palace is Shen Huaixu's private prison, likely housing those who have crossed him or heinous criminals of the highest order. It is here that he conducts interrogations and employs torture. One could say that if one finds themselves captured within these walls, apart from Shen Huaixu's decree for release, no one would be able to uncover the location of this hidden dungeon. Chapter 85. That madman Shen Huaixu. Do not inquire how Liu Jintang came to know this. It is merely conjecture. Ah. A piercing wail from the depths shattered the silence between Liu Jintang and Shen Huaixu. Are you aware of where we are? Shen Huaixu inquired without turning back as he strode ahead. Liu Jintang followed closely, her eyes darting around in observation. At the moment Shen Huaixu posed his question, Liu Jintang had just glimpsed a totem on the wall, a depiction of a malevolent dragon. Although the meaning of the totem eluded her, dragons have always been symbols of emperors, embodying the eternal reign of the throne. Conversely, a malevolent dragon represents a tyrant ruler. Liu Jintang felt a jolt of anxiety. Sensing she had witnessed something forbidden, a chill creeping down her neck. Despite not turning around, it was as if Shen Huaixu possessed eyes in the back of his head, perceiving Liu Jintang's thoughts with uncanny clarity. This place was reputedly once a prison for the tyrant King Qianshan, and the totem symbolized him. King Qianshan? That despot who perished over a millennium ago? Liu Jintang was taken aback, glancing around in disbelief at the thought that the cruel and unjust King Qianshan had been confined here. Do you know of King Qianshan? There was a hint of surprise in Shen Huaixu's eyes. Though King Qianshan was notorious, his deeds belonged to a bygone era, and only the royal archives contained records of him. The common folk were entirely unaware of his existence. Liu Jintang mentally chided herself for her slip of tongue, realizing that in her excitement, she had forgotten she was a reincarnated soul who should not possess knowledge of King Qianshan. Even in her past life, she had only learned of him through her teacher's lessons, barely remembering his name. Now, having not yet attended such classes, she could not claim it was her teacher who informed her. Under the weight of Shen Huaixu's penetrating gaze, Liu Jintang felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Fearing that any misstep might raise his suspicions, she quickly conjured a plausible excuse. I overheard a storyteller at the tea house speak of him the other day when I ventured out. A storyteller? Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of Liu Jintang's words. Indeed, she replied, her eyes wide, fixed intently on him, showing no signs of guilt. Surely, elder brother has heard tales from a storyteller before? Shen Huaixu's eyes flickered, and Liu Jintang quickly inferred that he might have heard some stories, albeit not many. Thus, emboldened, she continued, at the street-side tea house, you can listen to stories for an entire afternoon for just 2 copper coins, and for another coin, one could acquire a pot of tea and a plate of peanuts. Surely, elder brother has not yet experienced such worldly delights. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you to the tea house to hear tales. The girl spoke animatedly, her expression more lively than ever before. Shen Huaixu observed her quietly. And only after she finished did he turn away, saying, "Very well, we shall go listen to the story of King Qinshan." Liu Jintang, fabricating her tale. Is this not akin to striking oneself with one's own stone? She was weaving fabrications. Who knew if the storyteller outside would recount the tale of King Qinshan? What if he did not? That would be a matter of life and death. Liu Jintang smiled, though her grin was more grotesque than sorrowful. She resolved that once she emerged from this underground palace, her foremost task would be to seek out a storyteller to teach her the story of King Qinshan. After all, it is better to be overly cautious than to face unforeseen calamities. The heavy stone door was pushed open by the guards. Liu Jintang entered alongside Shen Huaixu. As she anticipated, this place was where Shen Huaixu interrogated criminals, the ground stained with congealed blood that formed thick, dark scabs, sticking to the soles of her shoes. Surrounding them were iron cells, shrouded in darkness and permeated by a foul stench. Unable to bear it any longer, Liu Jintang raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, yet the putrid odor still seeped through. In the central water pool, a man was bound upon a torture rack, his entire body submerged in blood, save for his head. As Shen Huaixu approached, the chains rattled, and the man was hoisted from the water. Upon seeing his decayed legs, Liu Jintang could not restrain herself and doubled over, gagging. The sight of the blood made her dizzy, and she had no desire to look back. This man is responsible for your injury. I leave his fate in your hands. Shen Huaixu's cold voice echoed behind her. Without turning, Liu Jintang waved her hand, pleading, "Big brother, spare me. I fear blood, and I feel nauseous." "Endure," came Shen Huaixu's curt reply, devoid of warmth. Liu Jintang was forcefully pulled up by him, his grip on her shoulder compelling her to face the tortured man. The once alluring voice now morphed into a sinister whisper, "Kill him, and I shall ensure your safety for a lifetime." Something was thrust into her hand, and as she slowly looked down, she beheld a bloodied sword. Instantly, her body trembled uncontrollably, and the tears in her eyes were no longer feigned. She suddenly grasped the magnitude of the predicament she had found herself in. She had provoked a madman. Shen Huaixu, this lunatic, was ordering her to commit murder. "Be big brother." Liu Jintang stammered, trembling beyond her control, tears streaming down her face. "My hand, it is still injured." Her mind was blank. She could think of no other excuse to escape this calamity. Yet, Shen Huaixu continued to grip her shoulder tightly, showing no intention of releasing her. "Fear not. If you are unwilling, I shall do it for you." With that, Shen Huaixu seized the sword from Liu Jintang's hand. "No," Liu Jintang protested, desperate to retain the sword, but her reactions were no match for Shen Huaixu's swiftness. The sword was wrested away and hurled, piercing the criminal's heart. "Don't!" Liu Jintang shrieked, her eyes wide as she witnessed the blade penetrate the man's chest, extinguishing any flicker of life. Gagging, she could no longer suppress her anguish, retching violently. Her eyes reddened and bloodshot. When she finally looked up, she was met with Shen Huaixu's gaze, one that surveyed everything from a position of dominance. "Why?" Liu Jintang cried, her voice choked with emotion. "Why must I be the one to kill him?" Liu Jintang felt no sympathy for the other party. Yet she found herself unable to comprehend Shen Huaixu's intentions. Shen Huaixu crouched down, extending his hand to tuck the strands of hair that had fallen by Liu Jintang's face behind her ear. "From this day forth, will you still call me a good person?" Liu Jintang stared blankly at the figure before her. She understood she ought to respond affirmatively, yet the word eluded her lips. No. Ultimately, she chose to embrace her innermost truth. Shen Huaixu had never been a good person, a fact she had always known. However, she was left with no alternatives, compelled to engage in a perilous alliance with the tiger. Yet, she had underestimated both the depths of Shen Huaixu's malevolence and the extent of his madness. Liu Jintang's hands clenched tightly. Could she truly extricate herself unscathed after provoking this madman, Shen Huaixu? Chapter 86. The water does not ferry people. People must ferry themselves indeed. That was correct. Shen Huaixu smeared the blood from his fingertips across Liu Jintang's face, watching with satisfaction as the crimson liquid stained her fair cheeks. "You must always remember, I am no good man. You are clever, yet your perception of others is rather poor." Liu Jintang concurred with his statement. Her judgment of character had indeed been lacking. Had she known of his madness, she would have kept her distance. Yet, she had never before encountered the treachery of the world. Novelli believing Shen Huaixu's wickedness to be trivial. In truth, her innocence was laughable, mistaking ignorance for wisdom, utterly foolish. Tears at the corners of her eyes were drawn away by his cold fingers. Liu Jintang gazed at the moisture on Shen Huaixu's fingertips, uncertain of his intentions. She wished to lower her head, but his powerful hand lifted her chin. As she beheld his eyes, which glimmered with a sinister allure, a chill gripped her veins. It was an instinctive shudder of fear in the face of peril. Big brother? Why? Liu Jintang sought to understand his purpose for bringing her here. To compel her to take a life. Observing her trembling form and the tears cascading down her cheeks, Shen Huaixu displayed a smile of profound satisfaction. His gaze shifted from that of a superior surveying an inferior to one of mutual appreciation. Human emotions are as fragile as paper, and the affairs of the world resemble an ever-changing chessboard. Rising from the ground, Shen Huaixu extended his hand toward Liu Jintang. I am no benevolent soul. I shall not engage in unprofitable transactions. If you wish for my protection, I must collect a toll. Do you not agree, little Jintang? The term little Jintang rolled off his tongue, imbued with a unique magnetism, a tender intimacy. This was the first time Shen Huaixu had referred to her in such a manner, yet Liu Jintang felt no joy. She comprehended his ulterior motive. By bringing her to the underground palace and urging her to commit murder, he sought to bind her to him. To make her aware that she had instigated this encounter and to reveal his true nature. There would be no room for her to retreat or betray him. However, she was a person, not a puppet to be manipulated at will. She possessed emotions and thoughts. She could not simply acquiesce to his desires. Liu Jintang pushed his hand away and rose from the ground. Big brother, you have truly gone to great lengths to showcase your nature. Seeing the girl, akin to a small beast, grit her teeth in anger, Shen Huaixu remarked, you possess quite the temper. I am destined to be married off one day. Why do you trouble yourself over my affairs to such an extent? Liu Jintang pondered, seeking stability, yet provoking Shen Huaixu to such elaborate measures. She had no desire to become entangled in his matters, nor did she wish to understand his actions or motivations. She required neither his wealth nor his influence. Only his support in times of peril and a good match when she came of age. Was it her failure to communicate clearly, or did he overestimate her ambitions? Shen Huaixu offered no reply. As the stone door creaked open, he stepped out first. Liu Jintang glanced back at the man on the rack, her expression grim, and turned away, fearing that another glance would compel her to retch. As she lifted her leg, her body suddenly weakened, and without any warning, she knelt down. Just as she was about to collapse onto the ground, a large hand grasped her waist and lifted her effortlessly. It was Shen Huaixu, returning once more. He held her without a flicker of emotion, his gaze fixed ahead as he strode purposefully out of the underground palace. Liu Jintang struggled slightly, attempting to extricate herself from his embrace. If you move again, I shall toss you out, the man's cold voice resonated from above. Liu Jintang immediately ceased her struggles. Understanding the potential wrath of Shen Huaixu, she had no desire to provoke him. Upon exiting the underground palace, it took but a few steps for Shen Huaixu to carry her out of the bamboo grove. The sight of the main residence of Qin Dangzhu felt as though it had been a century since she had last seen it. Chunwen had been anxiously awaiting her return. Upon seeing her, she rushed forward. Yet, as she approached, she noticed something amiss. Why was her young mistress being carried out by the eldest son? Had something gone awry? Chunwen dared not act presumptuously before Shen Huaixu and stood aside, awaiting further developments. Shen Huaixu set Liu Jintang down, and as her feet touched the ground, she immediately supported Chunwen and took a few steps back, retreating to what she deemed a safe distance. My sister feels unwell, so I shall return first, Liu Jintang stated without even lifting her eyelids. She had barely taken 2 steps when she heard the man's distant voice. The water does not ferry the person must ferry themselves. What? Liu Jintang turned to glance back, but there was no trace of him behind her. She stood still, her mind consumed by Shen Huaixu's words. The water does not ferry the person must ferry themselves. The heavens do not aid those who do not help themselves. If one does not rescue oneself, even the heavens find it difficult to assist. Shen Huaixu, what is it that you wish to convey? What must I do? As the 2 graceful figures vanished into the night, Beiyun observed the man beside him, filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why his master, who had evidently decided to protect the 5th miss, would act in such a manner. Though the 5th miss was indeed different from ordinary women, she remained a woman nonetheless. The master had not only brought her to the filthy underground palace, but had also compelled her to take a life. It was a miracle she hadn't been utterly terrified. Did the master not fear that she might flee in fright? What do you wish to say? Shen Huaixu turned to Beiyun, as if he had anticipated his thoughts. Beiyun immediately clasped his hands and bowed, not daring to conceal his concerns. I merely do not understand the purpose of your actions, master. The 5th miss will likely never forget the sights of this night and may come to fear you greatly. Shen Huaixu chuckled softly. If she truly avoids me like a venomous serpent due to tonight's events, then I have misjudged her. Besides, that little actress is quite astute. While she may be frightened tonight, compared to her future, she will undoubtedly have her own considerations. Upon returning to the courtyard, Liu Jintang kicked off her shoes and dove directly into bed. After a brief moment, she abruptly sat up, calling for Chunwen to fetch water for her bath. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Chunwen dared not inquire further and hurried to prepare hot water. The moment the warm water enveloped Liu Jintang's body, she released a contented sigh. Her gaze fell upon the hand wielding the sword tonight, amidst the shimmering mist. She seemed to glimpse the man upon the gallows and heard Shen Huaixu's words. The water does not ferry the person, one must ferry oneself. Did she truly possess a second choice? Liu Jintang stared at the beams of the room, acutely aware that she had no avenue of retreat. Perhaps she could seize the jade pendant, take the silver, and flee. After all, she would not starve. And it would be preferable to marrying a man who had 18 concubines. Yet, as a woman, lacking any means of identification, could she survive if she ventured out? Alternatively, she might be sent to the estate, though that would not guarantee her safety. Her mother would certainly not allow her to find solace. Should she seek to appease her mother? Or perhaps curry favor with the remaining members of the Shen family? Liu Jintang was overwhelmed, her mind burdened with conflicting thoughts. With a heavy sigh, she resolved to take one final gamble. Since she could not make a choice herself, she would relinquish the decision to others, inviting them to choose a path for her. Chapter 87. Do not let her two maids suffer at dawn. The following day, Liu Jintang leisurely sat in the courtyard, enjoying her porridge. After satiating her hunger and thirst, she rose to stretch a little, then began to wander about. She continued her perambulation until midday. When Chunwen brought her lunch, Liu Jintang resumed her meal in the courtyard, and once finished, she set off to wander again. In the midst of this, a servant sent by Madame Shen arrived to inquire about her well-being. With a beaming smile, she welcomed the visitor into the courtyard, warmly offering tea and water, transforming her demeanor so much that the servant was taken aback, pushing the tea away in fear that a sip might endanger her life. After seeing off Madame Shen's attendant, Liu Jintang resumed her stroll until fatigue set in, prompting her to sit down for tea. Xiao Xia had been observing her from the beam above all day, increasingly sensing something amiss. Therefore, in the evening, he could no longer contain himself and appeared before Liu Jintang without hesitation. He anticipated that she would be startled by his sudden appearance. However, she seemed entirely unfazed, pouring herself a cup of tea and offering it to him, inviting him to take a seat. You knew I would come? Looking at the warm tea before him, Xiao Xia presumed she had anticipated his arrival. To his surprise, Liu Jintang shook her head, dispelling his notion. I did not know you would arrive. She gestured towards the stone bench beneath him. Sit down, since you are here. Have some tea before you leave. Xiao Xia eyed her with suspicion for a moment, then took a seat. I have a question. Might young master Xiao enlighten me? Xiao Xia acknowledged with a hum, readying himself for tea. If you have provoked someone beyond your means, how should one extricate oneself unscathed? The teacup that was poised at his lips halted midair as he raised his gaze to Liu Jintang, then slowly set the cup down. Once entangled, to avoid mutual destruction, one must earn their trust and then retreat. And how does one retreat? Xiao Xia furrowed his brow, lifting the cup to drink from it. Once trust is established, any form of retreat will lead to safety. Liu Jintang filled his cup again. What if I wish to retreat at this very moment? Xiao Xia chuckled softly. The other party is currently intrigued. Retreating now would likely incur a heavier toll. Liu Jintang mirrored his smile. To be honest, your esteemed young master is a madman. I somewhat regret having provoked him and plan to avoid him from now on, wishing no further entanglements. Xiao Xia showed no surprise at her candid admission. He lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. Liu Jintang expressed her discontent. Such fine tea should be savored. Xiao Xia set the cup back on the stone table, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and stood up. I am a rough man. I cannot appreciate such exquisite fare. This tea is better enjoyed by Miss Wu at her leisure. Will young master shall not stay a while longer? Liu Jintang poured herself another cup of tea. Xiao Xia casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground and placed it in his mouth. No, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, Xiao Xia vaulted over the wall, departing from Tsaya courtyard. Liu Jintang smiled as she lifted her tea, mimicking Xiao Xia's earlier gesture and downing it in one go, then grimaced at the taste. This tea is truly dreadful. Chunwen approached with medicine in hand, her eyes filled with uncontainable worry. Miss, are you not afraid he will disclose your intentions to the young master? Liu Jintang took the medicine bowl, bringing it close to her nose, where the bitter scent of the concoction pierced her senses. She swallowed hard, finding it nearly impossible to ingest. If he were to speak, It would signify his choice made on her behalf, and she would resign herself to fate. But what if he remained silent? Chen was filled with curiosity. Liu Jintang pinched her nose and gulped the bitter potion down, quickly following it with a sweet date to mask the unpleasant taste before stating, "If he chooses not to speak, then I shall continue along the path I have walked, for it is all fate." In essence, Liu Jintang feared Shen Huaixu, yet could not bear to relinquish the substantial opportunity he represented. Since she could not make a decision herself, she resolved to let Xiao Xia make it for her. She confided in Xiao Xia about her intentions to depart from Shen Huaixu, knowing that should Xiao Xia inform him, Shen Huaixu would certainly confront her. This would provide her with the chance to sever ties with him definitively, vowing never to entangle herself with him again, regardless of what the future held. Conversely, if Xiao Xia chose not to divulge this information, she would have no choice but to continue appeasing Shen Huaixu. As Xiao Xia had articulated, gaining his trust was paramount. For there lay a route to survival and retreat. Previously, the servants had heard tales of the eldest son's notorious ruthlessness and disdain for women's proximity. However, from Liu Jintang's perspective, he did not appear as fearsome as rumored. After all, she too was a woman yet found herself in his company, suggesting that such gossip was not necessarily accurate. Unaware of the events from the previous night in the underground palace, Chen misinterpreted Liu Jintang's hesitance as fear of Shen Huaixu and offered her words of comfort. Liu Jintang smiled silently, feeling no blame towards Chen for her ignorance. She preferred that her companion remained oblivious rather than burdened with the grim truth, for some knowledge could bring more distress than solace. "Chunwen, if one day you must endure hardship alongside me, would you be willing?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chunwen replied, "I would, as long as I can stay by your side. I would even endure merely drinking water." Liu Jintang gazed into Chunwen's sincere eyes, finding humor in her earnestness as she playfully pinched her cheek. "Silly girl. I would never allow you to suffer such privations." She was not alone. She had Chunwen and Qianchuang to protect, and no matter the circumstances, she could not permit either of them to endure hardship alongside her. After another night passed, Liu Jintang was awakened by a commotion. Peering through the window, she discovered that Aunt Zhou had returned to stir trouble. Liu Jintang's expression shifted. What could she possibly want? As she stepped outside, Aunt Zhou hurried towards her and unexpectedly knelt before Liu Jintang. Startled, Liu Jintang quickly signaled to Chunwen, who immediately understood and, accompanied by a maid, approached assertively to lift Aunt Zhou from the ground. Aunt Zhou struggled to kneel, her arms restrained. "What is the meaning of this? Speak plainly if you have something to say. If father sees me receiving such a grand gesture from you, he may think I lack decorum and punish me." Aunt Zhou wept, her face concealed in sorrow, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. "I was wrong before, speaking harshly to you. I hope you can forgive me, 5th Mississippi." Aunt Zhou's sudden apology raised Liu Jintang's wariness. It is often said that no one seeks an audience with the Three Treasures Hall without cause. She is well aware of the other's temperament. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is invariably something amiss. Aunt Zhou likely comes with a request. Having heard that she has been causing her mother distress recently, it is evident that her motives cannot pertain to her mother. She lacks for nothing in terms of wealth, and holds a certain status within the Shen household. The sole source of her discontent these days is the matter of Shengjing being sent to the estate. The reason for her visit today must be related to Shengjing. "May I inquire what brings you here today, Aunt?" Liu Jintang wished to dispense with pleasantries and address the matter directly, eager to conclude the conversation swiftly. As anticipated, Aunt Zhou's purpose for visiting was indeed concerning Shengjing. Aunt Zhou, in a fit of tears, attempted to kneel on the ground, but was quickly restrained by Chunwen and another. Unable to kneel, she simply cried louder, dabbing at her tears as she spoke. "I have come today to beseech you, 5th Mississippi. I received word that Jingo has fallen gravely ill at the estate and requires medical attention. I implore you to intercede with young Master Shen on my behalf, to request his benevolence in bringing Jinger back for treatment." Chapter 88. 8 Golden Ingots. It had barely been over a month since Shengjing had departed. Yet she had fallen gravely ill. What affliction could strike with such urgency that even the estate could not provide a remedy, necessitating a return to the manor? Liu Jintang was no saint. After being persecuted by others, she could hardly feign indifference while advocating for them. Moreover, given the incident with Shen Huaixu the previous night and her subsequent words to Xiao Xia, she remained uncertain of her own circumstances, let alone how to intercede. "You overestimate me, Aunt. If you wish to rescue 4th sister, you could simply approach elder brother yourself. If 4th sister is indeed in dire straits, I trust he would not turn a blind eye to her suffering." Liu Jintang sighed. "I am elder brother's sister, and 4th sister is also his sister, fundamentally. We are not dissimilar." "That is not the case," and Zhou shook her head. The eldest young master regards you with a different sentiment. Upon hearing this, Liu Jintang felt a shiver run through her. She sensed that Aunt Zhou's words were laced with ulterior motives. Her gaze towards Aunt Zhou grew increasingly hostile. While Aunt Zhou's statement contained some truth, it was also misleading. Indeed, elder brother treated her with a certain fondness, owing to her past assistance. It was only natural for him to look after her. However, that kindness had its limits. One must not exploit another's goodwill for personal gain. Aunt Zhou appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing from Liu Jintang's response that she was unwilling to assist her. She quickly signaled to the maid behind her, who approached with a tray in hand. Just as Liu Jintang pondered what Aunt Zhou intended, she unveiled the red cloth covering the tray, revealing 2 gleaming rows of golden ingots, 8 in total, amounting to 400 taels. These ingots are specifically prepared for you, 5th young lady, as a reward for assisting me in pleading on behalf of my Jing'o to the eldest young master. Should you agree, all of this shall be yours. It was known that Liu Jintang was presently in desperate need of funds. The jade pendant bestowed upon her by Shen Huaixu had left her with only 100 taels, which she dared not exceed for fear of losing her credibility and becoming entangled in deeper troubles. She had long desired to engage in some venture to earn silver, yet lacking capital had rendered her efforts futile. The 100 taels she possessed were meant for saving Qian Shuang. Once spent, she would be left with nothing. All she needed to do was plead with Shen Huaixu, and the 400 taels could very well become hers. The prospect was undeniably tempting. However, Liu Jintang was not one to be swayed by immediate gains. In her attempts to keep her mother from meddling in her affairs, she had once relinquished her jade pendant and sent word for Aunt Zhou and her companions to hastily return to Shengjing. If Shengjing were to return and continue to create trouble for her, there would be no reason for her to invite distress upon herself for a mere 400 taels. Wealth was a mere external possession. Her life was of utmost importance. Aunt Zhou had been keenly observing the subtle shifts in Liu Jintang's expression, noticing the flicker of interest in her eyes, which gradually settled into a calm demeanor. She understood the nature of Liu Jintang's concerns. Thus, I hastily added, "Do not worry, 5th Mississippi. During these days of Jing'er's absence, I have come to understand my shortcomings as a mother. It is my negligence that has allowed her to develop such a reckless disposition. If she can return safely this time, rest assured, I shall diligently guide her and ensure she no longer causes trouble. It is often said that people prefer the company of the astute. There is no need for excessive words, for the other party is already aware of your concerns." Liu Jintang glanced at Aunt Zhou, pondering the truth that one cannot awaken those who feign slumber. When Aunt Zhou sought to provoke her, Liu's countenance fell. Yet the other party chose to remain oblivious. When you require assistance, a mere glance suffices for the other to grasp your intent. How truly ironic. I shall carefully consider what you have said, and you may take your leave now. Liu Jintang wished to respond, but for the moment, she needed to ascertain the choice Xiao Xia had made on her behalf. If the decision led her away from Shen Huaixu, then regardless of the silver Aunt Zhou might offer her, she could not proceed with it. Aunt Zhou, misinterpreting Liu Jintang's hesitation, placed 4 gold ingots upon the stone table and, before departing, implored, "Jing'er's illness cannot wait much longer. I sincerely hope you can assist." Once she left, Chengwen eagerly picked up the 4 gold ingots from the stone table and bit into one to verify its authenticity. "Miss, it is indeed real." Naturally, it was genuine. She was not in such need of gold to resort to deception. Liu Jintang took 1 gold ingot from Chengwen's hand, weighed it thoughtfully, and smiled, appreciating its fine quality. "Miss, the 4th Miss is gravely ill. Why does Aunt Zhou not seek the master? Surely he cannot bear to watch her suffer." Returning the ingot to Chengwen, Liu Jintang turned to walk inside. "My elder brother's influence is substantial within the Shen family. Once he has sent someone, who would dare to return without his consent?" Chengwen remained puzzled. Then why does Aunt Zhou not appeal to the old madam? Is she not the one most concerned for the 4th Miss? If she speaks, the eldest master will surely comply with her wishes. Liu Jintang chuckled lightly. The old madam's primary concern lies with her legitimate grandson. She and Aunt Zhou are at odds. Moreover, should my 4th sister truly be ill, would she not hasten to the Xian courtyard? She would likely weep thrice a day, lamenting her plight. "So, you suggest that the 4th Miss is feigning illness?" Chengwen exclaimed, astonished. "Is Aunt Zhou not afraid of the truth coming to light, inciting the eldest master as displeasure?" Liu Jintang entered the room and poured herself a cup of hot tea to warm her body. "Do you think that is why she came seeking my assistance? If she were to approach my elder brother and the truth were to emerge, she would have to endure his wrath. However, if I were to speak, she would have an excuse when the truth is revealed. After all, acquiring these gold ingots is no simple matter." Shunwen, instantly disdainful, tossed the gold ingots onto the table. Then let it be. I shall forego this gold. But we are in need of funds, Liu Jintang countered. Shunwen silently retrieved the gold ingots. Can we truly not accept this gold? Liu Jintang delicately traced the cup's rim with her fair fingers, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with shifting light. We can take it. Yet we must also consider the consequences. Once again, let us observe how Xiao Xia makes her choice. For now, we shall set the items aside. The truth of whether we can take them will be revealed after today. Chunin did not comprehend the intentions behind Liu Jintang's actions, yet she refrained from inquiring further. Obediently stowing away the golden ingot. Once the items were secured, Liu Jintang glanced at the sky. It was getting late. Let us proceed to San Courtyard to pay our respects to grandmother. Chunwen cautiously reminded her. Miss, you are still recovering from your injuries. The old lady has specifically excused you from this visit. Liu Jintang replied, I am well aware of my own condition. Walking these few steps poses no issue. Observing Liu Jintang's determination, Chunwen ceased her persuasion but curiously inquired, why is the miss so resolute about paying respects to the old lady? Liu Jintang smiled without elaborating, eventually stating, it is a matter of protocol, it cannot be disregarded. Chapter 89. He ultimately intends to marry her. As Liu Jintang entered the Xian courtyard with a tray of pastries, a noblewoman was conversing with the old Mrs. Shen inside. Noticing the striking resemblance between the noblewoman and Yin Zhao, Liu Jintang deduced her identity. The granddaughter had met both her grandmother and Madame Yin. Liu Jintang respectfully greeted her. Madame Yin scrutinized Liu Jintang from head to toe, then, lifting her teacup with a smile devoid of warmth, remarked, Zhao has mentioned Miss Liu. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Truly. Her gaze swept over Liu Jintang, bestowing her with superficial compliments about her beauty, while subtly implying a lack of intellect. Liu Jintang perceived the underlying mockery in her words but chose not to engage. Retaliating against a barking dog only invites further bites. Moreover, in this era of peace and prosperity, possessing beauty is not a liability. It often enhances one's chances in various matters. She decided to interpret Madame Yan's remarks as compliments. Madame Yan, seeing Liu Jintang as pliable as a soft cotton ball, attempted to provoke a reaction. Yet Liu Jintang remained unperturbed, causing a fleeting stiffness in Madame Yan's smile as she lowered her gaze to sip her tea. Uncertain whether Liu Jintang's demeanor was genuine or feigned, Madame Yin sensed a complexity beneath her seemingly innocent exterior. It appeared Zhao's concerns were not unfounded. This daughter of the Shen family indeed warranted attention. Old Mrs. Shen had initially worried that Liu Jintang might lack decorum in the presence of Madame Yin. But her composed acknowledgement of the latter's identity and her respectful greeting pleased her greatly. Once their conversation concluded, she beckoned Liu Jintang over. Come here, my dear granddaughter. Liu Jintang approached with the pastries, sitting obediently beside old Mrs. Shen. Grandmother, do try this osmanthus pastry. I made it just before coming, and it's still warm. Old Mrs. Shen remained silent, but Li Posey interjected, Miss Five may not be aware. But the old lady had 2 bowls of bird's nest porridge this morning and has yet to digest them, so she cannot indulge further. Liu Jintang replied. Then let grandmother eat it after digesting. These pastries can be kept for a day or 2 without losing their flavor. She set the osmanthus pastries on the table. Old Mrs. Shen exchanged glances with Li Posey, who promptly took the pastries away, only to return shortly with a jade plate containing exquisite confections, along with 2 pieces of Liu Jintang's osmanthus pastries, which she placed beside Madame Yin. Madame Yin observed the pastries with a smile, picked one up, took a small bite, then grimaced and returned it to the plate, subsequently refraining from touching any of the delicacies. Liu Jintang sipped her hot tea, keenly observing Madame Yan's every action. It was clear that the noblewoman was intentionally conveying her distaste for the osmanthus pastries. Madame Yin not only disliked the pastries, but also held an aversion towards her. This was Liu Jintang's first encounter with Madame Yin, who ordinarily should not harbor such animosity towards her. It was likely that Yin Zhao had spoken of her in unflattering terms, thus inciting Madame Yan's disdain. However, Liu Jintang was not particularly concerned, for after all, Madame Yin was not long for this world, and their encounters were few. After today's parting, it was likely they would not meet again. Earlier, while outside, she had overheard her grandmother discussing a flood with Madame Yin. Had her ears deceived her? Lady Shen shook her head, her expression darkening. You did not mishear. It has been raining in Fengzhou for 3 consecutive months, resulting in a catastrophic flood that has devastated crops and homes. The common folk have suffered grievously, with many dead and injured. Truly, it is a calamity. Fengzhou's torrential rains? The October flood? Liu Jintang felt an unsettling familiarity, fragments of memory flashing in her mind. Yet she could not grasp them clearly. It occurred to her that her father and others would be exceptionally busy in light of such misfortune. When one area suffers, assistance comes from all corners. It is a matter of livelihood and thus of great importance. Your father did not return last night, Lady Shen remarked, a hint of worry in her eyes as she patted Liu Jintang's hand. Then she shifted her gaze to Liu Jintang's hand. What happened to your hand? Liu Jintang cast a discreet glance at Madame Yin before obediently replying, It is nothing serious now. That is good to hear, Lady Shen said. Given that there were others present, she refrained from elaborating further. After sharing another cup of tea with Lady Shen, Liu Jintang rose to take her leave. Lady Shen made no effort to detain her, and as Liu Jintang stepped outside, she noticed Madame Yin lingering, indicating they had matters to discuss. Without pausing, Liu Jintang exited, letting the curtain fall behind her. She turned back momentarily, her brow furrowing slightly. Although she was confident that her approach to Shen Huaixu would remain undiscovered, she still harbored fears of Madame Yin's indiscretion. She felt an uneasy suspicion that Madame Yin might harbor ill intentions. Heavy-hearted, she returned to the Caihe courtyard, where she spotted Xiao Xia seated at the stone table, sipping tea. The source of the tea was evident. It had been prepared by the little maid on duty. What a curious wind had blown young Master Xiao out here, leisurely enjoying tea in her courtyard. Liu Jintang approached, snatching the teacup from Xiao Xia's hand. This is exquisite tea. Do you truly appreciate it? Having his cup taken, Xiao Xia stood up, carelessly chewing on a blade of grass, his demeanor reminiscent of a street rogue. I have not slept all night, solving a problem for the 5th Mississippi Shirley. She is not so petty as to deny me a cup of tea. Solving a problem for me? Liu Jintang quickly realized what he meant and hurriedly set the cup down to refill it. I was merely jesting with you, young Master Xiao. The cup is nearly empty. Allow me to refill it for you. She filled the cup with tea and presented it to him, her smile radiant. Liu Jintang gazed at Xiao Xia eagerly. To be honest, before Aunt Zhou's arrival today, she had hoped Xiao Xia would relay her words to Shen Huaixu. Yet upon seeing the 400 tales, she found herself wavering. In truth, Shen Huaixu was a bit unhinged, but as long as she remained compliant, he would likely still be inclined toward mutual benefit. It appeared that matters need not be so absolute. Moreover, he compelled her to terminate that individual's life, which not only nearly led to Shen Huaixu's untimely demise but also put her own life at risk, a fate she undeniably deserved. Shen Huaixu, in his quest for justice, acted on her behalf to eliminate a menace, a reaction that is quite understandable. As for the notion of retreating unscathed, she now finds herself engulfed in darkness, with no clear path ahead or behind. Discussions of retreat seem futile when one must first seize control of their own destiny. After all, she is, in essence, Shen Huaixu's sister. Regardless of his madness, when the time comes for her to wed, he shall ultimately arrange her marriage. At that moment, she would kneel before him, shedding tears and pleading, uttering words that would serve his interests, all the while seeking a suitor who would distance her from Shengjing. She remains unconvinced that Shen Huaixu would deny her the chance to marry. Once wed, the skies would be high and free for her, and she could hardly believe that Shen Huaixu would follow her into that union. Chapter 90. A sudden halt. Truly ineffective. Xiao Xia languidly sipped his tea, while Liu Jintang gazed at him eagerly, yet he remained silent. As the teapot approached emptiness, Xiao Xia rapped the pot, indicating there was no tea left. Liu Jintang, aware of his deliberate teasing, felt no indignation and instructed Chunwen to fetch a fresh pot of tea. Have you heard that the 5th Miss made osmanthus pastries today? Xiao Xia remarked. I, being unaware of such delicacies, have spent my childhood laboring in the bustling streets, yearning for exquisite treats like these pastries and cakes, but alas, my empty pockets render them unattainable. He feigned despair, dramatically searching his sleeves, revealing them to be utterly devoid of content, his pockets cleaner than his face. Liu Jintang did not believe his words. Those who accompanied Shen Huaixu might lack in other areas, but they would never be short of silver. Upon their first meeting, she had indeed thought Xiao Xia a mere street urchin, forced into servitude at the Shen household due to poverty. Xiao Xia was adept at role-playing, managing to mask his true nature entirely. Seeing him feign misery merely to indulge in a couple of osmanthus pastries left Liu Jintang speechless. You are the elder brother's man. Surely, he would not be so stingy. Xiao Xia shrugged. The 5th Miss would not comprehend the hardships we servants endure. Liu Jintang responded, her patience waning. Observing his stubborn demeanor, she instructed Chunwen, go fetch the osmanthus pastries I set aside for myself for young Master Xiao. Chunwen, hands on her hips, glared at Xiao Xia. How is it that you drank 2 pots of tea and did not burst? You wish for osmanthus pastries as well? Are you a pig? Xiao Xia shot back a glare. Your lady has given her consent. Why are you hesitating? Can you make decisions for her? You. Shenwen pointed at him. Her face flushed with indignation. Xiao Xia smirked. You. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, miss. Shenwen turned to Liu Jintang for support. The 5th miss spent the whole day making those pastries and has tea even tasted one herself. Why should he get to eat them? Liu Jintang observed their nonsensical bickering and sighed, recognizing them as a pair of delightful adversaries. It is merely a few pastries, if you desire them. I shall have some made for you tomorrow. You are in my domain, and one cannot be so miserly. Go fetch them. Reluctantly, Shenwen complied, albeit still displeased. Liu Jintang shared another pot of tea with Xiao Xia, and after consuming a plate of osmanthus pastries, he finally burped and spoke. The 5th miss must be a wise individual. Why then must I assist her in making such simple choices? Liu Jintang smiled like the spring breeze, pouring herself a cup of tea. In matters of decision, the observer often sees clearly, while the one embroiled in the situation may remain perplexed. Even the wisest among us can struggle to make decisions. With her gaze lowered, Liu Jintang appeared deeply troubled, her interest in the tea dissipating. Sighing, she set her cup down. Thus, young Master Zhao's choices are of utmost importance to me. Xiao Xia, with grass between his teeth, leaned his arms on the stone table, crossing his legs and gazing skyward. Hearing Liu Jintang's words, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging her sentiment. Intelligent individuals often pride themselves on their superiority over others. Yet many are merely self-deceiving. Has there been any news regarding the maidservant Miss 5 is seeking? Asked Xiao Xia. Liu Jintang shook her head. No. Does Miss 5 possess sufficient silver for her needs? Xiao Xia inquired again. Liu Jintang shook her head once more. No. Then surely Miss 5's relationship with Madame Shen has improved? Xiao Xia gazed at Liu Jintang. Liu Jintang lowered her eyes. Not at all. Does Miss 5 have complete confidence in her future fate? Xiao Xia's voice lowered a few degrees. Liu Jintang raised her gaze, her eyes flashing with light. What exactly are you trying to say? Xiao Xia stood up, brushed off her garments, and stretched lazily. What I mean to convey is, since Miss 5 lacks this and that, could there possibly be a second option? Xiao Xia leaped onto the wall, her expression growing serious. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. Aligning oneself with the powerful may not be unwise. Those who are indecisive cannot guarantee their wealth and honor. Miss 5 may have never ventured forth, but what you have never attempted does not necessarily imply it is wrong. He vanished over the wall, leaving behind the words, Miss 5 is astute. I trust you have already discerned my choice. Liu Jintang gazed at the spot where Xiao Xia had disappeared, a smile slowly forming at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, had she not already understood Shen Huaixu's character from the outset? Having decided to draw near, she must accept what others cannot, as long as his blade is not poised against the necks of innocent citizens nor against her own head. She would even hand him the knife should he need it. With her doubts dispelled, Liu Jintang felt her spirits lift considerably, noticing that the day was still young. She tidied herself up and took a brocade box to Shengjing residence. Unbeknownst to her, as she left, the Shen family happened to arrive. Upon seeing her departure, Madame Shen's brows arched, and she turned to Aunt Yun, saying, Go, follow her, and see what she is up to. Aunt Yun replied affirmatively and hurried after Liu Jintang. At the entrance of Shengjing residence, Beiyun opened the courtyard gate and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liu Jintang. He had previously admired her courage, believing her to be a formidable woman for daring to provoke his master. Following the events of the previous night, he assumed this delicate young lady would retreat in fear. Yet she returned just a day later. Observing her demeanor, it appeared she was undaunted, prompting him to exclaim, What audacity! Good evening, Guard Beiyun. May I inquire if my elder brother is at home? Liu Jintang smiled brightly at Beiyun, her youthful radiance undiminished by the night. Beiyun averted his gaze to avoid suspicion and clasped his fists, replying, Miss 5, the eldest master is inside. Splendid. I was worried that my elder brother might not be here, which would have made my visit in vain. Liu Jintang lifted her skirts and walked into the courtyard, displaying an unusually warm enthusiasm today. Previously, her visits to Shengjing residence necessitated formalities before being shown in. However, today, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness of their previous encounter and to bolster her own courage, she decided to be more fervent, aiming to convey to Shen Huaixu that she was not afraid of him. Miss 5, the eldest master, is currently unavailable. Beiyun extended his hand to block her path. Liu Jintang, bending gracefully beneath his arm, remarked, I understand my elder brother is either dining or engaged in paperwork at this hour. Fear not, I shall merely deliver a small token and take my leave, so as not to impose upon him for too long. Baiyun swiftly interposed himself once more, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. No. The young master is indeed not in a position to receive visitors at this moment. After being obstructed twice, a look of skepticism crossed Liu Jintang's face. As she gazed at the firmly shut door, an image of two beautiful figures entwined within a canopy appeared involuntarily in her mind. A gasp escaped her lips as she covered her mouth, her eyes narrowing into a mischievous squint, accompanied by a knowing smile that radiated understanding. She cleared her throat twice, deliberately raising her voice, and addressed the main house with a playful tone. Since my elder brother is preoccupied with important matters, I shall not disturb his leisure. May you find joy. The moment the words find joy slipped from her lips, Liu Jintang swiftly recognized the inappropriateness of her phrasing and hurriedly amended, Please, continue with your tasks. Following her words, she chuckled softly, evoking the sentiment of a clumsy attempt at subtlety. After speaking to the main house, Liu Jintang turned to Baiyun and said, Well then, since my elder brother is indisposed today, I shall take my leave and return another day when it is more convenient. Baiyun clasped his hands in respect, and Liu Jintang began to turn away. With a creak, the door to the main house swung open. Liu Jintang, startled, turned back to see a tall man standing at the entrance, her mind racing with a singular thought. Is this truly the end? Chapter 91. The elder brother's charm was so captivating that anyone would be unable to resist stealing a few glances. No, Liu Jintang quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Whether or not it was feasible was a matter for Shen Huaixu, but it seemed she had inadvertently interrupted something significant for him. Her own matters were of the utmost importance. Master. Baiyun clasped his fists in greeting. Elder brother. Liu Jintang curtsied obediently. The sky had darkened, and Shen Huaixu remained shrouded in the room, making it difficult for Liu Jintang to discern his features. However, from his silhouette, she could see that his attire appeared somewhat loose-fitting. After a couple of glances, Liu Jintang lowered her head, too timid to look further. The silence lingered, with Shen Huaixu remaining mute, and Liu Jintang dared not rise. Her heart raced with anxiety, fearing that she had indeed disrupted Shen Huaixu's affairs, and that he might be displeased. Come here. To her surprise, Shen Huaixu's voice cut through the stillness, beckoning someone over. Liu Jintang assumed he was calling for Baiyun and remained still. However, Baiyun cleared his throat and quietly reminded her, Fifth Miss. The young master is calling for you. Me? Liu Jintang pointed to herself, her face a mask of astonishment. Isn't that inappropriate? The man was in the midst of a romantic engagement. What could she possibly be doing there? Why don't you speak on my behalf to the elder brother? I would rather not go. I am quite shy and still a young lady. It would be difficult for me to bear. Not to mention that Shen Huaixu was her brother. Even if he were an ordinary man, it would still be improper for her to intrude upon his intimate moments. Baiyun's expression shifted, and he looked at Liu Jintang with a peculiar gaze. Fifth Miss, do you perhaps misunderstand something? Liu Jintang wanted to protest that she did not misunderstand, but before she could voice her thoughts, Shen Huaixu's cold voice echoed again. I will count to 3. Either you come here, or you leave. 1, 2. As he approached the count of 3, Liu Jintang straightened her neck and rose defiantly. If he did not mind the embarrassment, she might as well feign ignorance. With a bright smile, Liu Jintang approached Shen Huaixu. Elder brother, I am coming. Upon entering the room, she reminded herself not to look around aimlessly, yet her gaze seemed to have a mind of its own, drifting toward the bed. She had expected to see a scene of disarray, curtains draped carelessly, garments strewn about in a suggestive manner. To her astonishment, the bedding lay neatly arranged, and the curtains were drawn up, revealing not a single figure. Undeterred, Liu Jintang scanned the room, only to discover that there were no signs of any woman, let alone a woman's presence. If her initial assumptions were correct, and Shen Huaixu had indeed been engaged in passionate pursuits, how could he tidy the room so meticulously in the blink of an eye? Unless he possessed extraordinary abilities, or perhaps she had misconstrued the situation entirely. Her gaze settled on the person before her. The room was illuminated by only 2 candles, casting a dim light. Shen Huaixu was not far from her, allowing her to perceive the faint scent of pine on him, his loosely draped robe, and the moisture in his hair with clarity. Liu Jintang noticed the droplets of water at the ends of his hair, and her eyes darted toward the screen, where she discerned some water stains on the floor. A pang of realization struck her, and she internally scolded her own sordid thoughts. How could someone like Shen Huaixu, who harbored disdain for women, possibly be, as she had imagined, sharing a room with a woman? It turned out that the other party was bathing. She had truly made a blunder. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Huaixu was right before her, Liu Jintang would have liked to give herself a couple of slaps. She had even shouted something frivolous towards the main house, likely overheard by Shen Huaixu, which is why he called her over when she was about to leave. His sole intention was to have her ascertain whether there truly was a woman in the house, urging her to open her eyes wide and refrain from speaking recklessly. One must admit, this tactic was quite shrewd. It not only silenced her, but also revealed the truth, leaving her feeling guilty and unable to speak. Indeed, Shen Huaixu was a man of decisive action, never muddling through his affairs. A him? Is my big brother bathing? Am I disturbing him? Liu Jintang stammered. Has my big brother cleaned himself well? If not, I can wait for him in the courtyard. When one is nervous, their mind often falters, and when the mind falters, the mouth tends to utter nonsense. After expressing such thoughts, Liu Jintang wished to slap herself, realizing the absurdity of her words. The other party was already dressed, which surely meant he was clean. Even if he hadn't been, what concern was it of hers? She should have simply promised to return another day instead of waiting in the courtyard, yet her words felt utterly askew. Shen Huaixu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the flustered girl before him, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Have you seen clearly? Is it as you imagined? Liu Jintang nodded fervently, as if her head were a pestle. I've seen it clearly. Both my eyes are wide open. Fearing that Shen Huaixu might doubt her, she exaggeratedly widened her eyes. If you speak foolishly again, there won't be a next time. Liu Jintang interjected, her demeanor akin to that of a child caught in wrongdoing, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. I am rather unsophisticated, dear brother. Please do not hold it against me. I promise there will absolutely be no next time. You are rather perceptive. Why is it that you do not argue this time? Shen Huaixu remarked, a mischievous gleam in his eyes, his smile broadening. His dark gaze reflected the girl's playful smile, a whimsical charm that made it hard for him to remain stern. I do not argue, for wrong is wrong. If my dear brother interprets my defending myself against falsehoods as arguing, then I am truly aggrieved. I thought it was merely standing up for reason. Unaware it was seen as disputation in your eyes. Liu Jintang's expression grew even more aggrieved. Shen Huaixu chuckled. I say one thing, and you retort 10. You are sharp-tongued. Liu Jintang immediately flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Dear brother, look, my teeth are quite rounded, not sharp at all. As she spoke, her delicate tongue brushed against her protruding canine teeth, prompting her to quickly close her mouth and giggle. That doesn't count. Those are canines, and you have them too. Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow. You observe quite keenly. Liu Jintang's eyes sparkled as she replied, with a big brother so handsome, anyone would be compelled to steal a few glances. You seldom smile, but when I accidentally noticed your smile revealing your canines that day, I was utterly astonished for quite a while. As she spoke, her eyes twinkled with laughter, her expression utterly genuine, as if her praise flowed from the depths of her heart. Upon perceiving the discontent her words had seemingly evoked, she promptly covered her mouth and recoiled slightly, reverting to her timid demeanor. Had her excessive chatter irked her elder brother? She realized he preferred tranquility and thus resolved to remain silent, hoping fervently that he would not grow annoyed with her. Chapter 92. A small gift for my elder brother. One cannot help but acknowledge the astuteness of young maidens in discerning the affections of others, knowing precisely how to evoke sympathy. Shen Huaixu narrowed his eyes and inquired, who informed you that I prefer tranquility? Caught off guard, Liu Jintang paused to reflect, realizing that no one had explicitly stated Shen Huaixu's inclination towards silence. It seemed that his residence in this secluded place, coupled with his aloof and taciturn demeanor, led outsiders to assume he relished peace. In truth, no one had ever inquired whether he favored the clamor of the crowd or the serenity of solitude. After a brief moment of astonishment, Liu Jintang swiftly donned a sweet smile, exclaiming, So, my elder brother does not enjoy silence. How splendid. I tend to be quite talkative, so this will not irk you. Shen Huaixu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin gracing his lips as he gazed at Liu Jintang, who suggested that I appreciate excessive chatter. The loquacious young lady retorted, I do not chatter excessively, really. If you prefer silence, I shall remain as still as a maiden. If you favor liveliness, I shall be as agile as a rabbit. Should you desire me to speak more, I can surely amuse you daily. Conversely, if you would rather I remain silent, I shall quietly keep you company. Liu Jintang leaned forward slightly, her starry eyes shimmering with anticipation. What does my elder brother think? Despite her outward cheer, her inner thoughts were rather cheeky. She was determined to see if Shen Huaixu could find fault in her words. Instead of challenging the young lady, Shen Huaixu took his seat behind the desk, picked up the documents, and lowered his brow to peruse them. Speak. What brings you here today? At this pivotal moment, Liu Jintang hastily produced a beautifully crafted brocade box she had prepared, stepping forward obediently to place it on the desk, then cautiously nudging it closer. My elder brother. I have no ulterior motives, she began. I have been under your care for quite some time and have long wished to express my gratitude. However, I have never found the right opportunity until today. Inside this box is a token of my appreciation. Do have a look and see if it pleases you. As Liu Jintang spoke, she closely observed Shen Huaixu's expression. Noticing that he remained engrossed in the documents, seemingly indifferent to her words or the box on the desk, she promptly turned to fetch a candle. Shen Huaixu, noticing a sudden brightness as he glanced up, saw that the candle, previously by the window, had found its way to his desk. After the illumination, the young lady stood quietly, as she had promised, silently accompanying him. Shen Huaixu set down the documents, his expression darkening. Before he could utter a word, Liu Jintang interjected, I feared the light was too dim, and that it might tire your eyes. So I moved the candle closer. You do not mind, do you? Had it been anyone else, Shen Huaixu would have likely chastised them for meddling. Yet, recalling the young lady's serene presence at the desk, he merely replied, thoughtful of you. He was typically sparing with his words, and Liu Jintang had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, receiving such a compliment from him made her feel that her effort in bringing the candle was worthwhile. Upon opening the documents, Shen Huaixu had begun to frown, and his mood seemed to shift. Noticing this change, Liu Jintang hesitated, contemplating whether it was an opportune moment to discuss matters, pondering if she should return another day. Is my elder brother busy with other matters? Then, sister, perhaps it would be best for you to leave for now and return once your elder brother has finished his tasks. Liu Jintang was aware that the documents contained no favorable information. Matters concerning Shen Huaixu's political affairs warranted her discretion, compared to her trivial concerns. The matters at hand were of paramount importance. It's nothing, Shen Huaixu said, setting aside the documents and reaching for a box on the table. As he prepared to open it, Liu Jintang quickly interjected, elder brother. Shen Huaixu lifted his gaze. Liu Jintang, feeling a pang of anxiety, nervously fidgeted with the handkerchief concealed within her sleeve, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. This box contains only a few trinkets I made by hand. They hold no value, so I hope you won't think poorly of them. Though the favors Shen Huaixu bestowed were worth a fortune, her lack of wealth compelled her to craft these humble offerings. While it is often said that the sentiment behind a gift outweighs its material worth, in practice, one cannot escape the discomfort of presenting something seemingly insignificant. She feared that her modest gift might invite disdain. Shen Huaixu remained silent, his dark eyes reflecting the flustered figure of the young woman before him. He lowered his head, his slender fingers deftly lifting the copper plate to reveal the contents. Bathed in candlelight, the first sight to catch his eye was a gourd-shaped pouch, intricately embroidered with auspicious beasts amidst clouds, adorned with black silk tassels. The pouch was exquisite. The meticulous stitching revealed the creator's heartfelt intentions. The auspicious beasts were outlined in 12 different hues, shifting in color depending on the angle from which they were viewed. On the reverse side of the pouch, a delicate golden thread traced the words of Buddhist scriptures, neat and precise. Shen Huaixu ran his fingertips over it for a moment, raising his brows slightly. You study the scriptures? Liu Jintang nodded faintly. My grandmother is a devout Buddhist, so I have read a bit myself. The meaning behind these words is quite profound, and in a moment of inspiration, I decided to include them in the pouch. I hope you do not find it unappealing. Shen Huaixu returned the pouch to the box and picked up another item. I only believe in the power of human endeavor. Liu Jintang tugged at her handkerchief. Someone of Shen Huaixu's caliber would certainly not subscribe to superstitions. One could argue that the sword in his hand bore more credence than any deity in the heavens. Concerned that her edition of the scriptures might displease him, Liu Jintang contemplated reclaiming the pouch to embroider a new one. If you do not like this pouch, may I take it back and create another for you? Shen Huaixu neither affirmed nor denied her request. Suddenly, he rose and, under Liu Jintang's watchful gaze, unsheathed the sword hanging on the wall. The sharp sound of the sword being drawn echoed, sending a shiver through Liu Jintang's frame. The sight of the sword reminded her of the moment in the underground palace when Shen Huaixu had handed it to her, urging her to take a life. She quickly lowered her gaze, fearing that even a fleeting glance would conjure memories of the blood pool and the man on the torture rack. Returning to the table with the sword in hand, Shen Huaixu attached the tassel Liu Jintang had crafted to the golden pommel. The red tassel swayed gently, the candlelight glinting off it, giving the blade an ominous sheen. as if stained with the color of blood, chilling and formidable. With a few deft movements, he wielded the sword, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This tassel pleases me greatly. Upon hearing his fondness for Liu Jintang, she instantly radiated joy. Initially, she had crafted a tassel to cater to his tastes, but having never attempted such a task before, she encountered numerous failures. Fearful that her lack of skill would result in an unsightly creation that would serve as a source of ridicule, she was relieved to discover that he actually appreciated her efforts. If my elder brother likes it, I shall make him more on another occasion. Allowing him to alternate his adornments, she declared, glancing anxiously at Shen Huaixu, fearful of his possible rejection. Shen Huaixu retrieved a silk handkerchief from his box, turned it over in his hands, and gently applied it to the sword's blade, meticulously polishing it. Chapter 93. Shen Huaixu's ears turned crimson. The handkerchief was a gift bestowed upon him by Liu Jintang. With little wealth to spare, she could only offer something of little value. Yet these items were crafted with her own hands, imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Though the fabric of the handkerchief was not exquisite, it was the finest material available in Liu Jintang's possession. She had selected the best piece from the fabric gifted by the old matriarch Shen, trimmed its edges, and embroidered a character for Yuan in the corner, transforming it into a handkerchief. Seeing Shen Huaixu use the handkerchief to wipe his sword, Liu Jintang felt no insult. Rather, she believed she had chosen the right gift. The sword was Shen Huaixu's most cherished possession, and the fact that he used her handkerchief to maintain it indicated his satisfaction with her offering. Liu Jintang let out a slow breath of relief, bowing gently. I apologize for disturbing you, big brother. I shall take my leave now, but I will return early tomorrow to bring you some soup. Is your hand better? Shen Huaixu raised his head, his deep, icy gaze as piercing as his voice, resting upon Liu Jintang's injured arm. Liu Jintang instinctively extended her wounded limb. It should be healed by now. I haven't seen Dr. Fong in the past few days, so I haven't changed the dressing and am unaware of the wound's condition. What? Upon hearing that she had not changed her bandage, Shen Huaixu's expression darkened. He slammed his sword onto the table and strode toward Liu Jintang. The pressure of his presence was so intense that it startled Liu Jintang into believing she had committed some unforgivable transgression, prompting her to instinctively withdraw. Before her arm could retreat, it was firmly grasped by Shen Huaixu's strong hand. Liu Jintang shivered slightly and timidly raised her brows. Big brother? Shen Huaixu scrutinized the slightly soiled white strip of cloth in her palm and coldly called out, Beiyun. Beiyun promptly entered, nearly bowing in fright upon witnessing his master holding the young girl's arm. Your subordinate is here. Where is Fong Sun? Beiyun immediately replied respectfully, Has the master forgotten? He has been punished to accompany me to the Shengjing division for discipline. Punished? Liu Jintang's eyes widened, pondering what grave misdeeds Fong Sun and Dong Yang, both favored subordinates of Shen Huaixu, could have committed to warrant such a fate. No wonder she had not seen Dong Yang at Qingdangju in the past couple of days. He had been sent to the Shengjing division. Summon them back. Shen Huaixu commanded, his face darkening. Beiyun did not dare to hesitate. Yes. Once Beiyun exited, Shen Huaixu, his expression grim, grasped Liu Jintang's hand, intent on unwrapping the cloth from her arm. Liu Jintang quickly recoiled. Big brother, I'm fine. There's no need to change the bandage. Liu Jintang had not anticipated that Shen Huaixu would personally tend to her wound. This was entirely beyond her expectations. Silence. If the wound becomes infected, it could harm your tendons and bones. Do you wish to become a cripple? Shen Huaixu's tone left no room for negotiation as he swiftly untied the knot and began to unwrap the cloth. His face darkened further as he spoke. His eyes shadowed with intensity, exuding an intimidating aura. His grip on Liu Jintang's arm was as unyielding as iron, leaving her too intimidated to utter another word. Yet, to remain silent was not in Liu Jintang's nature. As Shen Huaixu meticulously observed her injuries with a furrowed brow, Liu Jintang feigned ignorance and softly inquired, Why are you suddenly so angry, big brother? Is it because of my wounds? Shen Huaixu chose to ignore her. Undeterred, Liu Jintang continued, You need not blame yourself. I willingly accepted the pain for you. How tiresome, Shen Huaixu muttered. Liu Jintang gazed at him with her doe-like eyes, portraying an expression of innocence and victimhood despite her perceived wrongdoing. Shen Huaixu scoffed, straightening his posture, Little actress. Did your mother not instruct you to refrain from displaying such emotions before a man? My mother? Liu Jintang replied with an earnest innocence. My father has informed me that men and women should maintain a certain distance except in cases of close kin. I am not permitted to embrace other men. but I may embrace my own brothers and younger siblings. While I cannot enter a man's room, I can enter the quarters of my brothers and relatives. For they would never harm me, unlike others. Absurd, Shen Huaixu retorted, clearly disapproving of her reasoning. A brother, being male, also falls under that rule. If men and women are to keep their distance, then it should apply universally, without distinction between strangers and kin. Then what about you, big brother? Liu Jintang murmured. If I follow your reasoning, what am I doing in your room at this very moment? Aren't you breaking the rules by tending to my wounds? As she spoke, her eyes began to redden, and with each blink, tears cascaded down her cheeks. I knew you still despised me. The palace's intimidation was merely to frighten me away. And now you speak these words, secretly denouncing my lack of shame. Liu Jintang wept like a fragile flower in the rain, stirring the heartstrings. Why can't you treat me with a little more kindness, like other brothers do with their sisters? What have I done wrong as a sister? Do you resent me for being a stepdaughter? If that is the case, and I am unworthy of being your sister, just say the word today, and I shall never trouble you again. Tears streamed silently down Liu Jintang's face, like pearls unstrung, her frail shoulders trembling as if burdened by untold grievances. Her lips red from biting. Shen Huaixu's enigmatic gaze lingered on the crying girl. In his large hand, he felt her arm quiver in tandem with her body. And for reasons unknown, a heaviness settled in his chest. After a moment, his furrowed brows relaxed, betraying a hint of resignation. With a sigh, he released her arm and approached the table, retrieving a silk handkerchief and extending it toward her. I do not despise you for your lineage. Once you enter the Shun residence, you become one of us. Liu Jintang turned slightly away, refusing to accept the handkerchief, her tears continuing to flow. The man's grip on the fabric tightened, a fleeting displeasure flickering across his features, only to vanish in an instant. He stepped closer, gently grasping her chin to compel her to lift her face. Then, amidst her astonished gaze, Shen Huaixu used the handkerchief to delicately wipe away her tears. Perhaps it was a task he had never undertaken before, or perhaps the intensity of her eyes was overwhelming. Inexplicably, his ears flushed a peculiar shade of red. Liu Jintang naturally noticed the transformation in him, her initial astonishment evolving into disbelief, which ultimately blossomed into a quiet delight. My heavens! Shen Huaixu blushing while wiping away a woman's tears. What a marvel of the world! One might fear that such a tale would be met with skepticism. However, Liu Jintang's delight was short-lived, as Shen Huaixu keenly perceived the flicker of emotion in her gaze. Under the scrutiny of her elation, the flush on his face dissipated, returning to its original indifference. A handkerchief was thrust into Liu Jintang's grasp, and an icy shiver coursed through her being. She realized that her secret joy had been uncovered, prompting her to withdraw like a timid turtle. Shen Huaixu gritted his teeth, a wicked grin fixed upon Liu Jintang. Should you dare speak of what just transpired, you are well aware of the consequences. Liu Jintang nodded with unprecedented swiftness, obedient to the core. Rest assured, dear elder brother, I shall remain ever loyal to you. I will not breathe a word about you to anyone. If I do, I shall leave my fate in your hands. Chapter 94. The splendor of sharing silver with elder brother. With a disdainful snort, Shen Huaixu grasped Liu Jintang's arm once more, applying the ointment with meticulous care. Being naturally taller than Liu Jintang, he had to lean slightly to attend to her wounds. His loose-fitting attire revealed a robust chest, unexpectedly catching Liu Jintang's eye. Initially oblivious, she now gasped in surprise, thinking, what enchantment is this? Quickly averting her gaze, her ears flushed crimson like ripened maple leaves. Was Shen Huaixu not aware of his attire? After all, she was his sister. Could he not exercise a bit more discretion? Yet, Liu Jintang dared not voice such thoughts. All she could do was manage her own eyes and mind, avoiding wandering glances and errant thoughts. Though the application of the ointment took but a brief moment, Liu Jintang felt as if an entire incense stick had burned away. Once Shen Huaixu released her arm, she instinctively stepped back 3 paces, not daring to meet his gaze. She bowed slightly, saying, "The hour is late. I shall not disturb you any longer, elder brother. Please rest well." With that, she turned to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly recalled an important matter left unaddressed, smacking her forehead in frustration and turning back with an awkward smile. Elder brother, Shen Huaixu, leisurely wiping his hands while facing the door, smiled upon hearing her call. He assumed the little actress was about to abandon her pursuit of the 400 taels of silver, but it seemed she had remembered after all. Is there something else? Liu Jintang hesitated at the doorway, uncertain how to broach the subject, feeling somewhat awkward given the recent gift-giving. Yet, thinking of the substantial sum of money and her own precarious situation, she found the courage to speak, biting her lip as she began. "There is a matter upon which I seek your kindness, elder brother." After much contemplation, Liu Jintang reasoned that it was illogical to refuse money that had been so readily offered. With Shen Huaixu as her ally, she felt emboldened against Shen Shijing's potential schemes. Furthermore, Shen Shijing's recent experience at the estate would surely serve as a lesson. The 400 taels were essentially a gift. How could she possibly decline? "You wish for me to allow Shen Shijing to return?" Shen Huaixu discerned her intention with remarkable clarity. Liu Jintang was momentarily taken aback, yet not surprised. After all, Shen Huaixu was the Minister of Justice, the commander of the Imperial Guard, adept at discerning motives from mere words. "Indeed, I ask for your benevolence in permitting my fourth sister to return home. I have heard she has fallen ill at the estate and requires medical attention. Having been coddled under our father's care, she has never endured such hardships. I believe she has come to realize her mistakes during her time away. I implore you to show mercy and allow her to return for treatment." "Do you truly wish for her return?" Shen Huaixu regarded Liu Jintang with a knowing smile, his dark eyes piercing as if they could unveil her innermost thoughts. It seemed nothing could remain concealed from her elder brother. Liu Jintang responded with a radiant smile. "To be candid, yesterday Zhou visited me, offering a reward of 400 taels, requesting that I persuade my elder brother to show leniency. Although I harbor no fondness for fourth sister, I cannot bear to watch her suffer in the manner. Moreover, with the new year approaching, even if my brother refuses to release her, grandmother will undoubtedly send someone to bring fourth sister back home for the celebrations. Rather than wait for that moment, it would be prudent for me to accept this 400 taels and share it with my brother, thus securing a reputation for magnanimity. Truly a win-win situation, is it not?" The young maiden's eyes sparkled with mischief, her smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, her excitement palpable when mentioning the 400 taels and her reputation. A flicker of amusement crossed Shen Huaixu's gaze. Indeed, she was quite the little actress, charmingly entertaining. "The person you harmed was you. As long as you have no objections, I can set her free," Shen Huaixu declared, releasing a breath. Liu Jintang had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, yet found herself momentarily taken aback by Shen Huaixu's willingness to comply. "What? Are you having second thoughts? If you are reconsidering, it is not too late." Liu Jintang hastily shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "I have not changed my mind. I am merely touched." "Touched?" Shen Huaixu inquired, intrigued. Liu Jintang gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. "Brother is truly wonderful, whatever I say. You indulge me. You are indeed the best brother in the world." Stunned by the unexpected praise, Shen Huaixu paused. Liu Jintang wiped her eyes and bowed respectfully. "I shall bring you the 200 taels tomorrow. I must take my leave now." This time, Liu Jintang did not look back. Before exiting, she thoughtfully reminded Shen Huaixu, "If you enjoy reading at night, have one run bring you a couple more candles. Your eyes must be cherished." Watching the young maiden's figure vanish at the courtyard entrance, Shen Huaixu stroked his fingers, a profound smile gracing his lips. This little actress indeed possessed a remarkable knack for manipulation. Upon leaving Shengjing house, Liu Jintang, with utmost seriousness, led Shen towards the courtyard. Once they turned the corner, ensuring they were out of sight of Shengjing house, Liu Jintang swiftly pulled Chunwen behind the rockery and burst into unrestrained laughter. Chunwen, bewildered, waited until Liu Jintang had laughed to her heart's content before inquiring, "Miss, what has suddenly brought you such joy? Did the young master consent?" Liu Jintang, radiant as a blooming flower, replied, "With your lady's intervention, how could I possibly fail? 200 taels are secured." "How splendid!" Chunwen exclaimed, jumping in delight. However, her joy was short-lived as she suddenly realized, "Wait, how is it 200 taels? Did not Aunt Zhou promise us 400? Liu Jintang explained, "The other 200 taels I will share with my brother." "What?" Chunwen lamented, her heart sinking at the loss of 200 taels, her smile fading. "Look at you, so lacking in resolve. 200 taels have you distressed to this extent." Though Liu Jintang felt a pang of regret as well, she needed to maintain an air of generosity before her maid. Suppressing her own feelings of sorrow and putting on a brave front, Chunwen drooped her head. "But that is 200 taels, miss. It could buy so many things." In seeking assistance, one must be aware that not all endeavors come without cost. The gifts we offer are perhaps only appreciated by our elder brother. Elsewhere, they would have been discarded. Furthermore, this matter requires his consent. Otherwise, we may not only fail to gain 200 taels, but might scarcely earn 20. Upon hearing Liu Jintang's words, Chunwen felt a pang of greed and quickly admitted her fault, saying, "I was too narrow-minded. Liu Jintang playfully pinched her cheek, refraining from reprimanding her, instead reflecting on her own shortcomings. It is I who have not provided you with a better life. Do not worry. Once this sum of silver is secured, within 3 months, I shall multiply it several times. Chuman gasped in astonishment. 200 taels multiplied several times? Miss, do you intend to invest this silver? Liu Jintang smiled knowingly. Indeed. Chapter 95, preparing for some small ventures today, while at the Xi'an courtyard. She overheard news of the heavy rains and devastating floods in Fengzhou, which left her with a nagging sense of forgetting something important. After much contemplation, she could not recall what it was. Just moments ago, while passing through Shen Huaixu's courtyard, she caught a glimpse of documents on his desk that contained a line which sparked her memory. The floods in Fengzhou had depleted the grain supplies. Suddenly, she remembered that during this very season in her previous life, a flood had struck a certain region. Back then, she was ensconced in the inner courtyard, struggling to survive, utterly indifferent to matters beyond the estate. It was only while washing clothes that she heard how the deluge had devastated the fields and claimed many lives. Shortly thereafter, as the year drew to a close, the Shen family was preoccupied with internal affairs, leaving her unattended. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped out of the estate, intending to purchase some candies to distribute among the servants on New Year's Eve. To her dismay, she encountered the palace guards escorting grain and medicinal supplies out of the city. It was then she learned that scarcely a month after the floods in Fengzhou, the prices of food and medicine had skyrocketed, and shortly thereafter, the region was beset by a plague. The cost of the herbs required to treat the plague soared to exorbitant heights. Fengzhou primarily produced legumes, with black beans being among the most expensive. The 5 herbs essential for treating the plague, which were typically inexpensive, could be bought for mere coins in normal times, but during the outbreak, they could fetch hundreds of taels for a cart. The specific names of these herbs eluded Liu Jintang, though she recalled 3 of them. Though her own funds were limited, enough profits could be made to satisfy her needs. At the break of dawn tomorrow, she resolved to venture out to procure supplies. As she and her maid returned to the courtyard in darkness, unbeknownst to them, a shadow flitted past their gate. Shen was growing impatient waiting in the courtyard. But just as her patience was about to wane, Aunt Yin returned. What news? Where has that wretched girl gone at this hour? Aunt Yin surveyed the servants within the room, who discreetly withdrew. Once they were alone, she spoke. I saw the 5th miss enter the young master's courtyard and only emerged after a considerable time. What? Aunt Yin shot upright from the noblewoman's couch. What could that wretched girl be doing in Shen Huaixu's courtyard at this hour? The old maid speculated. I suspect it is the doing of concubine Zhou. I inquired and learned that she visited the 5th miss's courtyard yesterday, claiming that the 4th miss had fallen ill at the estate and implored the 5th miss to intercede on her behalf, hoping the young master would show mercy and allow the 4th miss to return home. Once again, it is concubine Zhou. Shen's grip tightened around her teacup, her eyes ablaze with fury. When the 5th miss entered, she held a box in her arms, and when she exited, the box was gone. I can only surmise it was a gift for the young master. I wonder what concubine Zhou promised the 5th miss to entice her to risk everything and approach him. Shen's eyes glimmered with cold malice. That wretched girl only knows how to oppose me. She is fully aware of the discord between me and concubine Zhou, yet chooses to ally with her against me. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen scoffed disdainfully. That foolish girl underestimates Shen Huaixu far too much. Is it someone easily deceived by a few mere words? Especially when even old Master Shen himself is wary of him. Her efforts would be in vain. Aunt Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the year-end approaching, even if she refrains from going, the old matriarch will certainly issue orders to bring someone back. However, it seems that concubine Zhou cannot wait until then. Hence she resorted to this foolish method of seeking the 5th miss's intercession. Madame Shen's anger subsided somewhat as she pushed her cup away, prompting Aunt Yin to promptly refill it with tea. How goes the task I entrusted you with? Madame Shen inquired. Aunt Yin responded with a respectful bow. It has been accomplished, madam. As per your instructions, the 5th miss's share has been halved, yet it will remain undetected by her. Well, I trust your capabilities. Madame Shen affirmed with a satisfied nod. After sipping her tea, she set the cup down and prepared to freshen up, only to be informed by a maid that the master had arrived. Madame Shen hastily went out to greet him. Recently, old Master Shen had not set foot in her courtyard for quite some time due to affairs in Fengzhou, and she had been eagerly anticipating his return. She yearned for his daily presence, for it would allow her to soon bear a child and secure her position as Madame Shen. Having spent 2 or 3 days at the Yamen, old Master Shen finally found the time to return home today, even arriving without changing his attire, drawn to Madame Shen. As she stepped outside to welcome him, he grasped her hand and pulled her into his embrace. "Why haven't you rested yet?" Leaning against him, Madame Shen's eyes, unbeknownst to her, had turned red. "I have missed you so much these past few days that sleep eludes me, gazing out into the night until the hours grow late." Old Master Shen tenderly rubbed her shoulder. "It is my fault. I should have spent more time with you. Alas, due to the recent flood in Fuzhou, His Majesty has demanded a strategy within 5 days, leaving me quite overwhelmed." "I understand. The important matters take precedence, and I am fine," she reassured him, finding solace in his embrace. "To have a virtuous wife like you, Jure, is enough for this lifetime," he replied with gratitude. "Have you dined, my lord?" Madame Shen asked hastily. After a moment's consideration, Old Master Shen replied, "That would be good. I can freshen up while the meal is prepared." Madame Shen promptly instructed the servants to prepare hot water and the meal, and it was not until the early hours of the morning that they finally rested. After a busy night, Madame Shen had hoped to enjoy a tender moment with Old Master Shen, but as soon as they lay down, he began to snore before they could exchange more than a few words. Her heart sank as she nudged him twice without any response. Her face darkened with frustration. Yet she dared not wake him, and could only lie there fully clothed. The more she thought about it, the more discontented she became. After toiling all night and yearning for him for so long, to have him fall asleep immediately upon lying down was unbearable. Disregarding her modesty, Madame Shen resolved to take matters into her own hands. As she reached to untie his robe, Old Master Shen stirred in his sleep, mumbling incoherently as he turned and grasped her hand, pulling her closer. While patting her back, he murmured in his dreams, "It's dark now, Jire. Don't make a fuss, sleep quickly." With that, he resumed his snoring, falling back into slumber. Meanwhile, a scowl replaced the smile on Madame Shen's face, her eyes burning with resentment. Jire, Shengjing, Shen Huaixu's mother, the late wife of Lord Shen, the rightful matron of the Shen family, was carried back to the residence in a grand sedan chair. Shen felt a chill run through her entire being, despite having reassured herself countless times that it was inconsequential, and that Lord Shen had taken her as a wife. Disregarding societal norms for an adopted daughter, his heart would always belong to her. Yet, how could she dismiss the subconscious murmurs of the other woman that haunted her dreams this night? The names uttered in a state of unawareness could not deceive. No one could replace the position of the late Mrs. Seng in Lord Shen's heart. Shen's eyes reddened, trembling with rage. What was so commendable about giving birth to a legitimate son? Even if she bore a son, he was still dead. If he was to be dead, then let it be complete. Why linger in a place that should no longer be hers? Gritting her teeth, Shen resolved to conceive a child soon, to expel Sang from Lord Shen's heart once and for all. She was the legitimate mistress of the Shen household now, and she would not allow a mere ghost to contest her claim to his affections. Chapter 96. Let her prepare congee with Shen Huaixu early the next morning. Liu Jintang prepared a nourishing soup made from lotus root and pig trotters, and went to Xi'an courtyard to pay her respects to the matriarch, old Madame Shen. Upon seeing her, old Madame Shen was both delighted and concerned. "Your injury has yet to heal. Why have you risen so early to make soup? Taking care of yourself should be your priority." Liu Jintang smiled radiantly. "With the precious tonics that grandmother has sent me, I shall recover, no matter how great the injury." Old Madame Shen laughed heartily. "Haha, this girl certainly knows how to endear herself to an old woman like me." Liu Jintang spoke with sincerity, radiating innocence, without a hint of pretense. As they were sharing laughter, Granny Li entered the room to report, "Old Madam, the third young master has arrived." Shen Huaixu had come. It had been a while since she had seen him, and she had nearly forgotten about his existence. Shen Huaixu strode into the room, his gaze darkening upon noticing Liu Jintang beside old Madame Shen, yet he said nothing as he approached to bow respectfully. "Grandmother, I have come to see you. May you be well." Liu Jintang rose, slightly bowing. "Greetings, third brother." Old Madame Shen gestured for him to sit, and Granny Li promptly brought a chair and poured him tea. "What brings you here today? I heard from your mother that you are preparing for next year's imperial examinations. How is your preparation coming along? Do you feel confident?" As Liu Jintang peeled an orange, she listened to old Madame Shen's inquiries, unable to suppress a smile in her heart. His preparations were not particularly impressive, after all. He had failed the examinations twice already. With resolute expression and a clear voice, Shen Huaixu replied, "Grandmother, rest assured. I am 80% confident that I will succeed this time." "Good." Old Madame Shen was quite pleased with his ambition. She turned to instruct Granny Li, "Go. Fetch me the top scholars half from my storeroom." Granny Li moved swiftly, returning shortly with an ornate box. Upon opening it, They beheld a top scholar's hat made of white jade, adorned with gemstones and edged in gold. The hat featured intricately carved blessings on its ear flaps, radiating opulence and grandeur, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it. It was Liu Jintang's first time seeing the jade hat, and she marveled at it, examining it from various angles, increasingly recognizing its value. If one were ever in need of money, one could surely sell a gemstone from this hat for a considerable sum. This top scholar's hat is a gift from your grandmother, old Madame Shen said. May it bring you the fulfillment of your aspirations next year. Return with the title of top scholar to bring glory to the Shen family. Shen Huaixu, overwhelmed with joy, immediately rose to express his gratitude. Thank you, grandmother, for your generous gift. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Old Madame Shen looked at him with satisfaction, while Liu Jintang observed the exchange with a faint sigh. Although Shen Huaixu was born of a concubine, he remained the third son of the Shen family. Should he achieve success in the future, it would undoubtedly bring honor to the family. Regardless of his shortcomings, in old Madame Shen's eyes, he was far superior to her own status as a stepdaughter. The moment he spoke of the examinations, old Madame Shen's swift retrieval of the jade hat demonstrated her deep affection for him. If it were not for the need to rank the children she favored, she would not have shown such preference. Shen Huaixu ranks first, followed by Shen Huaixu in second place, while Shengjing or Shenxiu might occupy the third position. As for her, she naturally comes last. After donning the scholar's cap, Shen Huaixu hesitated. Clearly his visit today was not merely to pay respects to the matriarch. The matriarch noticed his reticence and inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Shen Huaixu immediately clasped his fists and replied, "Today, I have come with a request for my grandmother." The matriarch's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you wish for me to bring your fourth sister back?" "That is not the case. Fourth sister has erred and deserves her punishment. I have come regarding another matter." "What is it?" Liu Jintang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She sensed Shen Huaixu's request pertained to Fengzhou. As she had predicted, Shen Huaixu soon spoke. "Recently, Fengzhou has been ravaged by floods, leaving many citizens homeless. In the past few days, a significant number of refugees from Fengzhou have arrived in Shengjing. I wish to request that my grandmother allow me to establish a rice porridge stall in the name of the Shen family to distribute porridge to the refugees." The matriarch, her heart warmed by such a virtuous endeavor, responded without hesitation, "I see no reason to refuse such benevolence. When the people suffer, our actions must reflect our compassion. This idea is splendid.